In a hidden corner of Tianquan Palace, amidst the cold wind and snow, a solitary figure was honing his skills. It was none other than young Master Di Tianyin. Although he lacked blood qi and could not cultivate, Tianyin had no intention of giving up. With iron determination, he wielded his spear in the air once again. But after only a moment, his breathing became ragged. Sweat poured down profusely. The heavy spear shaft slammed into the snowy ground. Exhausted, Tianyin had to lean on the spear to stay upright. However, his body could not take it anymore. He stumbled forward, unable to stand straight. The spear fell with him, making a piercing sound. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Young master." Tianyin was still retching dryly. He coughed a few times. The arrival was Lu Menglian, a beautiful woman holding a warm cloak. She gently draped the cloak over him. "Why did you come out to practice again? Doing this will only hurt yourself." Tianyin looked up at her, his face still pale and tired. "Sister Lian, I'm fine. I just wanted to exercise a bit. Blood qi is essential for survival. You are the young master of our Tianquan Palace. How can you not pay attention to your body?" Then she sighed, her tone slightly reproachful. "The palace lord asked me to bring you to the main hall. If she sees you in this state, she will certainly be worried again. How many more times do I have to tell you before you listen?" At this moment, Tianyin suddenly spoke, calling her in a weak voice filled with indescribable sorrow. "Sister Lian," he continued, "without blood qi, what is the use of continuing to practice? But even so, I will not give up easily." Menglian didn't know what else to say, so she gently took his hand. "Young master, we should go. The palace lord is still waiting for us in the main hall." As soon as he entered the main hall, what welcomed him was not respect, but sarcastic words and disdainful looks from the other female disciples. That trash! Was he doing here again? They did not hide their contempt, targeting Tianyin with extremely vicious words. "I really don't know why the palace lord keeps this kind of trash. Isn't he just relying on his aunt? Otherwise, this kind of trash would have been kicked out of Tianquan Palace long ago." Every harsh word carried great damage. A man who only knows how to hide behind women. Trash, trash, trash. However, he never retorted because deep down he admitted they were right. Their hatred and dissatisfaction with him were not only because he was someone who couldn't practice martial arts and could die at any moment, but there was another reason. He was the son of the previous palace lord. Tianquan Palace had a clear rule. The current palace lord was absolutely not allowed to marry or have children. His mother had violated the rule. After giving birth to him, she left with another man. Thinking of this, an indescribable sadness rose in Tianyin's heart. Even now, his mother's whereabouts were still vague. He remained silent. A majestic voice rang out, interrupting his wandering thoughts. "Tianyin, you have finally arrived. Did you sneak off to practice martial arts again?" Those around greeted respectfully, "Palace Lord." In front of him was the Palace Lord of Tianquan Palace, Shirlei. She possessed peerless beauty, far surpassing all the women present, and also radiated a dangerous aura that made people unconsciously feel awe. Tianyin avoided her probing gaze and called out softly, "Aunt." Shirlei asked, "Tianyin, your complexion is not good. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he lied reluctantly, just to ease her worry. Childhood images appeared clearly in his mind. This aunt had no blood relation to him. Rather, his mother had entrusted her son to her care. In his memory, Shirlei was like a biological sister, always treating him very well. Normally, whenever she cultivated, she would keep him by her side, not letting anyone bully him. Seeing her younger brother still distracted, Lei Yun showed dissatisfaction. "Tianyin, why are you distracted again?" She reached out and gently tapped Di Tianyin's forehead, both scolding and worried. "I don't object to you cultivating, but don't overdo it or don't blame the consequences." Immediately after, her voice turned gentle again. "Right? I have something I want to give you." As she finished speaking, she took out a wooden box with extremely exquisite patterns. Tianyin's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Inside the box lay a bright red pill resembling a pearl. It was the Dragon Blood Divine pill. His thoughts raced. The Dragon Blood Divine pill was extremely precious and could replenish a lot of blood qi. To obtain it, his aunt must have paid a huge price. Lei Yun seemed to read his thoughts. "That's right. Take this Dragon Blood Divine pill back and use it. Perhaps it will improve and strengthen the blood qi in your body." Faced with this precious treasure, hesitation was evident on Tianyin's face. She gently stroked his cheek. "Don't give me a chance to object. No buts. Recovering your body properly is the greatest answer you can give me, understand? Suddenly, a female disciple walked in. Palace Lord, people from the Tianling sect have arrived. Hearing this name, a cold glint appeared in Tianyun's eyes. Tianling sect. According to ancient records and legends passed down for thousands of years, powers on this continent were divided into 5 clear levels. 5th grade is Divine Kingdom. 4th grade is Empire. 3rd grade is Mansion. 2nd grade is Sect. And 1st grade is Palace. The Tianling sect was a power 1 level higher than Tianquan Palace. Lian's expression was not very good. She turned to instruct Tianyun, "I'll go handle some matters first. Rest well." Then she ordered in a low voice, "All disciples, follow me." Watching her back as she left, he already understood their goal in coming here. The Tianling sect came here to pressure Tianquan Palace, wanting to seize the spoils to enter the ancient ruins. It was all because he was too weak and couldn't help with anything. Thinking of this, Tianyun felt extremely sad and helpless. He wondered if such a precious dragon blood divine pill could help him recover a bit of blood chi. He let out a long sigh. Ahem. Suddenly, a cough sounded from behind Tianyun. He was startled, looked up, and couldn't hide his fear. This person was Fang Shun, an outer disciple of Tianquan Palace, followed by a few other minions. He spoke boldly and empty-handedly. "I say, young master, can you provide the Dragon Blood Divine pill for us to use? Recently, we are only lacking a little bit. Perhaps we will break through. Since using it won't give you any results anyway, why not give it to us?" Tianyun's brows immediately furrowed tightly. He thought to himself, "These bastards are all pushed into our Tianquan Palace by the Tianling sect to cause trouble here." He replied coldly, "Fang Shun, what if I say I won't give it?" He brought his face close to him, his voice threatening. "Won't give it? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you think that with the Palace Lord's protection, you can act recklessly?" Not stopping there, Fang Shun gave a sarcastic smirk. "Aren't you just a piece of trash, a speck of dust? Yet you dare to be arrogant in front of us." Tianyun growled in his heart. "You want to die?" Driven mad, Fang Shun couldn't control himself and lunged forward. "I see you are tired of living." Fang Shun's punch landed straight on his face, causing Tianyun to groan unconsciously. He lost his balance and fell face down on the ground. The pill also fell out of the box because of this. That person's eyes lit up. "Oh, the pill. Not good." Tianyun was startled. Fang Shun smiled triumphantly. The Dragon Blood Divine pill belongs to me." At the same time, he reached out to grab it. Tianyun used all his strength to hold his hand back. "Get your dirty hands off immediately." Taking that chance, he lunged forward, opened his mouth, and swallowed the pill whole, not giving those guys a chance. Fang Shun roared in anger like a wild beast. "You dare to swallow my Dragon Blood Divine pill? You want to die? Beat him for me." Then all 3 of them aggressively rushed forward. "Even if I die, I won't give the divine pill to you." Tianyun's attitude remained as determined as ever, accepting death rather than submission. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly rang in his head. "Congratulations, Player D Tianyun, for successfully activating the crazy leveling system." Tianyun looked around in horror. What is that sound? What happened? Seeing the 3 guys freezing in a very unnatural pose, the boy was surprised. It seems time has stopped. Just then, a notification panel appeared. Player D Tianyun has received 1,000 experience points. Following that were a series of other notifications. Congratulations, Player D Tianyun, for leveling up, reaching the 1st layer of the body tempering realm. Congratulations, Player D Tianyun, for leveling up, reaching the 2nd layer of the body tempering realm. He felt a powerful change, but wasn't clear what it was yet. Crazy leveling system. Player. Congratulations, Player D Tianyun, for leveling up, reaching the 5th layer of the body tempering realm. Immediately after, the system temporarily went into a suspended state, proceeding to load new resources. The boy clenched his fists, feeling the blood chi surging in his body. This powerful feeling. With a punching bag standing right in front of him, Tianyun punched Fang Shun in the stomach, shouting, "Get lost!" He was immediately knocked flat, groaning in pain. Fang Shun's minions cried out in horror. Tianyun himself was also very surprised by his current strength. A feeling of excitement rose in his heart. Is this the crazy leveling system? Fang Shun slowly crawled up, his face full of disbelief. "You are at the 5th layer of the body tempering realm? Impossible." It must be known that strength is considered the only measure to determine status and rank in this world. And the levels are classified as body tempering stage, spirit refining stage, core condensation stage, spirit soul stage, core transformation stage, spirit king stage, saint king stage, and divine king stage. Tianyin felt he completely had the upper hand. He secretly found it interesting. He didn't expect a single dragon blood pill to help him level up so much. The next second, Fang Shun was seen kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling like a dog afraid of its owner. "I beg you, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't demand your pill anymore." The expression on his face was cold. 1. Get lost. 2. Die. I will give you a chance. Having said that, Tianyin bravely prepared to leave. A second later, a sharp cold knife was suddenly drawn, clearly reflecting the vengeful look in Fang Shun's eyes. Then he madly rushed towards him. "Then go die for me." The shiny knife thrust straight, ready to touch Tianyin. Unfortunately, his reflexes were extremely fast. He immediately turned around to block Fang Shun. "Still want to sneak attack me?" He almost smashed the guy into the ground. Tianyin grabbed the opponent's wrist, then used Fang Shun's own hand to make him stab himself. He kicked him hard, sending him flying and sliding across the ground. PF50. Fang Shun's eyes had long since rolled back, showing no reaction. A second later, Fang Shun's body immediately convulsed amidst the rush of the remaining 2 lackeys. Warning. Tianyun's eyes darkened. There was poison on the dagger. A series of notifications popped up. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed the disciple of Tianling sect, Fang Shun. Received 300 experience points, 5 crazy points. Congratulations, you have received loot, human level low-grade martial arts, eagle claw art, and falling feather sword art. 1 recovery pill." A list of received products appeared. This made him secretly feel comfortable. He could even explode items and treasures. Killing monsters dropped treasures. Next, the system displayed his status panel. Player, Tianyun, level 5, experience value 300/1000. Crazy points, 5 points. Cultivation method, none. Skills, eagle claw art, falling feather sword art. Divine artifact, crazy level 1. Seeing this, his breath hitched, but Tianyin quickly grasped it. These were completely game attributes. For a game addict like him, this was as easy as turning over his hand. Congratulations, player D. Tianyin, for successfully activating the character. You received a new gift pack. Do you want to open it? Immediately, a gift box icon appeared. Without thinking, he said right away, "Open." Tianyin looked around in shock. What was that sound? What happened? Seeing the 3 others frozen in very unnatural poses, he guessed, "It seems time has stopped." A notification panel appeared. Player D. Tianyin has received a 10x experience card, duration 1 hour, and 2 recovery pills. The gift for a level 5 newbie was a generous reward. Tianyin was pleased. "Great. I transmigrated here with no abilities. I didn't expect to have this leveling system. As long as I level up crazily, my attributes will also increase crazily." Seeing an item named Crazy Mode on the screen, he wondered, "Oh, so many crazy modes?" So he pressed that button, and a confirmation panel appeared. Crazy Mode can increase effectiveness by 2 times, including alchemy, consuming pills, attacking, and cultivating to gain experience. Seeing this, Tianyin exclaimed, "Everything is increased by 2 times, and that's just the effect of level 1. This is truly a god-tier skill." Please note you already have a unique feature. Cultivation effect can be increased by 2 times, but consumption is also doubled. This meant eating 1 pill was equivalent to eating 2. Wait a moment. At this point, he realized something. So Tianyin read the information panel again. Crazy Mode consumes 1 crazy point every minute. Reaching this part, he couldn't help but curse. FCK, 1 point per minute? I only have 5 points right now. They'll be consumed in the blink of an eye. What use is that? I only got this reward after killing Fang Shun. This seems a bit harsh. The fearful calls of the 2 lackeys rang out, pulling Tianyin back to reality. Fang Shun, Fang Shun, Fang Shun is dead. One of them looked at him with hatred. "You killed Fang Shun." Tianyin expressed his innocence, responding casually, "I killed him? If he hadn't wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have done that." "What happened?" At this moment, Lei Yun and the female disciples returned. The scene before them made some of the women fearful. Oh my God, someone died. Fang Shun was lying in a very unsightly posture, eyes rolled back, mouth wide open. An old voice rang out. Palace Lord Shi, what happened? It was the people from Tianling's sect, led by the second elder of Tianling's sect, Zhao Hualong. Disciple Fang Wen walked right behind him. Lei Yun replied politely, Elder Zhao. The scene immediately struck Fang Wen's eyes from behind. Fang Shun, he called out loudly and ran over, rushing immediately to his side. Brother, you're dead. Fang Wen's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Was it you who killed my brother? Tianyin remained as calm as if nothing happened, explaining leisurely. They wanted to rob my dragon blood divine pill. I refused, so they moved to rob me. I was just fighting back. The long-haired lackey fabricated an accusation, turning white into black. We didn't rob his dragon blood divine pill. The leading one also chimed in. That's right, we just came in here for a walk. Who knew he would say this is his territory? Before we could react, he attacked. How could people like us rob the dragon blood pill? Hualong was very displeased. Palace Lord Shi, you need to give me an explanation. We brought excellent disciples to join Tianquan Palace for cultivation. Our sect wanted to build a good relationship between the two houses. Unexpectedly, just wandering around a bit resulted in such punishment. A hidden malicious intent flashed in his eyes. Lei Yun interrupted. Get to the main point. What do you want here? Fang Wen crazily pointed straight at Tianyun's face. You kill my brother. I want to have a life-and-death duel with you. Hearing this, Hualong immediately agreed enthusiastically. That's right. Our two houses cooperate, and we have declared before that as long as one does not enter the forbidden area, they will not be punished. Now, you've beaten our disciples and even killed Fang Shun. He replied lightly, if we let this go, it won't do. We will choose a fair decision. Choose him to represent and participate in a match, a martial arts duel on the stage. Whether win or lose, we will let it go. Immediately, Lei Yun stood in front of her nephew. He is not within the selection scope. Please choose another disciple. Hualong pretended to regret, but his words were full of malice. Palace Lord, this isn't about whether he is in the scope or not, but that he challenged the authority of Tianling's sect. It seems you want to provoke the relationship between our two houses? Her attitude was resolute, her eyes full of killing intent. No, except for him, anyone else can be chosen. The female disciples all looked at Tianyun with hateful eyes. That trash D Tianyun has insufficient blood qi. If he enters the arena, he will definitely die and make Tianquan Palace lose too. That's right, this trash caused such a big trouble. Isn't this just causing more problems for Tianquan Palace? At this moment, Hualong mocked. If I remember correctly, perhaps he is the son born of the previous palace lord. Rumor has it outside that his blood qi is insufficient, and he could die at any moment. No wonder the palace lord doesn't want to let him participate. He remained adamant about choosing Tianyun for the duel. Thinking about it, letting a trash with insufficient blood qi participate in the duel offered no hope. But now that he has challenged the authority of my Tianling sect, even if he is trash, he must get on the stage for me. Otherwise, it is an insult to our Tianling sect. Lei Yun clenched her fists in frustration. A second later, she decisively slapped Hualong. He clutched his face, barely able to stand steady. Palace Lord Shi, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that for the sake of a piece of trash, you are provoking a conflict between our two houses? Lei Yun snorted coldly, full of disdain. What should be said has been said. What shouldn't be said, leave it. Could be Elder Zhao hasn't heard? As for trash, if he is trash, then what is that person of yours lying on the ground? Trash? Hualong was completely enraged, but still kept his calm. Palace Lord Shi slapped me. This is clearly insulting me. This is no longer something a simple sentence can end. If I'm not wrong, why not let him take the field? His expression was as dark as a demon. It's not that I'm making things hard for him, but he injured our disciples. You must give me an answer. Lei Yun decided not to yield, a raging killing intent radiating from her body. I repeat one more time, I believe Tianyun would not hit people randomly like that. It was your people who wanted to seize his dragon blood divine pill. Do you really insist on blaming everything on Tianyun? Don't hope that I will be polite. Seeing this, Tianyun silently exclaimed, this is the aura of a core condensation realm expert. The female disciples immediately drew their weapons. ready to fight. The male disciples on the other side were no less competitive. The combat atmosphere was taut as a bowstring. But before the two sides could rush at each other, Tianyun suddenly declared loudly, "I accept this duel. I will represent Tianquan Palace to participate in the match." This sentence stunned everyone. The system immediately chimed. "Successfully accepted. Defeat the disciple of Tianling's sect, allowing Tianquan Palace to win this victory." He muttered, "Let Tianquan Palace win." His eyes became sharp and cold. Immediately after, he said to himself, "The mission to defeat him suits my wishes perfectly." The reward offered by the system was extremely generous. Reward for completion is 10,000 experience points, 200 gold taels, and 1 heavenly god armor. Tianyun pointed at the 2 icons of the heavenly god armor and 200 gold taels on the screen and silently exclaimed, "This reward is quite rich." Tianyun had already calculated in his heart. As long as he could complete it, the rewards obtained would not be small, especially the experience points. It was just that the grade of the treasure obtained seemed a bit low. In this world, whether weapons or treasures, they were divided into many tiers. The lowest was common iron, and the highest was divine artifact. But since it was a beginner mission, getting a low-level common iron reward was normal. A scheming glint flashed in Tianyun's eyes. Hualong laughed out loud, stroking his beard out of habit. Good. The person involved has agreed. The palace lord has nothing left to say, right?" Lei Yun's expression was filled with worry. "Tianyun, don't talk nonsense. This is not a joke." He let out a breath, his eyes steadfast. "If I don't participate in the battle, can I still be considered a man? Even less worthy of being protected by aunt?" Tianyun's eyes widened with determination. Then he looked towards his aunt and said boldly, "Agree to this duel." Lei Yun had a compromise. "All right then." She nodded slightly, looking straight at her nephew. "I agree to this duel." Hualong smiled smugly. "Good. We will meet in the martial arena in half a month. At that time, it will be a life-and-death duel, disregarding life or death." Tianyun immediately set a condition. "No problem, but in this life-and-death battle, the duels of other disciples cannot count for me." Hualong was annoyed inside, but outwardly he still agreed. "This is a grudge between you two, of course that's fine." Done with the matter, Hualong waved his hand. "Let's go." Fangwen punched towards his head, then ground his teeth, threatening in a suppressed voice, "Prepare a coffin for yourself first." Seeing they had gone far, Lei Yun ordered in a low voice, "Dismiss everyone." "Yes, Palace Lord." Then all the disciples quickly left. As they walked, those female disciples couldn't help but whisper, "That trash really caused a disaster. This time, winning or losing could affect our palace's quota." That's right, having no ability, yet daring to agree to a duel. Although he got lucky and killed Fang Shun, Fangwen cannot be compared to Fang Shun. The whispering gradually faded down the corridor. Lei Yun and her brother stood by the window. She smiled to comfort him. "When the time comes, don't force yourself. Losing is fine. As long as you keep your life, everything else can be discussed." Tianyun looked straight into her eyes, full of confidence. "Aunt, do you believe in me?" This made Lei Yun freeze, as she had never seen this determined look from her brother before. "I believe you." Lei Yun nodded. Naturally, she believed him unconditionally. She gently stroked her brother's neck, somewhat hesitant, but everything relies on strength if your body. Tianyun immediately interrupted, "I will definitely win." He smiled happily like a child. "Furthermore, even if I die, I am not willing to kneel to live. Let me be serious this one time. I don't want Aunt to be gossiped about anymore, nor do I want Aunt to suffer grievances." This sentence made Lei Yun's cheeks blush, wondering why her brother suddenly became so much more mature. What is this silly child saying? Her eyes became wet with tears, completely moved by these words. He reached out to wipe her tears. "What silly child? And isn't that much older than me?" Then he smiled radiantly, teasing her. "Calling me little brother is acceptable, though it's really unmannerly." Lei Yun scolded him lovingly, tapping lightly on his head. Tianyun's residence was in a rather quiet place, with gracefully curved tiled roofs, exquisitely carved in every line. Tianyun sat on the bed, planning to check the rewards. "Just now received the level 5 reward pack. I still haven't opened it yet. Let's see if there are any other good things." The system beeped twice, then announced, "Congratulations, you have unlocked the lottery wheel feature. Received 3 recovery pills, absorb stars Stars Great Art Skill, Northern Darkness Divine Art Cultivation Method, Level 11 Gift Pack. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What the hell? Absorb Stars Great Art and Northern Darkness Divine Art? Tianyin felt very interested. Just reached level 5 and already got God-level martial arts? What level of martial arts will I get later? Let's check the lottery wheel. He pressed the button in the center of the screen. Wow! Immediately, a giant lottery wheel appeared before his eyes. It looks very profitable, but looking closely, it's not. Consumables take up almost more than half. Skills and techniques are very few. Divine tools are the rarest. Judging by the ratio, if the rate is 1 in 10,000, it's really playing me. The system asked to confirm. Because you successfully unlocked the lottery wheel feature, you were given one free draw. Do you want to start the draw now? Tianyin didn't hesitate and pressed the button. Draw. It's a free gift anyway. A pleasant sound rang out, starting the wheel. Gradually, it began to spin. He was so nervous he was sweating, mouth constantly muttering. Divine Tool. It gradually sped up, faster and faster. Divine Tool. His hands trembled unconsciously. Then, the wheel also began to slow down. At this moment, Tianyin was on pins and needles. It must stop at the Divine Tool. Finally, it stopped at the weapon slot. He was so excited he jumped up on the bed. Oh, weapon! A pair of metal gauntlets appeared. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the weapon Frost Fist. Tianyin's eyes shone like stars, repeating the weapon's name. Frost Fist. After reading its information panel, he couldn't help but exclaim, slowing speed is a god skill. Unfortunately, this fist set is only mortal iron rank, the lowest rank, but everything can be upgraded. If there are conditions, I can upgrade it slowly. Then Tianyin operated the screen again to look at other things. His information panel appeared before his eyes. Player, Tianyin. Level 5. Experience value, 300/100. Crazy value, 5 points. Cultivation method, Northern Darkness Divine Art Grade. Divine Proficiency, 0/1. Skill, Absorb Stars Great Art Grade. Human Proficiency, 5/1000. Weapon, Frost Fist Grade. Human Proficiency, 5/1. Divine Tool. Crazy Mode, upgrade requires 100,000 crazy points. Tianyin calculated silently. The value to upgrade this starts needing 1,000 proficiency points. What is that? Just gaining experience should do it. Then, there was a problem that made him toss and turn and sigh. But this crazy value requires 100,000 points. It really makes one want to go crazy. Crazy points are only 5 now, all gained from killing Fengshen. Could it be that only killing monsters grants it? That would be too scary, basically asking for my life. So Tianyin asked, I wonder what the conditions for the lottery draw are? System answered immediately. Lottery system hint. One draw requires 1,000 crazy points. Hearing this number, he was horrified. 1,000 crazy points. So he became even more depressed. Forget it. Better not worry about this for now. Now Tianyin switched to thinking about tactics. My cultivation is currently at layer 5 of body tempering realm. Fengwen is at least 2 layers stronger than me. It seems the only thing to do now is crazy leveling, raising my cultivation to win this duel. At this point, his eyes flashed with determination. Night fell. The moonlight reflected the silhouette of the person meditating in the room. Tianyin's eyes suddenly opened, as if he had decided something. Then, he stepped on the roof, quietly leaving without anyone knowing. Agile movements traversing steep cliffs. A long while later, he finally stopped, a confident smile blooming on Tianyin's lips. Arrived. Surrounding him was a pack of giant white-furred wolves staring at their prey with bloodthirsty eyes. Tianyin stood amidst the wolf pack and uttered, truly long time no see. He looked around and realized it was true. In his memory, this wasn't the first time coming here. The original owner of this body once wanted to take the snow wolf's inner core to change the blood energy in his body, resulting in almost losing his life. A wolf roared ferociously and began to charge to attack. Tianyin felt no fear at all. The me of now has completely transformed. He held the spear and stabbed straight into the opponent's front. The wolves from behind lunged in simultaneously. Tianyin calmly said, just in time. He struck the spear backward, blocking them. Tianyun's arm strength was so great that two wolves were immediately blocked, unable to advance a step. He channeled his energy, executing eagle claw art. Tianyun's hand grabbed a wolf's neck, instantly subduing it. He laughed heartily. The strength of this eagle claw art is truly useful. Let's try this one too. He added another strike, Absorb Star's great art. Tianyun's eyes emitted lightning bolts, a cold light radiating from his body, quickly invading the wolf's blood vessels. System notification. Gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points, 12 experience points, 13 experience points, 36 experience points, 37 experience points. Congratulations, you successfully killed a snow wolf. Gained 50 experience points, 3 crazy points. The wolf now remained only as a pile of skin and bones, with no vitality left. Tianyun threw the wolf's corpse to the ground, eyes glowing. He looked at his hand, couldn't help but exclaim, "Worthy of the Absorb Star's great art, devouring others' spiritual power while simultaneously increasing experience." Pressing the advantage, Tianyun said refreshingly, "Truly not bad. Let's continue." Immediately after, the system continuously announced, "Congratulations, you successfully killed a snow wolf. Gained 50 experience points, 3 crazy points. Congratulations, you successfully killed a snow wolf. Gained 50 experience points, 3 crazy points. Congratulations, you successfully killed a snow wolf. Gained 50 experience points, 3 crazy points." Tianyun felt the blood and energy in his body surging violently, internal force filling every meridian, his steps becoming graceful and light as never seen before. He told himself, from now on, I'm a cultivator. There are still so many snow wolves. Can't waste them. Tianyun took out the frost fist, excitedly saying, "Just in time, come test my equipment." He channeled energy, executing frost fist. Countless cold force blasts shot forward. The wolves couldn't resist, quickly being knocked aside. System notification. Congratulations, you successfully killed 5 snow wolves. Received 250 experience points, 15 crazy points. Even Tianyun couldn't believe it. The power of this fizz set is really strong. Snow Wolf experience is 50 points. With such efficient weaponry, must combine it with this, he immediately used the 10x experience card. He looked at the wolves, shouting loudly, full of challenge, "You guys come to me all at once." Both sides rushed into close combat. A chaotic battle erupted. Tianyun screamed, "Ah," and slaughtered without hesitation. System continuously sent notifications. Congratulations, you successfully killed 7 snow wolves. Received 3,500 experience points, 21 crazy points. Congratulations, you successfully killed 9 snow wolves. Received 4,500 experience points, 27 crazy points. Congratulations, you successfully killed 5 snow wolves. Received 2,500 experience points. After a fierce battle, Tianyun was exhausted. He stopped, panting continuously, heavily, huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, a blinding aura radiated from his body. System notification. Congratulations, successfully upgraded to Layer 6 of Body Tempering Realm. Congratulations, successfully upgraded to Layer 7 of Body Tempering Realm. Congratulations, successfully upgraded to Layer 8 of Body Tempering Realm. Increasing 3 levels at once. Truly too perfect. Suddenly, a howl rang out from the other side. Tianyun immediately looked over. Atop the cliff was a rare pure white snow wolf king. Tianyun felt extremely astonished. This wolf king even has a gold name, probably a boss. System displayed a mission. Successfully accepted mission to kill Snow Wolf King. Eliminate the threat. Completion reward is 50,000 experience points. Summon Snow Wolf King as a mount. After seeing it, he exclaimed, "This mission's reward is truly astonishing." Tianyun gave a confident smile. Under normal circumstances, the Snow Wolf King would rather die than become a mount. But this mission's reward must be obtained. Snow Wolf King roared and charged to attack, its speed extremely fast and powerful. Tianyun rushed to engage, shouting loudly, "Come on, let's fight to the heart's content." 2 forces collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The battle was extremely fierce, and the result was unclear. Only clouds of dust swirling could be seen. Half a month later, the crowd standing in the courtyard anxiously asked, "Where is Tianyun?" Zhao Hualong pointed his finger at Shi Leiyun's face, and questioned. Palace Lord Sure, don't tell me you people have already let him go? Today you must give me an answer. Fong Wen gritted his teeth and asked, his voice full of resentment. If that trash has run away, how will my brother's vengeance be settled? The Palace Lord of Tianquan Palace affirmed calmly. Tianyin said he wouldn't run, so naturally he will keep his word. Please don't be impatient. Zhao Hualong shouted loudly. Humph. Even if a piece of trash comes here, so what? Tianquan Palace killed my disciple first, and then missed the dual appointment. How could such a sect be worthy of entering the Tianshun ancient ruins? Hearing his words, Lei Yun thought to herself, as expected, it's still about fighting for the ranking. Zhao Hualong raised his voice, continuing to threaten. Since the murderer has run away, your Tianquan Palace must. But before he could finish, Tianyin's voice was heard asking from afar, why would I run? Old Zhao and everyone turned around in surprise, only to see Tianyin standing on the roof. He spoke cheerfully, I will definitely do what I promised. Seeing him jump down to the ground, a woman exclaimed in surprise, I thought he had run away. Azu said mockingly, that disheveled look. Don't tell me he's been hiding in the mountains for the past few days. I just feel there's something very different about him. Tianyun's face was grimy, his figure thin, but his eyes were piercingly bright. He looked at them and gave a faint smile. Fong Wen shouted, you haven't left? It seems you have some backbone. Since you're here, then Palace Lord Sure, can we start now? There was a buzz of discussion on this side. What did he come back for? Coming back will only implicate us. Only sure Lei Yun trusted him. She thought to herself, Tianyin has finally arrived. Zhao Hualong chuckled. With this burden here, we are sure to win. Everyone quickly gathered at the arena. The competition followed a best-of-5 format. The winner would obtain the quota to enter the ancient ruins. Zhao Hualong asked, 5 matches, 3 wins. Who from your side will go up? Tianyin replied confidently, of course, it's me. The palace lord held his hand and cautioned carefully, Tianyin, don't force yourself. Remember, even in a life-and-death duel, you can admit defeat. He smiled and said, if I admit defeat, wouldn't I be unworthy of Ant's protection? Saying that, Tianyin turned and stepped onto the stage. Lei Yun stood silently watching his thin back. Over on the other side, Zhao Hualong said, Fong Wen, you take this match. He replied, understood, second elder. Old Zhao thought to himself, his younger brother died at Tianyin's hands. He definitely won't show mercy. That bastard is dead for sure this time. He announced loudly, life or death doesn't matter in this round. You can admit defeat, but unless you jump off this arena, admitting defeat is meaningless. The 2 martial artists stepped onto the stage. The crowd stood around watching anxiously. Fong Wen engaged in trash talk first, his voice full of hatred. Trash. You won't have a chance to get off this arena. I will kill you, to let you know the consequence of killing my brother. Tianyin replied coldly, is that so? Then let me see you make your move. I'm ready. Fong Wen immediately rushed to attack. Then let me see how much strength you have. He channeled his energy, unleashing the devil claw art. Sure, Lei Yun stood below, whispering worriedly, don't worry, Tianyin. Even if you admit defeat, I will save you. Zhao Hualong sneered complacently. You think he still has a chance? Fong Wen's hand struck straight at his opponent's face, shouting, go to hell. However, Tianyin easily caught his rock-hard arm. He executed the Absorb Star's great art, knocking Fong Wen to the ground with one move. He exclaimed in panic, what? Seeing this scene, Zhao Hualong couldn't hide his astonishment. What kind of cultivation technique is that? Fong Wen felt the vitality in his entire body being drained away. He howled in agony, my spiritual power. At this moment, the system continuously announced, gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points, 16 experience points, 17 experience points. He struggled frantically, screaming, let me go. Tianyin smiled with immense satisfaction. The system continued to accumulate experience points. 23 experience points, 24 experience points, 33 experience points, 34 experience points, 56 experience points, 57 experience points. At that moment, a small knife suddenly emerged from Fong Wen's sleeve. Sure, Lei Yun immediately realized it was poison. Tianyin was in danger. She was about to run up to the stage when Zhao Hualong stopped her. He reminded, Palace Lord Sure, don't break the rules. She channeled her energy, shouting, get out of the way. Just then, a shrill scream rang out on the stage. Ah! The dagger had plunged straight into Fong Wen's chest. He trembled, his face pale. A faint green gas rose from the wound. Tianyin kicked him once, shouting, poison again? Like brother indeed. Zhao Hualong screamed in panic. Fong Wen, and immediately rushed out to support his disciple. The potent poison took effect. Fong Wen vomited blood and died instantly. Zhao Hualong was heartbroken. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with hatred. At this moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, you successfully killed Fong Wen, a disciple of Tianling's sect, gaining 700 experience points, 20 crazy points. Congratulations, you have obtained loot, a recovery pill." Di Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief, one match down. The female disciples of Tianquan Palace whispered among themselves, "Is this really Di Tianyun? Isn't he trash? How is he so formidable?" The palace lord thought to herself, "Tianyun, what is going on? The strength you are showing now is no less than a disciple at the 7th or 8th layer of the body-tempering realm." Zhao Hualong said coldly, his eyes full of suspicion, acting so ruthlessly. "It turns out your cultivation is that high. No wonder you could kill Fong Shen." Tianyun replied calmly, "Both brothers died by their own poison blades. In a life-and-death battle, if I didn't counterattack, the dead one would be me." Seeing him speak so firmly, old Zhao could only utter a single word, "You." In his heart, he thought, this brat absolutely cannot be kept alive. The announcement sounded. First match, Di Tianyun of Tianquan Palace wins. The palace lord breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Tianyun, you can come down now." Zhao Hualong suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. Who said he can come down? You killed a disciple of Tianling's sect and still want to run?" He moved Fong Wen's body aside and slowly stood up. Since he won, he must fight the next few matches. Shi Leiyun retorted, full of indignation, "Elder Zhao, you wanted to kill Di Tianyun, but didn't allow us to admit defeat. Now that Tianyun has won, you want a rotating battle? Does the prestigious and upright Tianling sect always do such despicable things?" She said to Tianyun, "Come down quickly to recover. No need to force yourself." He looked at him with confident eyes and replied to the palace lord, "I'm fine. Do you want me to continue being the trash they wish me to be?" Hearing his words, Shi Leiyun chose silence. She looked at his confident face, thinking to herself, Tianyun never disobeyed me before. What exactly has he been through to change so much in such a short time? Zhao Hualong said, "As long as you stay on the ring, you will turn into trash soon enough." He ordered, Mo Chung, you take this match. Mo Chung was an elite disciple of Tianling's sect with deep and high internal strength. He immediately obeyed, "Yes, Elder Zhao." The people standing below were extremely worried. Mo Chung? It's him? This time it bodes ill. Can Di Tianyun still win? He is at the 9th layer of the body-tempering realm. Mo Chung stepped onto the stage. He spoke gently to Tianyun. "You are indeed very formidable, but your movements are too stiff, not agile. Your explosive power is too weak, and your speed is too slow. As long as you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will admit defeat myself." Tianyun clasped his hands in greeting. "Many thanks for the advice, senior brother Mo, but thinking 3 moves can finish me off is really naive of you. Since that's the case, I only need 1 move to finish you off." Mo Chung stood stunned for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Hualong looked annoyed. This brat has some cultivation, but his brain really has problems. Too arrogant. Mo Chung said, "First move." He executed the floating cloud steps. In the blink of an eye, his figure split into several people. He laughed loudly, asking Tianyun, "Haha, can you see my position clearly?" The palace lord of Tianquan Palace immediately recognized it. This is Tianling's sect's ultimate art, floating cloud steps. Tianyun gave a faint smile. "Haha, is that all?" Saying that, he unleashed a powerful kick, hitting the opponent's face. However, immediately after, he realized it was just an illusion. Tianyun wondered, wasn't he hit? Why did he disappear? Mo Chung laughed. "Haha, relying just on you, and you want to touch me?" He stroked his chin and said, "The floating cloud steps I executed is a supreme art of Tianling's sect. What you hit was merely my afterimage." Tianyun exclaimed, "Such fast footwork." He immediately struck a blow behind him, shouting, "Too much talk, go to hell." However, he hit empty air again. Tianyun felt annoyed. "Damn it, an afterimage again? I can't hit him at all." Just then, a voice rang out from behind him, full of killing intent. "Trash, now you can die." He unleashed an eagle claw art move. As soon as Tianyun turned around, he saw a hand with sharp claws like dark steel pouncing straight at him. The women standing below saw this scene and screamed, "Dodge quickly, young master." A young lady covered her face in panic. "It's too late. This time the young master will surely." Zhao Hualong laughed loudly, looking delighted. Haha, not bad. With this one move, that trash won't even have any residue left. This is the result of offending Tianling's sect. However, right at the critical moment, a light flashed. Tianyin also used the eagle claw art to block. His hand gripped Mo Cheng's wrist tightly, causing him immense surprise. What? He laughed heartily. Haha, I was waiting for this strike to catch you. Old Zhao couldn't hide his shock. That Tianyin also knows our Tianling sect's eagle claw art? Mo Cheng frowned slightly. He shouted, you stole our sect's eagle claw art? His body suddenly enlarged, a giant hand grabbing him and lifting him up. Then I will let you widen your horizons and see what true eagle claw art is. Tianyin gripped his wrist tightly and replied slowly, I have no interest in this eagle claw art, as long as I catch you now. He quickly executed the Absorb Star's great art. Mo Cheng immediately realized something was wrong. The group of women, seeing Mo Cheng's expression, wondered. It was strange. Just a moment ago, Mo Cheng's aura was terrifying. Why did he seem powerless upon touching the young master? Zhao Hualong exclaimed, is it that demonic art again? Mo Cheng quickly cut off that trash. Hearing this, Tianyin sneered sarcastically. Want to escape me? The current you doesn't even have the strength to stand up. He mocked Mo Cheng. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Mo Cheng, you're miserable this time. Mo Cheng, his Dao heart damaged and vitality nearly drained, still replied stubbornly, let go. Damn it, I, Mo Cheng, am forced into this state by trash like you. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. Mo Cheng said painfully, why do I have no strength to fight back? I no longer have the face to live in this world. If that's the case, he took out a black pill and used his remaining strength to circulate his energy for self-destruction. Let's die together. A loud explosion accompanied by a blinding light appeared. The people standing below screamed, ah! The pressure emitted was terrifying, causing everyone to cover their faces. The palace lord cried out in horror, Tianyin. A moment later, the smoke and dust cleared, and the two martial artists were nowhere to be seen. Zhao Hualong sighed in frustration. It's all over. Just for that trash, a genius like Mo Cheng was sacrificed in vain. Ha, what a pity. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tianyin slowly climbed out of the pit on the arena floor. He muttered that Mo Cheng really died for nothing, but I'm still alive. Seeing this scene, old Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he cried out, what? Just then, the system announced, congratulations, you successfully killed Mo Cheng, gained 800 experience points, 35 crazy points, obtained floating cloud steps movement technique, and a recovery pill. Tianyin, looking disheveled, wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled wryly. Huff, luckily, I took a recovery pill at the critical moment. Floating cloud steps, haha, the harvest this time isn't bad, big profit. The steward shouted, second match, Tianyin of Tianquan Palace wins. The girls cheered happily. Won. We really won. The young master is amazing. A girl couldn't hide her admiration and exclaimed, young master, you are truly strong. Shi Leiyun breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Tianyin with affectionate eyes. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the other side. Tianyin, Zhao Hualong, and the people from Tianling's sect were staring at him. He spoke loudly. Martial duels value knowing when to stop. You cultivate evil arts and act viciously, killing 2 of my disciples in a row. Today, you must give an explanation to my Tianling sect. He sneered back defiantly. Your memory is really poor. Fong Wen in the first match died from his own poison, and that idiot Mo Cheng just now blew himself up. Now you blame it all on me? Your merit is a life-and-death duel, while my merit is knowing when to stop. If you can't afford to lose, don't challenge people. Old Zhao stiffened, momentarily speechless. Tianyin warned, cut the crap, send the last person up. I'll play to the end. The palace lord reminded him, her voice concerned, Tianyin, enough. Leave the rest to us. Zhao Hualong immediately interrupted her. No, he agreed to the duel. The final match must continue. Saying this, he released powerful auras surrounding Tianyin. Shi Leiyun channeled her energy, immediately neutralizing it. Countless small snowflakes controlled his force. She spoke slowly. Elder Zhao, Tianyin has fought 2 matches in a row. Letting someone else compete in the final match wouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right? Tianyin stood on the arena, witnessing the silent clash of power between the 2 elders. Old Zhao replied coldly, Palace Lord, sure, this was his own choice. The final match. If he wins, I will give him an additional spirit-breaking pill. Everyone was astonished upon hearing about the spirit-breaking pill. This type of pill could allow a user to break through directly from the body-tempering realm to the spirit refinement realm. Zhao Hualong was truly investing heavily. Tianyun said, "Oh, with interest, a spirit-breaking pill? I didn't expect such luck. I accept this match." Zhao Hualong felt smug. Since that's the case, let's quickly proceed to the next match. He thought to himself, as long as this kid agrees, I'll have the chance to finish him. The palace lord called out to Tianyun, worry flashing in her eyes. He immediately reassured her, "Aunt, don't worry." Zhao Hualong ordered, his voice full of hostility. "Zhao Feng, you fight the last match. No need to hold back. Cripple him." Zhao Feng, whose physique was larger than an average person, immediately stepped onto the arena, replying confidently, "No problem." Old Zhao promised him, "Your problem? I will help you solve it, as long as you can beat him." Zhao Feng, an elite disciple of Tianling sect, stood right in front of Tianyun. He reached back, pulled out a long spear, and said sternly, "You killed our people. I will make you pay the price." Saying so, he slammed the spear tip onto the arena floor. Zhao Feng let out an earth-shattering shout, his rage erupting powerfully. Looking at that long spear of Zhao Feng, it must weigh at least 300 to 400 kilograms. Can a seventh-layer body-tempering realm cultivator use such a heavy weapon? Shi Yin was a bit worried seeing this scene. It seems Elder Zhao has calculated everything. Knowing they can't beat Tianyun in close combat, they start letting disciples use weapons. 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. This time, it will be hard for Tianyun to fight in close quarters. That strange art will likely be difficult to execute. At this moment, on the arena, Zhao Feng had finished warming up. He said, "I won't fight you empty-handed. I'll give you a chance to get a weapon." Tianyun exclaimed, "That long spear of yours is quite the power." The palace lord suddenly asked, "Tianyun, do you need a weapon?" He replied confidently, without hesitation, "No need, aunt. I myself am already a weapon." Zhao Hualong laughed loudly, his voice full of sarcasm. This one doesn't need a weapon? What difference does it make?" Shi Yin asked worriedly. "Tianyun, how can you fight him with your weapon?" She thought to herself, Tianyun's movement technique isn't good. If he dodges, he's probably already exhausted. How can he fight close range using only his fists? Zhao Feng repeated once more, challengingly, "If you insist on seeking death, don't blame me." He replied calmly, "Please." He began to channel energy, executing a technique. Large, sharp spear tips immediately emerged from the ground surrounding Tianyun. Zhao Feng shouted loudly, "Swimming dragon, descending spear." His eyes turned completely white, filled with red veins. Shi Yin immediately realized something was wrong. His eyes. She cried out loudly in panic. "This is an overdose of berserk pills. Tianyun, get off the ring quickly." Zhao Feng slashed down hard with the spear. Tianyun fell into a difficult situation, surrounded on all 4 sides and attacked from above. Everyone screamed, he's getting hit again. Too brutal." However, he calmly smiled and immediately executed floating cloud steps. Zhao Feng saw the opponent's figure suddenly turn into several versions and was momentarily confused. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? You know floating cloud steps?" He tried to strike forward with all his might, causing a deafening boom. A huge chunk of the arena floor shattered. Immediately after, as soon as Zhao Feng landed, he suddenly felt his legs locked by something. He looked down and cried out, "Ugh, his legs are freezing." Zhao Feng was terrified. "What is this?" In the blink of an eye, he was completely frozen solid. Cracking sounds rang out. Zhao Feng shattered into many pieces. Tianyun stood panting. "Huff huff, I won." In his hand, the frost fist was still emitting a cold aura. The people standing around couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone stood stunned for a long time. Zhao Hualong was extremely panicked inside. What on earth is this? Not only does he know Eagle Claw art, he also knows floating cloud steps, and furthermore, he has so many demonic arts. The steward shouted, "D. Tianyun of Tianquan Palace wins. 1-1. Young master. Our young master won." Shi Yin sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. At this moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, player D. Tianyun, for successfully killing disciple Zhao Feng of Tianling sect. Gained 700 experience points, 30 crazy points." Congratulations, player D. Tianyun, for completing the quest chain. Received 10,000 experience points. Received divine armor, 200 gold tails. Congratulations, player D. Tianyun, for leveling up, reaching first layer spirit refinement realm. Player D. Tianyun, level 11, first layer spirit refinement realm. Experience, 1273/300,000. Crazy points, 698 points. Seeing this, Tianyin was overjoyed, got another piece of divine armor, and even got 200 gold taels, enough to use for a while. The system continued to announce: skill absorb stars great art, human level grade, divine mastery 378/1000. Skill eagle claw art, human level grade, divine mastery 378/1000. Equipment: snow wolf battle boots, skill floating cloud steps, skill falling feather sword art. Tianyun exclaimed excitedly, finally qualified to open the level 11 gift pack. By this time, the sun was high, and the match had ended. Shi Yun spoke decisively. Elder Zhao, our Tianquan Palace has won this duel. Leave the items and go. The Tianling sect disciples shouted in protest. He is not a disciple of Tianquan Palace. Tianquan Palace has never accepted male disciples. This basically doesn't count. Another one chimed in. That's right. At most, he's considered an outer disciple. How can he represent Tianquan Palace? Tianyun smiled and said with a scornful voice, Elder Zhao, your disciples are still slapping your mouth. Zhao Hualong asked sternly, how do you know the secret martial arts of my Tianling sect? He scratched his head and replied with an innocent look. Such simple techniques. One look is enough to know. So, it's a secret of your sect? Is that all? Zhao Hualong shouted. You. The palace lord looked straight into his eyes and said, Elder Zhao, you lost means you lost. Leave a little final dignity for Tianling sect. Old Zhao pondered for a moment, then turned around, throwing the box containing the spirit-breaking pill toward Tianyun, mouth ordering the disciples to return to the sect. The box fell to the ground, and the spirit-breaking pill rolled to Tianyun's feet. He sighed and whispered, looks like I've made enemies with him again. Zhao Hualong really wanted to punch him to death. This guy is a boss level. Who knows what treasures would explode out of him? Scene change. Tianyun and the palace lord stood on a white, snowy mountain peak. She spoke gently. Defeating 3 disciples of the Tianling sect in a row, your cultivation has likely broken through to the peak of the body-tempering realm, right? He replied softly, about that, maybe a little higher. Shi Yun was slightly surprised. First layer of the spirit refinement realm? Tianyun, you clearly couldn't cultivate before. You must tell me what exactly happened. You were unable to cultivate all this time, yet broke through to the spirit refinement realm. What on earth happened? He rubbed his nose and found a reason that sounded convincing. Actually, in the past few days, a mysterious expert came here to help me, allowing me to cultivate. My cultivation also broke through quite a bit. Tianyun thought to himself, is this excuse a bit too exaggerated? But I also don't like saying I transmigrated here. The palace lord exclaimed, a mysterious expert? Could it be someone your father sent to help? He replied calmly, that is also very likely. Tianyun laughed happily. Finally have free time to open the level 11 gift pack. He opened the system to check. The system panel immediately appeared with updated parameters. Tianyun clicked on the gift section. He felt curious, wondering what would appear in this gift pack. Still a little excited. System reported, congratulations, you have gained basic mastery of all professions. Basic alchemy, basic forging, basic divine runes, 1 lottery draw chance, level 15 gift pack. All these items quickly integrated into his divine consciousness. Even if they're just basic skills, these are already very useful to me. Moreover, they are equivalent to the existence of the 3rd rank in this world. In this world, no matter what profession, they're divided into 1st rank, 2nd rank, 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, master, grandmaster, and creator. Tianyun knew that the existence of the 3rd rank, no matter in which field, was a decent level, at least not a level of just entering the sect. He examined the information in the system panel carefully again. Tianquan Palace had always commissioned outsiders to refine pills and forge weapons. But from now on, there was no need to ask others. Although it is only basic level, cultivating more will also upgrade the corresponding level. He felt extremely excited. Now, adding a lottery draw chance that cannot be wasted truly makes one look forward to it. He opened the lottery system. Tianyin spun the lucky wheel and prayed, Divine Tool, I want a Divine Tool. The system returned a result, Divine Tool. Congratulations, player D. Tianyin, for obtaining the Divine Tool, Lucky Halo. He shouted in joy, really got a Divine Tool. System explained, Lucky Halo, luck increases sharply by 5 times, consumes 1 crazy point per second. Tianyin opened the secret manual and saw a fortune cat flying up, his mouth muttering, luck increases sharply by 5 times. Could it be that after opening it, I will pick up money just by walking on the road? He pushed the door and stepped out, going outside to check. Tianyin just reached the porch. The system immediately announced, consumed 1 crazy point. Consumed 1 crazy point. Consumed 1 crazy point. He exclaimed, indeed a divine tool. Even the consumption is godlike. At this moment, Lu Menglian standing outside suddenly called out, young master. Tianyin exclaimed, Sister Shaolian. The girl just walked in front of him and said, the palace lord told me to inform you to go to the meeting hall tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Shaolian tripped over her own foot. The girl automatically fell into Tianyin's arms, mouth crying out, ah, ah. The moment lips touched, people tend to get shy. The young couple froze for a moment. Shaolian immediately jumped back and cried out, ah, sorry young master, I didn't mean to. Tianyin watched the girl run away in embarrassment, thinking in his heart, peach blossom luck can also be considered luck, not bad at all. Scene change. In the main hall, there was a fierce debate. One person refuted the palace lord. This is absolutely not okay. This fundamentally does not fit the rules. It will ruin the reputation. Another person agreed. Correct. D. Tianyin's cultivation is too low. How can he represent Tianquan Palace to enter the Tianshan ancient ruins? Seeing him walk into the hall, Shi Leiyun immediately said, Tianyin, you came at the right time. She stood up, speaking loudly. I want to announce 2 things. One is to let Tianyin become an official disciple of Tianquan Palace. 2 is that the spot for the Tianshan ancient ruins will be his. These words made everyone extremely surprised. Tianyin also froze for a moment. The second elder immediately objected. I do not agree. Even if we let him go in, he won't gain any advantage. It's clearly losing his life, wasting a spot. The palace lord questioned. The opening of the ruins is more than half a year away, and now Tianyin has already broken through to the second layer of the spirit refinement realm. He is qualified to enter the ruins. What is not allowed? The second elder jumped in shock. What? He broke through to the spirit refinement realm? Leiyun added, voice full of determination. Second elder, I know very well what you are thinking. You want to give this spot to your personal disciple. This spot was won by Tianyin himself fighting 3 consecutive battles. This is what he should have. The second elder finally agreed with her opinion. The palace lord stepped forward a few steps and asked, this spot for the Tianshan ancient ruins will belong to Tianyin. Do other elders have any opinions? Everyone said, no. Leiyun gently patted Tianyin's shoulder and instructed, you must try hard to cultivate. When the time comes, entering the Tianshan ancient ruins is a stroke of luck for you. He replied confidently, I will not let down everyone's expectations. At this moment, the system announced, successfully received main clue, complete the quest to occupy the Tianshan ancient ruins. Rewards obtained are control rights of Tianshan ancient ruins, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 crazy points, 1 infinite sword. Tianyin felt extremely excited. Wow, open a main quest. He wondered, control rights of Tianshan ancient ruins? This Tianshan ancient ruins can also be controlled, but from this reward, one can see the difficulty of the quest is absolutely not low. The palace lord sat down on the chair and started the main business. Everyone, next we prepare to start crafting weapons. I wonder if the invited forge master, Master Kong, has arrived yet? The first elder of Tianquan Palace said, he is resting in the palace, inviting him in now. Leiyun said to Tianyin, I will let Master Kong help you craft a custom weapon. That fist technique looks not bad, but choosing a sword or spear will be very useful for your combat. He smiled and replied, about this, that works too. Even so, in his heart Tianyin thought, I feel the other party won't be able to craft any good weapon. The Frost Fist, although common iron grade, has amazing effects. Outside, a disciple's voice shouted, Master Kong has arrived. A bald man, short stature, walked clumsily into the hall. A polite person said, Master, please sit. Tianyin quietly observed this Master Kong. This person's cultivation is not low, at least at the level of the 4th or 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm. His cultivation is even higher than the elders here, but everyone calls him master. The reason is very simple. He is a rank 3 forge master, able to craft spirit tool grade weapons. The palace lord said, "Master Kong, this time I trouble you to help me craft 3 spirit tools. Regarding the price, we can negotiate." He sighed and replied, "Spirit tools are not that easily crafted. The price naturally is not low either." Old Kong gently fingered the beads in his hand and stipulated, "How about this? I can craft 3 spirit tools, but I have 3 conditions. If not satisfied, I won't have the mood to craft." Lei Yin asked, "What conditions?" He replied, "First is to let my disciple join Tianquan Palace, becoming an outer disciple." She immediately agreed. "This is fine." Old Kong picked up the teacup, gently blowing. "Second condition, the materials for the 3 spirit tools or money. You must give money for me to buy them myself." Lei Yin said, "This is also no problem. Do you know how much the price is?" He replied, "Not high, just 10,000 gold taels is enough." Hearing this number, the palace lord jumped in shock. 10,000 gold taels? That is a sky-high price that is equivalent to 300 gold taels. Just to buy 1 spirit tool. She immediately suggested, "Can this price be a bit lower?" Master Kong replied, "This price is already very low. Palace Lord, sure. I believe perhaps you also understand the price of spirit tools. If it were outside, it would be at least 50,000 taels per piece. My place is considered low." Sure, Lei Yin sighed, then asked, "All right then, is there any other condition?" In her heart, she felt worried. The sect of Tianquan Palace is considered large, but losing so much in a moment, later operations will be a bit difficult. He smiled slightly and said, "Actually, it's not a difficult matter. It's just that I've taken a fancy to a disciple here. If you can let her become my Tao companion, I will gift these 3 spirit tools to you." The palace lord asked, "Who is it?" Master Kong pointed to Xiao Lian and said, "It is her." The girl was panicked, hurriedly running towards Tianyun, calling, "Young master." He thought, if Xiao Lian agrees, there is no problem. If she doesn't agree but is forced, then I absolutely will not agree. The second elder persuaded Xiao Lian, being fancied by Master Kong. "That is your luck. Why not hurry over there?" Actually, in her heart, she calculated, Xiao Lian's talent is not high. Marrying her off in exchange for 3 spirit tools can be considered a profit. Xiao Yin gently tugged at Tianyun's sleeve and said, "I don't want to be married off." Master Kong, seeing himself rejected, immediately flew into a rage. "I am a rank 3 forge master. After following me, you will enjoy a lot of resources. Even later, I will rise to rank 4 and 5 grandmaster. Could it be you don't want to go with me?" Xiao Yin gently answered, "Many thanks for Master Kong's good intentions, but this little girl temporarily does not want to find a Tao companion. Hope you can understand." He rudely cursed straight at the girl's face. "Lowly wretch, aren't you just a maid? Yet dare to refuse me. If you don't agree to become my Tao companion, then for this spirit tool forging task, you guys invite someone else." Unexpectedly, the palace lord loudly replied, "Then get the hell out immediately." Old Kong turned around and exclaimed. Sure, Lei Yin replied in a gritty voice, "I addressed you as Master Kong out of respect. I didn't expect that after your proposal was rejected, you would humiliate my disciple. With just this level of character, who would want you?" He stood up abruptly, shouting, "Is this how Tianquan Palace treats its guests? You will regret this." The second elder grabbed Xiao Yin's wrist and said, "What are you thinking? This is Master Kong. If you can marry him, it would be a sparrow turning into a phoenix. You'd have whatever you want." Tianyin immediately stood in front of Xiao Yin. He retorted, "What a sparrow turning into a phoenix? Sister Xiao Yin has always been a phoenix. Where is the sparrow?" It seems Master Kong does this kind of thing quite often. He looked at him and said confidently, "Isn't it just crafting a spirit tool? I know how to do that too." An extremely tense atmosphere enveloped the main hall. The palace lord thought to herself, Tianyin isn't just being polite to Master Kong. Becoming a forge master is definitely not something that happens overnight. Even if Tianyin had a fortuitous encounter, it shouldn't be possible. Master Kong looked at him with contempt and said, "Based on your virtue, you know how to craft spirit tools? I heard you're also a piece of trash with no blood chi. Does Tianling's sect only send out cripples? Even a cripple thinks he can beat me." Tianyin calmly asked, "If I can craft a spirit tool, what will you say?" Master Kong slammed his sword onto the table and replied loudly, "If you can craft a spirit tool, then I will gift this spirit tool to you, and from now on, I will walk on my head." In his heart, he thought, I didn't expect that after being rejected by a maid, I'd be humiliated by a cripple. Old Kong then set a condition. If you fail to craft it, then you must marry her to me. How about that? He calculated that he had already lost face and wouldn't stand for it. Now, even if this girl agrees to marry me, I will only use her as a maid. Tianyun was furious. Sister Xiao Lian is not a commodity. I will not use her for a bet. If I fail to craft a spirit tool, I will cripple one of my own arms. Master Kong exclaimed, Good, you have guts. Crippling an arm, then you won't even be equal to trash. If you regret it then, and Tianquan Palace doesn't give me a clear explanation, don't blame me for being impolite. He loudly replied, No problem. Tianyun immediately cupped his hands and said, Palace Lord, please give me the materials to craft a spirit tool. I want to craft a spirit tool right now. At this moment, the system announced, Player D. Tianyun has accepted the quest to craft a spirit tool. Effect, eternally indestructible, can be used to craft higher-level treasures, refine pills, or be used to attack. Great, mortal. The second elder was furious. Are you crazy? You dare to say such things? Apologize to Master Kong immediately. Tianyun bluntly replied, Sister Xiao Lian is not a tool for you to exchange for spirit tools. Since Master Kong is so excellent, why don't you marry him? She went mad and shouted, You. Looming Lian was extremely moved. I didn't expect the young master to stand up for me like this. The palace lord also agreed, saying, Well said. Now I will take you to the forging room to craft a spirit tool for them to see. Tianyun asked his aunt, Do you believe in me? She smiled and replied, We are family. If I don't believe you, who else would I believe? Soon after, everyone went to the forging room together. Yun said, These are the materials to craft spirit tools, but we only prepared 5 sets to allow for a few failures. Tianyun confidently replied, That's enough. For me, failure is impossible. Master Kong looked at him with skepticism, thinking to himself, With my current level, the success rate of crafting a spirit tool is only 50%. This brat dares to speak so arrogantly. Tianyun asked the palace lord, I wonder what kind of weapon should be crafted? She replied, A long sword. Tianquan Palace basically uses long swords. He agreed, All right. Tianyun held the materials and stood before the furnace. He calculated, This furnace contains ordinary fire, so the difficulty will be a bit higher when burning. Master Kong spoke up to mock him. I'm pretending. Let's see how long you can last. In his heart, he assumed this brat was just bluffing, either to drive a hard bargain with him or to stall for time. The second elder also expressed her dissatisfaction. Palace Lord, you can't be like this. I know you spoil him, but if he fails and offends Master Kong, how will we enter the Tianshan ancient ruins without weapons? Yun sternly replied, I will bear all the consequences. She warned, If he fails, we will report to the old ancestors, and then the old ancestors will decide everything. The palace lord said briefly, As you wish. Xiao Yin was a bit worried. Palace Lord, should I agree to Master Kong? Yin was extremely firm. Trust Tianyun. At this moment, Tianyun was a bit tense. He sighed, then smiled. Just do it. Let the heavens decide the rest. He took the materials and threw them all into the furnace. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the large cauldron. Old Kong laughed uncontrollably. So he is an idiot. He threw all the materials in at one breath. This is the behavior of an idiot. Seeing Tianyun sitting before the furnace, channeling internal energy, he mocked. Even if you want to put on an act, there's no need to fake it like that. He fingered the beads in his hand. It's a pity such good materials have been wasted. If it were me, there would be at least a 50% success rate. Originally, a spirit tool could have been crafted, but now it has turned into a pile of scrap. Old Kong suddenly froze when he discovered Tianyun was controlling the essence of the materials and condensing them together. He exclaimed in shock, This is impossible. To do that requires very strong control. The first elder thought, could it be he really succeeded? The second elder also realized at this moment, this brat not only has a cultivation level that isn't low, but he also knows how to forge. Could it be that Yun has always ordered him to hide his talents? At this moment, the long sword had taken shape, surrounded by the glowing red fire of the kiln. Tianyun exclaimed, Get ready, it's about to come out. The pressure inside the cauldron rose violently. The sword shot straight up into the air. The spiritual energy radiating from the sword was incredibly dense. The sword fell into the middle of the room to the astonishment of everyone. At this moment, the system announced, Congratulations, player D. Tianyun, for completing the quest gaining 5,000 experience points. Skill, Indestructible Fire. Tianyin could not hide his joy. Very good. The skill is in hand. Basic Forging Mastery 1001. He turned to speak to Master Kong. Verify for a moment. Is this a spirit tool or not? The palace lord picked up the sword to examine it carefully. She suddenly asked, "This is indeed a spirit sword. Does Master Kong want to test it?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "No need." Then he pointed at Tianyun, shouting loudly, "I see that your Tianquan palace intentionally had this brat pretend not to know forging to bully me." He said firmly, "I told you before that I didn't know how to forge, right? If you play, you must pay. Hand over the spirit tool, and from now on, walk on your head." Old Kong still made excuses. "Don't bully people too much. I lost this round because you set a trap to harm me. You fundamentally didn't have the intention to invite me to craft weapons." Tianyun retorted, his voice full of contempt. "Ridiculous. If you hadn't pushed people too far, why would I have stepped forward? Although our Tianquan palace consists of all women, the women here are the true masters, not you. Women also have their own choices, and they are certainly not commodities. I hope you will respect women a bit more when you speak in the future." He loudly chased him away. "Now you can get lost, and don't forget to walk on your head." Master Kong threw some beads onto the floor and replied in a gritty voice, "Asking me to walk on my head, you still don't have the qualification for that." The palace lord immediately spoke up. "Then do I have the qualification? Master Kong, shouldn't you do what you agreed to?" Just now, Tianyin used the severing of his own arm as a bet. Does Master Kong think leaving behind a spirit tool is considered the end? Knowing he was in the wrong, he immediately turned to leave. "Fine, I won't bicker with you today. I still have a spirit tool I haven't finished refining. I will remember you all. This matter won't end so easily." Tianyin asked him, "Want to threaten people and then leave?" He immediately raised his leg and kicked him straight in the back. "Get lost." Old Kong flew straight out into the courtyard, screaming. Seeing this scene, the second elder said, "Palace Lord, this is too much. Master Kong also has a not-so-low status in Tianyue City. If he really finds people to suppress us, what should we do?" Tianyin replied, his voice determined, "I will bear this matter alone. I am just an outer disciple. What I did has nothing to do with Tianquan Palace." The second elder looked annoyed. "You indeed know how to craft spirit tools, but generally speaking, you aren't much higher than Master Kong. This cannot form any major advantage. Plus, we have no connections. The situation of Tianquan Palace in the future is likely very worrying." Tianyin walked over to the material rack and took more items. He asked her, "You mean if my level were significantly higher, they wouldn't dare say anything, right? Since that's the case, then I will refine a few more spirit tools, and the elders will know immediately." The second elder exclaimed in surprise, "What?" After putting all the materials into the furnace, Tianyin sat cross-legged and channeled his internal energy. A bright white flame appeared in his hand, then gradually grew larger. He ignited the cauldron. Immediately, the fire flared up violently, radiating pressure that shook the space. Everyone exclaimed, "What kind of fire is this?" The palace lord also felt surprised, thinking in her heart, "I didn't expect Tianyin to be able to control such a special fire. It means that when facing Master Kong earlier, he still hadn't shown his full strength." Only Tianyin knew this was the indestructible fire, truly a good thing. At this moment, the system notification rang out. "Congratulations, player Tianyin, for gaining 50 proficiency points." He held the result in his hand and admired it. It was an ordinary long sword, a middle-grade spirit tool. The second elder also recognized it as a middle-grade spirit tool. Tianyin turned to ask the three elders, "I wonder, with a level like this, how would it compare to Master Kong?" The great elder sighed and replied, "I am fully convinced." The second elder pondered for a moment and then said, "Palace Lord, if there is nothing else, I will return first. From now on, I will follow all your instructions." Lei Yun rolled up her sleeves. "Then I will take the remaining materials and continue refining, so that all the sisters of spirit swords equipped. Let's see who dares to bully our Tianquan Palace this time." At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, player Tianyin, for accepting the quest to complete the artifact refining arranged by Lei Yun. Reward is 5,000 experience points." Lei Yun's favorability increased by 10 points. After reading the content, Tianyin exclaimed, "Great! Received another quest. This time, there's also favorability." He was a bit curious. Could he see his aunt's favorability towards him? Tianyin glanced at his aunt, and the stats immediately appeared. Favorability, 330. He thought to himself, what kind of concept is 330 points? The system immediately interpreted the favorability. Title: 0 points. Strangers meeting by chance, 10 points. Normal acquaintances, 100 points. Good friends, 200 points. Family, lovers, 300 points. Inseparable in life and death. Tianyun wondered, inseparable in life and death? His face suddenly flushed red, feeling happy in his heart. It turned out his aunt's favorability towards him was so high. System notification. Congratulations, player D. Tianyun, for completing the quest. Obtain 5,000 experience points, plus 10 favorability points for Shirlayan. Congratulations, player D. Tianyun, for successfully advancing to the second layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Primary Forging Mastery reached level 30/1000. Tianyun sat beside the materials, rummaged for a while, and exclaimed, "Out of materials?" The palace lord, while examining the swords, replied, "Temporarily out, but I really can't believe we succeeded. These are all middle-grade spirit tools." He laughed heartily and said, "As long as Annie lets me refine more, any amount is no problem. But are there any spirit herbs? I can also refine pills." Shirlayan was overjoyed. "Really? Then our Tianquan Palace won't have to look at anyone's expression anymore." She opened a paper to examine and said, "It's just that right now, we don't have any spirit herbs here. I will immediately send someone to buy some, including crafting materials." Tianyun asked, "Go buy?" He suddenly had an idea. "Annie, why not send me to buy them? Let's sell these spirit tools in exchange for materials, and we will refine many better things." Shirlayan agreed. "Letting you go is fine too. It can be considered a training experience. It's a pity I cannot go down the mountain with you. I will send 2 people to accompany you. They are both teammates entering the Tianshan ancient ruins this time. Take this opportunity to get to know them a bit, so you can coordinate better when you go in." 2 girls immediately stepped out. The girl in purple was in Ling, favorability 35 points. The girl politely said, "Greetings, young master." The girl in green was Qin Shui, favorability 32 points, her face a bit more pensive. She coldly said, "Hello, young master." Tianyun cupped his hands in greeting. "2 senior sisters, please look after me." He thought in his heart, favorability is a bit better than the first meeting, but even if it's a little low, perhaps it's because crafting the spirit tools this time changed their perspective. The palace lord handed him a storage ring and said, "Tianyun, take this storage ring. Inside is some gold, and also the spirit swords you crafted earlier." He cupped his hands to thank his aunt, thinking to himself, having this thing is really convenient. It can store quite a few items. Carrying many things around would be annoying. He said seriously, "When we return, we will definitely fill it up before coming back." At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Accepted quest to buy materials and return to Tianquan Palace. Completion reward: 10,000 experience points, 1,000 taels of gold, 1 lottery draw opportunity, increased 20 favorability points. The carriage quickly set off. Tianyun looked out the window and asked, "We have to go to Tianfeng City, right?" Enling replied, "That's right, young master. Tianfeng City is the most prosperous trading city nearby." Tianyun thought to himself, Master Kong, who was chased away earlier, seems to have some connections with the big families in the city. Hope I don't meet him. I haven't cooled down yet. If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble for Tianquan Palace, I would have made a move long ago. The carriage quickly entered the city. Tianyun stepped down onto the street and exclaimed, "This Tianfeng City is indeed lively." Suddenly, from the other side, the sound of horse hooves rushing came. The carriage driver shouted, "Everyone get out of the way for me. Don't block the road." People on the street were panicked, immediately scattering to both sides. Screams rang out. A red carriage rushed into the city. The driver shouted loudly, "Move!" Someone recognized it as the carriage of the Forging God sect. The driver threatened, "All of you stand to the side. If you don't want to die, then don't block the road." Everyone ran in fear. Someone asked indignantly, "Who is this? Being so arrogant?" The person sitting next to him signaled, "Speak quietly." And Ling saw this scene and said, "No wonder they are so arrogant. This is the carriage of the Forging God sect. It's a faction with a rank considered not low in Tianfeng City." Qin Shui replied in a low voice, "No choice. The strength of the Forging God sect is a tier higher than the Heavenly Spirit sect. They are also one of the factions that will enter the Tianshan ancient ruins, occupying 4 slots. Tianyin thought to himself. Forging God Sect, that carriage just now was a spirit tool they crafted themselves. If not for a super powerhouse, it essentially cannot be destroyed. At this moment, the system suddenly announced, "Do you want to accept the quest to defeat the arrogant disciple Ma Yangping, a disciple of the Forging God Sect? Completion reward is 50,000 experience points, proficient crafting skill, 500 proficiency points, 500 taels of gold." Tianyin asked himself, a random quest? Of course I'll accept. Didn't expect the system to have this ability, automatically finding random quests. But this quest doesn't seem like the main quest. I can decide whether to complete it or not. He gave a slight smile. The rewards are very generous, but now that I possess the lucky halo, wouldn't I be able to trigger even more rewards? The three stopped in front of a magnificent building, and Ling said, "Young master, we have arrived at Tianfeng Pavilion." Tianfeng Pavilion was a rather luxurious place in the city. Qin Shui said, "Young master, let's go inside." He replied, Just stepping inside, they heard a girl shouting loudly, "Luli, you said you would give 8 taels. I've already asked others about the price of jade spirit grass." Zhou Lingyun held Lu Li's hand tightly, questioning loudly, "Each stock is at least 10 taels. On what basis do you only give me 3 taels?" He grabbed the little girl's hair and laughed arrogantly, replying, "Tianfeng Pavilion now buys jade spirit grass for only 4 taels. I'm only taking 1 tael as commission. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for taking action." Lingyun struggled. Why did the price suddenly become so low? It must have been swallowed by you, right? Quickly return it to me. Seeing Tianyin staring at them, and Ling reminded him, "This kind of thing happens every day. Young master, let's go inside." However, he seemed not to hear what she said, walking straight towards the little girl. And Ling called out, "Young master." At this moment, the system announced, "Successfully accepted the quest to help the kind-hearted girl Zhou Lingyun. Rewards received, 1,000 experience points. Zhou Lingyun's favorability will increase by 100 points, 5 character points." Over here, Zhou Lingyun was extremely angry. The little girl hugged Lu Li's arm and bit down hard. He immediately let go, screaming, "Painful," dying of pain. Lu Li swung his hand to hit Miss Zhou back. "Dare to bite me? Damn it, get lost." Ling Yun was terrified, raising her hands to shield herself, eyes squeezed shut waiting for the blow. However, with a thud, the little girl opened her eyes to look and saw a big brother had held Lu Li's hand firmly. He slowly said, "Friend, the price of jade spirit grass is indeed sold for 10 taels of silver. Isn't what you're doing bullying the small with size?" He roared, "What does it have to do with you?" Saying that, he intended to throw a punch straight at Tianyin. Ling Yun rushed in intending to hold his hand back, shouting, "Be careful." However, his punch still flew straight toward the opponent, cursing, "Get lost." Tianyin gave him a slap so hard that teeth and lips mixed together, jaw dislocated. One was not enough. Slap, slap, slap. Lu Li's face took a continuous series of slaps in an instant. He howled in resentment. "Bastard, do you know who I am?" Tianyin channeled his energy, emitting a shocking power, and calmly replied, "I don't need to know who you are, but I advise you to vomit out all the silver you swallowed. Otherwise, I won't mind giving you a few more slaps." "Why?" Lu Li saw the aura emitting from his body and exclaimed, "A cultivator." He kowtowed and said repeatedly, "Sorry, please, great lord, spare this lowly one. This lowly one absolutely won't dare to cause trouble anymore." Tianyin chased him off directly. Scram! Not waiting for him to say a second sentence, Lu Li ran straight out on all fours. System reported, "Congratulations, player D. Tianyin, for completing the quest. Received 10,000 experience points. Obtained 100 favorability point from Zhou Lingyun, 5 character points." Zhou Lingyun sat on the ground and took out a few gold ingots. The girl offered them with both hands in front of Tianyin and said, "Benefactor, this is remuneration for you. I cannot give you too much, otherwise my younger brothers at home won't have enough rice to eat." He bent down and said to the little girl, "I don't need silver. I just wonder if you'd like to join our Tianquan palace?" Ling Yun clutched the hem of her skirt and replied hesitantly, My talent is very low. Basically, there is no way to join Tianquan palace." Tianyin turned to speak to Ling and Qin Shui, senior sisters. "Can she join Tianquan palace? Starting as a cleaning disciple, is that okay?" And Ling replied, "This probably isn't a problem. Moreover, junior brother, You are also a famous person in Tianquan Palace. Just bringing one person in, the elders won't say anything. He asked joyfully, since it's like that, do you want to go with us? The little girl looked sad and said, but I can't leave my younger brothers there without care. So, I apologize, young noble. Just then, the system announced, accept the quest to help Jiulingyun. Completion reward is 10,000 experience points. Jiulingyun's favorability increases by 50. Character points increase by 5 points. Tianyun thought to himself, so it was an optional quest. Just now, I was very concerned about what character points were. He reviewed his stats once more. Player, Tianyun, level 12, Spirit Refinement Realm, 2nd layer. Experience points, 5225. Crazy points, 670. Character points, 5. Cultivation Technique, Northern Dark Divine Art. Skills, Essence Absorbing Great Art, Eagle Claw Art, Falling Rain Sword Art, Floating Cloud Steps. Weapon, Frost Fist. Defensive Gear, Snow Wolf Combat Boots, Evenly God Armor. Divine Skills, Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo. Character points, increases luck. The higher the character points, the luckier one is applicable anywhere. Tianyin gave a refreshing smile. It seemed doing good deeds could increase character points. However, he didn't know how effective these few points would be for leveling up. Just accept it. Leaves fell gently from the canopy to the ground. Tianyin said to the little girl, then go pick up your younger brother too. My Tianquan Palace can recruit a few more people. Lingyun exclaimed in surprise, is that really okay? He affirmed, that's right, but now we have to go buy some things. The little girl said shyly, then I will wait for you outside. Lingyun lowered her head, because poor people cannot enter there. Suddenly, Tianyun grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her along. With me here, you are a valued guest. Who dares to touch you? It was the first time someone had been so good to her. Lingyun smiled and followed. But just as they reached the gate, a loud shout rang out, hey. Immediately after, a large hand blocked Lingyun. The little girl was pushed back and fell to the ground. Lingyun cried out in pain. The gatekeeper looked at her with disdain. So sorry, our place does not welcome poor people. Tianyun questioned, she is with me. If I bring her in, there's no problem, right? The guard looked at him and realized he was a cultivator. The gatekeeper said, no problem. Then his attitude changed 180 degrees. He stepped forward to help Lingyun up, speaking sweetly. Oh my, why did this young lady fall? It was this lowly one's carelessness. Please, great one, do not hold it against this lowly one. Please come inside. Stepping inside, the man thoughtfully reminded, watch the steps. Tianyun gritted his teeth and said, I'll spare your dog life. Lingyun felt extremely delighted. She had really gotten inside. Inside, many items were on display. Precious jade swords, medicinal pills. Lingyun bent down and looked intently at medicinal pill. Tianyun asked, you want this? The girl replied in confusion, I want this pill. He was curious. What do you want this pill for? The little girl answered honestly, my younger brother has been poisoned. I heard this detoxification pill can cure it, so I want it. Tianyun said confidently, if it's just a detoxification pill, then take me to see your brother. I'll help treat him. Lingyun couldn't hide her joy. Is that really okay? He affirmed, no problem. Wait for me to finish my business here, and we'll go immediately. The little girl said touchingly, thank you. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the other side. Why are people from the slums in here? Master Kong, holding prayer beads, sneered, has Tianfeng Pavilion fallen to this state? Truly bad luck. Tianyun exclaimed, oh, so it's Master Kong? He was also very surprised to see him. It's you? Why are you here? Tianyun questioned, is there a problem with me being here? As soon as he saw Lingyun, he shouted, why are even people from the slums allowed in here? Someone come here. A waiter immediately ran in. Master Kong scolded, truly bad luck. Chase these people out for me. The man immediately obeyed, yes. The waiter immediately stepped forward and shouted, this is Tianfeng Pavilion, not a place for poor people to enter. Please leave. Tianyun felt annoyed. Master Kong was a guest elder here. No wonder these guards listened to him. He asked coldly, on what basis do you assume she is poor? The man replied, she definitely can't afford even the cheapest treasure. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Lingyun sighed, let me go out. Tianyun handed the little girl 2 gold ingots and then asked the man, how about now? The waiter was stunned, looking from the 2 gold ingots to Master Kong. Old Kong yelled, this place does not welcome people like you. Hurry up and get lost. Lowly is lowly. The smell of poverty reeks from your bones. Lingyun lowered her head, her whole body trembling slightly. Tianyun retorted loudly, Is that so? But at least it's better than some people who, despite wearing luxurious clothes, are worse than animals. Master Kong insisted, I'm a guest elder here. If I want you to get lost, you get lost. Chase them out for me. Tianyun exclaimed, aren't you just a guest elder? Where's the manager here? I have something to say to him. Old Kong said with a hint of disdain, you think you can meet the pavilion master? The person upstairs, hearing the noise, looked down to watch the show. Just then, Pavilion Master Liang walked in from outside. He asked gently, what's wrong? Seeing him, Old Kong complained, it's Pavilion Master Liang. You came just in time. Earlier, he not only injured me, but also brought people from the slums in here, affecting the other guests. Chase them out. Seeing Qin Shui and Enling, the Pavilion Master guest. Could they be from Tianquan Palace? At this moment, Enling spoke up slowly, Pavilion Master Liang. Don't you feel your guest elder is too rude? We are from Tianquan Palace. So what if we brought someone in? Are we not guests? He smiled and replied, so that's how it is. No wonder the aura of you two is so extraordinary. Visitors are guests, especially those from Tianquan Palace. Why get angry? Anger only loses wealth. Hearing the Pavilion Master's words, Master Kong threatened, Pavilion Master Liang, I'll only say this much. If you let them stay here, then I will leave. Old Liang hesitated in his heart. Offending Master Kong for the sake of Tianquan Palace was probably not worth it. In the end, he decided to choose money. The Pavilion Master clasped his hands and said to the people of Tianquan Palace, I am truly sorry. Please leave this place. And Ling shouted angrily, you are truly bullying people too much. Tianyun immediately stopped her. No need to rush. We don't need to come to this place anyway. He said sternly, Pavilion Master Liang, remember your choice today. For some people, staying is useless anyway. Old Kong huffed and mocked. Fight with me? Tianfeng Pavilion is my territory. Once outside, Ling Yun felt remorseful and said, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Tianyun looked at the little girl. Seeing her sad face, he reassured her, I don't blame you. Actually, Master Kong has a grudge against us. It has nothing to do with you. He patted Ling Yun's shoulder gently and said, let's go somewhere else. I will make them regret their choice. Tianyun led everyone to Tianwu Pavilion. The shopkeeper asked politely, may I ask, young master? He asked directly, do you buy spirit tools? I came to sell spirit tools. Then Tianyun took out a series of weapons he had crafted for the shopkeeper to see. He thought to himself, since Tianfeng Pavilion doesn't know what's good for them, I'll borrow Tianwu Pavilion's hand to suppress them. Seeing the good goods, she immediately said, valued guest, please come inside and wait a moment. I will go call Pavilion Master Z over immediately. The shopkeeper quickly went inside to call the Pavilion Master. At this moment, the system announced, successfully accepted the quest to help Tianwu Pavilion suppress Tianfeng Pavilion. Completion reward is 50,000 experience points. ZUA's favorability increases by 100, adds 500 gold taels. Character points increase by 10 points. Tianyun thought to himself, ZUA is likely someone closely related to Tianwu Pavilion. It seems quests are everywhere. There are too many random quests. I basically can't use them all. The Pavilion Master was a young woman in a blue dress walking down the stairs. Seeing the people from Tianquan Palace, she said, I've kept the valued guests waiting. I am ZUA, acting Pavilion Master of this Tianwu Pavilion. As soon as Yue saw Tianyun's swords, she immediately felt interested. These spirit tools are all mid-grade spirit tools. She observed for a moment and concluded to be able to obtain so many mid-grade spirit tools at such a young age. Not simple. If I can cooperate with him, perhaps I can make a large sum of money. Yue then asked, not bad, 10 mid-grade spirit swords. Do you plan to sell them to us? Tianyun replied frankly, as you have seen, these 10 spirit tools were crafted by me. I want to cooperate with Tianwu Pavilion. You provide the materials, and I will refine the spirit tools. The distribution is up to you to decide. The price is up to you to decide. The only condition is that the price must be lower than Tianfeng Pavilion's. Yue said while examining the goods, the young master wants us to steal Tianfeng Pavilion's customer source. Do you have a grudge against Tianfeng Pavilion? Tianyun replied, something like that. So, do you want to accept this deal? The girl smiled gently and replied, "Of course, it's possible. I am very satisfied." A moment later, Tianyun said to the two senior sisters, "Please help me. Follow Miss Jio and bring her younger brother here for detoxification. I cannot leave here for the time being." Qin Shui and the others immediately agreed. "Okay, we will go right now." At this time, at Tianfeng Pavilion, Old Kong sat on a chair, looking smug, and said, "Fight with me? I will make it so your Tianquan Palace cannot sell anything here." Pavilion Master Liang flattered. Hee, that's right. Tianquan Palace doesn't have a forge master either. Offending you is truly unwise. While the two were chatting, suddenly a subordinate ran in from outside in a panic and reported, "Pavilion Master Liang, it's bad." The Pavilion Master shouted, "What is the rush? Don't you know manners?" He clasped his hands and said, "Pavilion Master Liang, over at Tianwu Pavilion, they have started selling mid-grade spirit tools at a low price of 10,000 taels." Old Liang and Old Kong exclaimed in shock. "What?" He looked skeptical. "Are they crazy over there? 10,000 taels is no different from selling at half the price of a low-grade spirit tool." The subordinate said, "This seems to be the idea of a patron to drag all our customer sources over there in an instant." Pavilion Master Liang wondered, a patron's idea? Who would be so generous to agree to sell at such a low price? The subordinate replied, "It seems to be the one you chased out earlier." Old Kong cried out, "What? How could it be him?" Pavilion Master Liang's face turned ashen. "Isn't he someone sent down by Tianquan Palace? How is he selling spirit tools? Tianquan Palace doesn't have many spirit tools, does it?" He turned to ask Master Kong. "Or perhaps he was forced into a corner by us." Old Kong sighed and replied, "This must be because we pushed too hard that he did this. Let me see how many he can sell." He said that, but the hand holding the prayer beads was trembling, and he was extremely panicked inside. Damn it, Tianyan really knows how to refine tools. Pavilion Master Liang ordered the subordinate, "Quickly go buy them all back immediately." He immediately replied, "Understood." The subordinate ran off for a while, then returned to report, "Pavilion Master Liang, those spirit tools were cleaned out very quickly, but a new batch was put out just as fast." He ordered buy. A moment later, the subordinate returned to report again. "Tianwu Pavilion has fresh spirit tools out of the oven again. As soon as we bought them all, there was news of more coming." Pavilion Master, Tianwu Pavilion has more again. Pavilion Master Liang slammed his fist on the table with a bang. How can there still be more? Could it be that Tianwu Pavilion is selling their own stock at a low price too? After calming down, he suddenly realized something is wrong. This is not the behavior of a fool. There is definitely something incorrect somewhere. At this time, inside Tianwu Pavilion, the trading scene was extremely bustling. A female servant exclaimed, "Pavilion Master Z, the headquarters will definitely recognize your status this time." Yue held a notebook in her hand, speaking happily. "This time, it is fortunate that young Master D came over to help during the most difficult time. Although it is said to be borrowing our strength to suppress Tianfeng Pavilion, this is also exactly what we need. Ordinary forge masters will more or less have some failure rate, yet young Master D has never failed. This level of skill truly makes others feel astonished." Tianyun was forging weapons at full speed, extremely diverse in types and functions. At this moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, player D Tianyun, for mastering primary forging mastery, leveling up to intermediate forging mastery." Tianyun was overjoyed, thinking to himself, "Intermediate forging mastery means I can craft high-grade spirit tools, perhaps even top-grade spirit tools." He opened the system to examine it carefully, then exclaimed, "Worthy of being high-grade spirit tools." The success rate instantly went up to 50. Top-grade spirit tools, I'm afraid, are only 10. Inside Tianwu Pavilion, the voice of Jiu Lingyun cried out, "Young Master D, he is my younger brother." The girl knelt on the ground, her voice pleading, "I beg you, please save my brother." Tianyun helped her up and said, "Don't rush. Let me check his condition first." He pulled up the boy's trouser leg. There was a deep bite mark on the ankle, and the bruising had spread quite extensively. Tianyun thought to himself, truly poisoned by a potent poison, probably bitten by some poisonous snake. Now, the toxin has flowed into the meridians and completely mixed with the blood. The boy woke up at this moment. He pulled Ling Yun's hand and said innocently, "Sister, you're back. I seem to have dreamt that you and I went to the lake to play and went into the mountains together to pick fruit." The girl replied with tears in her eyes, "You will recover very quickly. At that time, we'll go pick fruit together." Tianyun hurriedly reassured, No need to be too worried. Ling Yun looked at him with expectant eyes. He channeled his energy, condensing a flame on his arm, and said, "A detoxification pill can indeed save your brother, but there is a way to eliminate this type of toxin faster." Seeing this scene, Ling Yun was worried in her heart. Isn't this flame for refining tools? Is he using that flame to eliminate poison? The flame slowly penetrated the boy's blood vessels, weaving into the body to eliminate the poison. Seeing her brother's face becoming rosy again, Ling Yun exclaimed, "The snake poison has been forced out." The girl asked joyfully, "You're awake?" Tian Yun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, this toxin is also quite mild. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The boy sat up and said, "Sister, I feel much better." Ling Yun replied, "Better is good." The girl immediately knelt down in front of Tian Yun and said, "Many thanks, young Master D. I am willing to be a slave for this entire life for young Master D, to serve you." He hurriedly helped her up. "No need to thank me. I merely wanted to help, that's all." At this moment, the system announced, "Mission accomplished, distributing rewards." Ziyue, standing nearby, saw this scene and thought to herself, "This kind of technique is usually only known by alchemists, unless he also knows alchemy." Tian Yun suddenly suggested, "Pavilion Master Z, please give us a guest room to let the two siblings rest a bit." She replied generously, "Of course." Then Yue stepped out the door and said, "You guys follow me." Ling Yun hurriedly supported her brother to follow and replied, "Many thanks, Pavilion Master." Tian Yun opened the system to check. The success rate had increased. Originally, high-grade spirit tools were at a 50 level. In an instant, it turned into a 55 level. It increased by half in an instant. Does this character points value really affect the forging success rate? Plus the lucky halo, isn't the success rate 100 then? The fragrance from the incense burner rose, wafting throughout the room. Yue was sitting and looking at the ledger when a subordinate came in to report, "Pavilion Master Z, the price of the mid-grade spirit tools they are selling is 10,000 lower than ours." She sighed and said, "Currently, mid-grade spirit tools are also saturated. It seems we can only suppress to this extent." The other person asked again, "Then what if the price of high-grade spirit tools drops?" Yue calculated, "High-grade spirit tools, in terms of cost, the price is not cheap, equivalent to 3 mid-grade spirit tools. But if it's only a little cheaper, then it's meaningless." At this moment, Tianyun's voice suddenly rang out. "Then what if we sell them for 50,000 taels cheaper?" Pavilion Master Z analyzed. "The success rate of high-grade spirit tools is terrifyingly low. If we fail frequently like that, we'll suffer a loss." He stood by the window looking out and affirmed, "No problem. I can resolve the high-grade spirit tools. In one breath, we can pull all their customers over here, but whether we can keep them later depends on you." Pavilion Master Z stated the condition. "As long as young Master D can maintain a certain success rate, we can provide 40 or above 50. Outside Tianwu Pavilion, leaves rustled in the wind. Tianyun's group quickly went to the backyard to rest. Tianyun immediately began refining high-grade spirit tools. The success rate was only 5. He decided to consume character points, use the lucky halo, and activate crazy mode. The system quickly displayed success rate 100. Tianyun's eyes lit up. Success. A loud noise rang out. Ziyue, standing outside, also saw the golden light emitting from the room. Tianyun walked out holding the spirit tool, his face extremely smug. It was an ordinary long sword, high-grade level. Qin Shui and the others could not hide their surprise. They quickly approached to admire the treasure. Did it really succeed? In her heart, Yue thought, "Such a grandmaster-level figure. I must rope him in later." At the same time, at Tianfeng Pavilion, Pavilion Master Liang was using an abacus to calculate. "This time we also forced the price down. The customer source has finally come back to our side, unless they continue to lower the price." He gently rubbed his brow and said, "For such a situation to appear, a large part of the cause is thanks to the contribution of Master Kong." Old Kong pointed forward and said, "Pavilion Master Liang, I suspect they want to probe our situation, likely spies sent by Tianwu Pavilion." Old Liang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Things have reached this point, and you still talk nonsense?" Just then, a subordinate ran in from outside to report. "Bad news. Tianwu Pavilion has started selling high-grade spirit tools. The price is even 50,000 taels lower than ours." Master Kong screamed, "What?" Pavilion Master Liang trembled, all over. He lowered his head and thought, this is basically wanting to target us, specifically lowering the price so low. If we don't force the price down this time, then the reputation of Tianfeng Pavilion is in great danger. Old Liang asked, is the pavilion master of Tianwu Pavilion crazy? Who exactly crafted the high-grade spirit tools? The subordinate replied, according to the spy's report, it is Di Tianyun, an outer disciple of Tianquan Palace. Pavilion Master Liang threw the abacus straight at Old Kong. Is it really him? He exclaimed, this is impossible. How old is he? Old Kong's face was full of sweat, feeling panic in his heart. The important thing was that the mid-grade spirit tools he crafted now were very draining, and the success rate was not even 30. Another subordinate came in to announce, report Pavilion Master, they have already crafted 4 high-grade spirit tools and are still continuing to craft. It is said they crafted over 10 high-grade spirit tools. Everyone who heard it was extremely astonished. Old Liang roared in anger. Kong Xingfeng, you really have some skill to actually provoke such a character for my Tianfeng Pavilion. He stammered, Pavilion Master Liang, I. The Pavilion Master pointed to the door, directly seeing off the guest. No need to say more, a guest elder like you. We cannot afford to invite. Please go back. Old Kong immediately scrambled out, his mouth ceaselessly cursing Di Tianyan. Pavilion Master Liang calculated in his heart that Di Tianyin specifically wants to target Kong Shengfeng. If he remains here, Tianfeng Pavilion will not be able to turn things around. It seems I can only invite the Forging God sect to help. Outer disciple of Tianquan Palace, Di Tianyin, right? Want to teach me, Liang Tiansheng, how to behave. You're still too green. After leaving Tianfeng Pavilion, Kong Shengfeng went out to the street. He looked at the line of people queuing to buy spirit tools from Tianwu Pavilion, feeling resentful in his heart. Originally, he wanted to act ruthlessly. Now, don't blame me for being impolite. At this time, inside Tianwu Pavilion, Tianyin tried to focus all his energy to refine magic treasures. But because of working continuously for a long time, his strength had declined. Tianyin panted continuously, thinking to himself, not enough spiritual power. Yue hurriedly supported him and asked anxiously, young Master D is all right, isn't he? Tianyin forced a smile and replied, my spirit is a bit tired. It seems I've been refining tools for too long. At this moment, the system announced, congratulations player D Tianyin for completing the mission of helping Tianwu Pavilion, defeating Tianfeng Pavilion, gained 50,000 experience points. Ziyue's favorability is 100 character points 10 points. Sure enough, Yue's favorability updated, 142 points. She spoke gently to him. Young Master D, it seems you must rest a bit. Truly thank you very much for these past few days. The system continued to announce, congratulations, you have obtained 500 gold taels. Congratulations player D Tianyun for breaking through to the 4th layer of the spirit refinement realm. After reading this content, Tianyun smiled and replied, each side benefits, no need to thank. In his heart, he thought, broke through, didn't expect refining tools to level up even faster than killing monsters. He said to Pavilion Master Z, I'll go back to the room to rest a bit, then continue refining later. Tianyin returned to his room. He opened the system, checking the updated player information. Di Tianyun, level 14, Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 4. Experience value 370, and so on. Crazy points 382 points, character points 20 points. Cultivation technique, Northern Darkness Divine Art. Skills, Eagle Claw Art, Falling Feather Sword Art, Cloud, Drifting Steps, Essence Absorbing Great Art. Weapon, Frost Fist. Armor, Snow Wolf Combat Boots, Even the God Armor. Divine Tool, Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo. He felt extremely happy. Leveling up increased experience by quite a lot. The difficulty increased twofold in an instant, but leveling up wasn't as good as before. The window suddenly opened. A black shadow appeared. The system immediately issued a warning. Danger. Tianyin glanced behind him. There's an assassin. The armor appeared. He discovered the effect of the Heavenly God armor had fully opened. The assassin rushed straight towards Tianyin to attack, but hit the armor. He was bounced back, his mouth screaming. Ah. Tianyin thought to himself, Luckily, I have the heavenly god armor, otherwise I would really be dead. The assassin was smashed heavily onto the floor in extreme pain. He scrambled up, groaning, ugh, this strength. System notification. Effect of heavenly god armor. The attacker suffers reflected damage. Can cause injury in melee combat. The assassin coughed for a while. Cough, cough, he said with a distorted voice. Your strength is actually this strong. Tianyun asked loudly. Who exactly sent you here? He remained silent, then suddenly took out a dagger to attack unexpectedly. Tianyun jumped back to dodge, guessing. So fast, at least Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 3. He immediately cast the freezing art. The assassin only had time to utter, "This is," before being frozen solid by a block of ice. Tianyun said, "Would rather die than speak, right? Very well." He waved his hand, opening crazy mode, opening Lucky Halo, focusing on the attack. Tianyun laughed arrogantly. Then you should turn into my experience. He punched the ice block hard, shattering it. Ice fragments hit the door with a loud crash. System notification. Successfully killed the assassin. Gained 800 experience points. Gained stealth skill. A shadow cloak. 300 crazy points. Tianyun smiled and said, Stealth skill, shadow cloak are both god tier rank. The system explained the items in detail. Effective stealth skill. Completely conceals the body. Speed increases by 2 tiers. Damage increased by 2 tiers. Effective shadow cloak. Immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Effect of red dagger. Can recover own stamina. Adds poison effect. A fatal blow takes the life. Tianyun examined carefully and said, but it's a pity these weapons and skills cannot be upgraded, and the effects are fixed. It seems that so far, weapons obtained from killing monsters cannot be upgraded, but the quality is not bad. They could be used for a long time. Sending an assassin to kill me. It's either Tianfeng Pavilion or Master Kong. Suddenly Tianyun looked down at the floor. Amidst the shattered ice was a storage ring. He picked it up to look and said, only this storage ring remains. Tianyun took the items out of the ring and laid them on the table. Seems there are some things in this ring. There are no marks on the spirit tools, but judging by this level, it was probably made by Kong Shengfeng. He climbed onto the window. I must go to Tianfeng Pavilion to investigate who is doing this. Activating stealth skill. Tianyun disguised himself as a black shadow, going to Tianfeng Pavilion. Old Kong stood in the courtyard. He said loudly, what are you doing up there? Making such a big noise. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? System notification. Infiltrating Tianfeng Pavilion. Tianyun discovered someone standing and talking to himself in the courtyard. He thought to himself, could this old man be that Kong Shengfeng? Old Kong yelled, why is there still no movement? What exactly are those people doing? Make some more noise. Kong Shengfeng gritted his teeth and shouted, is this still an assassin of Shadow Alliance? Why are they so incompetent? Tianyun thought, sure enough, it was his doing. Apart from him, there really is no one else. Just then, system notification. Do you want to accept the mission to kill the enemy Kong Shengfeng? Mission reward is 10,000 experience points, 3 forging skill proficiency points, 300 gold tails, 3 crazy points. Tianyun took out a short sword and chose to accept. Tianyun turned into a silhouette, flying towards Kong Shengfeng, approaching from behind, knife against his neck. Old Kong sensed a powerful aura right nearby and asked, who? He looked behind but saw no one. The feeling just now raised a sense of unease in Old Kong's heart. I can't stay here for long. Better to leave. Tianyun silently held the short sword, standing right behind him. System displayed information. Name, Kong Shengfeng. Cultivation Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 2. Skills unknown. Overall strength unknown. He smiled, thinking in his heart, I don't need to know other news. Just knowing his cultivation is only Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 2 is enough. A fatal stab pierced straight through his chest. Old Kong screamed, ah. Tianyun caught the sword and revealed himself. He said indifferently, Master Kong, to assassinate me, you are still far from qualified. He trembled, his mouth stammering Di Tianyun. Kong Shengfeng fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body devoid of life. System notification. Congratulations player D Tianyun for killing Kong Shengfeng. Received 60,000 experience points, 200 crazy points. Obtained a forging god hammer. Congratulations on completing the mission to kill Kong Shengfeng. Gained 10,000 experience points, 500 crazy points, 300 forging skill proficiency points, 300 gold tails. Tianyun took out a bottle and poured the liquid onto Old Kong. The liquid in the bottle watered the corpse. In just a moment, a plume of white smoke rose up. Kong Shengfeng's body was corroded. Tianyin thought, this is the thing obtained from that assassin. Indeed, a god tool for destroying corpses without a trace. Indeed, keeping this kind of person alive is just a future trouble. Need to be more careful in the future. The moon was high. Tianwu Pavilion was noisy with the screams of maids. Yue asked Master D, what exactly happened here? He replied calmly, nothing, just killed an assassin. She exclaimed in surprise, indeed an assassin. Could it be Tianfeng Pavilion sent someone? He replied indifferently, that I am not clear about. Actually, in Tianyin's heart, he calculated, for now, the matter is done. I should go back. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Pavilion Master Z sighed. I am very sorry about this matter. It is my Tianwu Pavilion failing to protect you. To compensate, I am willing to yield a portion. You 6, me 4. Tianyin said, no need, unless it's a spirit refinement realm layer 8 or 9, or a strong person skilled in dispelling concealment techniques against assassins. Otherwise, it's basically hard to break. This matter has nothing to do with Tianwu Pavilion. Yue looked remorseful, but that we couldn't protect you is a fact. The percentage should still be calculated as just now. This is the biggest compensation we can give you. Really, she calculated in her heart. In order for him to help me revive this Tianwu Pavilion, this little profit can be completely yielded. I must think of a way to keep him. Tianyin refused firmly. Pavilion Master Z, I accept your good intentions. We have bought enough materials. We plan to depart tomorrow. This little matter and the assassin have nothing to do with you. Just rest assured. Knowing she couldn't keep him, Yue replied politely, all right, if Master D has decided so, I won't say anything more. If Master D needs anything from Tianwu Pavilion in the future, I will definitely help. The next day, when the sun was high, the group from Tianquan Palace prepared to leave. Pavilion Master Z, then I bid farewell. Yue replied, welcome to come again in the future. We will absolutely give Master D a very favorable price. Just then, outside there was a voice of a subordinate reporting. Pavilion Master Z, Tianfeng Pavilion is organizing an auction, preparing to sell a top-quality spirit tool. Moreover, there are many high-grade spirit tools. The key is that these things are all from the hands of Duanshin sect. Now many people are going over there, and they even say that in this Tianfeng city, except for Duanshan sect spirit tools, other spirit tools are all fakes. This made Ziyue and everyone extremely surprised. She exclaimed, coming from the hands of Duanshin sect. I didn't expect Tianfeng Pavilion could invite Duanshin sect. Pavilion Master Z pondered. In this Tianfeng city, the inspection of the Forge Master Guild, the evaluation of spirit tool grades all come from the decision of Duanshin sect. Now saying Tianwu Pavilion sells fake spirit tools. Doesn't this mean they're standing on Tianfeng Pavilion's side? Tianyin rubbed his chin and said, disciple of Duanshin sect, Ma Liangpeng. Yue asked immediately, does Master D know this Ma Liangpeng? He replied, no, just heard rumors. Qin Shui suddenly said, Junior Brother D, this Ma Liangpeng is one of the disciples sent by Duanshin sect to participate in the Tianshan ancient ruins. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant, denying all the spirit tools you forged. Young master, let's go to Tianfeng Pavilion to reason with him. At this moment, a crowd of people rushed into Tianwu Pavilion, shouting loudly, we want to return the goods. The disciple of Duanshin sect said, these high-grade spirit tools of yours are all fake goods. Actually, they are equivalent to medium-grade spirit tools. One person shouted, that's right, no wonder they were sold so cheap. Turns out they're defective goods. Quickly let us return the goods immediately. The whole group pushed the pile of spirit tools in front of Yue, making a scene. No wonder when I used it, something felt wrong. Turns out they're all medium-grade spirit tools. I didn't expect your Tianwu Pavilion to sell fake goods. Pavilion Master Z hurriedly reassured. Everyone, we dare to guarantee these are absolutely high-grade spirit tools. The power absolutely has no problem. One person said angrily, but the person from Duanshin sect said, these are all fake spirit tools. Duanshin sect is the most authoritative of the Forge Master Guild here. If I don't believe them, should I believe you? The person standing next to him agreed. That's right, you're just a bunch of scammers. Quickly let us return the goods. Seeing this attitude of theirs, D. Tianyun stepped out and said, Pavilion Master Z, let them return the goods. She was a bit hesitant, but, all right, I understand. Yue said to everyone, everyone don't be angry. Please follow me inside to return the goods. He muttered softly, seems like we can't leave temporarily this time. After returning the goods, we go to Tianfeng Pavilion. Not long after, everyone flocked to Tianfeng Pavilion. Pavilion Master Liang saw them and exclaimed, "So, is Pavilion Master Z arriving?" He stepped out to the gate, cupping his hands to welcome. "Don't know if there is any advice?" Yue said sternly, "Pavilion Master Liang, you already know yet you ask. You say that apart from Tianfeng Pavilion spirit tools, other things are all trash, defective goods, and even say the high-grade spirit tools we sell are not real high-grade spirit tools. Doing this, aren't you trying to make our business difficult?" Suddenly behind her a voice rang out. "I've seen the high-grade spirit tools forged by you. They're basically not high-grade spirit tools. At most they are medium-grade spirit tools." Pavilion Master Z turned around and saw a man walking into the room. He introduced himself. "I am Ma Liangpeng of Duanshan sect." He affirmed, "Real high-grade spirit tools have amazing power. Yours are too weak." Tianyun asked briskly, "Then do you want to compete a bit? See whose high-grade spirit tools are stronger." Liang Peng asked back, "Are you sending a letter of war to our Duanshan sect?" He looked at him with very confident eyes and replied, "So what if I am? I will show you what is called a real high-grade spirit tool." Ma Liang Peng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Audacious! State your name." He said clearly, "D. Tianyun. The fake high-grade spirit tools you mentioned were forged by me." Old Ma looked at him with half an eye and suddenly held his face laughing loudly. "Huh, are you that waste without blood chi from Tianquan Palace? I really didn't expect this. You can actually forge artifacts? I suspect you asked someone else to help forge them and then produced a batch of high-grade spirit tools like that." Tianyun didn't look afraid at all. He crossed his arms over his chest and replied sharply, "A waste with no blood chi. Do you know where you got this useless news from? Only a fool would believe it. Since you claim the spirit tools I made are fake, then how about we compete in another match? Let's see whose spirit tool can't last." Ma Liangpeng lifted his chin and replied, "Are you calling me stupid? You want to fight a match, right? Let me say this first. No asking others to fight. You must enter the arena yourself." He confidently said, "The weapons I forge being denied is naturally because I personally tested them. Whether your weapons are fake or mine are trash, just testing them a bit will show." Old Ma exclaimed, "Very well. Then let's compete outside. Let everyone witness who the failure is." Tianyun affirmed, "No problem." Everyone quickly gathered at the arena. Enling assessed, "This Ma Liangping's cultivation is at least at the 4th layer of the spirit refinement realm." Qin Shui was a bit worried. "Junior brother, his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you get injured, how will we explain it to the palace master when we return?" Di Tianyan held a long sword in his hand and confidently replied, "Two senior sisters, rest assured. I will return shortly. No need to worry. I will make him pay the corresponding price." Liang Peng saw him step onto the arena and said, "I thought you only knew how to hide behind women. It seems you have some backbone." Tianyan replied, "Even if I hide behind women, it's still better than others spouting nonsense." He raised his long sword, channeling chi, and said arrogantly, "Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know soon enough. This high-grade rapier is my proudest work. Everyone here, bear witness and see whose weapon is more powerful." Tianyan raised his sword. "I'll use this heavy sword to see what your so-called high-grade spirit tool is really like." Ziyue shouted a reminder, "This is just a normal spar, not a life-and-death duel. If you act against our guest elder, then don't blame my Tianwu Pavilion for being impolite." Liang Peng replied, "We'll just spar a little. He's not worth me killing." In his heart, he thought, a rapier against a heavy sword. Relying on movement techniques is enough to toy with this brat. The people standing around mocked. This guest elder of Tianwu Pavilion is definitely an idiot. Rapier against heavy sword. Isn't this clearly seeking death? One person affirmed, "How could a disciple of the Duan Shin sect lose? This time, Tianwu Pavilion's guest elder will surely lose." Another laughed. Maybe he was provoked into madness to fight recklessly like this. Ma Liangpeng attacked first, shouting loudly, "Infinite blade and sword. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the power of the Duanshin sect." Tianyan immediately raised his sword to block. The two weapons clashed, making a piercing sound. Old Ma's sword force was very strong. Tianyan had to brace himself to withstand it. In his heart, he thought, "This isn't a spar at all. He basically wants my life." He tried his best to counterattack, forcing Ma Liangpeng to jump back a few steps to dodge. He felt surprised. He actually blocked one of my strikes. Old Ma continued to channel chi and unleashed powerful waves of sword chi. He shouted, let's see how long you can last. Tianyun immediately blocked and sneered. Is this all the strength you have? Then you've disappointed me. Seizing the opportunity, Tianyun rushed forward to attack, his eyes suddenly turning extremely cold. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed straight at Old Ma's front. Clang! Maliang Benges' sword blade instantly snapped. Tianyun continued to activate the crazy mode skills, his attack power becoming much stronger. Old Ma cried out, ugh ugh. Tianyun recited an activation spell. Booming sounds rang out, and dust billowed up, causing the people below to cough. Ziyue stood silently, looking a bit worried. The dust gradually settled. Ma Liangpong sat on the ground, supporting himself with his sword, coughing. He suddenly cried out, my sword! His blade was cracked and chipped almost entirely. Tianyun slowly walked up to him and exclaimed, is this the power of your weapon? Didn't you say my spirit tools were fake? He pointed his sword at Ma's head and said, the truth has proven that your weapon is the real piece of trash. How do you feel? The spectators below began to buzz with discussion. Could it be that Tianwu Pavilion really sells high-grade spirit tools? No way, that was a trash spirit tool. This is the Duan Shin sect. Could it be that the Duan Shun sect is smearing them? Ma Liangpong felt humiliated and shouted, you injure me again. His eyes looked at Tianyun with extreme hatred. Then he unleashed a powerful gale strike. Tianyun quickly dodged. He smiled and slashed a counterattack, shouting loudly, get lost. Old Ma's sword was shattered into many pieces. He cried in resentment, boo-hoo. Then he leaped high, intending to run away, but Tianyun immediately pursued him. In just a split second, he blocked his path. He swung his sword and said, go down. A powerful slash knocked Ma Liangpong straight down. Boom! The ground shook, and rocks and dust rolled up. Pavilion Master Z thought to herself, this Tianyun is young, but his cultivation is not low, and his forging level is definitely not low either. He is absolutely a monstrous genius. Old Ma lay in a pit. Tianyun stood beside him, staring at him, and said cheerfully, you lost. Your weapon is nothing special either. Hearing this, Liangpong was furious. He gripped the hilt of his sword and replied, on what basis do you say my weapon is weaker than yours? Saying that, he took the broken sword and leaped up, attacking his opponent with a death wish. However, Tianyun slashed out quick as lightning, cutting across his body. Old Ma didn't expect Tianyun would dare to kill him. He only managed to utter one word, you, then fell silent. Tianyun shouted coldly, you lost and didn't admit it, and you still wanted to sneak attack me? What a pity, you don't have a qualification. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The space suddenly fell into silence for a moment. And then, sky-shaking cries erupted. Oh my god, the Duan Shun sect person was killed. This Tianwu Pavilion guest elder is truly ruthless. Didn't you see that Duan Shun sect disciple? He wanted to kill him. Fighting back is normal. It's over. He killed a disciple of the Duan Shun sect. He's dead for sure. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, player Tianyun, for killing Ma Liangpong, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 gold, gaining the technique Cloud Steps, the technique Wind Chasing Sword Art, and 400 crazy points. Congratulations on completing the mission, gaining 50,000 experience points, 500 proficiency points in forging skills, and 500 gold. Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. So this Ma Liangpong was nothing more than that? Pavilion Master Liang suddenly cried out, you actually killed Ma Liangpong? He ordered his subordinates to arrest him and take him to the Duan Shin sect. In his heart, Pavilion Master Liang pondered. Ma Liangpong was a guest elder of Tianfeng Pavilion. Now that he's killed, Tianfeng Pavilion won't escape implication. If I let Tianyun run away, it will definitely be very troublesome. When the subordinates stepped forward, Tianyun raised his sword and said, arrest me. I'd like to see who dares to arrest me. Pavilion Master Liang shouted, you still dare to resist? You killed a disciple of the Duan Shun sect. If you don't obediently surrender, be careful not to implicate your Tianquan palace. Tianyun let out an "Oh." He can kill me, but I can't kill him? What kind of logic is that? Do you think just because you have a bit of power you can be tyrannical? Pavilion Master Liang replied sharply, so what? If you don't obediently surrender today and your Tianquan palace gets implicated, just wait for the Duan Shun sect to personally come to your door to ask questions. Seeing him so arrogant, Qin Shui spoke up. Pavilion Master Liang's tone is quite big. Even a third-grade faction wouldn't dare to speak so casually like that. Can you represent the Duan Shun sect now? The power of Tianquan Palace is indeed weak, but our connections are not few. There are many among the third-grade factions. Once something happens to Tianquan Palace, those forces won't stand by and watch. Hearing her say this, Pavilion Master Liang restrained himself a little. He said, "But no matter what, you should come to the Duan Shun sect with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Ziyue thought to herself, if he really goes to the Duan Shun sect with Liang Tiancheng, Di Tianyan definitely won't come out looking like a human anymore. Killing their disciple. I'm afraid he'll have to pay a huge price. She was about to speak when the maid behind her suddenly reminded her, "Pavilion Master Z, don't be impulsive. He is not worth us doing this. The Duan Shin sect is not something we can touch." These words woke Pavilion Master Z up. Not to mention, she couldn't bear the responsibility of protecting him. The forces behind Tianwu Pavilion were ones she couldn't offend even more. She lowered her head and whispered, "Sorry." At this moment, Tianyun stepped forward and spoke clearly. "I only represent myself." Yue was slightly startled to hear this. He announced loudly, "From now on, I am no longer an outer disciple of Tianquan Palace. Let me see how you will be impolite to me." Qin Shui hurriedly tried to stop him. "Young master, don't be impulsive." Pavilion Master Liang's face bulged with green veins, and he shouted, "Good, very spirited." Then he ordered his subordinates to arrest him for me. Remember to catch him alive. Tianyun realized that although these people were dressed normally, they were all at the 4th or 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm. They came at just the right time. He channeled Qi, equipped the Snow Wolf combat boots, and opened Crazy Experience mode and Crazy Damage mode. The two sides rushed into close combat. Tianyun alone fought against a large group. He threw a punch hitting the leader's face. The lucky halo was active, and he immediately saw someone intending to ambush him from behind. Tianyun unleashed a kick straight into his stomach. "Get lost." He fought left and right, brawling amidst the crowd of Tianfeng Pavilion people. A powerful sword strike instantly wiped out two of them, and a shrill scream rang out. At this moment, the system announced, "Successfully killed a deacon of Tianfeng Pavilion, gaining 800 experience points, obtaining a 3rd-grade recovery spirit pill, and 400 crazy points." On the other side, there were still a few more. Seeing Tianyun rushing over with his sword, they screamed in fear, "No, don't come here." Saying that, they turned and ran. Tianyun immediately executed cloud steps. He leaped high into the air, then added a wind blade attack, a sword strike, sending the opponents to the underworld. System notification. Successfully killed the deacon of Tianfeng Pavilion. Gained 10,000 experience points. A double experience pill for 10 minutes. 500 crazy points. Congratulations, player Di Tianyun, for successfully breaking through to Layer 5 Spirit Refinement Realm. Tianyun stood in the middle of the courtyard, shouting loudly, "Is there anyone else?" Seeing this scene, Pavilion Master Liang was extremely surprised. What happened? The moves he displayed were previously used by Ma Yangpeng. He couldn't have learned Duan Shun Sect's moves. Qin Shui and Ling exclaimed, "The young master has become stronger again." Pavilion Master Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Originally, I didn't want to reveal my strength, but you killed our deacons." He took out a precious sword and shouted, "Our Tianfeng Pavilion won't let you off. Let me see what kind of strength you actually have." At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "Do you want to accept the mission to kill Yang Tiancheng? Mission rewards are 30,000 experience points, 10,000 gold tails, strength belt, 5x experience card for 1 hour." Tianyun looked at the boss information of Liang Tiancheng and was a bit surprised. A boss? He laughed uncontrollably. Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 7, a boss-level character. Tianyun held his sword and rushed forward. "Ha! I didn't expect you'd turn into a boss. I was waiting for you." Pavilion Master Liang shouted, "Don't be arrogant." He unleashed the 10,000 swords become one move. Sword Qi filled the sky, aiming straight at the opponent. Tianyun unleashed a wind-chasing slash to counter. The two forces collided, causing the space to tremble. A loud explosion rang out. Boom, boom. Dust and smoke rolled up blindly. Tianyun was thrown back a distance. He groaned, "Ugh, ugh." He frowned slightly. Sure enough, a boss isn't easy to destroy. Pavilion Master Liang continued to attack. "Go die for me." Tianyun immediately used his sword to block. He was truly very strong, completely suppressing the opponent. Tianyun braced himself to resist, but after just a moment, his sword was knocked away. Seeing blood dripping from his hand, Qin Shui and the others couldn't help but worry. "Young master, are you all right?" Tianyun shouted. "Don't come over here. I am no longer a disciple of Tianquan Palace. I don't want to implicate Tianquan Palace, so don't interfere." He gritted his teeth and said, "Please." Qin Shui and Ling froze. "Junior brother," Pavilion Master Liang exclaimed, "still have some sense of responsibility. Now you don't even have a weapon. Let's see what you'll use to fight me." Tianyun sneered. "Ha ha ha." Old Liang looked confused. He exclaimed, "Who said I don't have a weapon?" Tianyun raised the frost gauntlet equipment. Seeing this item, Liang Tianqing immediately mocked. "You're using this to fight me?" He laughed with pleasure. "That's good then. I'll fulfill your wish, letting you die without a whole corpse." Old Liang unleashed 10,000 swords returned to one, rushing into attack. But just as he got close to the opponent, his eyes suddenly showed fear. Tianyun froze the tip of his sword, simultaneously unleashing the essence-absorbing great method. He hit while pulling him high up. The system continuously notified, gained 500 experience points, 46 experience points, 5 experience points, 630 experience points. Tianyun suddenly shouted, "It's time to end this." He grabbed his hand and threw him down hard. Pavilion Master Liang fell down like a rock. Thud! A sound. Tianyun jumped down onto him, stomping hard. Old Liang coughed up blood. He cried out weakly, "Hey, how was this possible?" Tianyun's eyes were full of fury. He replied coldly, "Nothing is impossible. It's you who are too weak." Opening the lucky halo, channeling internal energy to unleash the final blow. Liang Tianqing felt Tianyun's blazing killing intent, immediately screaming, "Spare me. I'll have Duan Shin sect not pursue you anymore." But it was too late. Tianyun struck a powerful blow, landing straight on his chest. The power emitted was terrifying, making everyone stand still in fear. At this moment, the system notified, "Congratulations, you have killed Liang Tianqing, gained 80,000 experience points, 5,000 gold, gained strength bracelet, strength ring, martial art, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, wind chasing blade, spirit energy, 700 crazy points. Congratulations on completing the mission to kill Liang Tianqing. Rewards are 30,000 experience points, 10,000 gold tails, gain strength belt, 5x experience card for 1 hour. Congratulations player D Tianyun for successfully breaking through to Layer 6 Spirit Refinement Realm. Tianyun thought to himself, leveled up. A person standing nearby exclaimed, voice full of astonishment. Pavilion Master Liang's cultivation was at least Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 7. He died just like that? Ziyue thought to herself, this young Master D is a bit too formidable. Suddenly, she felt something uneasy. Not good. Yue warned loudly. Young Master D, go quickly. If you don't go now, it will be too late. Tianfeng Pavilion and Duan Shin Sect won't let you off. Tianyun pondered for a moment. He took off the storage ring and gave it to Qin Shui, instructing, Senior sisters, take these things back. This is a disaster I caused. I will bear it all. When you return, tell the palace master, no need to worry about me. Zhou Lingyun and the others, I leave them in your care, please. In his heart, he thought, next there will definitely be many strong experts appearing to hunt me down. If I return, Annie will protect me no matter what. That would be a disaster for Tianquan Palace. After that, Tianyun executed cloud steps, rushing away very fast. Ling called out after him, Junior brother. Just then, from behind, someone shouted, Brat, don't even think about running. A middle-aged man was rushing over with terrifying speed. People standing nearby immediately recognized him. This was the vice deacon of Duan Shin Sect. It's over, provoking Duan Shin Sect. That brat is definitely dead. Qin Shui exclaimed. This person is at the peak of the spirit refinement realm. Ling hurriedly covered her face and cried out, Junior brother, run quickly. Tianyun opened up full speed to run away, thinking in his heart, really strong. Didn't expect that just after killing a boss, another super boss appears. The kill reward will definitely not be bad. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't kill him easily. If I really risk it, it might endanger my life. I only have one life. Old Fu followed right behind, his eyes full of fury, shouting, don't think about escaping. Fu Yuxing very quickly discovered Tianyun running into a small alley. No matter where you hide, it's useless. Locked on by me, you can't escape. He sped up to chase, but at a three-way intersection, Yuxing stopped. He could no longer sense Tianyun's traces. Old Fu roared, damn it, where is he? In his heart, he thought that brat disappeared. Fu Yuxing punched the wall hard and shouted, "Get out here!" The wall immediately shattered, a large chunk, dust and smoke rolling up blindly. Tianyun stood silently observing. Suddenly old Fu sneered and threatened. "Tianquan Palace, right? If you don't come out, I will go capture those 2 girls of yours now, throw them to the other disciples to play with, and then strangle them to death. Think carefully. This is all your responsibility." Tianyun stood on the roof looking down, thinking in his heart, "Enling, Qin Shui. If they're captured and humiliated because of me, then I can never forgive myself. You forced me." Trash of Duan Shinsek. He immediately used a berserk pill, putting it in his mouth and swallowing. The crazy mode was also opened. Tianyun's body grew larger. The aura emitting was also extremely furious. He equipped the strength bracelet, strength ring, and strength belt. System notification. Successfully activated set attributes, adding 50 effect. Old Fu also quickly detected the killing intent. He looked up and discovered Tianyun hiding there. A force struck straight at Fu Yuxing's position. He immediately jumped high to dodge, crying out, "Ugh, ugh." Tianyun just glanced at him. Old Fu immediately took out a precious sword. He shouted, "Finally showed yourself." He recognized at a glance that the armor on the vice deacon's body was not simple, at least a high-grade treasure tool. It couldn't be breached even under crazy mode. Old Fu unleashed wind subduing. Countless forces shot out, attacking fiercely. Tianyun used the heavenly god armor to protect himself, and then both rushed into a fierce melee. A moment later, Fu Yuxing suddenly stopped. He stared at the circle of light on the opponent's hand. At this time, Tianyun was also injured not lightly. He sighed. "Without the heavenly god armor, I'm afraid this strike would have taken my life." He quickly used a recovery pill. Tianyun ate several pills at once. In just a split second, his body recovered quickly. In his heart, he pondered, worthy of being a grade 3 recovery pill, especially under the effect of crazy mode, increasing it twofold. Tianyun used stealth for a new attack. A stream of black air appeared right in front of Old Fu. He exclaimed, "Where is he?" Old Fu was a bit panicked in his heart, completely unable to sense his existence. "Took a hit from me, but is unharmed. How does this brat have such heaven-defying martial arts?" He raised his sword and slashed wildly. "Brat, only know how to hide sneakily like that?" Old Fu released force in all directions. "Get out here." Tianyun circled behind his back. Good opportunity. However, Fu Yuxing's strength was not average. He immediately dodged to the side to avoid the attack and said loudly, "Sure enough, skilled at sneak attacks." Tianyun felt it wasn't good. He immediately used cloud steps to dodge. Old Fu's extremely powerful sword slash cut downwards, a loud boom. Luckily, Tianyun avoided it. In his heart, he couldn't help but be afraid. Really fast. This is the difference in cultivation base. It's basically not something the 6 times effect can supplement. Old Fu stood laughing arrogantly. The aura he emitted was extremely dense. A light flared up violently. He shouted loudly, "Die for me." Sword chi filled the sky, cold purple. Tianyun guessed, "Only have this one chance." He rushed forward, attacking from the side. Fu Yuxing immediately detected it. Trying to sneak attack again, childish. He immediately dodged to the side, avoiding Tianyun's sharp blade. He rushed past Old Fu, who felt a bit surprised. "What? Dambrat?" Tianyun moved with godlike speed, keeping a safe distance from the opponent. Fu Yuxing immediately channeled his energy. He shouted, "Don't be arrogant." Saying that, Old Fu released a series of hidden weapons to intercept Tianyun. He was a bit horrified. Not good. Hidden weapons can't dodge in time. A series of hidden weapons were right in front of his face, then flew past, like an illusion. Old Fu cried out, "My killer move is actually useless." Suddenly, an aura pounced directly from the front. Tianyun shouted, "Old thief, today is the day you die." Fu Yuxing suddenly felt a strong shock, spat out blood, and cried out in pain. Cough, cough." His face became fearful, and he cried out in astonishment, "You pierced my soft armor." Tianyun looked at his palm and replied, "Being stabbed so many times continuously, how could your tattered soft armor not be pierced by me?" However, he thought to himself, "Luckily, I have the shadow cloak in my hand." The effect of the shadow cloak grants immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. Old Fu threatened, "If you kill me, the Duan Shin sect will not let you off." Tianyun replied confidently, "Rest assured, I will kill as many as come. When my cultivation is stronger, I will personally pay a visit to your door." He activated the freezing art. Old Fu saw his entire body freezing up and gradually cried out. Before he could finish his sentence, Tianyun unleashed a powerful move, shattering him into many pieces. He said loudly, "I'll level your entire Duanshin sect." A beep sounded, and the system announced, "Successfully killed Fu Yuxing. Obtained 100,000 experience points, 5,000 gold, 10,000 crazy points. Hidden weapon pair Blossom Needlestorm. One-time use. Congratulations. Successfully killed an elite boss. Obtained a special level-up reward. 1 lottery draw chance. Congratulations, player D. Tianyun. Successfully leveled up to Spirit Refinement Layer 7. Congratulations, player D. Tianyun. Successfully leveled up to Spirit Refinement Layer 8. Tianyun smiled with satisfaction. Leveled up twice in a row. Haha. Looking at the item just obtained, the effect of the pair Blossom Needle Storm was within a range of 100 meters. Cultivators in the Spirit Refinement realm will definitely die. Tianyun sighed. This is a bit too heaven-defying. It's a pity it can only be used once, but it can clear out a group of people. Who would dare surround me then? Let's retreat first and figure things out. He immediately jumped onto the roof and moved very quickly. Tianyun put his hand to his mouth and whistled to summon the snow wolf. The snow wolf appeared immediately. He rode on its back and dashed away. Scene change. The moon was high. In a small cave in the desolate mountains, a fire was flickering. Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally safe. The snow wolf lay on the ground, sleeping soundly. He poked the fire while muttering, "Now let's see how the overall situation is." System information updated. Player D. Tianyun, level 18, Spirit Refinement Layer 8. Experience value 1755 over. Crazy points 3698. Character points 15. Cultivation method Northern Dark Divine Art. Skills Essence Absorbing Great Method, Eagle Claw Art, Falling Feather Sword Art, Flying Cloud Steps, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Weapons Frost Gauntlet Red Dagger. Defensive gear Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Heavenly God Armor, Shadow Cloak. Divine skills Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo. Accessories Forging God Hammer, Strength Bracelet, Strength Ring, Strength Belt. Masteries Primary Divine Rune Mastery, Intermediate Forging Mastery, Primary Alchemy Mastery. All items 5x Experience Card, for Recovery Pills, 15 Level Up Gift Packs, 1 Lottery Draw Chance, pair Blossom Needlestorm. Suddenly, Tianyun saw a gift pack on the screen. I was chased so closely just now, I forgot I still have this gift pack unopened. He pressed the open button. System sent a message. Congratulations on obtaining Probing Eye. Unlock Special Type Tool, 10x Experience Card, Level 10 Level Up Gift Pack. This reward was so big it made Tianyun exclaim, "Wow." System instruction. Effect of Probing Eye. Can probe detailed data of anyone. Check current comprehensive combat power. He immediately opened the Probing Eye and looked at the Snow Wolf. Information quickly popped up. Snow Wolf Cultivation. Spirit Refinement Layer 8. Fur equivalent to medium grade Mortal Iron Armor. Claws with intensity of medium-grade mortal iron weapon. Health 100 points. Potential rank 2. Comprehensive combat power 1,300 points. Tianyun wondered. The Snow Wolf only has a combat power of 1,300. So how much combat power do I have? The system immediately replied. Comprehensive combat power 1,870 points. He was overjoyed. The benefit of this was huge. If he encountered trouble, he could at least turn and run in time. This was the key point. Now, let's try the lottery. I happen to have another draw chance. Tianyun immediately spun the lucky wheel. System displayed a message. Congratulations on obtaining an additional 50,000 experience pill. He punched the ground, startling the Snow Wolf, and looked regretful. My character is a bit poor, only drew a 50,000 experience pill. Suddenly, Tianyun remembered. I almost forgot I have the Lucky Halo. Using it can increase luck by 5 times. Why not use it on the lottery? He looked at the lucky wheel, muttering softly, wondering if it would work. Tianyun pressed for the lottery draw. The system immediately deducted points, consumed 1,000 crazy points, starting lottery draw. He clasped his hands and prayed, "Divine weapon, divine weapon, divine weapon." However, The arrow pointed to the tool slot. Tianyin accepted his fate. Fine then. System announced. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the variety mask. A silver mask appeared in his hand. Tianyin grumbled. What the monkey is a variety mask? At this time at the Duan Shun sect, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A hand slammed onto the table accompanied by a shout. Damn it! Sect Master Qing roared in anger. I didn't expect Ma Liangping's trip to your Tianfeng Pavilion to result in such an incident. Not only did Ma Liangping die, but even Deacon Fu is dead. The General Pavilion Master of Tianfeng Pavilion, Xiang Tianya, replied in a low voice. Tianfeng Pavilion also lost several deacons and Pavilion Master Liang. We suffered a loss in this matter. Sect Master Qing said. That kid from Tianquan Palace is a bit abnormal. I heard he was a waste with no blood chi. So how could he beat Deacon Fu to death? Could it be that someone from Tianquan Palace is secretly helping him? Old Xiang agreed with this assessment. That's right. I heard Palace Master Shi Leiyun spoils him very much. Secretly helping him is not impossible. Sect Master Qing was a bit puzzled, but that kid said he is no longer a disciple of Tianquan Palace, and what he does has nothing to do with Tianquan Palace. Xiang Tianya immediately retorted, if it's unrelated, aren't we suffering a huge loss? The reputation of our Tianfeng Pavilion has suffered greatly this time, and we are being suppressed by Tianwu Pavilion. Sect Master Qing affirmed. Rest assured, putting a warrant out for that kid is a given. Capture him. Kill him in front of Tianquan Palace. Very soon, Tianquan Palace will be ours, including his secret treasure. Old Xiang smiled with satisfaction. That's right, Tianquan Palace thinks nothing will happen. Sect Master Qing thought to himself. Legend has it that Tianquan Palace has a treasure that everyone covets. He smiled smugly. The foundation of Tianquan Palace was not low, so no one dared to make a move, but now it seemed the time was almost ripe. Meanwhile, at the profound Beast Mountain range, the place was full of jagged rocks and the space was silent. Tianyun exclaimed, is this the profound Beast Mountain range? Looking from the outside, there is no gloomy aura. He observed for a moment and concluded that his current cultivation was still too low and the beasts around the mountain were not strong. Just right for some training to break through to the spirit core realm. Tianyin jumped onto the snow wolf's back and shouted, let's go. And not long after, prey appeared. A big bear jumped out to block the way, and the snow wolf stopped. Tianyin smiled and said, came at just the right time. He jumped off the snow wolf's back and ordered, you go. The snow wolf immediately rushed to attack, defeating the opponent with just a basic strike. System announced, successfully killed Big Bear, obtained 900 experience points, 1 bear skin, 90 crazy points. Tianyin opened the system to check. Not bad. After opening the crazy experience mode, the experience is 1,800 points. Just then, he suddenly heard a noise from the other side, seemingly the sound of fighting. Tianyin jumped onto the wolf's back. Let's go quickly. Helping out is better than nothing. But right at this moment, the system announced a random mission. Do you want to accept the mission to rescue the young lady of the Yin family? Completion rewards, 5,000 experience points. Yin Lingshua's favorability is 110, 5 character points. Tianyin exclaimed, adding 10 character points? He immediately accepted the mission. For the sake of character points, I have no choice but to be a hero saving a beauty. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, a group of people was walking on a small dirt path. One person said, there is nothing unusual ahead. Hope the fighting just now didn't attract many profound beasts. The two people in the lead were higher guards, Tai Wan and Tan Dongsheng. Walking behind were the Yin family's steward, Old Zhang, and the Yin family's young lady, Yin Lingxua. Tan Dongsheng saw Tianyin and cried out, oh, who is over there? He immediately reassured them. No need to be nervous. I'm just training here. Tianyin had used the variety mask he just obtained. This was truly a treasure. Wearing this mask, no matter what happened, they wouldn't be able to find him for revenge. The function of the variety mask was to change into any appearance of any age at will, but gender could not be changed. These people were just at the first or second layer of the spirit refinement realm, probably here to pick spirit herbs. From the other side, the howl of a wild beast suddenly rang out. Tan Dongsheng cried out, not good. Everyone be alert, prepare to break out. A pack of bears rushed from the forest towards the Yin family group. Yin Lingxua looked at him and said somewhat shyly, this young master, I'm really sorry we've dragged you into this. Tianyin thought to himself. This Yin Lingxue understands etiquette quite well. At least not like those guards, who won't even say a word of apology. He smiled slightly and said, "No need to worry. Seeing injustice on the road, I'll lend a hand. Let me help you break out." Tan Dongsheng looked at Tianyun with some suspicion. "So active. Does this kid want to take advantage of the chaos to rob us?" He immediately used his sword to threaten. "Kid, stay away. Did you set your eyes on my young lady's beauty and have improper schemes towards her?" Lingxue shouted. "Guard Tan, it's already this time. Why are you still saying those words?" A large bear had pounced right behind him. Lingxue cried out, "Guard Tan, watch out behind you." Dongsheng turned around and huffed. "Here is the chance to prove my strength." He struck out a powerful sword strike, immediately killing the beast. Old Zhang hurriedly shouted, "Miss, there's one on your side too." Sure enough, a bear was pouncing towards Lingxue's back. The girl hugged her head and screamed in fear. Tianyun immediately threw a powerful punch, hitting the bear right in the mouth. The punch was so strong that the bear was sent flying far away, landing in a patch of grass. The system announced, "Successfully killed Big Bear, obtained 700 experience points, 72 crazy points." Tan Dongsheng was extremely terrified seeing this scene. What exactly is this guy's background? Old Zhang also had to exclaim, "Truly natural-born divine strength." Lingxue looked at him with favorable eyes. "This strength isn't bad, truly eye-opening." Tan Dongsheng looked annoyed. "Damn it, let him steal the prestige again." Taiwan silently looked at him with wary eyes. The two continued to rush at the big bear, brandishing their sword to show off. "Ah, stinky bear, take a sword of mine." Tianyun gave a faint smile. Truly two roosters crowing loudly. He continued to throw punches to deal with the bears behind. A moment later, the bear pack was completely wiped out. Tan Dongsheng said wearily, "Finally, they don't dare to chase anymore. Let's rest for a bit." Tianyun's face was extremely joyful at this moment. The sweeping battle just now helped him complete the protection mission, obtaining 50,000 experience points, 100 favorability points from Yin Lingxue, and 10 character points. He thought to himself, this mission was completed quite easily obtained 10 character points. Lingxue handed pills to everyone and said, "Thank you for your hard work. These are recovery pills. Everyone use them to recover." She handed one to Tianyun. "Young master, this is a recovery pill for you. Thank you so much for drawing your blade to help this time." Lingxue's favorability towards him was already 103. Tianyun was extremely happy. Increased by 100 favorability points, Yin Lingxue has become good friends with me. He accepted the pill and said, "Many thanks." Tan Dongsheng was a bit jealous. "Humph, just knocking away a bear, what kind of skill is that?" Another guy cut in, "Maybe the ones behind missed because this kid didn't kill them, allowing them to counterattack." The girl bowed her head slightly shyly and said, "No need to be polite. This little girl is Yin Lingxue. May I ask what the young master's honorable name is?" He gently replied, "I am Li Yun Tian, from a declined family, planning to train here a bit." Tianyun calculated in his heart, not knowing if the Duanshin sect had an arrest warrant out, but for safety, it was better to use a fake name. Hearing him say that, Lingxue suddenly suggested, "This little girl boldly invites young Master Li to become my guard. The remuneration is generous. I wonder if young master would agree to accept this job." The system immediately displayed a notification. "Do you want to accept the mission to escort Yin Lingxue to pick spirit medicine? Mission completion reward is 10,000 experience points, 20 favorability points from Yin Lingxue, 50 character points." Tianyun accepted the mission. He said to Miss Yin, "All right, coincidentally, I'm also exploring this side." Guard 10 looked dissatisfied. He questioned, "Miss Yin, are you sure you want to take in this kid of unknown origin? Miss just wants to rely on this kid's brute strength. Our two brothers are enough to protect you completely. Having some invited people might instead become a burden." Seeing his attitude, Tianyun smiled slightly. "This Tan Dongsheng manages a bit too much." Lingxue said, "Brother Tan, I have my own measure for this. Adding one person is also a bit safer. Let's decide like this. Let's go." Guard Tan showed off to Tianyun. "Kid, if you want to go with us, you must listen to all my instructions. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." He calmly replied, "No, I only listen to Miss Yin. She is the one hiring me, not you." He stepped forward to walk beside Lingxue, saying happily, "Miss Yin, next I will only listen to your instructions. I don't know what spirit medicine we're going to pick this time." Tan Dongsheng saw his relaxed appearance and was extremely angry, but could do nothing. Lingxue Xue replied. Ah, we are looking for the dragon tail spirit medicine. Heard it appears on the path of the profound Beast Mountain range, just that the quantity is very small. Tianyin pondered. Dragon tail grass is not high grade, but extremely rare, mainly for treating cultivation deviation. He suddenly asked, taking the liberty to ask, does Miss Yan's family have someone suffering from cultivation deviation? Old Zhang was extremely surprised. Young Master Li even understands the medicinal properties of this spirit medicine. Just then, suddenly there was a vibration in the bushes. Tan Dongsheng ran forward and shouted, "There's a monster!" He turned back and said loudly, "Miss, leave it to me to handle." Actually, Gartan thought to himself, "Stinky brat, I won't give you a chance to perform." And not giving Tianyin a single chance, Tan Dongsheng rushed forward and shouted, "Monster, die!" Immediately after, he was kicked straight in the face by a small fox. Seeing this scene, Tianyin thought to himself, since Tan Dongsheng wants attention, let him stand out as he wishes. It was already late afternoon. The group searched very enthusiastically, but still hadn't seen the spirit grass. Garton wiped sweat from his forehead. He cried out, "So strange. Is it that hard to find? Is dragon-tail grass really that hard to find? Miss Yin, it seems we really can't find it this time. We can only temporarily go back. Staying in this area at night is too dangerous." Yan Lingxue was a bit hesitant. At this moment, Tianyin suddenly spoke up. "Miss Yin, can you let me lead the way?" Lingxue was a bit hesitant. Young Masterly. Tan Dongsheng looked at him with half an eye, his voice a bit scornful. "Just relying on you?" Another guy chimed in. "Even Garton couldn't find it. How could you find it?" Tianyin calmly replied, "Don't you see Miss Yin really wants to find this dragon-tail grass? If you two are afraid, you can go back, I will find them." In his heart, he thought, these people keep dragging on, actually just need to quickly find this dragon-tail grass to complete the mission and be done. Dongxing yelled, "We are afraid? I'm just worrying for Miss Yin. If you say you can find it yourself, then you lead the way. Let me see what method you have to find the dragon-tail grass." Tianyin stood on a high rock looking down below. He opened the lucky aura and focused his concentration to observe. Just the right time to use this opportunity to verify a bit, whether with the support of the lucky aura, he can find the dragon-tail grass or not. The system continuously announced, "Crazy points -1. Crazy points -1. Crazy points -1. Crazy points -1. This message made Tianyin feel depressed. Every deduction made his heart ache. In his heart, he thought, open the lucky halo. Logically speaking, just need to walk around casually. The group walked and searched around. Suddenly, Miss Yin cried out, "Huh, that is dragon tail grass." In front of the girl was a large flower, its whole body emitting a beautiful, shimmering light. Tan Dongsheng asked in surprise, "Really found it?" Old Zhang confirmed, "Not wrong. It's real dragon tail grass." Tianyin looked to the other side and said, "There is another plant over there." He immediately stepped forward to pull it up, but suddenly Tianyin frowned, making a sound ugh. He looked at the petal in his palm. "Strange. Can this dragon tail grass hurt me?" Yan Lingxue stepped forward and said, "Young Masterly, didn't expect you to find it as soon as you wanted. Truly amazing." At this moment, the system announced, "Congratulations on completing the mission to escort Yan Lingxue to pick spirit medicine. Obtain 10,000 experience points, 20 favorability points from Yan Lingxue, 15 character points." Tianyin smiled. "Good, mission complete." He said to the girl, "Since we found it, let's go back." Suddenly, a brilliant golden pillar of light appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was extremely astonished. "Oh, what is this?" The system announced, "Timed mission. Open the Dragon God's inheritance. Time is 3 days. Completion reward. Obtain the Dragon God's inheritance." Tianyin thought to himself, timed mission. He agreed to accept the mission. The system announced, "Successfully accepted the mission. Exceeding the time without completion will result in being killed by the Dragon God." Seeing this news, Tianyin's scalp went numb. What the hell? Killed by the Dragon God? What does this mean? He looked at the spirit grass in his hand and asked himself, could it be that the dragon tail grass played a trick? Thinking carefully, this dragon tail grass is a bit strange. Normal dragon tail grass would absolutely not hurt others. Seeing him standing dazed, Missian called again, "Young Masterly." Tianyin was still immersed in his thoughts. He looked carefully at the spirit grass root again. The ground, after absorbing blood, could still emit rays of light. Didn't notice it at that time. Could it be the prerequisite to open the mission? Then Tianyun concluded himself. I have been chosen by the dragon god, my luck. Suddenly his eyes shone brightly. A beam of light from the sky shone onto Tianyun. Everyone panicked and cried out, Young Masterly, what is the situation? Only he knew this was the start of the timed mission. A secret realm opened before Tianyun's eyes over there. With a swoosh, the snow wolf rushed straight into the light pillar following its master. The space around Tianyun began to change. He rode on the wolf's back, entering the secret realm. Suddenly, he cheered inwardly. Arrived. In front of Tianyun at this moment was a magnificent palace emitting a blinding aura. Light shone throughout the palace. A person raised their voice. Is this the Dragon God Palace? Can feel the pressure of the divine temple. Tianyun placed his hand on the snow wolf and smiled, ordering, step down. A second later, it vanished, leaving behind white smoke along with him. Standing before the large door, Tianyun put his hands on his hips, asking himself, what secret will be inside? Then he reached his hand into his pocket, as if searching for something. Then Tianyun took out a tail and speculated. This dragon tail grass is probably the key to open the door. The dragon tail was brought by him to the characters on the door. Immediately a source of light power radiated violently. That large door gradually opened. Tianyun smiled with satisfaction before the clouds of dust. Suddenly a group of people from afar rushed over and shouted, Quick, we go up. Stop. Looking at the group of people surrounding him, he slowly mocked. Oh, sure enough you guys followed, not escorting Miss Yen back. That is a bit negligent. Raising his sword, a guy frowned and provoked. Kid, didn't expect your luck to be so good. This dragon tail grass is actually the key to open the Dragon God Palace. Hand it over, and we will spare your life. Tianyun asked back with contempt, Spare my life? Immediately, two guys holding swords rushed up shouting, At least it's much better than you not handing it over. Quickly hand it over. Tianyun put out his two hands covered by an energy source. Long claws grew out rapidly from his hands. His arm grabbed that guy's face, making him scream, Ah. Another hand grabbed a person's head, making him moan, Ugh, ugh. Seconds later, the system notification sounded. Successfully killed Tan Dongsheng. Obtained 2,000 experience points, 200 crazy points. Successfully killed Tai One. Obtained 800 experience points, 80 crazy points. Tianyun scratched his head and said in a disgusted tone, TCH, these two small mobs didn't even have any equipment. Whoever gets this dragon tail grass first becomes the inheritor. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Suddenly, his steps froze on the floor. Tianyun looked at the vibrating ground and shouted, Oh no, a trap. Then he jumped up to dodge the barrage of arrows rushing towards him. Tianyun braced one hand and flipped his body to dodge again. A second later, he successfully landed next to the arrows. Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief, glanced around, and muttered to himself, Just arrows? But this kind of attack is truly too ordinary. There's no difficulty at all. Suddenly, he stood frozen amidst the smoke and dust. Tianyun's face darkened. He frowned and exclaimed, Oh, the Dragon Clan warrior's stone statue. Perhaps this was originally an important base for the Dragon Clan. It must have been the crazy expansion of human cultivators that forced them back to their ancestral land. Suddenly, the arm of a figure holding an iron bar moved slightly. The large stone statue brought the iron bar down towards Tianyun and said, To pass through here, you must defeat me first. As the iron bar stabbed down, he jumped up in time to dodge. Then Tianyun jumped onto that iron bar and shouted, Oomph. Immediately, he rushed straight towards the stone statue. Tianyun used a massive amount of energy to strike its head with his palm. As his hand placed on its body, cracks began to appear. A second later, the ground crumbled with large pieces of stone. Suddenly, the stone statue appeared behind his back and shouted, Intruder shall die. Tianyun clenched his teeth, frowned, and told himself, Oomph, truly hard to deal with. At this moment, Tianyun fought with all his might. The system sounded. Use stealth skill, completely concealing the body. Speed increased by 2 layers. Damage increased by 2 layers. Open observation eye. Dragon Man statue Cultivation is Spirit Refinement Stage Level 5. HP is 50,000. Weapon is Mortal Iron Grade Long Saber. Defense Intensity is High Grade Mortal Iron. Comprehensive Combat Power is 4,700. Rushing forward with a knife, Di Tianyun clenched his teeth and cursed. Ha D. The system sounded a notification opening the lucky aura. The stone statue's arm was severed. A second later, it fell backward and the ground shook violently. Sitting on a large rock, Di Tianyun looked at the message board and wondered, no way? The lucky aura opened but didn't drop anything? Truly a waste of crazy points. Suddenly, he looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. Something appeared that surprised Di Tianyun. Standing in front of a huge statue, he muttered aloud, "This statue's pressure is really strong." Looking around once, he thought to himself, "Is this the legendary dragon god?" The observation, I can't see through it at all. Suddenly, the statue opened its glowing red eyes. It looked forward and called out, "My clansman has finally arrived." Di Tianyun looked up at it, startled and puzzled. What is this situation? Since when did I become your clansman? Could it be he misunderstood me as Dragon Clan? Suddenly, the statue pointed at the glowing object on him and said, "Swallow the dragon god grass. Accept the inheritance." Looking at the glowing object on his chest, Di Tianyun asked himself, "This thing is called dragon god grass? It looks no different from ordinary dragon tail grass. Who would swallow this thing?" Suddenly, the blade of grass shot down his throat. Di Tianyun's whole body couldn't help but tremble. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Waves of power radiated around him. He screamed, "My body is swelling. It feels like there's a giant dragon crashing through the meridians in my body. The bloodline deficiency that prevented cultivation before is starting to speed up." A dragon flew out from Di Tianyun's body, and the system sounded. Successfully swallowed dragon god grass. Obtained 8,000 experience points, 9,000 experience points, 12,000 experience points, 15,000 experience points, 18,000 experience points. He collapsed onto the dusty ground. A second later, Di Tianyun opened his eyes slightly, wondering in his heart, how can this be? Am I really a descendant of a dragon clan? Although I've never met him, I heard the original body's biological father was a super expert. It's very possible the bloodline was passed down from him. Under the support of the dragon god grass, it's starting to be stimulated. Suddenly, a stream of pressure flew straight into his forehead. Ugh, ugh. Di Tianyun's whole body floated and glowed. He cried out in pain. The system sounded a notification. Congratulations, player Di Tianyun, for completing the Dragon God Inheritance mission. Obtain Dragon God Inheritance, Dragon God Art. Congratulations, player Di Tianyun, for successfully obtaining Grade 1 Dragon God Bloodline. Di Tianyun floated in front of the statue. Outside the palace, someone cheered excitedly. "See that golden light? I see a great opportunity here." The armed crowd discussed noisily. "Even if you say that with so many people gathered here, whatever opportunity there is won't be enough to go around. Natural treasures, you can get them as long as the door opens." That big door is opening. Quickly step back. Opening suddenly like that, who knows what monster will appear? One guy looked over, frowning, and wondered, could it be the master of this place coming out? Let's quickly get some distance. Smoke and dust billowed, covering the night. Di Tianyun appeared in front of the door, and someone shouted. Someone came out. He had a nonchalant expression. With one eye turned purple. An information panel appeared. Body Refinement Stage Level 4. Spirit Refinement Stage Level 8. Di Tianyun closed his eyes and thought to himself, there are no core condensation stage experts in this crowd. That makes sense. After all, the level of this profound beast mountain is too low. But being surrounded by so many people, unless I can fly, it won't be easy to get out. His steps moved lightly down each stair. One guy with hands on his hips commanded arrogantly, "Kid, stop. Whoever you are, if you want to leave, hand over the things on you." Di Tianyun replied with a calm face, full of provocation. "Then let's see if you have the skill." At this moment, that guy laughed with a tone of disdain. "Stop playing dumb here. How could you walk out from inside?" Calmly walking past him, Di Tianyun dropped a provocative remark. "I just walked out on my legs. If you want to go inside the door, rely on your own ability. Now move aside. I'm in a hurry." The crowd quickly blocked his path and shouted, "Kid, you dare play us? Hand over the treasures obtained in there immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." quickly hand over the treasures. You think you can escape from the grasp of so many people? Di Tianyun crossed his arms, replying with a calm attitude. Even if I obtain treasures, based on what should I give them to you? What have you contributed? I'll say it one last time, move aside, or don't blame me for being impolite. That guy angrily rushed towards him and shouted, I want to see how you'll be impolite to us. He used a glove with spikes to stab straight into the man's hand. The guy immediately screamed in pain, ah. A second later, Di Tianyun ruthlessly threw the guy far away. The crowd watching this scene discussed incessantly. Look at the spirit tool in his hand. It's at least high grade. Even top-grade spirit tools might not be that effective. The kid said he didn't get any treasure. Then what is this? Quickly hand it over. Don't think you can run away. Seeing their attitude made him frown, thinking, are these people crazy? Just crippled an arm, yet it still has no deterrent effect on them? So many people rushing over at once won't be easy to handle. Then he waved his hand and shouted, I'll warn you one last time, either die or get lost. The system displayed a notification. Equip pair Blossom Storm Needles. The crowd laughed loudly and shouted, truly hilarious. Catch him and search to see what treasures he has. Di Tianyun clenched his teeth. The system voice reminded, crazy experience mode on. Successfully killed Lu Yun. Obtained 800 experience points. 1 recovery pill, 80 crazy points. Successfully killed Long Tianyang. Obtained 15,000 experience points. 1 double experience pill, 600 crazy points. Successfully killed Wang Tiansheng. Obtained 8,700 experience points. 1 Gale Sword, 200 crazy points. Successfully killed. A moment later, the crowd ran away in panic, screaming, Ghost, Demon, ah, so scary. The system sound rang out. Congratulations, player Di Tianyun, for successfully breaking through to core condensation stage level 3. Di Tianyun smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming incessantly, the harvesting speed of the Pear Blossom Storm Needles is truly too fast. Pity I only have one. The leveling speed is truly too fast. It's really wonderful. That item was smashed to the ground by Di Tianyun. In another place 3 days later, a crowded group buzzed with discussion. 10,000 gold tails. If it really doesn't work out, how about we risk it? If you want to go, go alone. I heard this Di Tianyun kills without blinking. I don't want to seek death. That's right. Heard he killed the whole Tianfeng Pavilion. Blood flowed like a river back then, and he looted all the treasures. If we catch him, won't all the treasures be ours? But without core condensation stage cultivation, how can we catch him? Di Tianyun, wearing a bamboo hat, hid in the crowd, thinking to himself, must quickly return to Tianquan Palace to check the situation. It's not long before the Tianshan ancient ruins open. He walked past Ling Xue and old Zhang. She turned her head and called out softly, young masterly. Di Tianyun glanced over, took off his hat, and smiled, greeting cheerfully. Miss Yin, what a coincidence. Did the dragon tail grass from last time help at all? Old Zhang stared at Ling Xue, his face calm as he expressed, unfortunately, it can only temporarily suppress it. If we want to remove the root cause, another type of spirit herb is needed. Di Tianyun looked back and voiced his guess. Using dragon tail grass didn't solve anything? What spirit medicine is missing to remove the root cause? Old Zhang stroked his beard, his face gloomy as he interjected, it is soul returning grass. The medicinal property of dragon tail grass is yang. We still need soul returning grass to reach extreme yang. Only when the two combine can the perfect effect be achieved. Di Tianyun put his hand on his chin in thought and muttered, soul returning grass. Soul returning grass can indeed enhance the effect of dragon tail grass, but the effect is too excessive. I'm afraid it will cause permanent injury to the soul, harming the person instead. Hearing this, the old man widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, his face twitched slightly as if realizing something. Who is the person using the medicine? Have they completely lost their mind? Ling Xue broke into a sweat, looked over, and recounted, it is my father. Recently, he cultivated excessively, causing qi deviation. He is currently in a coma, only waking up occasionally. Di Tianyun's words directly stunned the two. In this situation, dragon tail grass is sufficient. If soul returning grass is used carelessly, there's a possibility of falling into a coma forever. Old Zhang keenly raised his voice to question, are you implying that this old man's diagnosis is incorrect? This old man is the 3rd grade alchemist Kong Liang. May I ask which sect you are from? He replied with a solemn and calm face. If your judgment is wrong, what does it have to do with my sect? The old man pointed his finger, shouting angrily in rebuke. Of course it is related. What qualifications does a brat like you have to question the judgment of a third-grade alchemist? Di Tianyun crossed his arms and retorted, as long as the Yin family head's condition is as Miss Yin described, then it absolutely cannot be treated with soul-returning grass. Old Zhang clenched his fists and shouted, "Ridiculous! Are you the alchemist, or am I?" He directly ignored him and asked Ling Xue, "Miss Yin, I am also an alchemist. Take me to see him. If your father's condition is as you said, then only dragon tail grass is needed. No soul-returning grass is required." She put her hand on her chin, frowning in thought. A second later, Ling Xue looked up and proposed, "All right, I will trouble young Master Li to come with me." Di Tianyun smiled with satisfaction as the system notification sounded. Successfully accepted the quest to cure the Yin family head injured from cultivation. The reward for completion is 10,000 experience points. Yin family head's favorability increases by 100, Yin Ling Xue's favorability increases by 30, and character points increase by 20. Suddenly, old Zhang interrupted, startling her. "He absolutely cannot cure it. I will go to your residence. I want to see how this kid treats him. I'll say the ugly words first. If this kid fails, and you want me to cure him, you must pay double the remuneration." Di Tianyun replied with confident assurance, "Rest assured, if I really fail, I will pay this double remuneration." Light shone everywhere, and a voice rang out. Indeed, the cultivation was too rushed, but there is no big problem. Dragon tail grass is enough. Looking at the unconscious person, Di Tianyun continued his diagnosis. This is a soul injury caused by qi deviation. The soul is the most fundamental thing to be injured. Once encountered, one is usually helpless. How did you treat it before? Old Zhang stroked his beard, standing aside and speaking arrogantly. You don't even understand this, yet you dare call yourself an alchemist? Dragon tail grass is definitely used for alchemy. Is there any other way? Of course, there is another way, which is adding heartbreak grass. Ah, no, soul returning grass. He didn't even look back, but immediately retorted. No wonder it wasn't cured at the root. You don't even know how to use dragon tail grass. So how could you cure it? The old man shouted in annoyance. Di Tianyun spoke up. "Miss Yin, please excuse my rudeness." Ling Xue cried out in surprise. "Huh?" Di Tianyun took a needle and pricked the person's finger, saying, "To cure the root, first, you must take the person's own blood and combine it with refining the dragon tail grass. This situation is rare, so many alchemists don't understand it, but the scariest thing is pretending to understand when you don't." Hearing this, old Zhang scowled and yelled, "What are you saying?" Di Tianyun raised his eyebrows provocatively and teased, "Did I say it was you? Why are you getting so agitated? Don't hinder me from refining pills. If an accident happens, can you bear the responsibility?" A small flame suddenly flared up. The flame flew out of that room. Inside, watching Tianyun refine the pill, old Zhang thought to himself, "He can refine pills without any furnace?" Ling Xue watched with doubt in her heart. Could it be that he possesses an exotic fire? The very next second, the pill glowed and sparked, and the system notification sounded. Successfully refined the second-grade pill, Dragon Tail Grass Pill. Obtained 10,000 experience points. Proficiency increased by 50 points. Tossing the pill toward Ling Xue, Di Tianyun reminded, "Miss Yin, give this pill to the Yin family head." She caught it and replied, okay." A moment later, he crossed his arms and asked with a smile, "How is it?" Old Zhang replied disdainfully, "Let's look at the situation first. The person hasn't woken up yet." Yin Ling Xue fused the pill into the Yin family head's body. A second later, he slowly opened his eyes. Ling Xue shouted with a face full of joy, "Father, you've woken up." The Yin family head spoke each sentence with difficulty. "I feel much better." The pill refined by alchemist Kong Liang is of not bad quality. Cough. Helping him sit up, Ling Xue proudly introduced, "Father, the pill was refined by this young Master Li." The Yin family head looked at him and thanked him. "Truly, thank you, young Master Li. For young Master Li to have such alchemy skills at such a young age is truly rare." Di Tianyun clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "It is good that the pill I refined could cure the Yin family head." He looked at him, thinking to himself, "Such a young alchemist, I thought he was a student brought by Kong Liang." At this moment, old Zhang turned his back to leave and spoke. "Since the Yin family head is awake, I will take my leave first." He looked back and thought, Forget it. As long as these small characters don't provoke me, there's no need to pursue it too much. The system sound rang out. Congratulations on completing the quest. Obtained 10,000 experience points. Family Head's favorability increased by 100. Yin Lingshue's favorability increased by 30. Character points 20. The Yin family head took out a small furnace. This is an alchemy furnace. Brotherly, you must accept it. For you, it will definitely be helpful. Tianyun politely declined. This is not necessary. It was just a small matter. This furnace is at least of the soul tool rank. It is hard to buy even with money. The Yin family head smiled enthusiastically and expressed him. That's right, this is a low-grade soul tool alchemy furnace. We don't have anything good to give here. Our Yin family doesn't have an alchemist either, so this purple fire divine furnace is just sitting there. Might as well give it to you, brother. Di Tianyun replied politely. This is a soul tool. It's a bit too precious. He continued to persuade relentlessly. To be honest, it is a miracle that this furnace could be kept here for so long. If others discovered it, it would definitely cause a fatal disaster. Therefore, I feel that Brotherly is very suitable for it. Just protect it well in the future. Tianyun had to clasp his hands and reply respectfully. Then all right, I will accept this alchemy furnace. But this item is very precious. I cannot simply accept it like this. I will stay here for a period of time. You go buy the materials, and I will help you refine some pills. That is all I can do to help you. Several days later, the sky was clear and blue, and sunlight shone everywhere. Lingshua looked at the pills on the table and said excitedly, "So many pills?" The system sounded a reminder. Congratulations, player Di Tianyun, for successfully breaking through to the 4th layer of the core condensation realm. Di Tianyun thought to himself, not bad, leveled up again. Suddenly, a maid ran in and shouted, "Miss, young Masterly, it's bad. Please go to the front hall and take a look." From the main courtyard came the sound of discussion. Heard a few days ago that the Yin family head had some problems with his cultivation. Now his complexion has improved quite a bit. We came specially to congratulate him. A group of people sat in the room. Family head Zeng raised his voice. "This is our congratulatory gift. Please accept it." The Yin family head immediately replied politely. "Thank you for the good intentions of family head Wang and family head Zeng." Yin accepts this in his heart. "It is already very kind of you, too, to visit me." Family head Wang continued. "This small token is nothing. However, we came here this time with a matter we need the Yin family head's help with." The Yin family head asked frankly, "Please speak. If Yin can help, I will definitely help." Family head Wang replied calmly, "Actually, it's nothing much. Heard that the Yin family has an alchemy furnace, and it's of the soul tool rank. I wonder if we could borrow it for use." Family head Wang. Lingshua thought while massaging her father's shoulders. "I don't know how the news leaked out." The Yin family head smiled happily and replied, "Family head Wang must be joking. How could my Yin family have such a thing? Having a few high-grade spirit tools is already not bad." Old Wang slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Stop pretending. We have already heard the news long ago. Recently, news came from the Azure Mystic Prefecture that your eldest brother died while training outside. What else does your Yin family have to rely on now? Yin family head, be sensible. Hand over the soul tool alchemy furnace and marry your daughter to my son. Otherwise, from now on, there will be no more Yin family in Tianfeng City." At this moment, family head Zeng gritted his teeth and threatened, "This coffin is prepared for you. To die or to live, you choose for yourselves." Lingshua thought to herself, no wonder father desperately tried to break through to the core condensation realm. Once the Yin family lacks a core condensation realm expert, it will definitely be miserable. Then she called out, "Father." The Yin family head reached out his hand to block in front of Di Tianyun and his daughter, signaling them to leave, as this matter had nothing to do with them. Family head Zeng frowned and provoked. "Want to leave? Do you think it's possible?" Family head Wang waved his hand and proposed, "Hand over the soul tool alchemy furnace, and we might consider sparing your life. Being able to survive, isn't that very good?" The Yin family head shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? Even if I hand over the furnace, you won't spare my Yin family." Family head Zeng laughed maliciously and said, "Since you already know, then there is nothing more to say. Your Yin family only has the path of death. Hand over the furnace, and we will let your whole family die a bit more comfortably." Suddenly, Di Tianyun held out the furnace and asked, "You want the alchemy furnace?" The two people looked over and exclaimed in unison in surprise. Soul Tool. Old Wang stepped forward unpleasantly and probed. Who are you? He replied calmly. I'm just a guest to the Yin family. The Yin family head shouted from behind. Young Master Li, this matter has nothing to do with you. Di Tianyin turned his head, smiled, and replied. When the Yin family is in trouble, if I were to run away, it would be against righteousness. Family head Wang laughed schemingly and mocked. You gave the furnace to this kid. Are you planning to let him run away with Miss Yin? It seems you know how to entrust others well. Family head Zeng stepped forward from behind and threatened. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the alchemy furnace. You're not a member of the Yin family. We will give you a path to live. Di Tianyin extended his hand and smiled, speaking sarcastically. Do you think I would believe you two beasts in human skin? If you get out of here now, I might keep your dog lives. Hearing this, Old Wang gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, You brat, giving you face, but you don't want it. Originally wanted to keep your corpse intact, but now it seems unnecessary. The Yin family head stepped forward, flames appearing in his hand, and urged, Brotherly, quickly take Yin'er away. I might not be able to hold him off for too long. Di Tianyin gave a mysterious smile. Yin family head, just leave it to me here. Seconds later, Old Man Wang punched forward and roared. Stop being smug here. Let me show you the power of this family head. Power Fist. Unexpectedly, Di Tianyin used cloud drifting steps, rushing close to him in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch straight at his face, making family head Wang cry out, ugh. Before he could recover, an uppercut from below the chin sent him tumbling to the ground. Di Tianyin looked up to see family head Zeng right above him. He ruthlessly brought a slash down, severing wind slash. Yin Lingxua panicked and screamed, Young Master Li. The Yin family had also called out worriedly, Brotherly. Unexpectedly, Di Tianyin quickly blocked and shattered Old Man Zeng's blade. Family head Zeng gritted his teeth, shouting in disbelief. What? Tianyin grinned with satisfaction. The sharp frost fist gauntlets appeared. He delivered a thunderous punch to the stomach, making the old man scream loudly. Ugh! Family head Zeng's whole body suddenly turned to ice and was lifted by Tianyin and thrown onto the floor. The Yin family head shuddered watching this scene. Is Brother Li's cultivation actually this strong? The system continuously chimed with reminders. Used Great Art of Star Absorption. Obtained 4,000 experience points. Obtained 4,500 experience points. Obtained 4,400 experience points. Family head Wang, his face covered in blood, asked with difficulty, What kind of evil art is this? Who exactly are you? Which sect do you belong to? Di Tianyin waved his hand, replying with a wicked expression. Is that important? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not knowing your place. Old Wang, lying on the floor, thought to himself, This brat is young, but his cultivation is stronger than mine. What kind of monster is this? He hurriedly spoke. Wait a moment, I still have an ultimate move I haven't used. You can't. Raising a small flame, Di Tianyin said calmly, Use in your next life. A notification panel appeared, Everlasting Fire. A second later, family head Wang rolled his eyes back and screamed violently no. A huge fire consumed the two of them. System notification. Successfully killed family head Zeng. Obtained 40,000 experience points. Martial art Flying Soul Life-Taking Art. Upper human grade. 1,000 crazy points. Successfully killed family head Wang. Obtained 40,000 experience points. Martial art Tyrant Cloud Art. Upper human grade. 1,000 crazy points. Player information. Di Tianyin level 24. Core Condensation Realm Layer 4. Experience points. 45,281 over 60,000. Crazy points. 2,828 points. Character points. 70 points. Items. 8 5x experience cards. 20 recovery pills. Level 30 gift bag. Looking at the system panel, he sighed helplessly. Still haven't leveled up. Need quite a lot of experience now. Suddenly, the Yin family had approached and called, Young Master Li. Di Tianyin turned his head and asked, What is it? Do you still have other enemies? Yin Lingxue smiled firmly. Young Master Li, they are all gone. The Yin family head explained gently. Our Yin family originally had no enemies. It's just that they coveted the pill refining furnace. and took advantage of the time I suffered from chi deviation to act recklessly. So that's it. Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps rang out. Yuan Ping stepped forward, laughing with delight and praising. This little brother is young, but has already killed 2 family heads. Such cultivation is truly astonishing. Another person said hesitantly, "Who are you?" He immediately introduced himself. "I am the Vice Alliance leader of the Tianfeng Trading Alliance, Yuan Ping." Looking at the group of people in front of him, Di Tianyin thought to himself, Kong Liang, Tianfeng Trading Alliance, so it's the force of Tianfeng Tower. It seems that Kong Liang went to find reinforcements just now. Good, then let's see what kind of people have come. Di Tianyin directly activated the appraisal eye skill, and the information of those present appeared one by one. Yuan Ping, Vice Alliance Leader of Tianfeng Trading Alliance, Cultivation Core Condensation Realm Layer 4. Deacon Liu belongs to Tianfeng Tower, Cultivation Core Condensation Realm Layer 3. Kong Liang, Cultivation Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 7, along with 2 lackeys with cultivation at Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 3 and Layer 4. At this moment, Yuan Ping curled his lips and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "I wonder which sect this little brother belongs to. Could we make an acquaintance?" Di Tianyin did not rush to reply, only turning to order the Yin family heads group. "You go to the backyard. I will handle this place." He nodded in acceptance. Mem. At this time, Di Tianyin bowed his head slightly, thinking to himself, "These people are probably reinforcements sought by those 2 family heads. Looking at their appearance, they certainly didn't come with good intentions." Thinking of this, he spoke up to respond to the offer. "No need to make friends. I'm not interested." Yuan Ping felt a bit embarrassed seeing this. How can this little brother speak such heartless words? A soul tool grade pill refining furnace. That is a good item. You could take such a thing, but there is one condition, which is to join our Tianfeng Tower. Facing Yuan Ping's arrogance, Di Tianyin just gave a cold snort. After all that talk, isn't it just that you want this soul tool in the end? He stroked his beard and affirmed without hesitation. Correct. Either join or die. A very good choice, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Di Tianyin's hand. You people of Tianfeng Tower are indeed all this despicable, only knowing how to rely on humiliation and oppression to kill people and seize treasures. Yuan Ping angrily stepped back, ordering the minions to move forward. "Brat, do you want to die?" Immediately, they rushed up together. Di Tianyin's eyes emitted gray smoke. He looked at them coldly, a bunch of greedy ants. As soon as the words fell, sharp ice spikes appeared from his hands. The frost fist equipment was ready. Di Tianyin did not hesitate for a second, immediately activating crazy experience mode and using 2 double experience pills in succession, rushing fiercely towards the opponents. His punch slammed into the ground, a wave of frost spread out, and the entire main hall area seemed to freeze in an instant. The sound of the minions screaming in pain echoed. Ah! All of them were tightly trapped in thick ice. When the cold aura gradually subsided, Yuan Ping was also stuck fast in the ice, looking at him with a dazed expression, frowning. You are truly a monster." Di Tianyin calmly waved his hand, replying coldly, "You flatter me." Then, he raised his hand towards the old man. An invisible suction force appeared. He activated the great art of star absorption, and spiritual energy from the coma frantically flowed into his body. Obtained 1,000 experience points. Obtained 1,400 experience points. Obtained 10,800 experience points. The frozen people's faces became distorted with pain and horror. Even Kong Liang could not escape his fate. Suddenly, the entire block of ice shattered into thousands of pieces, taking the lives of the greedy ones along with it. The system continuously displayed notifications. Successfully killed Deacon Liu, obtained 15,000 experience points, double experience pill, 800 crazy points. Successfully killed Kong Liang, obtained 10,000 experience points, 500 crazy points. Successfully killed the minions, obtained 13,000 experience points. At this moment, Yuan Ping was gasping for breath, looking at the approaching Di Tianyin and questioning tremblingly, You are so powerful. Who exactly are you?" Di Tianyin coldly stomped straight on his face. "What does who I am have to do with a dying person like you? Didn't you want to kill me just now?" Yuan Ping knew he had no way out, but still tried to save his life by threatening. If you kill me, you will face the ceaseless pursuit of Tianfeng Tower. The Pavilion Lord will avenge me. The vast heaven and earth will have no place for you to hide. Di Tianyun slowly removed the Thousand Transformations mask, smiling with hidden meaning. Is that so? Then I'm actually looking forward to a bit. Yuan Ping's eyes widened, terrified to the extreme. You are Di Tianyun of Tianxin Palace whom we are hunting. Right after that, Di Tianyun kicked Yuan Ping straight into final experience points. Successfully killed Yuan Ping. Obtained 60,000 experience points. 1,400 crazy points. Congratulations, player Di Tianyun, for breaking through to Core Condensation Realm Layer 5. The next morning, when the sunlight just crossed the roof, the atmosphere in the Yin residence was shrouded in seriousness again. In the main hall, Di Tianyun looked at the Yin family head and voiced a warning. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay here much longer. Tianfeng Tower will definitely return. Tianfeng Tower and the forces of those two family heads will definitely find their way here soon. Although worried, the Yin family head tried to appear calm and replied, "No problem. We will have a way to deal with it. Brotherly also needs to be careful. Don't get caught by the people of Tianfeng Tower." Di Tianyun clasped his hands, bowing his head as a solemn farewell. Then I will take my leave here. Yin Lingxua silently watched his back disappear behind the gate, her eyes deep in thought. He definitely has a powerful sect background. I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to keep him. Di Tianyun was naturally sharp. He glanced and saw her reluctant expression, so he smiled and promised, "Miss Yin, if fate allows, we will definitely meet again." A few days later, at Tianxin Palace, the atmosphere in the meeting between the palace lord and the elders was extremely tense. The second elder frowned, speaking up to remind Shi Leiyan, "Palace Lord, the Heaven Immersion Ancient Ruin is about to begin. I wonder when you will decide on the list of participating disciples." She breathed a light sigh, her eyes determined. Wait for Tianyun to return. However, the second elder seemed not very pleased, immediately retorting, "Duan Shun sect and Tianfeng Tower have already declared that if we still accept Di Tianyun, it is equivalent to becoming their enemy. Giving this quota to him, aren't we asking for trouble?" Shi Leiyan frowned in annoyance, her eyes clearly showing displeasure. Second elder, it is not Tianyun bringing trouble to our Tianxin Palace, but because they were despicable and reckless, so they were dealt with by Tianyun. The second elder thought differently, her tone full of compromise. "But small sects like us must understand how to endure." "Palace Lord, do you not even understand this?" Suddenly, a disciple ran in hurriedly from outside, his face pale. "Palace Lord, this is bad. People from Duanshin sect and Tianling sect have arrived at the foot of the mountain." This made Shi Leiyan surprised. What? But immediately after, her face became cold. For them to come here at this time, they definitely have no good intentions. If anything happens to Tianyun, I swear I will bury this entire Duanshin sect. She immediately led the group out to deal with it. Right at the main gate, the two forces met. Shi Leiyan greeted them, but her words were full of caution. "Two sect masters, coming here so abruptly. I wonder what business you have. If I guess correctly, the opening of the Heaven Immersion Ancient Ruin is still more than a week away." The man with red hair, spiking up like Goku, was the sect master of the Duanshin sect, Cheng Qinyan. He didn't give her any face, gritting his voice. "Palace Lord Shi, we came here this time for those quotas. The outer disciple Di Tianyun of Tianxin Palace killed my disciple, and even killed the pavilion master of Tianfeng Tower. This blood debt must be settled clearly." Standing beside him was the sect master of the Tianling sect, Jia Jian, who was also looking at Shi Leiyan with eyes full of pressure. At this, the second elder hurriedly spoke up to soothe the situation. Previously, Di Tianyun had already declared he is no longer our disciple. Moreover, he was originally just an outer disciple, not an official one. The things he caused outside are completely unrelated to Tianxin Palace. Hearing this, Cheng Qingyun rubbed his chin suspiciously, then laughed coldly, his voice full of ridicule. "Oh, just by not acknowledging him as a person of Tianxin Palace, you think you can wipe your hands clean of responsibility?" The second elder intended to retort further, but Shi Leiyan coldly raised her hand to signal her to stop. She looked straight into Cheng Qingyun's eyes, speaking sternly. As far as I know, the incident stemmed from your disciple causing trouble multiple times. He arrogantly insulted the weapons crafted by Tianyun as fakes, and even despicably launched a sneak attack during the duel. Someone like that being killed can only be said to have deserved it. Chung Qingyun's facial muscles tightened in anger. Is there anyone to testify? Our people originally intended to ask for the full story, but were brutally attacked by him. I didn't expect your Tianxian palace to be so unreasonable and devoid of principles. Faced with his unreasonable coercion, Shi Leiyun no longer held back. The aura from her body erupted powerfully, creating a threatening pressure. Cut the crap. Don't you dare dream about our quotas. Please leave here immediately. Chung Qingyun waved his hand, signaling his disciples to prepare for action. Palace Lord Shi, it seems since you don't want to give face, don't blame us for being impolite. The atmosphere between the two sides was now as tense as a string about to snap. Shi Leiyun gritted her voice. Sect Master Chung, what do you intend to do? Our Tianxian palace indeed has less power than others, but we do not lack the mettle to fight to the death. Disdain was evident on Chung Qingyun's face through an unpleasant curl of his lips. Fight to the death? Do you have any trump cards left? Planning to marry a disciple to Qingxian Prefecture to beg for help? Or are you counting on that old immortal of yours who is in seclusion to take action? This mockery touched Shi Leiyun's reverse scale. You. Just then, a man with a cunning appearance and sharp tongue immediately interjected. Don't get your hopes up. Qingxian Prefecture has already notified us. They will not interfere in this matter. The great elder of Tianxian Palace ground her teeth, looking indignantly at the one who just spoke. It was the General Pavilion Master of Tianfeng Tower. Shi Leiyun asked in astonishment. Tianfeng Tower? Didn't you once declare you would remain neutral and not interfere in the affairs of any sect? That man smiled triumphantly. Rules are born to be broken, especially when the profit before our eyes is so large. Xiang Tianya stepped forward, coldly announcing, normally we wouldn't interfere, but your disciple killing our people, that is today's exception. Your Tianxian palace must give a clear explanation. As soon as he finished, Chung Qingyun smugly cut in. Now I'll give you a chance. Agree to my 2 conditions. Listen carefully. First, hand over all the quotas. Second, that his palace Lord Shi must marry me. Otherwise, today Tianxian Palace will definitely be destroyed. Witnessing such shamelessness, Shi Leiyun could not suppress her rage. Suddenly, from a main entrance, a familiar figure gallantly walked in. Didn't look at what kind of state you're in, yet you think you're worthy? The second elder slightly narrowed her eyes, whispering worriedly, appearing at this critical moment. Isn't that seeking death? Xiang Tianya turned back, the corner of his lips curling into a cunning smile. We looked for so long. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself to our door like this. Sect Master Jia also raised his voice full of sarcasm, saying, should I say you have courage or say you are stupid? Standing before the pressure from the sect masters, Di Tianyun still maintained a calm demeanor. Stupid? There's indeed a fool with a stupid face here, still wanting to marry our palace lord? Dreaming a pipe dream. Being openly provoked, Chung Qingyun was so angry that the veins on his hands bulged. Dreaming a pipe dream? Do you believe I can crush you with one finger? Suddenly, the old man felt a fierce, killing intent. Shi Leiyun could no longer endure it. She gritted her voice affirming, you dare try touching him. Chung Qingyun kept his disdainful attitude, uttering insults. Palace Lord Shi, your cultivation is not weak, but how do you feel you will fare against the few of us? Can you fight against the 3 of us? Capture that brat. She immediately drew her sword, rushing forward like a bolt of lightning. Do you dare? Jia Jun also quickly entered a defensive stance. Chung Qingyun clenched his fist, fierce lightning bolts surrounding him. Oof. The 2 men launched attacks at Shi Leiyun at the same time. Their auras collided violently, creating a blinding halo that caused Jia Jun to unconsciously take a step back. Ugh. A few disciples hurriedly ran to support Shi Leiyun. Palace Lord, are you all right? Shi Leiyun's face was pale. She replied with difficulty, I'm fine. Go help Tianyun. At this moment, Di Tianyun had fallen into an encirclement of countless experts. Shi Leiyun tried to adjust her breathing, worrying in her heart. Tianyun is surrounded. Even if I risk my life, I must save him. Chung Qingyun again raised his voice in a malicious challenge. Palace Lord Shi, you try touching us again. I can't guarantee what they will do to him. Giving you one last chance, hand over all the quotas, plus you must marry me. But this time, add your Tianxin Palace's secret treasure as well. Of course, killing you all and taking it ourselves works too. The Great Elder had nothing left to fear, decisively drawing the command sword. You guys indeed have always wanted to take the secret treasure. Di Tianyun is merely an excuse. Your real target is the treasure of Tianxin Palace. The smile on Cheng Qingyun's face gradually became twisted, losing all humanity. So what if it's true? You have no other choice. If you refuse to hand it over, not only must he die, but the entire Tianxin Palace will also be completely wiped out. Shi Leiyun's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, trembling ceaselessly due to indignation. After a moment of intense psychological struggle, she helplessly dropped the sword. Wanting to protect Di Tianyun's life, she accepted the compromise. Fine, I'll give it to you, as long as you spare Tianyun. Cheng Qingyun tilted his head, looking at her resigned appearance with triumphant eyes. That brat truly is fortunate. Palace Lord Shi is so devoted to him, even willing to offer up the sex guarding secret treasure to save his life. It really makes one admire. On this side, Di Tianyun still kept a calm face, but waves rose in his heart. He thought, even though I don't know what that secret treasure is, for all three major forces to conspire to seize it, it certainly isn't an ordinary item. I didn't expect Ant to sacrifice so much for me. Immediately, he activated the system. Crazy Experience Mode, activate. 10x Experience Card, activate. Double Crazy Points Card, activate. Mastery Card, activate. Consume 5 2x Experience Pills, Luck Aura, activate. In just a split second, he struck and took down the entire group of experts surrounding him. Screams of misery rang out continuously. Ella, no, impossible. A person standing nearby was terrified out of his wits, stammering inaudibly. This brat, his strength is already on par with the elder rank. Hidden behind the flashing cold sword strikes, Di Tianyun frowned and roared with authority. I want to see who dares to bully my aunt, who dares to bully Tianxin Palace. Don't speak of the treasure. You won't even touch a single blade of grass. The Tianxin Palace disciples could not help but be stunned by this scene. Is this really Di Tianyun? Another person also could not hide their astonishment. How did he become so formidable? Could it be he encountered a great opportunity? This speed, this strength, and that weapon too, he's even more terrifying than the elders. Just then, the system continued to announce the activation of more skills. He utilized the 10,000 swords returned to the sect martial art. Hundreds of sword tips followed the sharp aura and launched simultaneously. Di Tianyun shouted loudly. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. While the enemies were slaughtered in droves, notification sound from the system rang continuously in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing Elder of Tianling sect. Received 120,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing Elder of Tianling sect. Received 120,000 experience. 2 crazy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing Elder of Duanshin sect. Received 130,000 experience. 500 forging mastery points. 2,000 crazy points. Successfully killed. Witnessing the horrifying scene before his eyes, Cheng Qingyun gaped in astonishment. This brat finally revealed his true cultivation, but it's basically not Spirit Refinement Realm Layer 7 or 8, but Core Condensation Realm Layer 3 or 4. How can this be? He panicked and screamed, hurriedly ordering, "Quick, stop him immediately." However, those people only had time to let out miserable screams. The system once again rang out a notification. Successfully killed Elder of Tianfeng Tower. Obtained 120,000 experience, 200 crazy points. Xiang Tianya could not endure it any longer and took the initiative to attack. Brat, you're too arrogant. Just then, the system reported great news. Congratulations, player Di Tianyun. Successfully broke through to Core Condensation Realm Layer 6. A large tornado erupted from the ground, sweeping him into the eye of the storm. Di Tianyun landed on a nearby roof, declaring loudly and clearly, "So what if you're a sect master? You Tianfeng Tower people are all birds of a feather. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, thoroughly killing you all." He let out a breath, coldly activating crazy damage mode. Start. Using assassination function. Xiang Tianya panicked, looking for a way to escape, but was attacked by Di Tianyun appearing like a ghost from behind. The result was naturally a congratulatory sound from the system. Successfully killed Xiang Tianya, obtained 400,000 experience points. Received Ultimate Flash Martial Art, 1,000 Alchemy Mastery points, 2,000 Crazy points. Suddenly, Di Tianyun realized several darts were tearing through the wind towards him. Shi Leiyun quickly dashed over to relieve him. Tianyun, be careful. Cheng Qingyun couldn't help but humph with a sinister look. Humph. She knitted her brows tightly, loudly accusing. In vain you are the master of sect, yet you release hidden weapons for a sneak attack. Truly shameless. Tianyun looked at this self-sacrificing gesture, deeply moved. Aunt, no matter when, you always choose to stand by my side, never leaving or abandoning me. At this moment, Shi Leiyun glanced at him, her eyes full of relief. You finally came back. He stood up straight, facing Cheng Qingyun directly. If I caused Tianxin Palace to fall into danger, wouldn't I become a sinner? These words made Shi Leiyun pause for a beat. She firmly replied, not taking good care of you makes me the great sinner. I said it before, no matter what happens, we face it together. Seeing the deep affection between aunt and nephew, Cheng Qingyun gritted his teeth in anger. I don't believe just the two of you can hold up the entire Tianxin Palace. Kill them for me. Kill everyone here. Leave no armor intact. All the remaining sect masters shouted frantically in unison. Kill, kill, kill. Leave no one from Tianxin Palace alive. Shi Leiyun could not stand by and watch. She shouted furiously. You dare! Cheng Qingyun, go to hell. Disregarding everything, she rushed straight at him with sky-high, killing intent. Very quickly, her sharp sword path was blocked by Cheng Qingyun just in time. Jiajiyun blocked the way, not letting her approach Cheng Qingyun. To get past, you must step over my dead body first. I will let you witness how miserably we blood-washed Tianxin Palace. Shi Leiyun did not yield either. She sternly declared, your Tianling sect will definitely pay a heavy price. Right at this moment, a bone-chilling cold enveloped Tianyun. He immediately opened his inventory and activated the Frost Fist equipment. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the Great Hall was completely frozen. Those intending to attack the junior disciples were all trapped in cold blocks of ice. Even Jiajiyun could not escape this scene. Tianyun gritted his teeth, flames of fury burning in the depths of his eyes. I want to see, with me here, who dares to touch Tianxin Palace. The attacking crowd was frozen immobile. Everything seemed to stagnate. Shi Leiyun looked back, her heart full of shock and worry. What is going on? Did Tianyun do this? This power seems too demonic. Suddenly, Jiajiyun began to move, cracks appearing all over the ice on his body. Immediately, the system popped up a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing Tianling sect master Jiajiyun. Received 400,000 experience points, 1 spirit condensation pill, and 300 crazy points. Tianyun frowned and walked closer. Aunt, with me here, no one can touch Tianxin Palace, and even more so, no one is allowed to touch you. Before Shi Leiyun could recover from her shock, Cheng Qingyun was already gritting his teeth and staring at her. Her eyes glanced sharply, realizing the layer of ice around him was also shattering. Not letting the opponent have time to resist, she immediately rushed over, shouting, "Leave Cheng Qingyun to me. Go to hell." Just as she swung her sword, a giant hand suddenly appeared behind her back along with a cold warning. Do not be reckless. A fierce light exploded, creating a huge pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Tianyun could not stop it in time, shouting in panic, "Aunt!" He quickly rushed over to catch Shi Leiyun's limp body, painfully taking out a medicinal pill. "Aunt, hurry, this is a recovery pill." Her face was covered in dust. She weakly replied, "Tianyun, I'm fine." At this moment, a figure with an extremely powerful aura appeared in front of the two. Tianyun was secretly alarmed. Who is this person? He immediately activated Appraisal Eye. The system listed all information: Boss Qing Tianlong, Cultivation Core Condensation Realm 9th Layer, Top Grade Spirit Armor, Earth Level Martial Art, Heaven Force Palm, Comprehensive Combat Power, 80. Looking at the formidable opponent in front of him, Tianyun felt excited instead. Finally, a super elite has appeared. Killing him. I wonder what rewards will drop. Just then, the quest panel appeared. Accepted quest to protect Tianxin Palace. Resist foreign enemies. Reward: 200,000 experience points, 10,000 taels of gold, 1 lottery draw. Overall favorability increased by 100 points. The corners of his lips curled up in an arrogant smile. Except, Cheng Qingyun crawled on the ground, kneeling at Qing Tianlong's feet. Ancestor, that kid is a bit demonic. Don't know what martial art he used to freeze us. Please, Ancestor, avenge us. Qing Tianlong glared, scolding coldly. All a bunch of trash. Even a tiny Tianxian palace couldn't be handled. In the end, I still need to take action. Cheng Qingyun trembled and bowed his head. The juniors are incompetent. Please instruct us, Ancestor. Qing Tianlong's eyes glowed blood red. He had intended to wait for the old palace lord of Tianxian Palace to show up before launching a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, he was forced to reveal himself early by a junior. His whole body curled within a strange red aura. Qing Tianlong announced loudly and arrogantly, I want to see just how demonic you are. As soon as the words fell, terrifying killing intent radiated out, like an invisible string controlling the frozen people. Their eyes suddenly turned white, and they simultaneously channeled energy to break the ice and crawl out. Shi Yun's expression changed. She remarked with a heavy heart, the killing intent is too strong. This Qing Tian ancestor is indeed not simple. She worriedly instructed, I heard he slaughtered countless cultivators to refine the Blood Fiend banner. Must be careful. Don't let this killing intent affect your mind. Itianya nodded slightly, his eyes becoming even more cautious. No problem. Just leave it to me. Qing Tianlong curled his lips, coldly ordering his subordinates. Kill for me. Those people were like puppets with cut strings, frantically rushing in to kill. The great elder shouted resolutely, Palace Lord, we will resist. Immediately, they quickly rushed into the battle. Now, in the suffocating space, only Yi Tianyun faced Qing Tian ancestor directly. The old man was so confident he didn't even bother defending, disdainfully challenging, Come, show me your skills. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyun shot up like a bolt of lightning. He aimed straight for the dantian below the old man's abdomen to attack. Giant blocks of ice suddenly sprang up, covering Qing Tianlong, forming a towering mountain of ice. Yi Tianyun lightly touched the block of ice, breathing heavily. Huff, huff. It seems he's been pinned down in the thick layer of ice. He paused to adjust his breathing. That strike just now was the limit of the frost fist. But suddenly, his eyes widened, his face turning purple. Before his eyes, Qing Tianlong's aura still surged out. The move seemed to have no effect. Qing Tianlong used terrible power to shatter the ice mountain, laughing grimly as he remarked, Indeed a bit demonic. But kid, to me, this little trick has no effect at all. Killing intent radiated rapidly from him, even starting to invade and control the Tianxian Palace disciples. The second elder gritted his teeth to resist. The killing intent is invading. The great elder and close disciples also fell into a similar situation, completely losing control. Yuan Ping had to brace himself to dodge the vicious attacks. The killing intent is too strong. Even the elders are infected, having consumed too much spirit energy earlier. Resisting this killing intent became extremely arduous. Just then, a gentle stream of green energy was transmitted over, helping him avoid a calamity. The person who just took action was none other than Shi Yun. She was resolute. Tianyun, leave him to me. You hurry and help the elders. His cultivation is very strong. He cannot be dealt with so easily. Leave it to me. However, he still insisted on not leaving. I am no longer the Tianyun of the past, always accepting your protection. This time, let me protect you. Protect this entire Tianxian palace. Aunt, please trust me. Seeing that determination, she smiled slightly. All right, then I and Tianxian Palace are entrusted to you to protect. Qing Tianlong saw him appear again, questioning loudly. Kid, still want to continue? Oof. Cheng Qingyun stood aside, trying hard to instigate. Ancestor, hurry and kill him. Kid, in front of our ancestor, you're nothing. Qing Tianlong's eyes were white, his voice booming and hoarse. Young, but having killed so many of my elders, you are much stronger than the trash in my sect. Worship under my sect. You don't necessarily have to be buried with this Tianxian palace. Yi Tianyun glared, decisively refusing. Stop talking nonsense. Joining you is worse than death. Let me give you a taste of true power. At this very moment, a mighty dragon shadow emerged from his body, causing the entire space to seem stagnant. Shirleyun looked back, speechless at his gallant appearance, and silently exclaimed, "Is this Tianyun's true power?" She suddenly realized the child who needed her protection back, then had truly grown up. Even Qing Tianlong began to get restless. He exclaimed in horror, "You are of the dragon race?" Tianyun's pupils suddenly changed. Hard dragon scales appeared clearly at the corners of his eyes. On his head, a pair of powerful dragon horns also grew. After completing the transformation process, Tianyin clenched his fists, roaring loudly, "Qing Tian ancestor, get out of Tianxin Palace." Hearing this, he not only did not retreat, but also showed interest, stepping forward. Unexpectedly, "You are the hidden trump card of Tianxin Palace." Qing Tianlong ruthlessly stripped the killing intent from his subordinates, letting that strange black aura wrap around his body. Meanwhile, Tianyin circulated his spirit energy to the limit. Dragon God Art, first form. A giant enhanced dragon claw struck straight forward with the power to move mountains and fill seas. Qing Tianlong felt the terrible pressure and hurriedly dodged. Not good. The source of terrifying power collided directly, tearing apart his protective killing intent. Qing Tianlong gritted his teeth, muttering in resentment. "Divine dragon power is so mighty, actually daring to destroy my blood fiend banner." Taking advantage of the remaining thick dust and smoke, Tianyin quickly leaped into the air. Here comes more. Dragon Soul Flash Attack. The dragon claw swept down hard, aiming straight for the top of Qing Tianlong's head strike. He was suffocated by the heavy pressure, roaring madly, looking down on me. He pretended to be at a disadvantage, but behind his back, he secretly condensed killing intent into a great blade and cut Tianyun's claw in half. "Take this." The move was officially torn apart. Countless creepy ghosts began to surround Tianyun. He laughed loudly with smugness. "Ha ha, die." Tianyun braced himself against the intense killing intent. He swirled his palm vigorously, creating a small sphere of spiritual energy, and shouted, "Great star-absorbing art." The massive amount of magic power being sucked in made his breathing quicken. In just a blink of an eye, all of Qing Tianlong's killing intent was compressed into his palm. He was stunned for a moment, stammering, What? What exactly is your background, you brat?" The system panel immediately displayed a warning. Blood glow divine power, top-grade spiritual qi, refined from the blood of 10,000 people, killing intent reaching the sky. Tianyin used the appraisal eye to see through the opponent, thinking to himself that this blade had too high combat power. He stomped heavily on the ground, cracking the floor, and shot out like an arrow tearing through the wind. Qing Tianlong gripped his blade tightly and slashed down. Useless. He decisively retorted, "Then try it." However, Tianyin suddenly dodged behind him, aiming straight for Cheng Qingyan. He shouted as he flew, "My target is you." That guy took the fatal blow, only able to scream miserably, "Ancestor, save me, OAA." Qing Tianlong's face darkened, extreme hatred burning in the depths of his eyes. A large patch of ground was completely destroyed by the shockwave. The system continuously announced, "Successfully killed Cheng Qingyun, gained 430,000 experience points, 1,000 forging mastery points, 3,600 crazy points. Congratulations, player Tianyin, for successfully breaking through to the 7th layer of core condensation realm." After it ended, he thought to himself, "Leveled up, my current strength is probably enough to fight him on equal footing." Witnessing Cheng Qingyun being killed right before his eyes, Qing Tianlong fell into a state of complete loss of control. He roared madly, "Damn it, you bastard, die for me." Dozens of sword tips, made of suffocating killing intent, surrounded him. But Tianyun's state had completely changed. He coldly waved his hand, blocking all the attacks, even boldly passing through the dense net of blades that the old man had set up. In the blink of an eye, his figure had closed in right under Qing Tianlong's abdomen. The old man panicked and tried to dodge. Too fast. However, his attack was a step faster. Yue. Qing Tianlong bounced up, retreating several steps to keep his distance. He gritted his teeth, his eyes scrutinizing the young man opposite him with suspicion. Speed and strength are a level higher than before. Is it an illusion? Or did this brat intentionally suppress his cultivation earlier? This brat absolutely cannot be kept alive. He lightly wiped fresh red blood onto the sword blade. A strange forbidden curse mixed with the blood color made the sword glow with evil light. He looked no different from having gone into cultivation deviation at this moment. The system immediately scanned the new weapons, combat power stats jumping continuously. Composite combat power 95,000, 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. Onion silently watched the constantly rising combat power figure, increased by over 20,000 combat power in just a moment. This effect is equivalent to taking a berserk pill. At the same time, Shi Lei-yun and the Great Elder finally escaped the control of the killing intent. The killing intent is terrifying. Is this the true strength of Ancestor Qing Tian? Her face darkened, her voice trembling slightly from the pressure. The Great Elder also spoke with difficulty. Palace Lord, I can barely withstand this killing intent anymore. On the other side, Qing Tianlong roared in rage. End it. I want to dye your Tianxin Palace in blood. From now on, the name Tianxin Palace will no longer exist in this world. Just at the critical moment, the system panel displayed all his information. Level 23, experience 125 for 81/166, 000. Crazy points 127,380, characters 70 points. Techniques included Great Star Absorbing Art, Eagle Claw Art, Falling Feather Sword Art, Floating Cloud Steps. Weapon, Frost Fist. Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Divine Armor. Divine Skills, Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo, along with Mastery Skills, Forging, Array, Alchemy. Onion looked at the accumulated crazy points of over 200,000 and made a determination. The thing to do right now is to use up this pile of crazy points. His eyes shone with brilliance. The system panel continuously displayed notifications. Crazy Mode leveled up. Dragon God Bloodline leveled up. A giant dragon coiled around Onion. Crazy points fully activated. Qing Tianlong frowned warily. Such powerful dragon chi? Onion gritted his teeth, accelerating like riding the wind and breaking waves. OAA. Qing Tianlong was no pushover either. He waved his hand and shouted, don't be arrogant. Two massive beams of light collided violently. In Etienne's eyes at this moment, the only target left was Qing Tianlong. His punch, carrying the weight of 1,000 caddies, shattered the old man's killing intent barrier. Qing Tianlong's face twisted in pain. The force from the powerful punch sent the old man flying straight into the wall. Seeing the opponent in a pathetic state, the corner of Etienne's mouth curled up arrogantly, his Dragon Clan hand clenching mightily. He asked coldly, now who is ending whom? As soon as Qing Tianlong was defeated, the controlled disciples suddenly woke up, their eyes gradually regaining their spirit. A little girl cheered joyfully upon realizing the dark pressure had vanished. The air in the main hall gradually became thinner. Qing Tianlong lay flat on the ground, his face darkened, motionless like a corpse. A moment later, the energy in his body turned chaotic, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Cough! Etienne walked leisurely in front of him, shouting loudly, Ancestor Qing Tian, do you want to die here, or take your grand disciples and get out of Tianxin Palace? Despite the defeat, Qing Tianlong showed no submission. He gritted his teeth, probing with suspicion, why did your cultivation suddenly skyrocket like that? What evil art did you use? He calculated inwardly. This brat's cultivation has approached the peak of core condensation realm. Even if he is of the Dragon Clan, he definitely possesses an extreme evil art. Etienne similит koldi. He clenched his fist and began a countdown. I'll count to 3. Make your choice. 1, 2. Qing Tianlong struggled to get up with trembling hands. He plotted madly. If I can seize this evil art, I will be invincible under the heavens. Even if I have to consume my primordial spirit, I must destroy him. Immediately, a glowing red, ghostly aura flared up behind his back. Seeing that scene, Etienne calmly asked, is this your choice? He summoned the dragon breath, controlling the majestic power to pierce through and completely disperse that creepy ghostly aura. Immediately after, Etienne's speed blitzed in front of the opponent. Die for me. Qing Tianlong's body flew backward into the air with a miserable scream. Oe? Etienne didn't stop. He followed up with a powerful uppercut and kicked the old man away. I will let your grand disciples see the result of provoking Tianxin Palace. The kick pinned Qing Tianlong firmly into the ground. Shi Yun looked at her nephew's back, her heart full of pride and satisfaction. She thought, Tianyun has become so strong. Perhaps he won't need my protection anymore in the future. When the dust settled, Qing Tianlong lay gasping for breath in a deep pit. He coughed up blood, trying to utter a final threat. Do you think killing me can save Tianxin Palace? My allies will follow in my footsteps. Tianyun frowned, cracking his knuckles. Rest assured, Tianfeng Tower, Tianling sect, whoever dares to touch Tianxin Palace, I will wipe them all out. Having said that, Tianyun delivered the finishing blow, shattering the earth and rocks. The system immediately sounded urgent notifications. Ding. Successfully killed Qing Tianlong. Gained 500,000 experience points. Martial Art Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven. Weapon Blood Fiend Divine Spear. Equipment Blood Fiend Bracers. 1,000 Forging Mastery Points for 1,000 Crazy Points. Completed killing a target above own level. Receive an extra 10 lottery draws and 1,000 Crazy Points. Successfully completed the quest to protect Tianxin Palace. Received 1,000,000 experience points. 10,000 taels of gold and 1 lottery draw were handed over, accompanied by an increase of 100 favorability points from everyone towards him, while temporary equipment also disappeared. Tianyun exclaimed in his heart. To think 2 spirit tools dropped. Although only low grade, they are still precious spirit tools. Just then, Shi Yun walked over and knocked lightly on his forehead, causing pain. Ouch! He cried out, while she reminded him loudly, her words somewhat stern but full of care. Don't you stand there acting cool. Don't think that just because you achieved this merit, I will easily forgive you for the things you did before. Tianyun scratched his head awkwardly. Bitter smile. Aunt, are you really going to settle the score? I just saved the entire Tianxin Palace. Shi Yun's face suddenly looked sad, tears about to spill from her eyes. So what if you saved it? One thing is one thing. Who asked you to suddenly disappear without a trace before, making me think you had met with some mishap? Witnessing this scene, Tianyun couldn't help but be surprised and guilty. This was the first time he saw his aunt shed tears. He hurriedly ran over, gently wiping away the tears on her face. Aren't I very formidable? In the future, I will definitely protect Aunt, absolutely not letting you suffer any more harm. Shi Yun turned her face away, intentionally avoiding his gaze, and humphed. Just praise you a few words, and you're already getting cocky. Although she said that in her heart, this warm feeling wasn't bad at all. After the great battle, the atmosphere at Tianxin Palace was still extremely tense. An urgent internal meeting was held right after. Shi Yun seriously proposed, I want Tianyun to become an elder of our palace. I wonder if anyone has any objections? The great elder and second elder both nodded in agreement simultaneously. No one opposed. However, it was Tianyun himself who spoke up to refuse. I have an opinion. Palace Lord, I think it's better for me to remain an outer disciple. Rules cannot be casually broken. Besides, my forte is not management. He sighed inwardly. The position of elder is very troublesome. There are many things to do. I don't want to get sucked into that pile of administrative work. Hearing this, Shi Yun still tried to persuade. Tianyun, you don't need to manage anything at all. We just need you to be the representative for Tianxin Palace. Do I not know your management skills? If I let you take charge, this palace would probably collapse soon. Tianyun listened with a dumbfounded look. So that was it? Then that was fine. After arranging the personnel, she went straight to the main business. This time we have eliminated the sect masters of the 3 great sects, but those old geezers definitely still have backup plans. Therefore, everyone needs to be ready for combat. They have been making excuses to provoke us for so long, essentially just to seize our palace treasure. Tianyun was stunned. Palace treasure? What exactly is that item? Shi Yun ignored his bewildered look and continued to affirm. This palace treasure, I plan to give to Tianyun to use. What do you all think? Tianyun hesitated. Wait a minute, why get it to me all of a sudden? The great elder could not help but worry. Palace Lord, I fear this is not appropriate. The palace treasure has always been reserved for the palace lord's use. Giving it to someone else is likely against the rules. However, Shi Yun immediately used hard facts to refute. Tianyun's cultivation has now far surpassed mine. If those 3 great sects really come to attack again, this treasure in his hands will certainly create a miraculous effect. However, The thing Tianyin was really concerned about right now was only one thing. He wondered, wait, what exactly is the palace treasure? It was time to unbox. Inside revealed a piece of jade emitting bone-chilling cold energy. It was the icy soul jade. This treasure had the effect of calming the soul and stabilizing the mind, helping to increase cultivation speed. When used, it could form a completely frozen area in the surrounding space. Notably, its grade reached the level of a medium-grade spirit tool. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Tianyun pondered. This toy was indeed not simple. Just its presence caused the temperature in the room to drop significantly. Sure, Lei-Yun cherished the box. This is the icy soul jade. Not only does it greatly support your cultivation, but it also has the ability to cast a wide-range freezing effect. She added, previously you used ice attribute moves. If combined with this thing, it will definitely create a miraculous effect. Tianyin was a bit surprised. It turned out to be a medium-grade spirit tool. No wonder it was revered as the palace treasure. However, he decisively closed the box right in front of her and bluntly refused. Palace Lord, I don't need it. To be honest, it is useless to me. You should take it back. Despite her insisting that he take it, Tianyin remained determined not to accept. Seeing his firmness, Sure Lei-Yun pondered for a moment, then decided, all right then, I will keep it for you. She continued to another important matter. This time we destroyed the people of the 2 great sects and seized 7 tokens. Now we need to reselect the 8 most elite disciples to enter the Tianshan ruins for the trial. This information immediately sparked interest in his heart. The disciples standing below all narrowed their eyes, waiting in suspense. Sure Lei-Yun explained further. The Tianshan ruins are mostly for those with spirit refinement realm cultivation to enter. Meanwhile, you have already broken through to the core condensation realm. Hearing this, Tianyin secretly worried. If I can't get in, how will I complete the main quest? Seeing his thoughtful look, she gently explained, Tianyin, with your current strength, going in there doesn't make much sense anymore, and you won't achieve the purpose of true training. When everything was said plainly, Tianyin had to helplessly agree. All right. He walked out, sighing with a thoughtful look. This was the only main quest currently available. If he couldn't complete it, how would future quests trigger? Not wanting to think too much anymore, he decided to do the lottery draw first and figure it out later. Immediately, the system interface displayed a brilliant lucky roulette. The notifications sound rang in his ears. Lucky Halo, start. Tianyin smiled and confirmed. As the wheels stopped, a bright heart symbol appeared. Received 1,000 experience points. Tianyin clenched his fist, feeling disappointed because the result was not as desired. 1,000 experience points. That was too much of a ripoff. Try again. The system continued to announce the second round. Received 5,000 experience points. He couldn't help but continue spinning another round. In this round, the reward that appeared stunned him. Received 1 life. Initially, he intended to get angry, but when he clicked to see the details, his eyes suddenly shone like stars. This was an item that automatically activated to help the player revive immediately after death. Good stuff. Looks like consumable items aren't all trash. My apologies. I blamed you wrongly. This toy came at just the right time. Come quickly, more please. Tianyin excitedly continued the game. Looking a bit, he continuously pressed the draw button again, and again, but the more he spun, the darker his face became. What a massive ripoff. The pile of pills just received is truly too crappy. The stats increase is negligible. However, the only consolation was that he drew some recovery weapons, which could be used as materials to enhance existing equipment. Right then, the giant system panel displayed his entire current status. Level 27, Core Condensation, Realm 7th Layer. Experience points, 281/150,000. Crazy points, 4,128. Luck, 70 points. Techniques, Northern Swallow Divine Art, Tianyin Step, Blood Fiend, Soaring Heaven. Weapons, Frost Palm, Scarlet Dagger, Wind Chasing Blade, Blood Fiend, Divine Spear. Armor, Snow Wolf Bracers, Innate Armor, Shadow Cloak. Divine Skills, Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo. Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline. Accessories, Forging God Hammer, Bracelet of Strength, Ring of Strength, Belt of Strength, Blood Fiend Bracelet. Inventory, 18 Recovery Pills, 5 Double Experience Pills, 3 Premium Gift Packs, 1 Resurrection Life, and 1 Random Divine Pill. Tianyin calmly threw a pill into his mouth. Clicking his tongue, and muttering, TSK, looks like I can only patiently wait for the Tianshan ruins to open, then find a way to sneak in. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Amidst the bustling crowd, a timid voice rang out, Big brother, I'm a little nervous. The young man walking beside her gently reassured, Don't worry, when the time comes, I will always be by your side. Another person also nodded in encouragement. Just do your best. Believe in yourself. Tianyan glanced at the little girl, Jiu Lingyun, standing in front of him. Normally, the official disciple selection contest would not happen so hurriedly. However, Tianxin Palace needed to quickly consolidate and expand its power, so the contest was pushed up earlier than expected. He secretly worried, wondering if this pace was too much for Lingyun. Nearby, some female disciples began to whisper and discuss with jealous looks. Look quickly. Elder E actually brought that girl along. I don't know what tricks she used to climb so high and cling to a relationship with Elder E like that. The sarcastic remarks became increasingly outrageous, without any restraint. Look at that. Her appearance is average. Her talent is nothing outstanding, clearly a low-class commoner. Another person immediately chimed in. That's right, and he even brought that burden along. We had to struggle tooth and nail to get in here. The remaining person curled her lips and replied, Well, she is best at relying on connections, so she naturally got a spot, didn't she? Seeing tears of grievance beginning to roll down Jiu Lingyun's cheeks, Tianyan stepped to her side, gently patting her shoulder. Relax. Her eyes glistened as she looked at him as if finding a solid spiritual support. Big brother E. He gave a self-deprecating smile, using his own past to comfort her. I used to have to hear harsh words like this often too. No need to mind them. Use your own strength to make them shut up. Those sincere words of encouragement were like an electric current, immediately reviving Jiu Lingyun's spirit. She told herself, Big brother E is right. I must use my strength to prove myself. The female disciples in front overheard and didn't miss the chance to mock further. Clinging to Elder E. So this contest is probably just a formality for show, right? I don't understand what Big brother E is thinking to have eyes for someone like her. Another person criticized unpleasantly. Look at that dirty and messy appearance. Her clothes are tattered and old. With that level, she demands to join Tianxin Palace? Ignoring the surrounding criticisms, the confidence in Jiu Lingyun's eyes did not diminish at all. She silently determined not to disappoint him. You can insult me, but absolutely do not speak ill of Big Brother E. I will prove to you all that I will fair and square past the contest with my own strength. The girl with bangs sneered, repeating sarcastically, Fair and square take the test? Relying on a person like you? The long-haired one standing next to her also uttered words of contempt. I'm afraid right from the first round, you won't be able to stand firm. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out, requesting everyone to keep silent. The man who just appeared was Deacon Liang, the examiner in charge of the outer sect disciples of Tianxin Palace. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Tianyan, Elder E. He nodded slightly in return. Deacon Liang, just follow the procedure. If you need to be strict, then be strict. Having said that, Deacon Liang quickly formed hand seals and shouted loudly. Form the array. This was the Spirit Shock Formation, a magic array that continuously launched attacks on the spirit. Whoever persisted longer proved their mental strength was stronger. The standard to become an official disciple was to withstand 9 waves of shocks. However, if one wanted to step into the inner hall, the candidate was required to pass the 11th wave. A short-haired female disciple, standing on the edge, commented in a low voice, only requiring 9 waves this time? I thought we had to persist until the 14th wave. The girl beside her calmly retorted, Don't be delusional. Enduring to the 10th wave is already very rare. Cultivating mental strength is much harder than training strength. As I recall, it was from a very long time ago in Tianxin Palace that someone persisted to the 13th or 14th wave. Jiu Lingyun clenched her fists, her eyes determined. To repay Big Brother Yi's kindness, I must become an official disciple. When a magic array appeared, the crowd began to stir and pay attention to the newcomer. The girl with slanted bangs smirked and said to the person next to her, To be an official disciple, one must at least pass wave 9. I suspect someone like her will collapse after just 1 or 2 waves. But anyway, just watch the show, no matter the result. With connections, she will naturally be accepted. Deacon Liang announced loudly. Those accepting the first challenge, get ready. The crowd immediately fell silent. He continued to perform hand seals, and Zhou Lingyun also began to focus and channel her energy. The magic circle glowed brightly under their feet, enveloping all the candidates. Deacon Liang shouted, "Start!" The first wave, second, third, fourth, fifth. By the sixth wave, then the seventh, a contestant wearing a horn accessory was eliminated in astonishment. Impossible. The test continued. By the eighth wave, the onlookers began to grind their teeth in shock. Isn't she from the slums? How could she be so strong? The girl with slanted bangs rubbed her chin, trying to salvage a bit of her remaining arrogance. Humph, she definitely won't be able to withstand the ninth wave. Zhou Lingyun's face had turned pale when Deacon Liang loudly shouted, "The ninth wave." The eliminated candidates started buzzing with discussion when they saw that only that lass was still bracing herself and persisting. Deacon Liang stared at her thoughtfully, then continued to activate the 10th wave, secretly amazed that this lass was truly not simple. At this moment, Zhou Lingyun's body had begun to tremble violently. The 11th wave, then the 12th wave, surged in. Because of the extreme pain, she couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" A disciple watching from the outside couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Too formidable. She can actually endure until the 12th wave. The girl with straight bangs standing next to him heard this and began to reconsider, doubting in her heart, who said earlier that she only got in here based on connections. It's really unbelievable. That group of disciples was also shocked, discussing animatedly. Can a slum dweller also have this formidable level? She is much stronger than me. Standing outside, Tianyun smiled slightly and whispered, "Well done." As soon as the test ended, Zhou Lingyun, with tears in her eyes, ran towards him. "Big brother, I did it. I did it." He spread his arms to hug her into his embrace, to reassure her. "I knew for sure you would do very well. Congratulations. This time you have justifiably joined Tianxin Palace. From now on, you have officially become a member of our palace." Zhou Lingyun shed tears of happiness, choking with emotion. Yes, if it weren't for Big Brother, Just then, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Initial Nurturing of the Saintess. Received 5,000 experience points. Zhou Lingyun's favorability increased by 50. Character points increased by 30 points. Tianyun couldn't help but be surprised, mixed with a bit of confusion. Quest Initial Nurturing of the Saintess? What is this situation? Could it be? Lingyun, are you a Saintess? Zhou Lingyun heard this and widened her eyes in surprise. Huh? What Saintess? He quickly shook his head and waved his hand to gloss over it. No, it's nothing. By the way, what were your parents like? Zhou Lingyun lowered her head, her heart feeling a bit sad. I have had no parents since I was young, only relying on my younger brother to grow up in the slums. My younger brother is also not related by blood. I picked him up and raised him. Big brother, why do you suddenly ask about this? Tianyun absent-mindedly made up a reason. I was just asking in passing. You don't need to mind it. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he secretly speculated. So perhaps she was abandoned by some sect in the slums? Interesting. If I can continue to nurture her, maybe she will really become a saintess. At that time, how huge would the system reward be? Thinking of this, Tianyun looked at her and said, from your talent, it can be seen that you truly have extraordinary points. However, your current cultivation is still too low. Otherwise, I could have taken you into the Tianxin ruins. Zhou Lingyun responded excitedly. I'm already very satisfied to be able to join Tianxin Palace. Time flew by. Half a month later, Shi Lei-yun and the elders personally saw off the group of disciples departing to attend the assembly. Tianyun, this time you will lead the team. The great elder will go along to support. I will stay to guard Tianxin Palace. He nodded slightly, instructing carefully, yes, if anything happens, please send a message to me immediately. She smiled with full confidence, placing her hand on his shoulder. All right, do you think our Tianxin Palace is a place where others can mold as they please? It's getting late. Hurry up and prepare to depart. The wings of the eagles spread wide against the high sky. The convoy of horse carriages followed one another towards the meeting point. As soon as he stepped down from the horse, Tianyun looked around to observe. He thought to himself, is this the Tianxin ruins? I don't know how to get inside. This is an important main quest. Basically, everyone here belongs to second-grade forces. There isn't a single person from a first-grade force like our Tianxin Palace. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, attracting his attention. Isn't this the young master of Tianxin Palace? Did Palace Lord Shi not come personally this time? He was slightly surprised, turning his head back to recognize that it was Hua Jun, the sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect. The young sect master with a red mole between his eyebrows smiled and explained, "Whenever I go out, I always hide my identity, revealing a lowly whereabouts." Tianyun still kept a measured distance, calmly replying, "Palace Lord Shi is busy with some matters, so she couldn't come here temporarily. I will be in charge of everything here." Sect Master Hua Jun smirked slightly. "So that's how it is. I heard that 3 great forces allied to attack Tianxin Palace, but in the end, they were completely wiped out. It seems the strength of your palace's ancestors is truly profound and unfathomable." At this moment, the Great Elder stepped up to represent him, her voice steely. Although Tianxin Palace is only a first-grade force, the foundation accumulated over the years is not bad at all. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from the mountainside above, causing everyone to look around in alarm. Afterwards, everyone was elated to realize that the ruins had opened. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and a large gate was slowly revealed. The crowd shouted in unison, "The main gate is open. We can enter." As soon as the words fell, they frantically rushed inside. Tianyun did not rush to move yet. He calculated in his heart, "Things have come to this point. I need to take a gamble and see." Thinking this, he turned to ask the Great Elder, "Can you give me the token? I want to see if I can get inside." She absent-mindedly threw the token to him. "It seems you still refuse to give up, then just try entering and see." Tianyun smiled and received it. "Many thanks." Holding the wooden token that was glowing brightly, he secretly assessed, "Is this the token to enter the ruins? It seems there is nothing too special. All right, let's go check it out." Blocking the front of the gate was a powerful barrier. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he couldn't help but be suspicious because he didn't feel any obstruction at all. Witnessing Tianyun enter easily, the Great Elder couldn't help but be shocked. She stood frozen, muttering, "Strange, these ruins are supposed to forbid people from the spirit refinement realm and above, right? It's really strange. Clearly the restriction still exists." Tianyun looked back and saw her being blocked outside, thinking to himself, "Sure enough, the Great Elder cannot enter. I can enter, perhaps due to the system's intervention or related to the main quest." Regardless of the truth, the fact that Tianyun managed to get inside is already an unexpected success. As soon as he stepped through the barrier, a majestic scene appeared before his eyes, making him astonished. So the inside of the ruins is like this. Tianyun secretly assessed that these Tianxin ruins had already been dug up to the point of being tattered by people over the years. Precious treasures surely didn't have many left. Therefore, their main goal this time was not to search for rare treasures. Just then, Ling ran to his side in surprise. "Elder, how could you get in here?" He only knew to pretend to shake his head with an innocent face. "I don't know either. I just casually tried stepping through a bit, didn't expect to actually get in." Suddenly, a provocative voice echoed, "You are Tianyun?" The person who just appeared was Liang Feng, a disciple with a dignified appearance, but eyes full of calculation from the Heaven and Earth sect. Tianyun frowned, questioning coldly, "What do you want with me?" Liang Feng narrowed his slanted eyes up to his temples, looking at him sarcastically. "It really is Tianyun. Before, I kept seeing that you looked very much like the wanted person. Your name is on that list a lot." Tianyun still maintained an indifferent attitude. "Oh, so what do you want?" At this point, Liang Feng revealed his intention to provoke. "I heard you were very formidable. Once caused havoc at Tianfeng Tower, killed Chief Liang, and caused quite a lot of trouble. But I think sometimes one must rely on one's own strength, not hiding behind women all day." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ling ran over to intervene because she was too angry. She whispered into Tianyun's ear, then turned to scold Liang Feng that he did not rely on women to advance. Seeing this, Liang Feng took the opportunity to mock further. "Humph, letting a woman speak for you again? Can't you open your mouth to say a few sentences yourself?" Tianyun didn't bother responding to this kind of person. He directly turned around intending to leave. "Ling, let's go." However, Liang Feng did not easily let go. "Weren't you very formidable before? Heard that you fought alone. Turns out you are just a coward. Ling couldn't help but scold back. It was all due to Tianfeng Tower playing dirty tricks. If you don't know, don't speak nonsense. The disciple accompanying him also chimed in. That's right, you are the coward. Suddenly, a spine-chilling aura erupted from Liang Feng. Shut up, all of you. I'm not asking you. I'm asking him. He pointed at Tianyun. If you have the ability, then fight a life-and-death duel with me. Afterwards, the sex will absolutely not interfere. Tianyun only responded with extreme disgust. I don't care if you are from the Liang family or whatever family. I'm not interested. In his heart, he began to feel annoyed because this guy kept deliberately looking for trouble. Although rejected many times, Liang Feng still stubbornly ignited the fuse. I see that you are just relying on the shadow of Tianxin Palace. You are just a coward hiding under a woman's skirt, a pretty boy of Shirlayan. And then, Tianyun's limit reached its peak. He coldly uttered, "Very well, you successfully angered me. You want a life-and-death duel, right? Can we start?" Liang Feng triumphantly drew his sword from its sheath. No problem. Start immediately. Kill. He rushed over like lightning, but Tianyun only needed to slightly dodge to avoid it easily. He smirked. Humph, is that all? With just a lightning-fast move, Liang Feng was both heavily injured and stripped of his weapon, flung far away, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He conveniently delivered a powerful spinning kick. The force was so strong that it sent Liang Feng flying straight into the wall. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing Liang Feng. Received 90,000 experience points, a Jade Heaven Sword, low-grade Spirit Tool, and 900 crazy points. Witnessing that scene, a Heaven and Earth sect disciple screamed in horror, "Senior brother Liang Feng." Another young man finished checking, his face bloodless, stammering, Dead. Senior brother Liang Feng is dead. You dared to kill him. Our sect master will definitely not let you off." Tianyun frowned slightly, showing clear annoyance on his face. He himself declared he wanted a life-and-death duel unrelated to the sections. Are you intending to go back on his word now? He swept his gaze around, his voice cold and imposing. Everyone here, if anyone wants to challenge me or harbors intentions to humiliate Tianxin Palace, I don't mind continuing with life-and-death duels against you. Whoever is dissatisfied, just step forward. Facing the deadly silence of the crowd, Tianyun calmly turned to leave. Let's go. We've wasted enough time here. A disciple in the group asked curiously in a low voice. Elder where do you plan to go? He replied calmly, walking around to see if there are any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Ling spoke up timidly to remind him. Elder the inside of these Tianxin ruins was hollowed out long ago. There's nothing left to find. She pointed ahead. Except for that trial stone steel, everything else is gone. Tianyun curled his lips slightly, his eyes gleaming. So the stone steel is right here. Even though there was nothing left inside, he still led the disciples deeper with a calm demeanor, showing no fear. Since we are here, I should still take you in for a look. He calculated in his heart. Perhaps the main quest that needed to be completed was in this place. Approaching a towering stone pillar, he silently speculated. This must be the trial's stone steel. Observing the people meditating around it, Tianyun realized that based on each person's level of comprehension, they could obtain martial arts of different ranks. So far, the highest was Earth-level martial arts, and the lowest was human level. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly opened their eyes, and an ancient book appeared before them. The person reached out to take it, but upon seeing the item clearly, a look of disappointment flashed across their face, and they sighed dejectedly before leaving. What kind of secret does this place actually hold? Tianyun looked at the mysterious light emitting from the stone pillar, curiosity rising in his heart. I should also try to comprehend it and see. He calmly sat down in a vacant spot, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Just a moment later, his soul seemed to be summoned out of his body, floating and then forcefully penetrating the mysterious gate above the stone pillar. When he woke up, Tianyun found himself standing in the middle of a desolate, barren mountain. He looked around and muttered, "This steel only has names of martial arts carved on it, no grades or effects at all. To choose a good martial art, one can only judge based on the name." Tianyun reached out and gently touched the ancient characters carved on the stone. He understood, while that once an Earth-level martial art was taken, it would disappear forever, so remembering the names beforehand was useless. He thought to himself, Actually, I'm not that interested in these things. The only thing I want is to complete the main quest. Yun snapped his fingers to summon the necessary item, thinking, luckily, I have the lucky halo to assist. He began to act. The halo floated ahead to lead the way, and he silently followed, observing the surroundings. Yun stopped, looking down closely at the steel the halo pointed to. He felt it was extremely strange because this steel had absolutely no name. Could it be that his luck was not enough, so the result was skewed? At this moment, he realized something was wrong. No, I've been walking in circles this whole time. No matter how I move, I end up back in this area. It's basically impossible to escape. He tried placing his hand on a steel, speculating silently. If there really is a bewildering formation here, this steel will definitely react. Immediately, spiritual energy radiated powerfully. Yun guessed that this steel was the eye of the formation. He stared at the stone and said decisively, if this is the formation eye, then I don't need to touch it. I must smash it. He clenched his fist in anger, feeling he had wasted his crazy points for nothing. Immediately after, he threw a punch, easily shattering the stone into 100 pieces. A strong wind rushed past, and the surrounding stone steels also slowly disappeared. In no time, the entire large mountain no longer had a shadow of any steel. Yun rejoiced. Success. It's true that I had to smash it to enter. He walked along the coast with interest, realizing that if one didn't break the bewildering formation outside, they could never set foot in this place and could only choose mediocre martial arts outside. Suddenly he stopped, seeing a small path faintly appearing. Yun decided to follow that path and discovered a small house located below. He walked closer calmly, thinking that usually illusions could be created to be extremely luxurious, but this place looked extremely ordinary. He frowned slightly, telling himself, the more ordinary, the more problematic. True powerhouses often value simplicity rather than showing off luxury. He knocked politely, and a voice came from inside. Come in. Yun opened the door in surprise and entered. He didn't expect there to be actual people here. Upon seeing the senior before him, he immediately bowed politely. Greetings, senior. The old man waved his hand slightly. No need for formalities. This old man is just a steward here. You can call me Elder Xian. Elder Xian, the steward of the Tianshan ruins, spoke gently to him. Destined One, please follow me. Both walked into a solemn room. Elder Xian spoke respectfully. Master, a Destined One has arrived. Yun looked around curiously, his gaze stopping at a solemn position. A spirit tablet? He looked at the words carved on it and thought, to think it's a spirit king. Yun suddenly remembered the biography of this character. A spirit king is a rank close to a saint king, essentially the spirit transformation stage. In this continent, that is an existence belonging to the peak. It's not hard to understand why, with this kind of strength, he could create such a massive ruin. His voice carried a bit of regret. Spirit King Xintian? He has. Elder Xian replied calmly. That's right. So what if he was a spirit king? He still couldn't escape the fate of death. Yun lit 3 sticks of incense and said respectfully, Junior would like to offer incense to Senior to show respect. He sighed slightly. What a pity, a lifetime as a spirit king. Yet in the end, he still had to depart. Elder Xian commented calmly, your character and quality are very upright. Very good. You are qualified to become the master's successor. Yun turned his head in confusion. I only lit a stick of incense? Just like that. You say I'm qualified to become the successor? Elder Xian explained calmly. You don't need to be surprised. I only said you're qualified. At least you were better than those other rude people. They only thought about the inheritance. Once they got it, they ran away immediately. Yun asked in surprise. People have been here before? Elder Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. That's right, and they were even punished by me. Those who are not sincere are not qualified to receive the inheritance. His attitude quickly changed, becoming gentler. Don't worry, your nature is very good, and my master was extremely hospitable and valued etiquette. Yun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, his attitude was proper. Otherwise, he would have been punished immediately, turning into a fool if not dead. He looked at the old man confidently. I wonder what challenges Elder Xian will have for me. Elder Xian replied gently, to become my master's successor, you must defeat him. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura radiated from the spirit tablet. Tianyun quickly sensed the change. The aura became stronger and stronger, then surrounded his entire body. When he slowly opened his eyes, a strange 8 trigrams formation appeared before him, with a majestic figure emerging. Elder Xian's voice echoed from somewhere. This is the spiritual sense left behind by the master. You just need to defeat this spiritual sense to become the successor. If you lose, I will help you forget everything here. Tianyun smirked slightly. No problem. Elder Xian reminded in a deep voice. The master's image will be created based on your age. The spiritual sense's age will be the same as yours. But as for how high the master's cultivation was at this age, you will have to experience it yourself. He bowed his head and whispered, "Good luck. Just defeat the master, and you will smoothly become the successor." Tianyun thought to himself, defeating Spirit King Xiantian at the same teenage age as me will definitely not be easy. He immediately activated the probing eye. Necessary information quickly appeared. 46,000 total combat power points, 49,000 points, then reaching 50,000 points. Tianyun thought anxiously. Spirit King Xuantian's total combat power in his youth already exceeded 50,000. He looked at Elder Xian with a probing gaze. Does your master not use weapons? The old man replied proudly. The master does not need any weapons. He only fights with his bare hands. But you can choose to take a weapon to use. Tianyun retorted confidently, fighting barehanded? To express my respect for senior, I also won't use a weapon. Elder Xian nodded slightly, instructing calmly. All right, do as you say. But remember well, if you fail, you won't have any more chances to challenge. The boy replied arrogantly. Fine, I don't think my fists will lose to anyone. Tianyun impatiently entered the battle. Let's start. Immediately, the spiritual sense flew high up and then rushed straight towards him with astonishing speed. Tianyun's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect the opponent to launch such a vicious attack right at the start. The spiritual sense's eyes flashed with a chilling danger. Tianyun smiled smugly. Caught you. Notifications from the system appeared continuously. Use Star Absorption Great Method, plus 1,000 experience points, plus 1,300 experience points, plus 1,200 experience points. Tianyun rushed forward powerfully, feeling excited inside. Very good. He chuckled to himself. He didn't expect to be able to absorb experience points normally, even in this place. Even if it was a Spirit King, in the end, he would just become experience points for him. The system numbers jumped continuously. Plus 100 experience points, plus 1,100 experience, plus 1,300 experience points, plus 107 experience points. He glanced at the fist he was controlling, silently evaluating that the Spirit King possessed such terrifying combat power at his age. No wonder others who came here returned empty-handed. Tianyun felt grateful that he possessed a superb support system. The spiritual sense did not give up easily, intending to unleash a vicious kick. Tianyun quickly let go, leaping high to dodge the attack before seizing the opportunity to grab the spiritual sense's arm tightly. Trying to escape? Tianyun drove a knee hard into his opponent's waist, using the momentum to pin the spiritual sense to the ground. It wouldn't be that easy to get away. He arrogantly declared, "Your strength is pretty good, but once I suppress you, that little bit of strength won't amount to anything." He glanced at the system screen on display, secretly regretting that he hadn't taken an experience pill earlier because he thought the soul form wouldn't grant points. Tianyun immediately took out a pill. If he was getting points as usual, he absolutely couldn't let them go to waste. He used a 3x experience pill. The experience points skyrocketed continuously, plus 57 points, plus 599 points, plus 5,200 points, plus 5,700 points. Elder Xian stood on the sidelines, jaw dropped in shock at the scene. Too strong. Usually geniuses of the master's age couldn't withstand a single move from him. Yet this kid is completely dominating. This is bad. The master's spiritual sense has had nearly all its spiritual power absorbed. Tianyun's face grew colder and colder. I really want to see how much longer you can hold on. Worried the situation would spiral out of control, Elder Xian hurriedly spoke up to intervene. Stop! Stop immediately! Under the terrifying pressure of the battle, the surrounding stone pillars began to crack and crumble into pieces. The surging power was seized in the blink of an eye. Elder Shin panicked and moved to stop him. What martial art are you using to absorb endlessly like that? You're going to suck this place until it collapses. Contrary to the other's panic, Tianyun calmly replied, this place won't collapse that easily. Besides, I haven't defeated Spirit King Xiantian yet. Does this count as passing the trial? Elder Shin spoke timidly. This doesn't count as defeating the master, and I have no right to interfere. How about you let him go, and then defeat him fair and square? Wouldn't that be better? Tianyun's eyes flashed with light. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, player Tianyun, for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the core condensation realm. Elder Shin seemed unable to wait any longer, urging repeatedly, little friend, haven't you absorbed enough? Tianyun sighed in boredom, thinking that if he accidentally drained the Spirit King's spiritual power dry, there might not be any inheritance left to take. He clicked his tongue. All right. Before letting go, he secretly increased the force, sucking in one last breath that brought in approximately 5,000 experience points. He had originally wanted to absorb a bit more to break through to the peak of the core condensation realm, but looking at the situation, if he continued, the Tianshan ruins might actually fall apart. Tianyun immediately launched himself off the spiritual sense's body. He channeled his move decisively. Let's end it here. A terrifying force tore through the wind. Tianyun used the momentum to leap into the air. When he reached the same height as the spiritual sense, he raised both hands high and brought down a thunderous strike from above. The massive impact cracked the ground open, creating a deep pit. Just as the spiritual sense struggled to get up, he rushed in and delivered another critical blow right to the center of its body. Break for me. The system's celebratory chime rang out rapidly. Successfully killed Spirit King Xiantian in his youth, received 1,888 experience points and 3,400 crazy points. Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. He glanced back and asked, Elder Xian, I've completed the test, right? Elder Xian replied, tremblingly, completed. I didn't expect you to be so strong, far surpassing the master in his youth by a level. He gritted his teeth and announced the final result. Congratulations on passing the test and winning the master's inheritance. Tianyun confirmed with delight. Does that include the control rights to these Tianshan ruins? Elder Xian nodded slightly, of course. Once you receive the inheritance, the management rights of these ruins will naturally belong to you. The surrounding scenery began to blur and gradually change, and a large stone block slowly took shape. The space returned to its original state when Tianyun first entered. He stared in surprise at the massive stele engraved with the words Xiantian Divine Art. A question arose in Tianyun's mind. Is the master of this place called Spirit King Xiantian? Does that mean by cultivating this divine art, one can reach the Spirit King rank? As if reading his thoughts, Elder Xian explained, this is the divine technique that the master painstakingly modified countless times. Unfortunately, the great calamity arrived too quickly, and he didn't have time to perfect it into a heaven-rank, high-grade martial art. Tianyun felt admiration in his heart. Being able to create a martial art himself and cultivate to the Spirit King level was already an incredibly talented achievement. He knew that only forces of the 4th grade or higher possessed heaven-rank martial arts, and even then, they were extremely scarce. Elder Xian respectfully gestured the way, his voice steady. Start now. Begin comprehending the Xiantian divine art. This is the test of your understanding. Tianyun looked up at the towering stone stele and replied calmly, if it's not suitable, I can only say sorry. Elder Xian nodded and continued, naturally. You just need to cultivate the 1st and 2nd layers right in front of me. 1 week later, at the main divine pillar area, the atmosphere became buzzing. A few people walked by, glancing at Tianyun, their voices dripping with sarcasm and disdain. I've come out of seclusion, yet he still hasn't finished comprehending. Is he just standing there hesitating, unable to choose a martial art? Hearing those mocking words, the disciples of Tianshan Palace couldn't help but worry for Elder E. If this goes on, the main gate will close in a moment, and he'll be the fool trapped inside for sure. One guy laughed in agreement. The person beside him replied sarcastically, that's quite possible, but doing that wouldn't bring any benefit at all. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air. The ruins are about to close. Everyone inside, get out quickly. A disciple of the palace asked anxiously. Senior sister and Ling, we have to go out. Why hasn't Elder E woken up yet? Could something have happened? She sighed helplessly. I don't know either. And Ling looked worriedly at Yi Tianyun, thinking that perhaps he had encountered another opportunity, or maybe he was truly stuck inside. We don't have the ability to break this protective light layer. Her heart in turmoil. She understood that staying wouldn't solve anything. She could only go out and report to the great elders. Finally, the group from Tianxin Palace quietly left. She made a decisive decision. Let's go out first. As she walked, she looked back at Yi Tianyun with eyes full of remorse. I'm sorry, Elder, but these are the elite disciples of Tianxin Palace. I cannot let them be trapped here. Thus, she and the other disciples hurriedly left the ruins. Meanwhile, over at the Heaven and Earth Sects group, a disciple ran in frantically to report, Sect Master, it's bad. He panted and continued. Liang Feng has been killed by someone from Tianxin Palace. Sect Master Hua Jun turned coldly, demanding, What? What happened? The disciple stammered it. It was all caused by that Yi Tianyan. Before long, the group from the Heaven and Earth sect appeared before the Tianxin Palace group to block their path. People of Tianxin Palace, please stop. The great elder frowned slightly upon seeing them, thinking that Yi Tianyun had indeed caused trouble again. And Ling stepped forward, clasping her hands and speaking clearly. Sect Master Hua Jun, it was your sect disciple who actively proposed a life and death duel with junior brother Yi. She explained calmly, many disciples from other sects can testify to this. In a life and death duel, life and death are irrelevant to the sects. Sect Master Hua Jun glared at his subordinate, growling, Is that true? The subordinate trembled, replying meekly, Yes. Yes. Hua Jun immediately slapped him and shouted, Useless trash. If Liang Feng died in a life and death duel, he can only blame himself for lacking skill. He coldly ordered, Why haven't you apologized to the great elder of Tianxin Palace yet? The disciple knelt down, trembling, Sorry, it was our senior brother's fault. This has nothing to do with us. Sect Master Hua Jun smiled outwardly, accepting the fault. My apologies, great elder Mou. It turns out my disciple was in the wrong first. However, in his heart, he was secretly regretting it. Liang Feng was a disciple groomed with great focus, and dying like this was a waste of the sect's resources. The great elder replied gently, It's fine. She silently watched the group leave, assessing that Sect Master Hua Jun simply didn't want to provoke Tianxin Palace at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that Tianxin Palace had recently suppressed 3 major forces, perhaps Sect Master Hua Jun wouldn't have had such a pleasant attitude. The great elder turned and asked worriedly, Where is Elder E? And Ling pointed behind her, her voice full of unease. Elder E is still comprehending at the trial steel. If this continues, the main gate will close. The great elder became even more anxious. There was less than a day left, and if the main gate closed, they would have to wait 3 years for it to open again. Meanwhile, inside the trial steel, Yi Tianyun was excitedly exploring a new ability. He hadn't expected the appraisal to have this magical effect. He realized that all martial arts could be imprinted into his mind, equivalent to learning them directly, though the speed was a bit slow due to his current low level. The flower below continued to absorb spiritual energy, and in the system, sound rang out, successfully cultivated the incomplete Shintian divine art. Yi Tianyun clenched his fist in joy, cheering like a child, Success! Although it was an incomplete version, he would research it further later. Elder Xian turned around in astonishment. Success? How is it so fast? Yi Tianyun honestly confirmed that he had mastered it up to the 2nd layer. Though still skeptical, Elder Xian suggested, Then demonstrate it for me to see. Immediately, a majestic character, Heaven, appeared above Yi Tianyun's head. His spirit felt incredibly refreshed, and he silently marveled at the miraculous nature of this martial art, a feeling as if no one could injure him anymore. Elder Xian slowly explained, The Shintian divine art is not only strong in defense, but right from the first armor layer, it significantly enhances attack power. You truly have completed comprehending the 2nd layer in just 1 week. Elder Xian sincerely advised him not to be too modest, then declared, If there are no more questions, this Xiantian divine art officially belongs to you. He began to perform the inheritance transfer. Now, you are the successor to the mantle of the master of Tianshan ruins. A seal immediately appeared on his forehead, accompanied by a system notification. Successfully completed the quest to occupy Tianshan ruins. Receive control rights of the ruins, able to open and close the main gate at will. Elder Xian respectfully knelt down, paying respects to the young master. A ding sound rang out. Tianyin received another 1 million experience points and 10,000 crazy points. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally completed the main quest, almost missing the deadline. After composing himself, he asked Elder Xian what to do next. The old man replied reverently that the previous master's greatest wish was to return to the sect to check on the situation, but his great calamity arrived, so he had to pass away here in meditation. He hoped his successor could join Tianji Mansion and become a disciple there. Tianyun mutteret kuriusli, Tianjimansen. He calculated inwardly. A place that could nurture a spirit king was certainly no ordinary force. Tianji Mansion was originally a third-grade faction, a gathering place for top intermediate experts. Right at this moment, the system announced the next main quest: strengthen Tianxian Palace, upgrade Tianxian Palace to Tianxian Sect, a second-grade faction. The completion rewards were extremely generous, including 10 million experience points, 100,000 crazy points, and 1 lottery draw on the enhanced version lottery wheel. Tianyin rested his chin on his hand and thought. The number of Spirit Refinement Realm disciples in Tianxian Palace was currently less than 10. To reach the required number of 50, they were still short by 40 people. This was truly a long and arduous journey, requiring a significant amount of financial and material resources. He suddenly turned to ask Elder Xian, right? Do these martial arts also belong to me? The old man nodded slightly, leading the way and affirming, that is correct. Everything here already belongs to the young master, including those martial arts. Please follow me. Meanwhile, outside, the ruins gate was slowly closing amidst everyone's helplessness, and Ling stared anxiously inside, asking frantically, Great Elder, what do we do now? The main gate is closing. Elder, you won't be able to get out. The Great Elder fell into deep thought. She took off the ring on her hand and judged that the restriction on the main gate could not be broken. The only way was to send supplies. She hoped the amount of food and medicinal pills in the storage ring, if used sparingly, could help him hold on for a period of time. Then, she used force to flick it hard, sending the ring through the gate before it closed completely. She told herself she could only find a way to save Tianyun in the coming days. The atmosphere was quiet when the sarcastic laughter of sect master Hua Jun rang out provocatively. Elder Imoyu, what a pity. He feigned regret for not being able to personally apologize to Tianyun and told her to restrain her grief. The great elder maintained a cold demeanor, replying decisively, It's fine, we can endure it. We still have matters to attend to. We will take our leave first. After sect master Hua left, Ling could not hold back her tears, asking worriedly about Tianyun's chances of survival. The great elder shook her head slightly and sighed. These ruins had no precedent of being opened from the outside. She could only return to discuss with the palace lord. She prayed silently, Tianyun, you must persevere. Several days later, Tianyun woke up and discovered a ring lying lonely on the ground. After picking it up to observe, he realized this was the Great Elder's ring. He understood that everyone thought he was trapped, so they threw supplies in here. He gently cupped his hands, deciding it was time to return. He used the Tianshan ruins key, shouting majestically, Open. The giant door slowly opened according to his will. Tianyun walked out leisurely, but he immediately sensed something unusual. He shouted loudly, Who is there? Come out. A figure hiding in the bushes was scared out of their wits, screaming and running away until they disappeared. Immediately after, Hua Jun slowly walked out from his hiding place. Looking at him with a provocative tone, it seems my premonition was not wrong. I specifically came back to keep watch here for a few days. I didn't expect you could actually open this main gate and enter or leave the Tianshan ruins at will. Tianyun frowned slightly, full of vigilance. Hua Jun continued with a mocking tone, What? Is seeing me very unexpected? But seeing you walk out from there is even more unexpected to me. His eyes darkened slightly. but hidden within was extreme surprise and joy. He stood there, constantly uttering suppressing words. Others thought you were trapped to death inside. But I didn't believe someone who could kill Yang Feng, whose cultivation was at the peak of the spirit refinement realm, would be easily imprisoned just for a set of martial arts. Hua Jun smirked threateningly, displaying his calculation. Facts have proven I didn't think wrong. My waiting was not in vain. Now, I give you a choice. Hand over the control rights of the Tianshan ruins, and I will leave your corpse intact. Yi Tianyun did not flinch, replying calmly with sarcasm. Hand over control rights, just to exchange for a whole corpse? Sect Master Hua Jun, it seems you don't understand business very well. During the dialogue, he silently activated the appraisal eye. All detailed information about the opponent appeared clearly. Cultivation at the 6th level of the core condensation realm, wearing high-grade spirit armor, possessing the martial arts dragon sky palm, and falling rain movement technique. In particular, the system indicated the weakness lay in the shoulder. Just attacking there would immediately throw his footwork into chaos. Hua Jun remained oblivious to being seen through, continuing to boast, "It seems you are still obstinate. If that's the case, then don't blame me." Yi Tianyun cracked his knuckles slightly, replying coldly, "Then come and try." The old man rushed over triumphantly. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." With just one move, the rocks on the mountain shook, arranging into a specific shape under his skillful control. Yi Tianyun maintained his calm, rushing straight forward. Hua Jun curled his lips in a cold smile. Not bad momentum. Thud. Before the old man could finish his sentence, he was struck right in the nose by a thunderous punch from Yi Tianyun, fresh blood flowing profusely. Hua Jun could not react in time. He was knocked flying far away, lying gasping on the ground. Yi Tianyun walked over coldly, stepping on the old man's face, observing his pale face. Now who is the one needing a whole corpse? Hua Jun was shocked to the extreme, unable to believe the opponent's strength and speed just now had completely far surpassed his own. However, the old man still struggled to get up and shouted, "Get lost." Yi Tianyun quickly jumped away, letting the old man spring up in a rage. "You angered me." Sect Master Hua Jun roared, using rocks to form a giant hand to attack. Yi Tianyun looked at the opponent's momentum, merely stating calmly, "Not bad." That calmness made the old man even more furious. He did not reply but charged directly, throwing a decisive punch. "Go to die." Sect Master Hua Jun could only groan in pain. Next, a powerful roundhouse kick struck directly at his body, causing the old man to collapse, his life hanging by a thread. Yi Tianyun looked down at the defeated opponent with a look of disdain. "Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Do you still want the control rights to the Tianshan ruins?" Sect Master Hua Jun was still stunned, unable to accept the truth. Impossible. How is your cultivation so high? You tricked me. He clenched his hand into a fist, concluding coldly, "Then go report to the officials." Sect Master Hua Jun's eyes widened in shock. In a panic, he threw something at Yi Tianyun and screamed, "Bastard, go to die." He was momentarily stunned, but quickly jumped to dodge the attack. Realizing it was an explosive bead, Yi Tianyun felt contempt for this despicable action and immediately kicked the bead flying back toward the opponent. Sect Master Hua Jun had no time to react, only watching in horror as the bead rushed toward him at breakneck speed. The bead immediately exploded right in front of Yi Tianyun's eyes, creating a deep crater in the ground. Sect Master Hua Jun lay in the pit, his breath faint from exhaustion, beginning to put on a lowly appearance to beg, "I beg you to spare my life. I promise not to speak of this to anyone. Before, it was all my fault. As long as you spare me, the Heaven and Earth sect will obey all your instructions." Yi Tianyun looked at him with cold eyes. "If it were me begging for mercy, would you spare me? If you had a bit of backbone, I could have given you a quick death." Having said that, he did not hesitate to release a small flame, burning Sect Master Hua Jun amidst miserable wailing. The system immediately announced, "Successfully killed Sect Master Hua Jun. Received 57,000 experience points. Earth-grade martial art dragon sky palm, 100,000 experience pills, and 3,200 crazy points." He fell into deep thought while looking at the new items. Although it was an Earth-grade martial art, if Tianshan Palace cultivated it, it would be easy to reveal traces. "I can only sell it." Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one else witnessed it, otherwise it would be very troublesome. He waved his hand to burn away all traces to avoid complications later, then looked up at the sky, telling himself it was time to return and surprise his aunt. Back at Tianxin Palace, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Shi Leiyun gave a cold snort upon realizing the enemy had arrived. These people indeed no longer wanted to hide their intentions. A disciple hurriedly reported that the back mountain was also guarded by strong experts, blocking all escape routes. The great elder looked at Shi Leiyun with worry, blaming herself for leading Tianyan away. She calmly reassured, "It is not your fault. That brat surely encountered an opportunity, which is why he hasn't come out yet. Now, focus on dealing with those old immortals." Below, the alliance led by Sect Master Duan Shan was waiting to hunt them down. Seeing the people of Tianxin Palace appear, he mocked, "Do you bunch of brats think this world belongs to you?" Old ancestor Tian Feng of the Tianling sect also curled his lips in disgust. "Killing so many of our people. This debt must be calculated clearly today." Old ancestor Feng Yun of the Tianfeng Pavilion continued arrogantly, "That's right, when we were calling the wind and summoning the rain here, you weren't even born yet." Old ancestor Bang Xin of Tianxin Palace faced them calmly, affirming that although they were only a first-grade faction, Tianxin Palace was not weak against three immortal old ancestors. Sect Master Duan Shun uttered vulgar words, forcing her to choose between surrendering so the disciples of both sides could become dual cultivation partners or suffering a bloodbath of the sect. Facing the humiliating request to become slaves, old ancestor Bing Xin gritted her teeth, declaring she would rather fight to the death until the last soldier than let them have their way. Sect Master Duan Shun sneered and ordered the attack. Immediately, a number of traitorous disciples planted beforehand drew their swords to control their own teammates. Shi Leiyun was stunned, then angrily intended to rush over to stop it, but was attacked by an enemy from behind. But she nimbly countered and instructed the disciples to protect the old ancestor well. The great elder was silent, unable to believe that the elite disciples were the very traitors. Meanwhile, on his way back, Tianyan felt a strange sense of unease, so he immediately accelerated to arrive quickly. At Tianxin Palace, Sect Master Duan Shun laughed triumphantly, claiming that without Tianyan, this place couldn't withstand a single blow. He narrowed his eyes, threatening one last time, forcing Shi Leiyun to surrender to preserve her life. Shi Leiyun calmly declared she would not blame those who chose to surrender. Amidst a group of disciples trembling with fear as they stepped forward, Zhu Lingyun appeared, scolding them for being ungrateful to the palace lord. Upon learning she was the one brought back by Tianyun, Sect Master Duan Shun smirked sarcastically, saying she was wasting her life in vain. Zhou Lingyun gathered all her courage and replied, "I want to protect the dignity of Tianxin Palace. Protect the Tianxin Palace that young master he wants to protect. Even if I die, I will never surrender." Witnessing Zhou Lingyun's resilience, the remaining disciples felt emboldened. They shouted in unison, determined to defend Tianxin Palace to the death to repay the grace of their upbringing, vowing not to retreat before the enemy. Sect Master Duan Shun laughed sarcastically, calling it a ridiculous story and threatening to let them taste hell. He ruthlessly ordered soldiers to arrest everyone, specifically targeting Zhou Lingyun to see how brave she was. A soldier rushed up, intending to cripple the little girl's arm. In a moment of danger, Zhou Lingyun closed her eyes tightly, waiting, but a sudden burst of power flew past, knocking away the attacker's weapon. In front of her now stood a large and ferocious snow wolf. Shi Leiyun immediately recognized it as Tianyun's spirit beast. The snow wolf fiercely rushed into the crowd, causing the enemy to scream miserably. Taking advantage of Shi Leiyun's distraction, old ancestor Tian Feng of the Tianling sect attempted a sneak attack from behind, but was stopped in time by the snow wolf. He was angry at the appearance of the demon beast, but remained confident that today's outcome would not change. Right then, a familiar voice echoed from the air. "Is that so?" Tianyun descended majestically, emitting a huge pressure that shocked the opponents. Shi Leiyun was moved to tears, while the old ancestors of the three great sects were shocked, assuming he had been trapped in the ruins. Tianyun coldly ordered the snow wolf. Kill them all for me. Start with the weakest ones. The snow wolf roared, creating multiple clones and rushing to tear apart the invaders. Sect Master Duan Shun furiously rushed towards him to take Tianyun's head, but he just smiled calmly. He immediately activated the appraisal eye to check the opponent's strength. Old Ancestor Feng Yun, combat power 128,000 points. Old Ancestor Tian Feng, combat power 132,000 points. Old Ancestor Wen Tian, combat power 146,000 points. Tianyun sarcastically called them a bunch of sick chickens and immediately activated a series of combat modes. Activate Crazy Killing, increase damage by 4 times. Activate Crazy Experience, increase experience by 4 times. Use Experience Pill, increase experience by 2 times. A valiant figure appeared behind him. Tianyun summoned the Blood Fiend Divine Spear, spun the weapon powerfully, and declared, "Taste my new move." Tianyun did not hesitate, holding the spear firmly and decisively executing the move Blood Fiend, soaring to heaven. Immediately, rapid success sound from the system rang in his ears. Ding. Successfully killed an elite disciple of Tianling's sect. Received 20,000 experience points, 1 crazy point, and a recovery pill. Congratulations, host, for destroying a deacon of Tianfeng Pavilion and a disciple of Duan Shen's sect. Received 28,000 experience points, 300 crazy points, increased forging mastery by 50 points. The success notifications kept ringing with every stroke of his spear. Realizing the situation was turning unfavorable, Old Ancestor Wen Tian of the Duan Shen sect shouted to stop his subordinates, who were fleeing in panic, and ordered a relentless attack. At the same time, Tianxin Palace launched a counterattack. The palace's Old Ancestor aimed straight at the old man, surnamed One, and shouted, "Old Ancestor Wen Tian, hand over your life." During the chaotic battle, the Old Ancestor of Tianxin Palace, unable to dodge in time, took a full palm strike, causing Shi Leiyun to rush over anxiously to shield her. Tianyun glanced at the opponent with contempt. "Old Ancestor Wen Tian, if you're capable, aim at me. You were so arrogant just now, where has it all gone?" He didn't bother saying much. With just one move, he wiped out 3 henchmen, blocking the way. Old Ancestor Wen Tian looked at him warily. Before he could do anything, he was hit by another painful blow from him. The system immediately updated information. Old Ancestor Wen Tian, combat power 168,000 points. Furious at being suppressed by a junior, he summoned his weapon and roared, "I must show you the power of Duan Shen's sect." He swung his axe, executing the Heavenly Saint Elephant, sweeping fiercely. The terrifying pressure knocked the disciples behind away. Shi Leiyun, standing from afar, had to raise her hand to shield herself from the sharp aura radiating from the axe. Old Ancestor Wen Tian closed in on Tianyun, threatening in a low voice, "Brat, don't get cocky too soon." He frantically swung his axe, slashing repeatedly, shouting nonstop, but Tianyun glided lightly like a ghost, dodging all attacks. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent revealed an opening, he leaped high, pointed the spear tip straight at the Old Ancestor of Duan Shen's sect, and shouted, "My turn, break!" The spear thrust decisively pierced through the old man's solid body. Flames from the spear tip began to burn Old Ancestor Wen Tian from the inside. He only managed to utter a resentful "you" before officially dying in battle. The system immediately chimed crisply, "Ding." Successfully killed Old Ancestor Wen Tian. Received 120,000 experience points, 3,000 crazy points. Received the Chaotic Heaven equipment set, including Chaotic Heaven Saint Image, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, and Chaotic Heaven War Boots. All are low-grade soul tools. The entire battlefield seemed to fall silent before this horrifying scene. Jiu Lingyun and Shi Leiyun looked at him in utter shock, unable to believe that Tianyun was strong enough to kill the strongest Old Ancestor in just one move. The people of Tianfeng Pavilion and Tianling sect began to tremble with fear. Tianyun turned his head, his eyes glowing dangerously. "Why not? Now it's your turn." He rushed forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, piercing straight through the body of the Old Ancestor of Tianling sect. The notification sound rang again. Successfully killed Old Ancestor Tianfeng. Received 110,000 experience points, 2,700 crazy points. Received Martial Arts Heavenly God Divine Palm, Earth Grade Low Rank, Thunderstep, Earth-grade low rank, and Shocking Heaven Divine Stone, low-grade soul tool. While Old Ancestor Tianfeng could only groan in pain, Old Ancestor Feng Yun of Tianfeng Pavilion was too terrified and turned to run for his life. Oh, this brat is precisely a monster. Tianyun's eyes immediately locked onto the fleeing target. He coldly uttered, "Want to run?" Too late, followed by the heart-wrenching, miserable scream of the head of Tianfeng Pavilion. Ah? Tianyun decisively pulled out the spear, a menacing, ghostly smile on his lips. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for being blind. He glanced around and shouted loudly, "Anyone else?" The old ancestor of Tianfeng Pavilion was so frightened that he immediately knelt down, trembling all over and begging, We surrender. I was only forced to come here. Please spare us. We will get lost immediately." He kowtowed on the ground to show sincerity. "We swear never to step half a step into the territory of Tianshan Palace again." However, old ancestor Bang Xan of Tianshan Palace immediately rushed over with her staff, gritting her teeth. "Now you know how to surrender. What's the point? When you oppressed us, did you ever think about sparing our lives?" She struck a fatal blow to the back of his head. Immediately, the system's sound rang rapidly. Successfully killed Old Ancestor Feng Yun, plus 100,000 experience points and 2,500 crazy points. Received martial arts, split heaven art, earth grade low rank, and windfire palm, earth grade low rank. Notification: congratulations player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 9th level of the Spirit Core stage. Tianyun rolled his eyes in calculation, thinking he couldn't let Old Ancestor Bang Xian kill all these elite monsters, as they were all valuable experience mines and treasures. The surrounding remnants saw this and turned to flee in terror. "Run quickly. We are just henchmen. Spare our lives." However, Tianyun had no benevolent intentions as they thought. He decided not to let anyone escape. He immediately used the Frost Fist to freeze the entire area, then executed the star-absorbing Great Technique. The accumulated numbers danced continuously. 24,000 points, 36,000 points, then up to 47,500 experience points. In just a moment, all enemies were logged out. Tianyun withdrew his killing intent, returning to his usual appearance. Finally, it's over. At this moment, Old Ancestor Bang Xian of Tianshan Palace approached and called out, "Elder E." She bowed sincerely. "Before, we were wrong to treat you like that. I apologize. Hope you can be generous and forgive." Tianyun smiled cheerfully in response. "I don't take those things to heart. Not now. Not in the future. I only follow Ant's orders. I don't care about anything else." Lei Yun, standing next to him, tapped his head lightly to remind him, "How are you talking to your elders?" But then she mischievously added, "But I really like that way of speaking." Tianyun stammered in confusion, and causing the people behind to only sigh helplessly at the intimacy of the two. Lei Yun blushed shyly. "Tianyun, if it weren't for you this time." Tianyun gently reached out to block her lips, whispering, "Don't say those polite words of thanks anymore. Everything I do is for Ant." He continued, "It just so happens that I am also one of the elders of Tianshan Palace. Naturally, I must have responsibility. Protecting this place is my most important mission." Behind them, praises rang out incessantly. "Elder E is so cool. From now on, we will listen to him." The young girls looked at him with eyes of fanatical admiration. That's right. Elder E was so amazing just now. With him as an elder, we don't have to fear anyone. Whatever he says, we will do. Just then, the system displayed a new notification. Completed the Achievement Protection Quest. Received the title Eternal Guardian. Attached skill. Increased defense power by double. Unlimited usage time. Tianyun curled his lips slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Receiving the title Eternal Guardian, along with the ability to double defense power, was truly an unexpected effect. Lei Yun looked around once, then gently reminded, "All right, you all hurry up and split up to clean the battlefield thoroughly. Soon, we will personally visit those 3 great forces to pull them up by the roots." Her eyes showed a steely determination. "We must show the world that Tianshan Palace is not a place anyone can mold as they please." A moment later, inside a private room, Tianyun silently calculated his recent gains. The reward points for destroying the Old Ancestors were indeed extremely generous, especially when killing Old Ancestor when Tian. He even obtained a few low-grade soul tools. He lightly tapped the system screen to check the equipment attributes. The information immediately displayed clearly. Equipment, Chaos Sacred Statue. Doubles defense power. Increases movement speed by 3 times. Doubles physical strength. Etionyun smiled with full confidence. Just this set of equipment alone has caused my combat power to skyrocket by another 60,000 points. He lazily stretched, massaging his sore shoulders. Very good. With this strength, even if I have to face a Spirit Core stage expert next time, it won't be a problem. Just as he was about to push the door open to step out, a disciple hurriedly ran over to report. Elder E has come out of seclusion. The palace lord said that when you are done with your work, please go see her immediately. Etionyun curiously asked himself, and is looking for me for something? The conference at the main hall. Etionyun calmly walked into the main hall, where everyone was busy discussing major matters. A reporting voice rang out clearly, reporting to the palace lord, the remnants of the 3 great forces have been almost completely cleared out. Only a few scattered disciples are still in hiding. Seeing the familiar figure, he immediately called out, "Aunt." Shirleyun started and turned around, her eyes showing clear joy. "Tianyun, you're here?" In this battle, we seized quite a few weapons, pills, and spirit medicines, especially the abundant source of materials from Duanshin sect. She continued with a look of expectation. "It just so happens that you understand the art of forging, so I plan to entrust all these materials to you to craft weapons." Etionya nodded, agreeing without hesitation. "All right, but Aunt, please hand over all those spirit medicines to me to handle as well." Shirleyun looked extremely surprised. "Huh, you even know a high-level alchemist?" Etionyun could only sigh helplessly at his aunt's forgetfulness. "My good aunt, didn't I say it before? I'm an alchemist myself." Shirleyun scratched her head awkwardly, forcing a smile. "You really know how to refine pills?" "I forgot, since I've never seen you light a fire to refine medicine before." He didn't explain at length, directly taking out the fire god furnace to prove it. The great elder standing next to him couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the furnace, radiating powerful spiritual energy in his hand. "I never expected there to be such a genius in the world who is both good at forging and proficient in alchemy." Etionyun calmly offered an analysis on the future of the sect. "After the battle just now, we can see that the overall strength of Tianshin Palace is still very fragile. I think we should borrow the prestige from this event to recruit more talents. As for the weapons and pills, everyone can rest assured and leave it all to me," he declared with great enthusiasm. "We need to strive to nurture a large number of disciples to reach the spirit refinement stage to upgrade the status of Tianshin Palace to a new height. We must ensure that in the future, no force will dare to look down on us ever again." His words seemed to fuel everyone's spirit, making them all admire him endlessly. He smiled slightly in encouragement. "As long as we work together with one heart, revitalizing the sect will definitely be successful." Back in Etionyun's alchemy room, the space was filled with the scent of herbs and spiritual energy. At this moment, Lu Minglian walked in carrying a tray of prepared food, unable to help but marvel at the large quantity of weapons and pills that had just been completed. She called out softly, "Young master, the food is ready. You should rest and eat first." Etionyun turned his head slightly, smiling happily in response. "Sister Shaoyin is here?" He took out a storage ring and graciously handed it to her. "These are weapons and pills for you. There's also some silver inside. Take it all." Lu Minglian panicked and refused, thinking she couldn't accept such a big gift when she hadn't made any contribution. However, Etionyun sincerely advised, "Sister Shaoyin, why are you being so polite with me? These past few days I've seen you looking dazed, as if you've lost your soul. Are you homesick?" At this point, Minglian sadly confessed that her father was critically ill and her family had no money for treatment. Etionyun gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I always consider you as my own family. That's why I gave you these things. I'll give you another 100 taels of gold. I'm sure your father will recover quickly." Although extremely grateful, Minglian only asked to accept a few pills to go back and save her father. Then she would return soon to serve the young master. Etionyun sighed softly, agreed, and instructed her to go back quickly to take care of her family. A short while later, a disciple came in to announce, Elder E. The newly joined disciples are gathering and waiting outside the hall. Tianyun immediately responded and headed towards the main hall. There, two newly joined girls were whispering to each other when they saw his figure. One was curious. Tianqian Palace only has one single male elder. It seems to be him, right? Heard he kills people without blinking, just like a demon. The other was also skeptical, looking so sloppy and disheveled like that. Is he really that powerful? Ignoring the gossip, Tianyun calmly walked into the hall. Shirlei-yun, sitting in the seat of honor, said kindly, Tianyun is here. It's been hard on you these past few days. Tianyun shook his head slightly. Then he immediately presented his results. Weapons, a series of spirit tools ranging from high grade to top grade. Pills, many bottles of high-quality body-tempering pills and spirit-refining pills. Witnessing the massive treasure trove of resources, the disciples' eyes all lit up in shock, because these items far exceeded anything they had ever seen in the treasure pavilion before. Tianyun declared loudly, "These things are all resources of Tianqian Palace. As long as you perform excellently and work hard, they will all belong to you." Shirlei-yun also spoke up to encourage them, affirming that as long as there was loyalty, the palace would not lack resources to nurture them. All the disciples shouted in unison with extreme excitement, "Thank you, Palace Lord. Long live the Palace Lord." Tianyun and Shirlei-yun stood outside, smiling as they listened to the excited buzz of the disciples inside. Too cool. Joining Tianqian Palace was truly the best decision of my life. Waiting for the atmosphere to settle, he turned to his aunt and said, "Aunt, the materials here are all used up. I plan to go out and buy some more. Moreover, Sister Shaoyin's father is seriously ill. I want to stop by to see how the situation is. I'll be back right after I'm done." Shirlei-yun rubbed her chin slightly, with a sympathetic look. "No wonder I saw her looking troubled lately. All right, you go. Remember to be careful. We will handle the affairs at the palace." Turmoil at Yunluo village. Sometime later, Tianyun walked alone to the mountainside. He squinted and observed, "Must be this direction. I wonder if that is Yunluo village." Suddenly he paused, his brows furrowing tight as he sensed a faint killing intent. Seems like something is wrong. From the foot of the mountain, sounds of weeping and begging echoed up miserably. "We already paid 3 months ago. Please spare us this time, Lord Yin. We really don't have a single coin left. If this continues, the whole village will starve to death." Responding to the old village chief's plea was a brutal kick from the bandit leader. He crossed his arms arrogantly. "Talk too much. We want you to pay whenever we say so. Then you must pay at that time." He smiled a sleazy smile, his eyes darting around with lewd intent. "Don't think I don't know a beautiful girl just returned, and she even brought a lot of silver. Where is she now? Confess quickly." A brave young man in the village rushed out to help the old man up, scolding angrily. "How dare you hit an elderly person? There is no beautiful girl here." The bandit Lord Yun sneered, his voice full of murderous intent. "Won't talk, huh? Then I'll deal with this useless village chief first. If you're still stubborn, I'll kill each one of you one by one until you're willing to open your mouths. If you want to kill the village chief, you have to step over my dead body first." The young man risked his life to block the front. Lord Yun scoffed, "I commend your bravery. Then let's start with you first. Kill him for me." A subordinate swung his sword and rushed forward. "Go to hell." Bam! A sudden kick appeared, sending the subordinate flying with a few missing teeth, tumbling to the ground. Lu Menglian stepped out, her hands clenched tight with anger. "I am here. You bandits try touching them and see." Lord Yin clicked his tongue a few times, looking at Meng Lian with a sick gaze. "Indeed, beautiful to the extreme. If you obediently follow me, I guarantee I won't touch a single hair of these commoners, and I'll even waive the protection fee for 3 years. How about it?" The young man was about to rush up to stop it, but was held back by Meng Lian. Seeing this, the leader became even more smug. "See that? The young lady knows the times better than you. 1 is to follow me, 2 is to stand there and watch me kill everyone in this village." The villagers' anger erupted like a volcano. They all grabbed hoes and shovels, surrounding and protecting Meng Lian. "We'd rather die than let Xiao Lian fall into your hands. You took my son away, and there's still no news of him. This debt must be settled clearly. What nonsense are they talking about? How can they protect our village? An old man in the village spoke up suspiciously. Moreover, there have been no demonic beasts around here for a long time, basically no need for them to protect us. The people in the village heard this and found it reasonable, so they all stood up, surrounding the traitor. That's right, Nyoji, why are you standing on their side? Could it be that you were the one who secretly informed them about Xiao Lian's return? Nyoji blushed red, but still struggled to justify himself. Don't speak so harshly. Those who understand the times are heroes. If we keep rotting in this poor village, sooner or later we'll starve to death anyway. He put his hands on his hips, pointing straight at Lu Minglian standing behind. Besides, Xiao Lian brought back so many good things but only shared a tiny bit with us. Surely she is still hiding a lot, truly a stingy and miserly type. You, truly a snake in the grass. A villager angrily interrupted. I didn't expect you to be such a despicable traitor. Nyoji not only felt no shame, but also shrugged and argued back. I just want what's best for you all. Listening to Lord Yun's orders is the wisest thing to do. Do you think you can fight against him? The young man standing next to Meng Lian was completely enraged by those words. I'll beat you to death. Lu Minglian once again stepped out to stop him. Don't be impulsive. You can't beat them. Lord Yun stood there, his face arrogant to the extreme. He wanted to oppress her to the very end. I like it this way. Come on, make your final choice. My patience is limited. Lu Minglian lowered her eyes, her voice sorrowful. I agree to go with you, but you must guarantee that from now on, you will never bully the people of my village again. Little Yin, you must not go. A hoarse voice rang out. Lu Minglian's father walked out trembling. She turned her head in astonishment. Father, why did you come out? The old man angrily held his cane, intending to rush forward and fight to the death. You bastards, I'll beat you to death. But having only walked halfway, he collapsed, coughing continuously. Lord Yin stepped forward to provoke. I remember breaking your leg before. I didn't expect this to be your daughter. Sorry, if I had known earlier, I would have been gentler. He ruthlessly drew his blade and pointed it at the father and daughter. But now that she has chosen to follow me, let me see who dares to stop us. Just at the most desperate moment, Lu Minglian's eyes suddenly flashed with a final ray of hope. Young Master, system notification, random quest, protect Little Lian's Yunluo village. Reward, 50,000 experience points, plus 30 character points, plus 50 favorability from Lu Minglian, plus 100 favorability for villagers. Yi Tianyun, replied Koldi. Except, seeing a stranger appear, Lord Yin put on a look of disgust. Where did this brat crawl out from? Trying to be a hero, saving a beauty. Kill him for me. A yellow-headed subordinate rushed towards Yi Tianyun with a blade, shouting, give me your life. However, before he could touch a single hair on the boy, he was sent flying dozens of meters by a gentle wave of the hand. Ting successfully killed a bandit of Baolong's stronghold, received 600 experience points, 80 madness points. Lord Yin began to find it interesting. He shifted his attention to Yi Tianyun. Your strength is quite good. How about becoming my subordinate? Dying for a woman isn't worth it. To me, she's just a toy. I'll throw her away when I'm bored. Yi Tianyun remained silent, but the killing intent around him began to make the temperature of the entire village drop abruptly. Lord Yin still didn't realize the Grim Reaper was near. He continued arrogantly, I'll give you one last chance. Either follow me and enjoy glory and wealth, or bury your corpse in this poor hamlet. The henchman beside him also chimed in with threats. Brat, our Baolong stronghold has a resounding reputation. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yi Tianyun curled his lips slightly, his eyes cold as ice. Is that so? But I only give you one choice, and that is death. Bastard, you're out of chances. Lord Yun roared, unleashing the eagle claw attack straight at him. But in the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyun's figure vanished into thin air. While he was still bewildered, a hand hard as cold steel grabbed his hair tightly from behind. You dare show off with such a lousy eagle claw attack in front of me? Lord Yin was now terrified out of his wits, stammering and begging, ugh. My lord, spare my life. Just treat me like roadside dung and let me go. Yi Tianyun showed no mercy, slamming his head hard onto the ground with a thunderous blow. A piece of dung like you stinks so much it disgusts me. He turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the bandits who were about to flee. Now it's your turn. Are you ready? Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Nyoji immediately took to his heels and ran for his life, screaming incessantly, spare me. It has nothing to do with me. The bandits also ran away in panic. Brat, just you wait. You think you can escape to the sky? Etianyin unleashed a single move. The immense pressure of spiritual power crushed down, causing the entire group of soldiers to fall to the ground like cut grass. Niuji collapsed on the grass. Trembling, my lord, I was forced. I will work like an ox or a horse to atone for my crimes, please. Etianyin had no patience. He grabbed the old man by the collar and threw him hard towards the villagers. If you want to atone, talk to the people in the village. Giving me a headache. Ting, congratulations, host, on completing the quest. Reward, 50,000 experience points, plus 30 character points. Favorability, Lu Menglian plus 50, all Yunluo villagers plus 100. The villagers cheered happily, seeing the two villains finally get their retribution. They looked at Etianyin with eyes full of worship. Thank you, hero. He replied gently, I am Sister Little Lian's younger brother. I came here to help everyone. I leave these guys for you to handle. Niuji and Lord Yun began to turn on each other, accusing one another, hoping to escape punishment. Amidst the chaos, Lumilian's father struggled to walk over, advising anxiously, young hero, you must take Little Lian and leave quickly. Baolong's stronghold has many people. If they come here, you won't be able to escape. Etianyin tilted his head to look at Little Lian's father, smiling reassuringly. Why migrate? It's just a tiny Baolong stronghold. Weeding it out by the roots will finish it. Etianyin was momentarily surprised by the other's panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Realizing a sneak attack, he immediately executed Shadow, Devouring Wind to dodge, his hand tightly gripping Black Spirit. The aura was oppressive. Black Spirit, old ancestor, was shocked to the extreme, unable to believe his eyes. What? How could he dodge it? Etianyin smirked, looking at the enemy with cold eyes. Revealing your true form already? Not using the power of the Black Dragon anymore? Black Spirit, old ancestor, howled madly like a beast cornered. Brat, you've really angered me. I must make you die without a burial place. He immediately transformed and launched an attack, the sound of dragon roars echoing everywhere. Etianyin was unflinching, calmly responding with a punch, carrying bone-chilling cold energy. Black Spirit, old ancestor, felt fear at this moment, his instincts warning of imminent danger. But before he could react, his entire body was turned into a block of ice crystal in the blink of an eye. Etianyin placed his hand on the cold block of ice, his tone full of mockery. This freezing is quite solid, isn't it? How do you feel about being a fish on the chopping board right now? Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. That would be too wasteful. At the same time, rapid notifications from the system rang in his ears. Received 300,000 experience points, 35,000 experience points. Black Spirit, old ancestor, glared at him, struggling to hiss out each word full of hatred. Damn it, I must kill you. He strained himself, using the power of the Black Dragon in an attempt to break the imprisoning ice layer. Etianyin looked at him with amusement, immediately unleashing the Dragon God bloodline. Black Spirit, old ancestor, was utterly astounded. What? You are the dragon race? Etianyin replied ambiguously. So what if I am? Taking the opportunity while he was still dazed, he unceremoniously slammed his opponent hard onto the ground. Black Spirit, old ancestor, screamed in anger. Damn, brat, let go. Let me go immediately. Etianyin looked as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, speaking sarcastically. Let you go, so I can wait for you to kill me, or what? Do you think I'm stupid? You've done so many evil deeds. Now watch me drain you dry. Sensing death approaching, Black Spirit, old ancestor, suddenly softened his voice, begging, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will leave here immediately. Seeing the opponent had exhausted his strength, Etianyin clicked his tongue in regret. No more spiritual power? What's this? Don't you have the Black Dragon Spirit Vein? Your spiritual power drains so fast. How boring. Remember to reincarnate as a good person in the next life to pay the debts of this one. Having said that, he decisively activated the lucky aura. Black Spirit, old ancestor, screamed in terror and despair. No, wait. The system notification rang out. Quest completed. Killed Black Spirit, old ancestor, plus 120 million experience points, 3,000 madness points. Received Black Dragon Divine Art, Earth Grade Low Rank Martial Art. Black Spirit Palm, Earth Grade Low Rank Martial Art. Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal, Black Dragon Skeleton. Etianyin held the loot in his hand, a bit curious. What are the Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal and Black Dragon Skeleton? Detailed information immediately appeared on the system panel. Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal is crystallized energy, can be absorbed for cultivation, especially suitable for people with Yin attributes. Black Dragon Skeleton includes bones. Adding the Black Dragon Soul and Spirit Vein Crystal allows summoning a Black Dragon. Reading the last line, Etianyan exclaimed excitedly, "What? It can even call a Black Dragon? To fly? One's cultivation must be at least at the core condensation stage. But if I can tame a Black Dragon as a pet, can't I ride it to fly?" He thought for a moment, then shook his head. But regarding this Black Dragon Soul, even though I activated the lucky aura, I didn't harvest anything. What a pity! If my character points met the requirements, perhaps the lucky aura would have leveled up one more grade. By then there would definitely be a harvest, but now that Black Spirit Old Ancestor is dead, what harvest is left? Just as he was preparing to leave, a few villagers poked their heads out, exclaiming in surprise, "Black Spirit Old Ancestor is dead. Black Spirit Old Ancestor is dead." That's great, Black Spirit Old Ancestor is really dead. Etianyan paused slightly, then quickly walked away, muttering to himself, "It seems there are still a few fish that slipped through the net. It won't do if I don't clean up thoroughly." The villagers suddenly knelt down, blocking his path, their voices full of sincerity and pleading, "Wait, hero, thank you for killing Black Spirit Old Ancestor and saving us. We were also just forced to join Balong's stronghold. If we didn't agree to join, our families would all die. Please spare us." Etianyan glanced at the crowd with cold eyes, replying without emotion, "Reflect on what unconscionable things you have done yourselves. If anyone dares to lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. We'll see if you can run faster or my fist can strike faster. Everyone follow me." Hearing this, everyone looked up in shock. Just then, Lu Munglian walked over, hugging his arm and introducing, "Young master, this is E." Tianyan interrupted gently, "I don't know exactly how many of them were forced to come here, so I need you and everyone to help identify who is telling the truth and who is lying, so I can handle them conveniently." Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed a finger accusingly. "This guy is in cahoots with those bastards. He came to our village before." The accused person gritted his teeth in anger. "Humph, bastard." Before he could act, he took a blow straight through the heart, only managing a cry of pain. "Ah." Etianyan tossed the stone in his hand, curling his lips and speaking coldly, "Of course, you can also report each other. Let's see who has done bad deeds." Feeling relieved, the people in the village spoke up one after another. "He is from my village. He joined Balong's stronghold to protect everyone. This is my husband. He was also forced to join. He was also forced. He often cooked for us." A moment later, the pleasant sound from the system rang out again. "Successfully completed the quest to destroy Balong's stronghold. Plus 150,000 experience points, 10,000 madness points, 100 character points." Lu Minglian saw that everything was settled and suggested, "Young master, let's go back." Etianyan turned his head back, his eyes becoming gentle. "You guys go back first. I still have to find some things." Lu Minglian nodded understandingly. "Then we will wait for young master at Yunluo village. Remember to be careful." He smiled and replied, "All right." At the former residence of Black Spirit Old Ancestor, the sound of footsteps echoed steadily in the long, quiet corridor. Etianyan looked down, calculating silently. The Black Dragon Spirit Vein must be beneath this stone cave. This sensation of power was very familiar. It was indeed the Black Dragon power. He stopped in front of a large door, observing it carefully. Behind this door, he hoped to obtain the Black Dragon Soul. Etianyan channeled his energy and pushed the door. A blinding light flared up as the door swung open. A strange, deep voice echoed through the space. "Do you desire boundless power?" Etianyan immediately went on high alert. He moved towards the source of the sound. The voice continued to entice him. "Do you want to become even stronger? Do you want to possess everything? Come here, accept me, and I will grant you the greatest power." Etianyan suddenly froze, exclaiming in surprise, "This is a living black dragon?" He quickly activated his Heaven's Eye to investigate. The information displayed: Black Dragon Corpse, no cultivation, no weaknesses. Upon killing, one can obtain the Black Dragon Soul, Black Dragon Bones, and Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. So it's just a corpse, but I can get the Black Dragon Soul. I just need to defeat it. As expected, I found it. The voice from the Black Dragon Corpse rang out again, full of charm. Human, do you crave a massive power? This time, Onion replied without hesitation, Of course I crave it. Do you even need to ask? Hearing this, the Black Dragon Corpse spoke with satisfaction. Very good. As long as you accept letting me enter your body, you will possess that power. At that time, no one will be your match. You will reign over everything. Onion feigned skepticism and asked, What about that black spirit old ancestor? Didn't he merge with you as well? I didn't see him being that strong. The pupils of the Black Dragon Corpse flashed, its tone disdainful. That useless trash couldn't withstand my power. That's why he was so weak. Only those who are inherently strong can accept my power. This king is the legendary Black Dragon King. As long as you agree to merge with me and provide sacrifices, you will obtain many martial arts that surpass all others. Advancing to the Spirit Core stage or Core Transformation stage will be as easy as eating pie. Hearing those grandiose words, Onion calmly exclaimed, That good, huh? So what do I have to do? The Black Dragon Corpse crawled closer. You don't need to do anything. Just relax and let my energy seep into your body and merge with you. Onion lowered his head and rubbed his chin, appearing to ponder. Sounds acceptable. It's hard to refuse. Then let's merge into one. Having said that, he suddenly unleashed the great art of absorption, simultaneously using a double experience pill and activating the lucky aura. The Black Dragon Corpse did not expect this situation. It screamed in panic. What are you doing? Notifications of points being added continuously popped up before his eyes. 3,600 points, 3,800 points, 4,000 points, 42,000 points. Onion smirked at it, speaking calmly, Nothing much. Didn't you want to merge with me? I just need to suck all your power dry to merge. The Black Dragon Corpse immediately retorted, Not merging like this. It's for my soul to enter your body. He replied domineeringly, Is that so? But I prefer merging this way. The Black Dragon Corpse went into a frenzy of rage and initiated an attack. Bastard, then let's die together. Black Dragon Spear. Seeing this, Onion immediately unleashed the Dragon God bloodline, sneering arrogantly. Die together? Dream on. Seeing this, the Black Dragon Corpse was shocked to the point of stuttering. You have the bloodline of the dragon race? Impossible. The system then chimed with a crisp sound. Congratulations, player Onion, on successfully advancing to the peak core condensation stage. Onion muttered with satisfaction. Finally, my cultivation has advanced to the peak core condensation stage. I'm getting closer and closer to the spirit core stage. The Black Dragon Corpse, still fearless, roared, Damn human, let me go. But immediately after, feeling itself weakening, it began to beg miserably, Human, you win. Please release me. I know many martial arts, and I know many secrets. I also know many places with treasures. Just spare me, and I will tell you everything. Onion looked at it coldly and replied ruthlessly, What a pity. I have no interest in those things. You have killed so many people. It is time to pay the price. Seeing no chance of survival, the Black Dragon Corpse screamed with venomous spite. I curse you to never find peace for all eternity. The system's sound rang out again, announcing good news. Successfully killed the crystal corpse of the Black Dragon King. Plus 100,000 experience points, 5,000 crazy points. Obtained Black Dragon Soul, Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal. Onion looked at the items in his hand and said happily, I've obtained the Black Dragon Soul. Excellent. I have gathered enough materials. Suddenly, the surrounding space shook violently. He was stunned. Not good. The stone cave is about to collapse. Just as he was about to run, several large boulders fell, blocking his path, causing him to cry out, Oops! No time to get out. In a situation hanging by a thread, Onion had to risk using the Black Dragon Skeleton, Black Dragon Soul, and Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal to merge. Just as the giant boulders were about to crush everything, a majestic black dragon appeared. The system announced, Congratulations, player Onion, on obtaining the Mount Black Dragon. Note, Mount Black Dragon, cultivation at core condensation stage level 1, full body scales equivalent to a low-grade soul tool, sharp claws equivalent to a low-grade soul tool weapon. Nothing can pierce it. Potential level 5 will grow with cultivation. The fire it breathes can burn everything to ash. Outside, the sound of falling rocks thundered through the area. A moment later, a giant black shadow shot up from the ruins. Onion rode on the dragon's back, looking down below and exclaiming, I was almost trapped in there. Baolong's stronghold has completely collapsed. So strong, especially that level 5 potential. One must know that even the Snow Wolf only has level 2 potential. He patted the black dragon's neck gently and said, "From now on, you are my pet. Follow me, and you will eat and drink well to your heart's content." Then, he ordered, "Land outside the village. If the villagers see you, they'll probably be scared to death." As soon as they saw his figure return, the villagers' eyes lit up, and they cheered in welcome. Young Hero E is back. Yi Tianyin stepped forward and announced loudly, "Baolong's stronghold has been completely destroyed. From now on, you don't need to fear them anymore." Hearing this, everyone looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. "You are our savior. Thanks to you, we were able to survive and leave Baolong's stronghold. Please let us express our gratitude to you." The whole village jubilantly held a feast to celebrate. Lu Minglian looked at the lively scene and smiled, saying, "It's been a long time since the whole village was this happy." Yi Tianyin tilted his head to look at her and asked gently, "Sister Lian, it seems you are very happy too, right?" Lu Minglian's face suddenly turned red, and she replied shyly, "To survive such a miserable calamity, of course I'm happy. I just don't know how to thank you." Yi Tianyin laughed heartily. "Sister Lian, don't be so polite with me. After we finish celebrating, let's go to Tianfeng City together. I still need to buy some materials to bring back." Lu Minglian nodded in agreement. "All right." At Tianfeng City, Yi Tianyin suddenly paused. He looked at the purple tower in front of him and exclaimed, "There is no more Tianfeng Tower, but in its place, Tianyu Tower has sprung up." Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang out from behind. "Young master, the one arriving is Ziyue." "Young master, long time no see. Please come to our Tianyu Tower for a cup of tea." Seeing the young woman, Yi Tianyin greeted her cheerfully. "Just in time. I was coming here to buy some materials. I wonder if there are any discounts?" Ziyue smiled and welcomed him warmly. "Young master, E is too polite. We will give them to you for free." Hearing that, he hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. "No need. Just sell them to me at the normal price." Ziyue stepped forward to lead the way. "Please, young master." She led him to the counters, introducing enthusiastically, "These are all top-grade materials that we just put up for sale. Please choose." "Young master." Yi Tianyin walked along the shelves, observing carefully, but after a long while, he still hadn't found what he needed. He turned to ask Ziyue, "Do you not have materials used for crafting soul tools here?" Hearing this, the young woman fell into deep thought. Materials for crafting soul tools? If he asks that, it's very likely he can already craft soul tools himself. How old is this young master, E, to have reached such a level? After a moment, Ziyue spoke up hesitantly. "Take this. After all, there are very few people in Tianfeng City who know how to craft soul tools, so our Tianyu Tower doesn't prepare materials for this. But if young master E needs them, we will help you buy them. It would just take quite a bit of time." Hearing that, Yi Tianyin pointed at a few things on the shelf and smiled. "Then I'll just buy these materials to take back. I'll take as many as you have." Ziyue immediately replied, "All right, no problem. Please wait a moment, young master." Then she turned and ordered the staff, "Quickly go to the warehouse and bring all of these materials here." The staff immediately obeyed. Yes. Several large chests of goods were quickly arranged. Ziyue spoke up, "The crafting materials of our Tianyu Tower are all here." Yi Tianyin looked at the pile of goods and nodded slightly. He calculated silently. "Only this much? This amount is only enough to craft 20 or 30 spirit tools." Ziyue seemed to guess his thoughts and said, "Yes, temporarily this is all we have, but we can request more from headquarters." Hearing this, Yi Tianyin's eyes lit up. "Give me as much as you have, including pills. The higher the grade, the better. But I don't have enough money. However, I can craft a few items for you. Each top-grade spirit tool or 4th-grade pill in exchange for 2 sets of materials. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Ziyue couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. Such an exchange was too profitable. Others had to fail 4 or 5 times to craft a single top-grade spirit tool. Top-grade spirit tools and 4th-grade pills were both expensive goods. Yet, he only charged 2 sets of materials for his labor. She quickly accepted, fearing he might change his mind. "No problem. Young master, Yi is so generous. In her heart, she secretly cheered. This deal was a huge profit. Yi Tianyan finalized it. Good. Since that's the case, I'll buy all these materials first. Deliver the rest to Tianxin Palace for me. After I finish crafting, you can send someone to collect them. Ziyue smiled as brightly as a flower. Of course, no problem. Once we receive the materials from headquarters, we will deliver the goods to young Master Yi immediately. Then, she turned to signal the staff. Hurry and set up a feast. We must treat young Master Yi attentively. Yi Tianyan hurriedly stopped her. No need. Now that business is done, I must get going. Ziyue felt a bit regretful. Why was young Master Yi leaving so casually? She thought to herself, he didn't stay for even a moment longer. How am I supposed to build a relationship with him like this? The elder who had been following Ziyue suddenly called out, Master Yi, please wait a moment. So rude of me. This old man is Elder Lu Hong of Chanyu Tower. He looked at him and asked, is there something wrong? Lu Hong hesitated slightly, looking apologetic regarding the Duan Shun sect incident last time. It was all Tianyu Tower's fault. Actually, we really wanted to help, but our strength is too weak. I hope you understand. Yi Tianyan looked calm and waved his hand. Oh, that matter? I don't take it to heart. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Lu Hong hurriedly tried to keep him. Then what about the guest elder position? He smiled and replied, Guest elder? I agreed to be your guest elder before, and that still stands. But I'm afraid I won't have time to come here anymore in the future. Consider it as me failing your expectations. Sorry about that. Seeing this, Lu Hong quickly looked at Ziyue for help. Pavilion Lord Z, aren't you on good terms with him? Hurry and persuade him. She understood the situation and gently advised, Elder, the fact that he came back to buy things from us is already giving me enough face. Sometimes we have to accept regrets, because no matter what we do, it cannot be salvaged. At a mountain range near Tianxin Palace, Lu Monglian, walking behind, suddenly spoke up, Young Master, we're almost at Tianxin Palace. Yi Tianyan nodded, I must give the palace lord a surprise. He observed the surroundings, thinking to himself, next is to wait to complete the main quest. With so many medicinal pills, I don't believe I can't build a second-grade faction. Suddenly, Yi Tianyun's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Lu Monglian was also a bit surprised and stammered this. This is a giant eagle. Yi Tianyun pursed his lips and squinted to evaluate. It seems some faction has come looking for trouble again. To be able to sit on this kind of carriage, it must be at least a second-grade faction. Just the value of that giant eagle alone is extremely expensive. So expensive that it cannot be estimated in gold. He led Lu Monglian past the two eagles. Let's go over there and take a look. Just after walking a short distance, a condescending voice rang out from inside. Palace Lordshire, I hope you think it over carefully. As long as you join Qingxian Prefecture and submit to us, there will definitely be many benefits. I can even allow you to become a part of us. That way, nominally speaking, you will be equivalent to a third-grade faction, and showing off around here won't be a problem. The speaker was Patrol Envoy Gu, an envoy from Qingxian Prefecture. Shi Leiyun, Palace Lordshire, looked at him, her eyes firm and unwavering. Patrol Envoy Gu, I apologize, but for the time being, Tianxin Palace has no intention of submitting to your prefecture. Currently, I only want to maintain the original state of Tianxin Palace and protect the foundation left by the ancestors. Patrol Envoy Fong glanced at them and huffed in dissatisfaction. Are you sure you want to refuse the invitation to become a third-grade faction? This is an invitation others couldn't get even if they wanted to. Us coming here, personally, is already giving you a lot of respect. Without our help, don't even dream of reaching the level of a second-grade faction. Palace Lordshire, think clearly. Right at this moment, Yi Tianyan stepped in, his voice ringing out decisively. How do you know we can if we don't try? How Tianxin Palace chooses to develop does not require outsiders like you to interfere. Shi Leiyun exclaimed in surprise. Tianyan. She smiled and welcomed him. Tianyan, you're back? The patrol envoys glanced at Yi Tianyan with eyes full of hatred and contempt. Palace Lordshire, is this one of your people? Interrupting others while they are speaking is not a polite thing to do. Shi Leiyun calmly retorted. He is an elder of Tianxin Palace. He is qualified to participate in this discussion. The patrol envoy repeated suspiciously. Elder of Tianxin Palace? He glanced at Yi Tianyan, his tone full of disdain. Sitting in an elder's seat at such a young age? He narrowed his eyes back at the old man and replied bluntly, It should be the fourth elder of Tianxian Palace. May I ask why you say our Tianxian Palace shouldn't dream of becoming a second-grade faction? I believe that before long, my Tianxian Palace will become a second-grade faction. There's nothing difficult about it. The patrol envoy sneered. So what if you upgrade to a second-grade faction? It's still a long way from a third-grade faction. If you want more resources, there is only one way, and that is to join us. Qingxian Prefecture has many genius disciples. If they combine with your disciples to produce the next generation, they will certainly not be weak. If we unite as one, the power will be even greater, and no other faction will dare to cause trouble for you in the future. Tianyan was not polite at all and retorted immediately, "Is that so? Then why, when those three factions came to gang up on us before, did I not see you come out to assist? Now you suddenly run over here asking us to join?" The patrol envoy laughed mockingly. "Does this even need explaining? At that time, your Tianxian Palace's strength was too poor, so you were abandoned by my Qingxian Prefecture. But now your strength has reached the standard, so I'm allowing you to join. Don't tell me you don't even know this rule. If your strength is too poor, do you think we would need you? Don't be so naive. You're not a 3-year-old brat." Tianyan calmly adjusted his sleeves, his tone sharp. "Of course, I understand this logic very well, but having weak strength and not being qualified to join is completely different from being abandoned. We want to be self-reliant. We don't want to join any sect. We will rely on our own strength to support Tianxian Palace." Yin also nodded in agreement. Tianyan is absolutely right. The patrol envoys laughed loudly as if they had heard a ridiculous joke. Well said, self-reliant, relying on your own strength to support Tianxian Palace. Do you think defeating a few second-grade factions makes you amazing? Let me tell you, just an ordinary third-grade faction can wipe you all out. The Great Elder couldn't hold back anymore and snapped. "Is this a threat?" Yin could no longer maintain her social smile, her face turning cold. "It is true that an ordinary third-grade faction can wipe us out, but as long as we don't cause trouble, nothing will ever happen in this remote place of ours. Therefore, we do not need to cooperate with anyone. Please leave." The patrol envoys bared their teeth in a smile, their expressions dark and terrifying. "Very well, it seems you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then I won't beat around the bush anymore. My Qingxian Prefecture wants to occupy this land, so we need a sect with a voice here. It just so happens that you are that sect. Now I give you two choices. One is to obey us absolutely. That way, you will live comfortably and even gain a lot more resources. Two is to disappear from this world." The Great Elder gritted his teeth in anger, but worriedly weighed the situation in his heart. Qingxian Prefecture's strength is too strong. Although the cultivation of these patrol envoys is lower than our old ancestor, their aura is twice as strong. If the other party turns hostile and sends someone stronger here, can Elder handle it alone? It's truly unimaginable. On this side, Tianyan secretly used the observation I to observe. Patrol Envoy Fong, cultivation at 7th level core condensation stage. Combat power 150,000. Patrol Envoy Zhang, cultivation at 7th level core condensation stage. Combat power 150,000. Patrol Envoy Gu, cultivation at 7th level core condensation stage. Wearing top-grade spirit armor, combat power 160,000. He pursed his lips and calculated. Without using martial arts and weapons, the combined combat power is already 160,000. If I use martial arts, the combat power can definitely reach 180,000, 190,000, or even 200,000. Sure enough, those ancestors of the second-grade factions can only eat the dust of the third-grade factions. Yun's eyes sharpened. It seems you didn't have any good intentions from the very beginning. The patrol envoys didn't bother hiding it anymore and declared bluntly, "That's right. You either surrender to us or die. There's no third choice." He sighed, reached for the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said slowly, "If you refuse, then it's a pity. I'll have to choose another faction. But from today onwards, Tianxian Palace will probably be wiped out, never to recover." Yin glanced at him, her tone sarcastic. "You are quite confident about being able to wipe out our Tianxian Palace." Patrol Envoy Gus sneered. "I know you have a backer, probably at the peak core condensation stage. Maybe even a strong expert who just broke through to the spirit core stage. Then hurry up and call him out. Let us see just how strong he is. The great elder stole a glance at Tianyun, thinking to himself, it seems they don't know that Tianyun is the one who killed the experts of those three major factions, but only heard that some super expert came to help us destroy them. Patrol Envoy Gu suddenly spat out the mouthful of tea, showing an attitude of disgust. Pooey, tastes awful. Where is he? Hiding like a turtle, withdrawing its head? He glanced at Shi Leiyun with a lecherous look. Palace Lord Shi, if you don't want blood to flow like a river in Tianxin Palace, then obediently follow us back to the prefecture. Our prefecture lord specifically named you to be kept. Based on your talent, becoming our prefecture lord's concubine is also a very lucky thing. The offspring born will definitely be experts too. As soon as the words fell, he received a slap that seemed to fall from the sky. Tianyun scolded angrily. What right does that animal prefecture lord of yours have to demand my aunt to be his concubine? Your prefecture lord is only worthy of animals. Patrol Envoy Gu held his face, trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and hissed, Brat, do you know who you are messing with? You dare to hit me and even insult our prefecture lord? Tianxin Palace. Just wait to be slaughtered. You will be crushed to pieces. Tianyun glanced at him, his whole body emitting a terrifying pressure. Threatening me? Calling your prefecture lord an animal seems a bit too polite. Now I feel he isn't even equal to an animal. Having a little bit of skill makes him think he's the center of the universe. Patrol Envoy Gu, beaten miserably, looked up at him and stammered, my Qingxin prefecture will not let you off. Before he could recover, he was grabbed by the collar and lifted upside down by Tianyun. He was terrified to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand to threaten. Qingxin prefecture won't let who off. Patrol Envoy Gu was frightened, his voice trembling. Ouch. Tianyun landed another blow without mercy. Say that again. The two attendants following behind saw that scene and were horrified, quickly rushing up to stop him. Impudent. Stop. Is your Tianxin Palace trying to make an enemy of Qingxin Prefecture? Let go immediately. You are dead meat. Shi Leiyun suddenly raised her hand to stop them, shouting loudly, You two shut up. Her eyes glare at them coldly in warning. Tianxin Palace does not cause trouble for others, but that doesn't mean we will sit still and let you trample on us. She waved her hand, striking the two men and sending them flying far away. Suddenly, loud laughter rang out from the courtyard. Haha, truly worthy of being a young hero. To have such cultivation at such a young age. Shi Leiyun immediately warned Tianyun, be careful. Outside the courtyard, a tall figure was slowly approaching. You must have reached the 8th or 9th level of the core condensation stage. I don't know where this helper came from, but he looks quite capable. Patrol Envoy Gu, seeing the arrival, shouted excitedly like a drowning man catching a floating log. Elder Wei. Tianyun immediately used his observation eye to scan. Elder Wei, 2nd level spirit core stage cultivation, wearing low-grade spirit tool armor, martial arts, violent claw, dragon cloud step, total combat power, 280,000. The great elder, sitting behind, pondered with worry, a spirit core stage expert. Shi Leiyun's face suddenly tensed up, biting her lip as she thought. Sure enough, they came prepared. No wonder Patrol Envoy Gu was so arrogant. He wanted to force the hidden expert to reveal himself before attacking us. It's just that the hidden expert hasn't appeared yet, but this Elder Wei has shown up first. Elder Wei spoke slowly. Why haven't you released my people yet? Of course, you could try to continue fighting and see what the consequences are. Finding a backer, Patrol Envoy Gu laughed provocatively. Hit me then? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Hit me if you dare. Tianyun said nothing and delivered a slap that fell like the sky. Scum. Patrol Envoy Gu was slapped flat against the wall, fainting instantly and sliding down to the floor like a heap of rags. Tianyun glanced at Elder Wei, his tone arrogant. Since you beg me like that, I will satisfy your wish. Shi Leiyun fell into deep thought hearing that tone. Elder Wei took heavy steps forward, murderous intent surging. Very good. It seems your guts are quite big. No matter who you are dead today. finished speaking, he used the Dragon Cloud Step skill to rush forward. Bam! The guy was punched flat onto the ground. Tianyun warned coldly, "Stay away from my aunt." Elder Wei was unwilling to accept this, jumping up with oppressive momentum, eyes rolling back in anger. My teeth, my teeth. You dare to hit me? You are so bold." Tianyun glanced at the old man, his tone sharp. "Whether I am bold or not is not for you to judge. Today, if you don't die, then I die." Having said that, he immediately activated the Dragon God art. The people from Qingxian Prefecture exclaimed in surprise. How can this be? Is Elder Wei's cultivation not as high as that brat? Elder Wei could not stand the humiliation. He took out a divine weapon, his face serious. "I must kill you." Tianyun observed the weapon in his hand, evaluating silently. This is a sharp claw, a low-grade spirit tool. After fully erupting, combat power will reach 300,000 points. It seems I cannot be too careless. He curled his lips in mockery. Even with that, you still can't kill me? It seems your face is very thick. Blood rushing to his head, Elder Wei roared, "You're tired of living." Lei shouted in panic. "Tianyun, be careful." Seeing this, the people of Qingxian Prefecture felt their spirits boil, boasting excitedly. Such strong aura. Provoking Elder Wei only leads to one path: death. Elder Wei unleashed the violent claw. Tianyun responded with the frost fist. "Freeze for me." Immediately, Elder Wei was controlled within a thick layer of ice. Tianyun jumped up, slashing at the block of ice, then looked at his ice sculpture with satisfaction. The people of Qingxian Prefecture saw this scene, jaws dropping in shock. What? Elder Wei has been completely frozen. It took a while for Elder Wei to break out of the ice, his tone gloomy. What kind of evil cultivation method is this? Tianyun glanced at him and asked back, "Is that very important?" He pursed his lips and thought. It seems the stronger the cultivation, the shorter the freezing time. Unfortunately, the Frost Fist cannot be upgraded further. Elder Wei laughed, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. "Haha, so you brat have a powerful weapon. That's why you dare to be so rampant. That palm just now was quite good. I must take it." Tianyun laughed with interest. "Then come and take it. Don't be polite. Now it's my turn. I need a quick battle and quick victory. I don't have time to play with you here." Immediately, he activated a series of support modes. Crazy damage mode, crazy experience mode. Lei sensed the surrounding aura and thought, this aura is even a level stronger than Elder Wei. Could it be that Tianyun's cultivation has reached the spirit core stage? Those not participating in the battle were also affected by the pressure, crying out in pain. Elder Wei gritted his teeth, his eyes wary. "Who exactly are you?" Tianyun curled his lips, revealing his identity. "The expert who helped Tianxian Palace that you've heard about is me." Hearing this, Elder Wei couldn't believe it, exclaiming in doubt, "You are so young, yet your cultivation has reached the spirit core stage? Impossible." Tianyun sneered. "Nothing is impossible. Qingxian Prefecture, is it? Since your Qingxian Prefecture has forced us to this point, don't blame us." He unleashed the freezing move again. Elder Wei gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, the power of ice and snow again. Before he could regain his composure, Tianyun launched another wind and fire palm. Elder Wei was beaten miserably, screaming, He lay flat on the ground, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Elder Wei suddenly widened his eyes, the pain only now slowly setting in. My internal organs hurt like they're burning. This brat actually knows both ice and fire techniques. Tianyun looked at him, curling his lips in ridicule. Can you still take it? You're quite tenacious. At this moment, he looked coldly at Elder Wei, activating the lucky aura. Activation successful. Luck increased by 10 times, consuming 1,000 crazy points per second. Tianyun took out a long spear and stabbed forward. Time to end this. Seeing death approaching, Elder Wei stiffened his mouth to threaten. If you kill me, Qingxian Prefecture won't let you go. We will definitely raze Tianxian Palace to the ground. Before the word raze could be finished, the system reward notification rang out. Successfully killed Elder Wei. Gained 200,000 experience points, 5,000 crazy points. Obtained martial arts, Violent Claw, Dragon Cloud Step, Thundercloud Claw. Obtained Dragon Bone Divine Armor, Tyrant Dragon Claw. Obtained X2 experience card, Blast Wind Divine Pill. Yi Tianyan looked at the pile of rewards granted, thinking, although not a perfect set of equipment, they're all spirit tool grade treasures, and they're earth grade martial arts too. After all, he was a spirit core stage expert. The drops couldn't be bad. After leveling up luck, it's completely different. Even basic items dropped. It's just a pity there's no reward for fighting above one's level. Thinking of this, he sighed in disappointment. The people of Qingxian Prefecture saw him walking over and retreated in fear. Ooh, ouch. Patrol Envoy Gu, having tasted the pain, trembled and begged, You killed Elder Wei. I advise you to stop now. Otherwise our prefecture lord will really raise your Tianxin Palace. Let me go, and upon returning, I will beg the prefecture lord to spare you. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with danger as he twirled the spear in his hand. Didn't someone say just now that we aren't 3-year-old kids anymore? Why are you still thinking as naively as a child? If I spare you, in a few days, Qingxian Prefecture will launch a total attack on our Tianxian Palace anyway. Spared or not, we die. So why don't you stay and die with us for fun? Patrol Envoy Gu was so scared of death that tears streamed down his face, begging hastily, No, we were just following orders from above. If you spare us. A shrill scream cut off the plea. The system announced, successfully killed Patrol Envoy Gu. Gained 140,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy points. Obtained martial arts, Heaven Melting Palm, Netherworld Step. Obtained treasure, Heaven Breaking Sword, 10,000 experience pill points. Yi Tianyun finished dealing with him and turned to look at the remaining ones, smiling amicably but with deadly intent. Now it's your turn. They trembled in fear, stuttering promises. We won't tell anyone. We beg to stay at Tianxin Palace as slaves. Please spare us. Yi Tianyun nodded upon hearing this. Is that so? Sounds good. If you've accepted being slaves, you should have the self-awareness to dedicate yourselves to the master. Turn into experience points for me. Finished speaking, he waved his hand to absorb their power. Experience points flooded in. 38,000 points, 42,000 points, 48,000 points. They were drained of their vitality, screaming miserably. Yi Tianyun curled his lips, his tone arrogant. Qingxian Prefecture, even if you don't come for me, I will personally come to your door. The system's sound rang out repeatedly. Successfully killed Patrol Envoy Fawn. Gained 160,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy points. Obtained Ancient Heaven Spear. Successfully killed Patrol Envoy Zhang. Gained 160,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy points. Obtained Falling Cloud Flower. Suddenly, Shirleyun walked over and asked him, Tianyun, has your cultivation broken through to the spirit core stage? Yi Tianyun curled his lips and smiled. Not yet. I haven't broken through to the spirit core stage. Hearing this, the great elder couldn't suppress his surprise, exclaiming, What? You haven't broken through to the spirit core stage, but could kill Elder Wei so easily? How exactly did you do it? The woman beside the great elder spoke up. If Elder Yi can break through to the spirit core stage, wouldn't our Tianxin Palace be on par with other sects and prefectures? Yi Tianyun replied seriously. Currently, our Tianxin Palace is constantly improving its strength, but now Elder Yi is about to face big trouble. The great elder understood the trouble he mentioned, squinting in deep thought. After Qingxian Prefecture learns the news, they will definitely attack us with full force. How should we defend? He spoke hesitantly. For Elder Yi, defeating the ancestors of the Qingxian sect wouldn't be difficult. But our current strength not only can't help Elder Yi, but will also become a burden to him. Yi Tianyun suddenly interrupted seriously. I have something I've wanted to tell everyone for a long time, but I've been hesitating until now. Follow me. It just so happens there are carriages outside, brought by the people of Qingxian Prefecture. Rain poured down as the carriage wheels rolled on the muddy road. The group looked at the surrounding scenery, puzzled. This place is the Tianshan ancient ruins? Tianyun, is our destination here? Yi Tianyun nodded in confirmation. That's right. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the gate to unlock the seal. The main gate here has a restrictive seal, making the inside extremely safe. From today onwards, these heavens immersed ancient ruins will be the territory of our Tianxin Palace. The great elder looked at him with some hesitation and awkwardness. Once these heavens immersed ancient ruins close, they won't open again for another 3 years. Yi Tianyun didn't mind much and signaled, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and enter. The group stepped in cautiously, unable to help but exclaim, We really can get in. Tianlian looked at him and asked curiously, Tianyun, how did you do that? Tianyun replied calmly, it's very simple. Back then, I participated in the assessment here to find martial arts, but unexpectedly, I received the inheritance of the heavens' immersed ancient ruins. So now, I am the inheritor of this place. Everything here belongs to me, including this elder Xian. The two of them looked at the old man before them, stunned. He clasped his hands and greeted them respectfully. Did the young master bring everyone here? Welcome, everyone. Tianyun led the group deeper inside, explaining, there are no treasures in the heavens' immersed ancient ruins. It's still very much the same as before. However, it is a perfect place for everyone to hide and cultivate. Moreover, from a cultivation perspective, this place is much better than Tianxin Palace. He said in a low voice, as long as we bring all the disciples here, the Qingxian mansion certainly won't find us. But doing so is no different from abandoning Tianxin Palace. It's difficult, but there's no other way. This is the best method. The great elder crossed his arms and said sorrowfully, right? We have no choice now. Tianyin lowered his eyes, determined. For the sake of Tianxin Palace, we must strive to cultivate and improve our strength during our time here. Tianlian nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with faith. That's right. Once we become stronger, no one will dare to look down on us anymore. She tilted her head to look at the great elder and ordered, summon the disciples here immediately. Leaving without permission is strictly prohibited. The space inside the heavens' immersed ancient ruins can comfortably hold everyone. They immediately responded, yes. Tianyun and the other two lagged behind. He looked at Tianlian and said, with us hiding here, I also feel more at ease. Aunt, I have to go out for a trip temporarily. She was stunned and asked, where are you going? Tianyin immediately replied, to cultivate, because I cannot break through here. Hearing this, Tianlian worriedly advised against it. Tianyun, running out at a critical time like this. If the enemy sees you, it will be very dangerous. Tianyin took out a strange mask to reassure her. Aunt, you don't need to worry. I will be back soon, as long as I wear this mask. He put the mask on. After a moment, the mask transformed into a perfect layer of human skin. He looked at her proudly. See if you can recognize me? Tianlian smiled and replied, I really can't recognize you. He patted the back of her hand, his eyes steadfast. So, Aunt, just rest assured. Wait for me to get a bit stronger, and I can protect you and the entire Tianxin Palace. Tianyin handed over a key to her. This is the control right for this place. I'm handing it to you, Aunt. Now you're the second master here. Then he patted his chest and guaranteed, just 3 months. Regardless of what my strength is by then, I will return to your side, Aunt. Tianlian replied somewhat reluctantly. Then you must be careful. I will wait for your return. She watched his figure fade away, praying silently in her heart. Tianyun, you must return safely. On the other side, Tianyun rode the black dragon, soaring through the vast sky. He calculated silently. I want to go to the heavenly scenery continent to take a look because in this place, second-grade forces are the strongest. There are basically no third-grade forces at all. The heavenly scenery continent is different. It is wider, has more forces, and resources are richer too. Qingxian Mansion is merely one of the forces there. There are countless other forces much stronger than them. I will surely break through very quickly. After flying for a while, Tianyun saw an island appear before his eyes. That was the heavenly scenery continent. The people on the boat below screamed in surprise as soon as they saw him. Look quickly. There's a black dragon. They couldn't believe their eyes. It really is a black dragon. I didn't expect someone could actually tame the dragon race as a mount. Unbelievable. How on earth did he do it? Tianyun ignored them and flew straight onto the island. He approached a stone stele, probing and examining it with his gaze. Spiritual energy is so abundant. No wonder so many people flock to the heavenly scenery continent. This is indeed a good cultivation environment. At Tianjin City, a man knocked heavily on a large sign, his voice bossy. Can't you see what this sign says? To enter, you must pay 10 taels of gold. The man whose way was blocked argued helplessly. 10 taels of gold is not a small amount. My cultivation is only at the body refinement stage. I don't have that much money. The guard pointed at his face and shouted, if you don't pay, you can't enter. Coming to this Tianjin city, you must abide by the rules here. No fighting and no stealing. He glanced at those people, grinding his teeth in disgust. Want free protection? There's no such good thing. The other man looked at Etienne's receding figure and said respectfully, "Take care. This young man is so generous." He walked around, thinking to himself, "It's so bustling and developed. No city in the earthly continent can compare." A large ingot of gold was slammed onto the table. Etienne sat on the chair and ordered leisurely, "Bring me the detailed introduction materials about the heavenly scenery continent." The old shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of money. "Yes, dear guest, please wait a moment." Not long after, he dragged out a chest. "Dear guest, the materials you need are all in here." Etienne held a book in his hand, deep in thought. The dangerous areas are indeed marked very clearly, but there isn't much said about what exactly is there. Only a few words of perfunctory description. He looked up at the old man and asked, "Shopkeeper, are there any materials that explain these dangerous areas more clearly?" The shopkeeper replied, "I don't have that here. If you want to know more, you have to go to the Star Pavilion. They sell every kind of information you need." Etienne lowered his head and muttered, "Star Pavilion? It seems I can only go there to ask." At the Star Pavilion. "Dear guest, may I ask what you need?" Etienne replied, "I want to buy information." The man nodded. "All right, please follow me." Along the way, he turned his head to observe a few times, secretly surprised in his heart. Even a core condensation stage expert is just a manager here. Sure enough, the cultivation levels in this continent are all very high. The man led Etienne inside and announced, "Deacon Huang, there is a guest." Deacon Huang rested his chin on his hand, his eyes glancing over slightly. A young man hiding his face. His appearance is also very unfamiliar. Probably not someone from the heavenly scenery continent, am I right? Etienne was exposed, but still walked over calmly and replied, "Whether it's right or not isn't very important. My purpose in coming here is to buy information. Which danger zone has the most demon beasts? Their cultivation shouldn't be too low either. They must be at least at the core condensation stage." Hearing this, Deacon Huang teased him, then speculated thoughtfully. "It seems this brother here wants to hunt demon beasts, huh? Then there are two options. One is that as long as you sell the hunted demon beast to us at a preferential price, I will provide the information to you for free. Two is to pay 1,000 taels of gold to buy the information." Etienne replied without hesitation, "I choose the first one, but I want to use the demon beast to exchange for materials, not for money." He smiled, thinking to himself, "I have to buy materials anyway. I might as well just exchange the demon beast for them directly to save the trouble." Old Huang immediately agreed. "Fine. System notification. Accepted quest. Hunt demon beasts successfully. Kill 100 core condensation stage demon beasts. Reward 500,000 experience points, 10,000 taels of gold, 10,000 crazy points, 1 lottery draw. Increase Star Pavilion favorability by 100 points. After the transaction was successful, Deacon Huang began searching for information. Demon beasts rarely gather in packs, especially those with cultivation at the core condensation stage and above. But this time, I just received the latest information that demon beasts are currently gathering in the Demon Sea Danger Zone. Etienne glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "Demon Sea Danger Zone? Don't tell me those demon beasts are under the sea. That would be a bit tricky." He pondered. There are a total of 5 danger zones in the heavenly scenery continent, and the Demon Sea Danger Zone is one of them. Ranked by danger level, it probably stands at 3rd. Deacon Huang paused, then glanced at him to deny, "Of course not. The Demon Sea Danger Zone I'm talking about is at Demon Cloud Island. I don't know the reason, but suddenly many demon beasts have appeared there. They swam up from the sea and gathered together, with cultivation ranging from the spirit refinement stage to the core condensation stage. But we can only observe from afar, so we aren't very clear on the specific situation. It's very likely there are other demon beasts with cultivation even stronger than the core condensation stage." Etienne smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. "Your news is very useful. I am in need of such news. So, do you know the way there?" The man held an object in his hand and gave it to him, replying, "This star compass will guide you there. I'm giving it to you for free." Etienne looked at the item in his hand with a determined look. "Then I'll accept it. Just wait for my good news." Deacon Huang suddenly took out a piece of paper and asked, "Young master, wait a moment. May I ask how many people you are going there with?" Etienne curled his lips and replied, "I'm going alone. not with anyone else. Old Huang froze upon hearing this, speechless. Following the guidance of the star compass, Tianyun began his journey. He stood on a cliff, looking into the distance, muttering, "It should be this direction, right?" Summoning the black dragon, he rode it and flew up. "Let's go," to Demon Cloud Island. After traveling for a while, he froze looking down. Pirates. Below, a ship was being surrounded by a school of sharks. Looking at those people, Tianyun evaluated silently. Someone who can capture shark demon beasts as mounts is certainly not simple. An orange-haired man leading them spoke up, his voice full of intimidation. "I advise you to best surrender obediently. Do you feel you can fight against us here? In this sea area, we're the bosses." On the large ship, the group of people immediately responded firmly. "We are all from the Heavenly Pole Mansion. I also advise you to get lost quickly, otherwise don't blame our sect master for dealing with you." Hearing that, the other guy mocked in a frivolous tone. "People from the Heavenly Pole Mansion? That tattered sect? And you dare call yourselves a mansion? You can't even compare to a second-grade force." Hearing this, Yang Shishu asked with some worry, "Deacon Tian, what should we do now?" Deacon Tian lowered his head, his tone enduring but full of shoddiness. "How about we surrender? This is the best way right now." The whole ship exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Surrender? The young man nearby couldn't help but glare fiercely, eyes wide open. "Deacon Tian, what the hell are you saying? Even if we die, we must fight to the end. We absolutely cannot let them have their way." Deacon Tian sneered and shoved him straight into the sea. "If you want to die that much, then go die first." Seeing this, everyone on the ship was terrified. "Deacon Tian, you..." The man who was pushed into the water screamed miserably, "Ah?" The old man turned back, his face ferocious and threatening. "Now, who else dares to refuse surrender?" The leader, surnamed Bai, riding a shark, jumped up and said, "Old Tian, why act so hastily? We haven't had enough fun yet. Let's scare them a bit more first." Hearing this, Deacon Tian replied, "Brother Bai, let's fight quickly and win quickly." Yang Shishue stared wide-eyed in horror, questioning him. "Deacon Tian, how could you betray us like this? Was your purpose in bringing us out for training just to have us captured?" Deacon Tian bared his teeth, revealing his true colors. "Heavenly Pole Mansion is finished. If I stay there, who knows when I'll ever break through to the core condensation stage. It's better to follow Brother Bai and roam the world as a pirate. You are all the ones with the strongest cultivation and best talent. Naturally, you must be used as gifts for Brother Bai." As he spoke, the group restrained Yang Shishue and dragged her inside. "Senior sister, you should obediently listen and join them. That way you'll have a better future. There's no future at Heavenly Pole Mansion. Why be so stubborn?" She couldn't suppress her anger and shouted, "Shut up." Although Heavenly Pole Mansion has few resources, they use the best of everything to nurture us. Don't you feel any guilt doing this? Tianyun finally couldn't hold back anymore and called out from above, "Heavenly Pole Mansion might be a bit poor right now, but I believe sooner or later it will become glorious." He smirked and continued, "Very good. Having a disciple like you is indeed a blessing for them." Deacon Tian glanced at the figure above and asked aggressively, "Who is that?" Tianyun replied, "A friend of Heavenly Pole Mansion." He raised his hand to activate the star-absorbing great technique. Deacon Tian had all his vitality sucked out and screamed miserably, "Ah!" He gritted his teeth, trying to endure. What kind of evil technique is this?" Tianyun looked at him arrogantly. "If it can deal with you, it is a good technique." Deacon Tian felt himself getting weaker and weaker, terrified to the extreme. Save me. What are you all standing there for?" The pirates below saw this and charged forward. "Get him!" Before they could even touch Tianyun, they were brushed by the black dragon flying past and tossed into the sky. The leader looked up, stammering in shock. Black dragon." He trembled violently. "How can such a rare demon beast appear here at sea?" Tianyun continuously sucked the vitality from them, his tone mocking. "Don't you guys like bullying the weak? Destroy this trash." The black dragon flapped its wings, creating a gale that blew away the sharks. It let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, then spewed fire to burn everything. The pirates screamed in distress. Run, quickly." The black dragon gave them no chance. It rushed forward, breathing fire onto the water surface. The pirate leader was burned to death instantly, his body floating on the water. The system announced, "Successfully killed pirate by Yuan Tao. Gained 48,000 experience points, 200 crazy points. Obtained skill Flying Sky Shark Control, Underwater Martial Art Underwater Strike, Earth Grade Low Rank. Mount Black Dragon successfully leveled up to Core Condensation Stage Level 2. The Heavenly Pole Mansion group saw the scene and exclaimed in horror, so strong. The surviving pirates glanced at Eteonyun and stammered, begging, "Spare us." Without waiting for him to speak, they hurriedly jumped off the boat to escape. "Run!" Eteonyun glanced indifferently at the Black Dragon and ordered, "Black Dragon, kill them all. Don't let a single one escape." As soon as the words fell, the miserable screams of the group rang out. "I'll spare my life, huh?" He looked at the floating bodies and smiled with satisfaction. "All right, it's all resolved. As for these traitors, how do you want to deal with them? Escort them back to the sect or execute them on the spot?" Yang Shishua looked up at him with admiration. "Senator Senior, are you from Heavenly Pole Mansion?" Eteonyun fell silent at the question. "I inherited from the spirit king Xiantian, so I count as a disciple of their ancestor, or maybe I could be considered their ancestral master." After a while, he spoke slowly. "How should I put it? In short, just know that I am not your enemy." Yang Shishue clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. "This junior is named Yang Shishue. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. We will take this traitor back for the mansion lord to deal with. If senior is not busy, why not return to Heavenly Pole Mansion with us for a visit?" Eteonyun looked at them and tactfully refused. "I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot go with you. You should go back quickly. I don't think there are any more pirates around here. You will have a lot to handle when you return. Remember to report everything clearly to your mansion lord. I saw your loyalty very clearly just now. I believe Heavenly Pole Mansion will become strong in the future." Hearing his words, Yang Shishua looked pleading. "Thank you for your kind wishes, Senior. May I ask when Senior will have free time to visit our Heavenly Pole Mansion? We want to repay you for saving our lives." He didn't answer and rode the Black Dragon away quickly. "If fate allows, we will meet again." His system suddenly popped up a notification. "Completed the quest. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Obtained title Junior Savior. Gained 200 character points." Eteonyun looked at the title he just received, a bit surprised. "I didn't expect to get the Savior title. Saving people this time plus saving the whole village last time must have met the requirements. The success rate for refining soul tools was not even enough to accumulate 10 before, but this time I got 20 straight away. Adding the lucky aura, it probably reaches 50. After flying for a while, Eteonyun's eyes suddenly lit up. "Is that Demon Cloud Island ahead?" He guided the Black Dragon closer to observe the whole island, evaluating silently. The cultivation of the demon bees here ranges from spirit refinement stage to core condensation stage. The lowest is spirit refinement stage level 4 or 5, and the highest can reach core condensation stage level 7 or 8. He looked up and observed carefully, nodding. "Very good, there's no one here. It's the perfect time for me to act." Having said that, Eteonyun rushed down from the Black Dragon's back, simultaneously activating a series of combat states. Activate Dragon God Bloodline, 4x Crazy Damage Mode, 4x Crazy Experience Mode, use 5x Experience Card, 10x Experience Card, 2x Crazy Card, equip Chaotic Heaven Divine Statue. A large, powerful axe appeared in his hand. Eteonyun rushed down, raising the axe for a thunderous strike. The system immediately displayed. Successfully killed Giant Octopus. Gained 200,000 experience points for 1,000 crazy points. Obtained Octopus Tentacle, consuming it doubles strength for a short time. Successfully killed Giant Sea Cow. Gained 350,000 experience points, 6,000 crazy points. Obtained Sea Cow Horn. Successfully killed Giant Sea Elephant. Gained 400,000 experience points, 6,500 crazy points. Obtained Sea Elephant Skin. While he was enthusiastically sweeping through them, the system suddenly displayed good news. Congratulations, player Eteonyun, for breaking through to core condensation stage level 1. He smirked proudly, leveled up. Eteonyun felt the power surging in his body and exclaimed, "Awesome, this feeling is great." Next, he raised his hand and swung the axe again to test his new strength. Is this the cultivation of the core condensation stage? Truly strong. Indeed, only by leveling up cultivation can one become stronger. Looking at the monsters on the island, Eteonyun shouted excitedly, turn into my experience points, all of you. The mechanical voice of the system rang out continuously. Congratulations, player Yun, for breaking through to core condensation stage level 2. Congratulations, player Yun, for breaking through to core condensation stage level 3. After a frenzy of killing, Yun looked around the silent island, a bit dejected. Ran out of demon beasts to kill already? He immediately opened the character attribute panel. Player Yun, level 33, core condensation stage level 3. Experience points 226 out of 133 million. Crazy points 875,538. Yun was slightly stunned when he saw a new line. Huh, now there are sin points too? Curious, he clicked to see the details, muttering, what the hell are sin points? The note displayed, sin points. After the novice player protection ends, the sin point system will be activated. Killing any life form will add 1 sin point. The higher the sin points, the easier it is to attract enemies. Killing enemies who are more evil yields more sin points. Sin points can be used to exchange for crazy points, experience points, and proficiency, or can be used to buy items in the Sin Mall. Yun narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What is the Sin Mall? Several pieces of equipment therein immediately appeared before his eyes. Evil set must be level 30 or above to purchase. Wearing it allows transformation into a 100-meter-long evil dragon. Strength increases by 10 times. Defense increases by 20 times, equipped with flight and devour abilities. Price, 10,000 sin points. Swordsman set, must be level 30 or above to purchase. Wearing it allows free control of sword techniques. All high-grade spirit tool, swords within a 10-kilometer radius will be controlled. Maximum 10,000 swords. Additionally, it has the sword riding flight effect. Price, 100,000 sin points. Yun was a bit excited. How am I supposed to earn 100,000 sin points? Suddenly, he looked up, narrowing his eyes and muttering, someone is here. 2 large eagles appeared in the sky, pulling a flying carriage. Yun guessed silently, the U carriage? Who is coming? That old man selling information didn't say there was any other force eyeing this place. The carriage landed and stopped. A man with an elegant aura stepped down. Yun, cultivation core condensation stage level 8, wearing earth-grade, low-rank soul tool golden armor, holding a heaven-grade, low-rank soul tool umbrella, possesses heaven-transforming palm martial art, nether step, total combat power 43,000 points. Yun hid in a dark corner, his sharp eyes observing the situation, silently evaluating. People from Qingshin Mansion, truly enemies on a narrow road. Suddenly, Yun shouted loudly, "Get off the carriage, come on, we've arrived." Immediately, from the second carriage, a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and stepped out. It was Yu Shiqing, with a beautiful and moving appearance. Yun hurriedly tilted the umbrella to shield her, his tone full of solicitude and pampering. "Little Sure, take it easy, don't get wet from the rain." Responding to that enthusiasm, she coldly created a layer of spiritual power to protect her body, brushing past him like a stranger. "No need, I can cover myself." At this moment, another girl's voice came from inside the carriage. "Yun, the 2 of us came here to train. Why did you follow us?" The young girl who just spoke was Zhao Yu. Yun turned to look at Zhao Yu, trying to maintain a look of concern. "I heard there are many demonic beasts here. I'm just worried about you girls. What if little Sure and little you get hurt?" Zhao Yu walked behind Yu Shiqing, snapping back without any respect. "There are demonic beasts here? You open your eyes and show me where the demonic beasts are." While walking, Zhao Yu's footsteps suddenly stopped, her expression puzzled. "Did someone arrive here before us?" Yun's gaze swept across, quickly spotting Yun. He narrowed his eyes and spoke up. "Hey, you there. When did you get here?" The follower beside him, Xiao Jianren, immediately glared, shouting arrogantly to curry favor with his master. "My big brother Yun is asking you. Why aren't you answering? Are you mute?" Contrary to that aggressive attitude, Yu Shiqing appeared polite. She looked at him and asked, "Young master, you arrived here before us. May I ask if there are any demonic beasts here?" Yun slowly walked out from his hiding spot, calmly replying. There were demonic beasts, but they were all killed by me. Xiao Jianren heard this and immediately laughed in mockery, his face full of disdain. Killed by you? Aha, if they were really killed by you, then where are their corpses? Brag in moderation. Don't tell me you are an accomplice of that old man from the Star Pavilion. He said there were many demonic beasts here, yet now we don't see a single one. So he told you to come here to cover it up, right? Yi Tianyun didn't bother arguing. He just curled his lips slightly, calculating inwardly. Are they here to hunt beasts too? This place definitely hides other secrets. I shouldn't make a move on these two from Qingxian Mansion just yet. The background of those two girls is unclear. If the matter of me killing Qingxian Mansion disciples is exposed now, it will be very troublesome. Thinking of this, Yi Tianyun shrugged, his tone indifferent. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. Xiao Jianren was so angry his face turned red, clenching his fists. You. Qing Luyun saw this and raised his hand to stop him, lowering his voice. Don't be rash. Little sure and little you are here. Shedding blood here isn't good. Hearing this, the follower grumpily spat on the ground, reluctantly accepting. Fine, I'll spare his life this time. Qing Luyun continued to tag along behind Yushi Qing and Zhao Yu, chattering incessantly. Little sure, let's walk around here to see if there are any demonic beasts. Since there's such a strange phenomenon here, what if we find some treasure? Yushi Qing frowned, her tone clearly showing annoyance. I hope young Master Qing respects himself. Don't use such intimate names. He looked slightly resentful for a moment, pleading, Little sure, don't be like that. After walking a short distance, the group suddenly stopped. It's you again. The black figure standing in front of them was none other than Yi Tianyun. He crossed his arms, his attitude as indifferent as before. It is me. Is there a problem? Seeing that he didn't seem to want to cause trouble, Qing Luyun turned to persuade his companion. Ignore him. Let's look at this stone steel first. Other matters can wait. Before turning away, Xiao Jianren didn't forget to throw a sarcastic remark. Not everyone is suitable for exploring. It also depends on natural talent. Yi Tianyun's face remained unchanged as he replied faintly, saying that. Does it mean you have discovered something from this stone steel? That guy grinned, his face full of boastful pride. I didn't discover anything, but my big brother did. Qing Luyun was clearly very pleased, but still deliberately cleared his throat modestly. He puffed out his chest and stepped forward, acting like a learned scholar. Although the content on this stone steel is very obscure, I still understand a little. For me, this harvest is very large. Yi Tianyun knew he was bluffing just by listening, exposing him without mercy. Is that so? Then can you tell us what is written on it? Being questioned, he awkwardly covered up. Are you stupid? Who would tell others what they have discovered? You don't even understand that? If you are so capable, discover it yourself, then tell us. Yi Tianyun's face darkened, his lips pressed tight. He calmly announced, Sorry, it just so happens I also know what is written on it. Without waiting for anyone to react, Yi Tianyun read aloud fluently. The characters carved on the stone steel are the language used by the spirit race. The content is very simple. It says Tomb of the Phantom Zither. Below is the name of the person who established this tombstone, a strong expert named Lei Yun. Yushi Qing heard this and fell into deep thought. Yi Tianyun curled his lips, looking at Qing Luyun with eyes full of mocking laughter. You could realize a truth just by looking at a tombstone, and a very large harvest too? You really have ability. Anyway, I couldn't see anything else. Just consider me stupid. This is just a tombstone. Could it be you can fabricate a heaven-tier martial art from it? Qing Luyun's face hardened, his voice becoming harsh out of shame, turning into anger. Tombstone? Nonsense. Prove to me that what you said is true. Yi Tianyun turned away, his expression calm, as if nothing happened. I'm speaking nonsense? Use your brain and think. If something very precious was carved here, it would have been stolen long ago. Although this place is a dangerous zone, it doesn't mean no one comes here. Although the language of the spirit race is rare, there are still a few people who understand it. If you don't believe me, go find someone who knows the spirit race script and ask. Qing Luyun was publicly humiliated, grinding his teeth in anger. Don't play smart with me. Do you think anyone will believe you just because you say that? Yi Tianyun didn't bother arguing further, leaving a sentence before turning to walk away. Believe it or not is up to you. You guys just stay here and continue contemplating the Tao. I'm leaving first. He didn't bother looking back, laughing inwardly. Comprehending a tombstone? Does this guy want to enter a coffin early, or something? Qing Luyun hurriedly looked at Yu Qing with deep affection to salvage his dignity. Little Shi, don't listen to his nonsense. This stone steel is not a tombstone. The girl immediately turned away, her tone cold and decisive. Whether it is or not isn't important. Later, I will find someone who knows the spirit ray script to come here and check. Saying that, she looked at her junior sister Zhao. Let's go. Let's check another place. You two don't need to follow us. Zhao nodded repeatedly in agreement. Okay. Strange. Why did they say there were many demonic beasts here, but now we don't see a single one? Watching the two girls leave, Xiao Jianren behind them was trembling with rage. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Qing Liyun narrowed his eyes, a cold and cruel light flashing in their depths. Some people are complaining about living too long. Daring to oppose me, there's only one path of death. Go find him. In another development, Yi Tianyun had found a desolate area. He muttered calculations. I feel there's a graveyard in this area, but where exactly is it? His footsteps suddenly stopped, his keen senses warning of danger. Sure enough, they had followed him all the way here. Yi Tianyun glanced directly at a large rock, his voice icy. No need to hide, come out. Qing Luyun stepped out, looking up and laughing arrogantly. Ha, you must know you are about to meet your ancestors, right? Seems you have some ability. Yi Tianyun looked at them, pursing his lips and asking, want to kill me? Is the hatred that great? Xiao Jianren drew his weapon, murderous intent surging. We just want to let you know the end result of opposing us. Go to hell. Finished speaking. The guy rushed forward like a crazed beast. Yi Tianyun smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sharp and cold. Very good. If everyone from Qingxin Mansion wanted to die like you too, that would be great. That way, I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of causing trouble for you. Xiao Jianren raised his weapon high, shouting loudly, die. Yi Tianyun gently grabbed his wrist, moving as fast as lightning to stop the attack. He used a bit of force to snap it hard. My hand. Xiao Jianren cried out miserably in pain. Without hesitation, Yi Tianyun drew his blade and slashed decisively. The system announced, successfully killed Xiao Jianren, gained 68,000 experience points, 100 crazy points. Obtained martial arts, heaven transforming palm, netherworld step, 1 recovery pill. Qing Luyun stood rooted to the spot, his mouth gaping in shock, so wide he couldn't speak. What? Yi Tianyun smiled, slowly taking steps toward him. It's your turn. Qing Luyun backed away in fear, his face drained of blood. Monster! His legs trembled violently, his voice breaking from panic. Do you know who our Qingxin Mansion is that you dare to kill my junior brother? Hey, and now you dare to kill me? Yi Tianyun looked at him, replying calmly, of course I know. I even dared to kill your Elder Wei and the patrol envoys, let alone you. Think I don't dare to touch you? Hearing this, Qing Luyun's eyes widened in extreme shock. What? Elder Wei and the patrol envoys are all dead? Yi Tianyun didn't want to play anymore. He rushed forward like an arrow. They wanted to take over Tianxin Palace, so I sent them to meet the King of Hell. Originally, I didn't plan to kill you, but since you like to start trouble, don't blame me. Saying that, Yi Tianyun unleashed a soul-destroying palm. Qing Luyun was hit, crying out in pain before being flung away, lying flat under a pile of rubble. Yi Tianyun bent down to pick up the sword that fell on the ground. Qing Luyun struggled to get up. Seeing that scene, he coughed in fear. Cough. Spare me. I don't want to die. Yi Tianyun examined the sharp blade in his hand, his tone full of fake regret. Don't want to die. I also don't want to kill indiscriminately, but unfortunately, you wanted to kill me. You really angered me. The sharp sword tip plunged down. In his final moment, Qing Luyun screamed in agitation, Old Ancestor. The Old Ancestor will avenge us. The system announced, successfully killed Qing Luyun, gained 72,000 experience points, 100 crazy points. Obtain martial arts heaven transforming palm, netherworld step, 1 flowing cloud long sword, low-grade soul tool. Looking at the pile of items just collected, he curled his lips in boredom. Didn't get anything good. Qingxin Mansion, wait until my strength levels up. I will come visit you personally. Resting for a bit, Yi Tianyun decided to continue checking the surrounding areas. He scanned his surroundings, muttering a guess. There should be some treasure here, maybe something related to the spirit race. Otherwise, why would beasts run wild here? On some nearby rocks, strange characters were carved. Tianyun pondered. Is this the language of the spirit race? Gate to the heavens. I probably have to use the spirit race language to activate the formation. Thinking it, he immediately enunciated each word clearly. Gate to the heavens. Tianyun looked around in all directions, waiting in doubt. No reaction occurred. He narrowed his eyes again, muttering, "Do I have to use spiritual power too?" Tianyun continued to repeat the incantation, this time channeling more power. Gate to the heavens. Spiritual power radiated strongly. He closed his eyes to feel it. In a split second, his entire body was suddenly teleported to a strange place. Tianyun successfully entered inside. He opened his eyes and cheered happily. "I'm in." Before him were countless glittering things. Tianyun couldn't help but exclaim, "So many gems! Is this a treasure trove?" Walking deeper in, Tianyun frowned slightly, fanning himself with his hand. "It's so hot. I wonder what exactly is hidden in here." Looking toward the center, he saw a glowing red rock and uttered in confusion, is this a fire dragon stone?" Tianyun walked closer to observe carefully, thinking with a start. There's a living person inside. In the center of the stone, a girl was suspended, sealed within. Tianyun silently assessed. Her aura suggests her cultivation is at least above the core condensation realm. She's a bit weak because she's trapped here, but her true strength must be much higher. The girl in the stone suddenly opened her eyes wide, her voice guarded. "Who is it?" Tianyun looked at her, calmly asserting, "You are not a member of the spirit race." The girl retorted immediately, "Of course I'm not a member of the spirit race. I just intended to pass by here. May I ask if you're the girl named Huan Xin?" Hearing this name, the girl was a bit surprised. "How do you know my name?" "I saw a tombstone outside written Tomb of Huan Xin carved by someone named Lei Yun. I thought this was a tomb. I didn't expect you to be trapped inside." Huan Xin gritted her teeth, hissing with hatred. "Lei Yun, it seems if I don't reveal that secret, he will make me buried here forever." Then she looked down at him, her eyes questioning arrogantly. "How did you get in here? Those who don't know the spirit race language cannot enter. Is there someone behind directing you? Is that person Lei Yun?" Tianyun crossed his arms, replying calmly, "I completely do not know the person named Lei Yun you speak of. Because I know a bit of the spirit race language, I just babbled and managed to open the door to get in." "Your mouth." Her eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of thought, she nodded. "All right, I believe you weren't sent by that guy. Can you help me get out of here? As long as you save me, I will pay you handsomely. Not only will I give you an Earth-grade martial art, but I'll also give you a few alchemy recipes, surely making you upgrade into a strong expert." Tianyun looked relaxed. Sure, it's no big deal. But in his heart, he silently weighed. The remuneration is very worthy. But how do you know I can open this prison? Even if I save you, I don't know the real reason you are trapped here. What if you are a devil, and I save you to do evil? Seeming to read his thoughts, Huan Xin spoke up. "It's fine to tell you. The reason I'm trapped here is very simple. It's that Lei Yun wants me to reveal the spirit race's secret, because I am the next saintess of the spirit race. If he traps me, I won't be able to take office. If I am replaced, he still has a chance to find that secret. So right now, I am nothing more than a discarded item." Tianyun was not very happy, snorting coldly. "Spirit race saintess. It seems there are power struggles everywhere." Huan Xin immediately retorted, "My spirit race has always been peaceful with everyone, but that Lei Yun is a traitor. He has become a hunting dog for the Netherworld Empire. Just because he craves power to the point of madness, he didn't hesitate to risk his life to vie for the position of patriarch." Tianyun now clearly understood the situation, his tone becoming serious. That Netherworld Empire fully supports him becoming the spirit race patriarch. The condition is that after becoming patriarch, he must turn the spirit race into a colony of the Netherworld Empire. Huan Xin narrowed her eyes, voice full of determination. "My spirit race has always been free and unfettered, dependent on no power." Just then, the system sound rang in Tianyun's ears. "New mission. Rescue the spirit race saintess. Accepting this mission means you will participate in the effort to turn the tide of the world. Please think carefully. Do you want to accept this mission?" Tianyun curled his lips, his eyes flashing with interest. "Turn the tide of the world? Interesting." He narrowed his eyes. silently making a resolve. If I don't rearrange the order of this world, who will? Accepted mission. Rescue spirit race Saintus successfully. Completion reward. 200,000 experience points, 10,000 crazy points. Increase Huan Qin's favorability by 100 points. Tianyun smiled brightly, calling out, I believe you. Now, I will help you break these chains. He was about to act when a shout stopped him. Wait. Huan Qin looked at him, hurriedly instructing, you must break the seal outside first, which is that stone steel. Only then can the main formation trapping me be destroyed. At that time, I will destroy the chains here myself. Then Huan Qin took out a few items, throwing them down to him. This is a recovery pill. If you consume too much spiritual power, remember to take it. Also, up there is the spirit race language used to break the stone steel seal. You just need to read it clearly. He held the bottle in his hand. Information from the system displayed. Spirit race pill. Taking one can completely restore spiritual power and physical strength. Immediately, Tianyun nodded sharply. Okay, I will go break the formation right away. Wait for me. Tianyun stood before the stone steel, holding the red string, muttering, I didn't expect this stone steel to be a seal, and it requires using the spirit race language to break. Truly surreal. Now let's start. Tianyun channeled his energy, activating the destruction divine rune. After accumulating enough energy, he shouted the seal. Terrifying power radiated in all directions. That stone slab cracked a piece. Then the cracks began to spread quickly, the entire large stone slab shattering. Tianyun curled his lips in excitement. Indeed, the foundation of the spirit race is truly terrifying. If I broke this seal in the heaven-submerging ancient ruins, I'm afraid that place would have collapsed long ago. I probably have to spend some time cultivating this divine rune mastery. The seal has been lifted. I must go back there. Completing the agreement, Tianyun walked back to Huan Qin's place. The girl couldn't hide her surprise, exclaiming, so you possess the dragon race bloodline. No wonder you could break that formation so quickly. Thank you very much. Tianyun looked at Huan Qin, replying sincerely, the best thanks to me is for you to escape from here a bit faster, so I don't waste my effort in vain. Her pupils suddenly flashed, shouting, I will successfully leave this damn place. The 2 blocks of ice controlling her were wrapped in a stream of spiritual power, shattering a second later. Tianyun observed closely, muttering, just cracked a little, not enough strength? Or can you not break these chains? Hearing those words, Huan Qin looked up at the 2 blocks of ice on her hands helplessly. Although the main seal is broken, because I've been trapped here too long, my power is suppressed greatly. Perhaps I will never escape it. Forget it. Thank you anyway. Tianyun immediately stood up, waving his hand decisively. Then let me handle it for you. I can't let my effort go to waste. He immediately activated the great art of star absorption. Huan Qin was a bit panicked. What technique is this? Experience points from the system kept jumping. Plus 16,000 experience points, plus 17,000, plus 15,000. As if suddenly realizing something, Huan Qin exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me you are absorbing all the energy in this fire dragon stone? With such a terrifying amount, you will explode. Tianyun didn't care in the slightest, still focused on sucking spiritual power. Plus 76,000 expérience points, plus 78,000, plus 75,000, plus 79,000. Congratulations, player Tianyun, for successfully breaking through to Spirit Core Realm Level 4. Huan Qin saw her hands gradually loosening. She rejoiced. It's about to be destroyed. Before the words were finished, a surprise attack struck Tianyun. Huan Qin saw him lying flat on the floor, screaming in panic. This is the Heavenly Lightning Formation. Lei Yun carved the Heavenly Lightning Formation he is best at. Don't come here. Run away quickly. He used the lightning of this demonic cloud island as the final line of defense. Usually, if you come near here, you will be struck dead by lightning. Tianyun immediately swallowed the recovery pill hastily. He struggled up, reassuring, do you think I would give up that easily? Then he activated the Dark Heaven Divine art again, his voice arrogant and challenging. It's just lightning. It only numbed me a little, nothing much. I don't believe I can't break it. Huan Qin saw him acting recklessly and tried to stop him. Don't go quickly. Yi Tianyin gritted his teeth, enduring the lightning strike. A miserable scream rang out. Ah! He roared in pain. I don't believe so many recovery pills can't help me break this lightning. He continuously stuffed pills into his mouth. Used recovery pill, used recovery pill, used recovery pill. Huan Qin, with tears in her eyes, begged with a trembling voice, "Go quickly, I beg you. This heavenly lightning formation has started. If you continue to stay here, you will." Yi Tianyin on this side didn't pay attention to her words, but calculated silently. My absorption speed is still too slow. The next wave of lightning will definitely be much stronger. After thinking a while, he rushed forward again, activating Shadow Soul Devouring. Yi Tianyin looked at her, his eyes determined. "Don't worry, I will definitely save you from here." Then he activated Fury Mode. He used his bare hands to tightly grip the ice piece on Huan Qin's hand. Seeing that crazy action, the girl screamed in panic. "Let go quickly. This is the evil fire brewed in the Fire Dragon Stone. It will burn you to ashes instantly. If you continue, no matter how strong you are, you won't escape death." His whole body was trembling from pain at this moment, but he remained stubborn. So what if it's evil fire? He continued swallowing pills like candy. Used recovery pill, used recovery pill. His mouth still tried to form a reassuring smile. "Before I save you, I won't die." Used recovery pill. Huan Qin was moved to tears, choking up. A few minutes later, a miracle happened. Yi Tianyin successfully broke the chains, the heavy blocks of ice falling to the ground. At the same time, Yi Tianyin collapsed due to overexertion. Huan Qin rushed to support him. "Young master." He fell in her arms, whispering, "Thank you." In his daze, Yi Tianyin silently exclaimed, "Feels so cool." System display, gifted innate eyes. "Huh?" Huan Qin, tears in her eyes, called out worriedly, "You're awake?" Yi Tianyin felt his body, hesitating. "My body." He looked at himself, bewildered. "It's fully recovered." So amazing. Hearing him praise, Huan Qin smiled and replied immediately, "I transferred my divine runes to you, so now you also have the spirit race ability. Transferring the divine runes to me is equivalent to sharing half of your power with me." "What are you doing?" Yi Tianyin was startled. "You risked your life to save me. Consider this my thank you gift. It's nothing worth mentioning. We cannot stay here for long. We must leave quickly." On the other side, Yi Tianyin quickly grabbed a gem from the statue. He looked at the crystal in his hand excitedly. "This thing is very high value. It would be a waste to leave it here. It just so happens I'm short on money for pills." The sky turned purple-pink. Mountains pierced straight into the high sky. Yi Tianyin walked behind Huan Qin and spoke up. "I want to go to the nearby town. It's also time to say goodbye. You can use that feather chariot, since its owner has already been beheaded by me." Huan Qin obediently replied, "Thank you." Before leaving, the girl turned back and asked with a lingering look, "Young master, will we have a chance to meet again in the future? Because I have another gift I want to give you." He touched the imprint on his chest, smiling. "You transferred the divine runes to me. This is already a very precious gift." Huan Qin pushed an object back to him, saying shyly, "I want you to keep this for me. You are forbidden to refuse." He tried activating it and exclaimed in surprise, "This is a memory divine rune. You can use it, but absolutely do not let it be exposed, otherwise it will bring a fatal disaster." Yi Tianyin closed his eyes to sense the divine runes that Huan Qin transferred. This was the method to counter high-level divine runes, and also the secret arts of the spirit race. He looked at her with some confusion. "Why pass these things to me?" Huan Qin looked at him and smiled, a trace of sadness in her eyes. "I don't know how long I will live after returning this time. If I cannot defeat Lei Yun's forces, then the spirit race will be annexed by the Netherworld Empire. So I'm giving you all these secret arts. That way, if the spirit race is truly destroyed in the end, these secret arts will still remain in the world." Suddenly she approached, asking softly, "I still don't know your name." He took off his mask, revealing his true face. Looking at her with sincerity, Yi Tianyin, "This is my real face. I was just wearing a mask before." Huan Qin placed her hand on his face, pulling close to memorize every detail. "So this is your real face. I didn't expect you to be so young yet possess such powerful cultivation. I look forward to seeing how far you will develop in the future." She suddenly paused, then smiled and continued. "All right, Huan Qin is just my nickname in the spirit race. My real name is Yi Qingxian. Real name, Yi Qingxian, Saintess of the spirit race." Yi Tianyin looked at it. She turned around, her voice full of regret. I hope we will be fated to meet again in the future. Yi Qingxian stepped onto the feather chariot, the vehicle slowly rising high. Yi Tianyun shouted after her, "You must survive. When that time comes, I will go find you." Yi Qingxian opened the curtains, calling down, "If you can find me while I'm still alive, I will marry you." At the same time, Yi Qingyan's system's sound rang out. Successfully completed the quest to rescue the spirit race Saintus. Obtained 200,000 experience points, 10,000 crazy points. Increased Yi Qingxuan's favorability by 100 points. He stared blankly as the silhouette of the carriage disappeared. Yi Tianyun laughed softly. Huh. Then he put the mask back on. He rode the black dragon away from the island, telling himself, I also have to return to Tianjin City to report the results. The island had become empty by now. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared high above. A figure appeared with terrifying speed, landing on the ground with a loud crash. He carried a large blade on his shoulder, looking around with a fierce gaze. Humph! The monster of the Pangu Four Continents has stopped breathing? He stomped heavily, walking around to inspect. Arriving at the ceiling array, he was somewhat surprised, muttering suspiciously, "How is this possible? Could it be that the double array Lei Yun laid out there has been broken? Was it a spirit race elder who came personally?" He enlarged his blade, thinking to himself, "Must return quickly to inform Lord Lei Yun." He raised his blade high, striking the ground heavily. The traces of the old array were immediately destroyed completely to destroy evidence. Then he rode the flying blade and left quickly. Scene changes to Tianjin City, inside the Star Pavilion. Deacon Huang looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "You hunted all the demonic beasts there?" So fast. Yi Tianyun threw over a spatial bag, nodding in response. "That's right, I hunted them all. Now I'm selling them to you. Count them as you please. I only need materials. As for the valuation, that's up to you." Deacon Huang was still in shock. He stammered as he reached out to take it. This quantity, several hundred demonic beast corpses. Truly unbelievable. Did you really kill them all by yourself? Yi Tianyun thought for a moment before adding a sentence to make it reasonable. "Along with my friend too? Is there a problem?" Hearing that, Deacon Huang was less suspicious. "That makes sense. I've roughly tallied it up. Do you have any requirements for the materials?" Yi Tianyun replied bluntly, "No special requirements, as long as the quality of the materials can be used to forge soul tools." Hearing this, Old Huang widened his eyes and asked back, "What? Forge soul tools? Is it you or your friend who forges?" Seeing that attitude, Yi Tianyun asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" Deacon Huang laughed and said, "Nothing. It's just that the number of blacksmiths who can forge soul tools is truly very few. If possible, we would also like to get to know soul tool forging grandmasters, to ask them to help forge soul tools for us." Yi Tianyun gave a forced laugh after hearing this, tactfully refusing. "Is that so? My blacksmith friend cannot support right now. We'll talk about it later." Deacon Huang pulled out a calculation board, continuing, "If possible, please come here to help. We will definitely pay generously. The number of demonic beasts you hunted can be exchanged for 15 sets of ordinary soul tool forging materials. Do you find that acceptable?" He nodded in agreement without hesitation. "No problem." The system announced, completed the quest to hunt demonic beasts, obtained 500,000 experience points, 10,000 gold, 10,000 crazy points, 1 lucky draw chance, increased Star Pavilion's favorability by 100 points. Deacon Huang clapped his hands to call someone. "Then please wait a moment. Xiaozhu, come here." The girl walked in, asking politely, "Deacon Huang, what is the matter?" Yi Tianyun exclaimed in surprise. "Pavilion Master Z?" The girl looked at him, her eyes confused. "Pavilion Master Z? I am Chu Yuqiwan. I'm not yet qualified to be a Pavilion Master." Through the sky eye, her information appeared clearly. Name, Chu Yuqiwan. Cultivation, Spirit Core, Realm, 9th level. Equipment, Purple Jade Soft Armor, High-Grade Soul Tool. Martial Arts, Cloud Turning Palm, Cloud Treading Step. Comprehensive Combat Power, 16,000. Yi Tianyun was even more curious upon hearing this, so he probed, "Do you have any other sisters?" Deacon Huang seemed to realize something too, his eyes lighting up with hope. "Young man, can you speak more clearly?" Could it be you met a girl who looks very similar to her? Itianya nodded in confirmation. Yes, I have met her. Hearing this, Deacon Huang couldn't suppress his excitement. Very good, very good. Then tell me where exactly she is. I will pay you even more remuneration. Chu Yuchuan stepped closer, full of expectation. Could the person you met be my younger sister? So where is she? Itianyin repeated suspiciously. Younger sister? Chu Yuchuan lowered her eyes, restraining her emotions, her voice somber. Sorry, I was too agitated because I haven't seen my younger sister for a long time. Ever since she ran away from home, there has been no news. I don't know where she went. Itianyin looked at her, his probing gaze full of wariness. Ran away from home? Then may I ask what your younger sister's name is? Chu Yuchuan replied immediately. Her name is Chu Yue. She ran away from home for several years now. Can you tell me her whereabouts? Itianyin asked curiously. Why did she run away from home? Chu Yuchuan shook her head slightly, evading. This is a private family matter. I cannot tell you. You just need to tell me her whereabouts. I will pay you double. I will definitely make you satisfied. Itianyin heard this and replied stiffly. If that's the case, then I cannot tell you either. Because your younger sister is my friend, she chose to run away from home, surely because there was something she didn't want to face. So I cannot tell you. Chu Yuchuan was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, her voice hardening. It seems this young master is determined not to speak. He glanced at her, explaining with some helplessness. Because I am her friend, there are some things I must ask clearly to know whether I should say or not. Deacon Huang, who had been silent until now, darkened his gaze, threatening. Young master, this matter is hugely related to the Star Pavilion, so you must speak. Otherwise, I will have to take you to a place where you can think carefully about whether to speak or not. Before Tianyun could react, Deacon Huang shouted an order. Seize him for me. He rolled his eyes calmly. Tianyun lightly executed a beautiful roundhouse kick. Hiya! All the henchmen fell to the ground groaning. Tianyun looked at him, narrowing his eyes to threaten back. Best if you don't act rashly, otherwise I can't guarantee the next palm strike will be gentle. He swept his sharp gaze across the group. Now what? Do you choose to fight or choose to talk properly? Deacon Huang was now scared into a cold sweat. He suppressed his emotions, backing down. Young man, we didn't intend to make things difficult for you, but Chu Yue is very important to us. She ran away from home for so many years, causing a lot of trouble for the Star Pavilion. Tianyun looked at him, his voice firm. If I'm not mistaken, you definitely forced her to do something, so she couldn't stand it and left. Based on my understanding of her, she is a very responsible person. She wouldn't disappear unreasonably like that. Chu Yuchuan sat on the chair, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, seeming to have made up her mind. Young master, if you want to know so much, then I will tell you the truth. That is, my younger sister ran away from a marriage. For the sake of the Star Pavilion's reputation, we didn't want to say it. He asked skeptically, ran away from a marriage? Chu Yuchuan replied immediately, yes. Originally, this matter was arranged properly. Of course, we couldn't go back on our word. Unexpectedly, after she found out, she secretly left, not leaving any information. Speaking of this, she looked up again, acting innocent. I admit there was a bit of coercion in this matter, but this really isn't a bad thing. The groom's family has very strong power. They can support her a lot in the future. Tianyun asked again, what kind of person is the groom's family? Chu Yuchuan stood up, slowly answering every word. He is the son of the second elder of Qingxin Mansion. I think the young master also knows that the power of Qingxin Mansion here is not weak at all. If the two families become in-laws, then whether for her or for the Star Pavilion is only good. She bit her lip tightly, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Young master, do you think that's right? Tianyun heard this. His face suddenly darkened. Qingxin Mansion? He thought to himself, I didn't expect it to be related to Qingxin Mansion. After listening, Tianyun maintained his stance. If she felt good, she would never have left like that. I know you have your own difficulties, but after hearing this reason, I am even less willing to reveal her whereabouts. If there's nothing else, hurry up and give me the materials I need. I have other important things to do. Chu Yuchuan heard this and hurriedly stopped him, pleading, Young master, please tell us. If I hadn't married early, I would have married into Qingxin Mansion instead of my sister. If this continues, our Chu family won't be able to hold on. Tianyun immediately grasped the main point and retorted. So you still intend to force Chu Yue to marry that guy, flattering Qingxin Mansion so that your Star Pavilion can have a higher status? Chu Yuchuan lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. It is indeed unfair to her, but we have no other choice. Tianyan then said bluntly, to be honest, thinking that you can support the entire Chu family by relying on just one person is really naive. Only by making yourself stronger can you have a voice. If you rely on others, when they need to discard you, they won't hesitate at all. Deacon Huang on the side was purple with rage, but couldn't say anything. Tianyan remained firm. Enough. No need for more words. Bring my things out. It's pointless to keep forcing me at this stage. I won't say it. Deacon Huang stood up, turned around to go inside, his tone gloomy. Yuchuan, go get the things for him. Our star pavilion hasn't sunk so low as to do that. Everyone present looked at him with eyes full of extreme anger. Tianyan narrowed his eyes, thinking, favorability has decreased. Looks like it's because I insisted on not revealing Chu Yue's whereabouts. Chu Yuchuan took out a spatial ring and respectfully handed it over. Here are 15 sets of low-grade soul tool materials. Please check, young master. He looked at the favorability bar, a bit puzzled. Why did her favorability increase? Tianyan picked up the spatial ring and smiled. 15 sets of low-grade soul tool materials. Very good. After checking the goods, he turned to leave. Happy doing business. Farewell. Tianyan suddenly stopped, kindly reminding, oh, I forgot to tell you, if you want to find a backer, it's best not to look to Qingxin Mansion. Chu Yuchuan was stunned. Why? He waved his hand and replied bluntly, because Qingxin Mansion is about to be wiped out. He walked out of that place. Chu Yuchuan suddenly snapped out of it and ran out calling after him. Young master, wait. Tianyan tilted his head looking at her. What is it? You still won't give up? The young woman rummaged for something on her person, her mouth asking for a favor. Young master, if you meet my sister, please give this to her for me. He looked at the piece of jade in her hand, asking curiously, this is? Chu Yuchuan smiled sadly. The jade pendant I always carry with me. Please give it to her for me and tell her never to come back. To be honest, I was the one who told her to run away. Tianyan took it, surprised to realize the truth. What? Could it be that you were just acting earlier? Chu Yuchuan pressed the jade into his hand, instructing carefully, give this jade to her. Tell her to live well. I have my own difficulties. Even if the Chu family is destroyed, at least she can survive. After doing that, she wiped the corners of her eyes, quickly turned around, and walked inside without looking back. Scene change. The system suddenly announced continuously, successfully forged low-grade soul tool, gained 100,000 experience points, 500 mastery points. Successfully forged low-grade soul tool, successfully upgraded immortal fire to earth grade, increased efficiency by 10 times, shortened forging and alchemy time by half, increased success rate. Next level requires 100,000 mastery points. He looked at the two skills he just trained, exclaiming, this immortal fire is really good stuff. Originally, forging took more than half a day, but now it's successful in just a moment. Let's sell everything for crazy points. He calculated, although I spent all the 1 million crazy points I just earned upgrading crazy mode to level 3, increasing all effects by 8 times, is very worth it. I also got 10 lucky draws. Pity I didn't get anything good. Need to look around to see if there are any demonic beasts to kill. Tianyan leisurely went out. Near where he stood, 2 cultivators were discussing animatedly. I heard that many strong experts from Qingxin Mansion have come out, including 7 or 8 large eagles. Don't know where they are going. Heard it's for revenge. Seems like someone from some sect killed their disciple. So now they are going for revenge. Tianyan didn't say much, stepped forward and placed a gold ingot on the table. Whoever knows the current situation of Qingxin Mansion, tell me. This gold ingot will belong to that person. Hearing the large amount of money, the eyes of the 2 men lit up with greed. I know, let me tell you. A third-grade faction provoked Qingxin Mansion. Heard he is quite strong, since he killed an elder of Qingxin Mansion. His companion sitting opposite suddenly stepped forward and covered his mouth, scolding, a newborn calf knows shit. Shut up. I heard it was a first-grade faction, provoked Qingxin Mansion and killed their elder, so they sent out so many experts. Suddenly interrupted, the other guy groaned, MMPH. Tianyan then asked deeper. Tell me when this happened? The thick-lipped man recounted. Just a few days ago. Today Qingxin Mansion went together to the Earth Realm continent. Don't know what they plan to do. He pondered in silence. A few days ago. Tianyun pushed the gold ingot towards them and turned to leave. "This gold ingot is for you." Tianyun narrowed his eyes, his lips pressed tight in thought. "I thought they would take 3 months to prepare, but they marched out in less than a month. Such fast speed." Just then, a subordinate ran in hurriedly to report. "Elder Huang, that guy has left." It seems he left immediately after probing for news about Qingxin Mansion. Deacon Huang began to have doubts in his heart. Left immediately after hearing news about Qingxin Mansion? Could he be from Tianxian Palace? But this thought was quickly dismissed. Tianxian Palace is just a first-grade faction. How could they have such a deep young male disciple? The subordinate saw him pondering and asked awkwardly, "So what do we do now?" His face darkened. He ordered coldly, "Go investigate Tianxian Palace. In specific detail, let me see if Chu Yue is at Tianxian Palace." Scene changed to the dense forest outside, the Tianxian ancient ruins. A group of people were rummaging everywhere, searching every bush and tree root. They definitely haven't run far. The great elder of Tianxian Palace hid behind a rock, sighing helplessly to herself. "Truly bad luck upon bad luck. Why do we have to run into the people from Tianyu Tower? Went to buy food and met people from Qingxin Mansion." Meanwhile, Tianyun was speeding up frantically, constantly telling himself, "Hope I make it in time. Please don't let anything happen." On the other side, shouting rang out from all directions, harsh and aggressive. "Go check over here. Search carefully. You can't escape." The great elder's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She started to feel extremely anxious, not expecting Qingxin Mansion to send so many experts to hunt them down. The brown-haired woman with her asked anxiously, "Great elder, what should we do now?" The great elder was tense, whispering back, "Seize the opportunity. Whoever can run should run." Suddenly, from behind them, a group of people loomed into view. A voice full of provocation and arrogance spoke up. "Elder of Tianxian Palace, why are you in such a hurry?" The one who just spoke was the deacon of Qingxin Mansion, Kong Haoyan. He frowned, his tone interrogating with pressure. "The deacon and elder we sent to your place haven't returned yet. Don't know what happened. Can you tell me?" The great elder naturally would never reveal that those people had been destroyed. She replied coldly, "Left Tianxian Palace and didn't return to the mansion. Why ask us? I don't know where they are. It has nothing to do with me." Hao Ian's voice turned stern, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Nothing to do with you? Do you think we will believe that? Seems like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Capture them for interrogation." Suddenly a loud shout rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. "What are you doing?" Seeing the new group of people, Hao Ian immediately recognized an acquaintance. He sneered, "Oh, so it's people from Tianyu Tower. If you don't want to be implicated, leave here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The old man leading the Tianyu Tower group turned anxiously to the young girl beside him. "Yue, Pavilion Master CI, the opponent is from Qingxin Mansion. Let's retreat." But Chu Yue did not flinch. She firmly declared, "Young Master E is my friend. Now that Tianxian Palace is in trouble, I must help." The old man heard this and shook his head in exasperation, speechless. Yue raised her voice to threaten the group in front. The old man cried out, You dare to arbitrarily oppose Qingxin Mansion? Now I will immediately expel you from Tianyu Tower." Without hesitation, she drew her sword in a fighting stance and affirmed firmly, "From now on I have no relation to Tianyu Tower anymore." Having said that, Yue turned to the great elder and said, "I'm here to help you. Let's break the encirclement together." The great elder looked at her gratefully, nodding in response. "Good. If we can survive this calamity, Pavilion Master CI, you will be the most honored guest of our Tianxian Palace." Kong Haoqian saw this and waved his hand to rush forward, executing the Qingxin palm, his tone full of disdain. "Capturing you is as easy as eating porridge." The great elder raised her sword to block the blow, shouting, "Don't even think about it." As soon as they clashed, she thought in surprise, "Oh, why is the force of this palm so light? It has no offensive power." Seeing her master being suppressed by Hao Ian, the female disciple of Tianxian Palace screamed in panic, "Great elder!" Yue, standing nearby, also sensed the terrifying hidden power from Hao Ian. She warned, "This cultivation method is the type that attacks first and exerts force later. We can't underestimate them." He sneered, looking at the two struggling women. "With such poor skills, you dare to fight me? Attack, all of you." capture them alive, kill anyone who resists on the spot. The situation was critical. Yue unleashed a powerful move at the Qingxian Mansion subordinates, heaven-blasting thunder. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust after the explosion, both women quickly ran away. The Qingxian Mansion subordinates still chased relentlessly, their faces full of anger and aggression. Damn it, I didn't expect them to use heaven-blasting thunder. Catch them for me. I have to make them wish they were dead. Hao Yin turned to an accomplice, urging Ning Chuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and charge. This guy is another deacon of Qingxian Mansion, Ning Chuan. He raised his sharp sickle, a smug smile on his lips. Kong Hao Yin, it seems your skills have declined. You can't even handle a bunch of weak women. You really suck. Ning Chuan waved his hand, launching the sickle towards the great elder, shouting, where do you think you're running? His sickle tore through the wind, slashing a line on her shirt, making her scream in shock. Fortunately, Yue rushed out to save her in time. She shouted instructions, Great Elder, run quickly. She threw a weapon hard at Ning Chuan, creating a massive explosion that shook the ground. But before the smoke and dust had even cleared, his figure unexpectedly appeared right behind Yue. He held the cold sickle against her neck, his tone deadly playful. Try running again. The heaven-blasting thunder is pretty powerful. Let's see how you throw it this time. Yue was restrained. She threw the remaining magic treasure onto the ground, but it was hopeless. She could only scream, release us immediately. Their elder, Yi, is a valued guest of our Qianyu Tower. Hao Qian gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that, not expecting Qianyu Tower to dare interfere in this matter. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the old man from Qianyu Tower suddenly rushed out, hastily explaining to shirk responsibility. No, this is her own interference. It has nothing to do with us. She is no longer a person of Qianyu Tower, so you can deal with her however you want. Hearing those ungrateful words, Yue immediately scolded in frustration. In the past, you always said we must establish a good relationship with Tianxian Palace, yet now you are as cowardly as a dog. The old man turned angry from shame, holding a sword and moving to strike. What nonsense are you spouting? This is a lord of Qingxian Mansion. The superiors making you pavilion master was truly a wrong decision. I must punish you, you stupid girl, on behalf of Qianyu Tower. Suddenly, from nowhere, a deep, powerful voice rang out, drowning out the wind. A wrong decision? I don't think so. Yi Tianyun stepped down from above, his aura overwhelming like a descending god. He walked forward confidently, his sharp eyes provoking the group before him. Qingxian Mansion, I didn't expect your speed to be so fast. I also want to see how many people you will send for me to kill. As soon as he saw him, the old man immediately trembled in fear, stammering Yi Tianyan. Yue cheered joyfully as if catching a lifeline. Young master Yi. Hao Yin shouted angrily. Which Yi Tianyan? Are you from Tianxian Palace? Then he snapped his fingers to order his accomplices, his voice cold, destroy them for me. But before they could make a move, a strange light suddenly appeared above Hao Yin's head. It turned out that from high above, a giant black dragon was opening its mouth, spewing a stream of fire that incinerated everything. Hao Yin didn't even have time to let out a scream before being swallowed by the flames. System notification. Successfully killed Kong Hao Yin. Gained 120,000 experience points, 300 crazy points, 20 sin points. The rest of the group screamed in panic as the dragon breathed fire, running away in chaos. It's a dragon. It's a dragon. Ning Chuan looked at the scene before him in horror, his face full of shock and disbelief. How? How can he control a black dragon like that? Just as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyan appeared right in front of him, delivering a thunderous slap squarely to his face, replying coldly, you don't need to know that. The slap was so strong that it sent Ning Chuan flying meters away, rolling on the ground. Yi Tianyan didn't give him a chance to get up. He stomped hard on his shoulder, gritting his teeth and questioning. You guys received some news, so you rushed here, didn't you? Although in pain, Ning Chuan still retorted stubbornly, don't dream of getting anything from me. So he didn't hesitate to press his foot down hard, the force seemingly wanting to crush the opponent's bones, saying coldly, then go to die. System notification. Successfully killed Ning Chuan. Gain 120,000 experience points, 300 crazy points, 20 sin points. Yi Tianyan glanced at the trembling Qingxian Mansion subordinates and asked, what about you guys? Are you going to say anything? They were so frightened that they knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly and telling the whole story. I'll talk. We saw that the Elder Conference was taking too long, so we guessed something must have happened. It just so happened that we had a disciple on a mission in the Earth Realm continent, so we told him to investigate. By now, almost all the elders of Qingxian Mansion have come out, including the Mansion Lord. Etianyan frowned and asked further. They all came out of their seclusion? Then where are they? The other guy trembled and revealed important news. Someone saw a disciple of Tianxian Palace appearing near a place. I think it's called Tianxian Ancient Ruins. Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. What? They have already arrived at Tianxian Ancient Ruins? Discovered so soon, at Tianxian Ancient Ruins, a blinding beam of light struck down from the sky, smoke and dust rising billowingly, shaking the whole area. From within the dust cloud, the Mansion Lord of Qingxian Mansion, Qing Xian, stepped out. He spoke with a cold face and authoritative voice. You killed the elders of my Qingxian Mansion and thought you could hide here and I wouldn't be able to do anything to you? Qing Xian lowered his face, his mind full of ambitious calculations. Originally, I was afraid of the rules, so I didn't dare to come to the Earth Realm continent casually. But now you have given me a very legitimate reason. Taking this opportunity, I must threaten the forces of the Earth Realm continent a bit. Then he waved his hand to order his subordinates. Prepare to launch the next attack. Looking at the sturdy stone door in front of him, he sneered. I don't believe this door is that hard. Inside, Etianyan had just arrived and frowned, starting to feel uneasy as he sensed the aura outside. Too many Spirit Core Stage experts, all with cultivation from Spirit Core Stage Level 2 to Level 8. The strongest one must be the Mansion Lord of Qingxian Mansion. Perhaps that door won't be able to hold out for much longer. He had barely finished speaking when the stone door began to crack and slowly opened. A stream of spiritual energy smoke seeped out. Seeing this, Qing Xian softly called for a halt. Looking at the Tianxian Palace people appearing behind the door, he mocked loudly. I thought you planned to be turtles hiding your heads forever and never appear. Seeing Lei Yun, the palace master of Tianxian Palace, step out, Etianyan in the distance sensed something unusual. His heart tightened. Aunt's breathing is so weak, it seems she is heavily injured. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in fury, daring to hurt my aunt. I will chop these bastards into pieces. Qing Xian continued to speak, offering brazen conditions for negotiation. Palace Master Tian, as long as you hand over the culprit who killed the elder of Qingxian Mansion, plus you marrying my son Qing Luyun, I will reduce the punishment for Tianxian Palace by half. Of course, Tianxian Palace must also become a subsidiary sect of our Qingxian Mansion in the future. But Lei Yun was not afraid at all. She replied with great spirit, you are not allowed to touch anyone from Tianxian Palace. I will go with you. Qing Xian still insisted on his demands, his attitude firm. I told you, you must also hand over the murderer for this to work. Then he changed his tone to a cold one, threatening blatantly. Now you are begging me, not negotiating conditions with me, because it won't be long before we break this door. By then, you can only watch helplessly as we slaughter everyone. At that time, the conditions won't be as simple as now. You should think carefully. Cornered, Lei Yun waved her hand, declaring decisively, if that's the case, today, either you die or I die. Qing Xian immediately ordered his accomplices to attack. I didn't expect you to actually come here. Truly stupid. Capture her for me. Capture her alive. The two women behind worriedly shouted, Palace Master, it's dangerous. Don't rush out. Just now, the Palace Master instructed us to defend here. The Qingxian Mansion group rushed forward in unison, their shouts echoing in the sky. Capture her alive. Surround her. Lei Yun immediately gathered fire on her sword blade, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Want to capture me? It's not that simple. She created multiple streams of fiery sword chi wrapping around herself, slashing hard at them while shouting, Get lost! The white-haired disciple of Tianxian Palace saw that scene and recognized the move, exclaiming, Is the Palace Master trying to unleash her potential strength? Doing that will reduce her lifespan. The blue-haired disciple beside her was also extremely uneasy. Except for this way, There is no other way. Whatever time she can buy, Tianqian ancient ruins can recover a bit. Seeing this, Qing Xian laughed savagely, uttering words to provoke Lei Yun. Ha, resist. I like watching the weak resist in hopelessness the most. Keep coming. Lei Yun was still slashing continuously at the Qingxian Mansion group, but inwardly, she thought it was truly difficult to deal with. She silently assessed that this group of people seemed unafraid of death. Suddenly, Lei Yun saw something under her feet and was startled. Blue lights suddenly flashed, binding her tightly. She gritted her teeth. This is a trap formation. How despicable. Qing Xian walked over, speaking smugly. Despicable? You were the one who actively stepped out into the net. But before his smile could fade, a massive explosion suddenly occurred behind his back. Only the miserable screams of his subordinates could be heard. Qing Xian hurriedly turned his head back, completely stunned. What happened? Looking at the pile of disciple corpses lying scattered before him terrified him to the extreme. How is this possible? Why are so many disciples dead? He only saw the blue-haired female disciple holding a sword rushing down from above, aiming straight for his head, shouting, like master, like dog. Qing Xian quickly glanced up, his reflexes extremely fast. He immediately activated the trap formation to counterattack the blue-haired girl. Sneak attack. Huh? Just at that critical moment, Tianyan was staggering in the air, clicking his tongue. TSK discovered. He immediately took action, knocking away each Qingxian Mansion member, blocking the way. Then I will deal with all of you at once. System notification. Successfully killed Qingxian Mansion disciple. Plus 185,000 experience points. 1,000 crazy points. Successfully killed Qingxian Mansion disciple. Plus 190,000 experience points. 1,200 crazy points. Tianyan rushed to Lei Yun's side, cheering, "Aunt, I'm back." System notification. Congratulations player Tianyan for breaking through to Spirit Core Stage Level 5. He lifted her up, his voice becoming gentle and full of apology. "And I'm sorry, I came back late." Then Tianyan gently placed Lei Yun down in a safe place, instructing the disciples, "Everyone, take care of Aunt for me." Then he turned around, murderous aura radiating as he stepped forward, declaring loudly, "I will go deal with those bastards." Qing Xian shouted with a cold face, "Who are you?" Tianyan clenched his teeth, each word spoken carrying fiery rage. "I'm the elder of Tianxian Palace, and also the very person you want Tianxian Palace to hand over. You have pushed us like this, so I can only return it to you twofold." Then he ordered the black dragon hovering high above, "Kill them." The people of Qingxian Mansion were immediately submerged in a sea of fire spewed by the dragon, and miserable screams rang out incessantly. "Is this a black dragon?" Tianyan raised his voice, terrifying like the Grim Reaper calling out names. "Today, I will kill all of you, and next time, I will personally level Qingxian Mansion." System used 5x experience card, activated 8x damage mode. Kong Haotian, who is now only a soul or consciousness observing, was utterly astonished seeing this scene. Is this the cultivation of the Spirit Core stage? No, this is the aura of the Core transformation stage. He is so young, yet his cultivation has already reached the Core transformation stage. Where did this monster come from? We retreat. Qing Xian, seeing the situation turn against them, shouted loudly, but Tianyan raised his sword to block their path, threatening, "Want to run? This day next year will be the anniversary of your deaths. Don't expect any of you to escape." Notification displayed. Tianxian Palace Elder Tianyan. Comprehensive combat power 245,000. Tianyan frowned, his whole body enveloped in a brilliant sacred flame. "I must let you know the price to pay for daring to touch Tianxian Palace." Qing Xian panicked and threw his henchmen out to serve as cannon fodder, so he could escape. He shouted, "You bring up the rear." The henchman who was pushed out raised his sword, trying to resist Tianyan in despair. "Damn it." He just quietly looked at the sword in his hand, exclaiming, "This sword is pretty good, huh?" Then Tianyan swung his sword vigorously, unleashing the falling rain sword technique. System notification. Successfully killed Qingxian Mansion Elder. Plus 600,000 experience points. 12,000 crazy points. 30 sim points. Obtained weapon flame ring. Qing Xian, who was running headfirst, looked back to witness this ending and was terrified to the extreme. One slash killed a Spirit Core martial artist. Then he frantically ordered the remaining ones. "Are you kidding me? Stop him quickly." Another elder rushed out, creating a thick ice barrier. I don't believe you can break through my solid defensive armor. But Yi Tianyun still rushed forward like an arrow, his eyes sharp and cold, tired of living. Yi Tianyun flashed past him, so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. System notification. Successfully killed Qingxian Mansion Elder, plus 700,000 experience points, 13,000 crazy points, 35 sin points. Obtained equipment Gale Boots. Qing Xian glanced back, seeing him chasing close behind, feeling both angry and afraid. Bastard, he killed so many people of Qing Xian Mansion. Suddenly, in front of him, wisps of spiritual energy smoke appeared, converging into a dazzling bright point. Qing Xian looked up, rejoicing like a drowning man, catching a straw. He cheered loudly. Old Ancestor is here. Old Ancestor is here. Old Ancestor, save me. A wooden box fell to the ground, creating a shockwave that made Yi Tianyun stumble back. He quickly regained his balance, his eyes extremely wary. Old Ancestor? This aura seems to be of a core transformation stage expert. From the corpses of the Qingxian Mansion people, streams of bright red blood essence rose into the air, as if pulled by an invisible force towards that strange wooden box. All the blood energy converged, and the box shook violently. Qing Xian and the remnants of his army hurriedly knelt on the ground, trembling as they reported, "Welcome, blood fiend, old ancestor." Yi Tianyun did not hesitate, rushing forward and swinging his sword to attack. "Welcome your head." Suddenly, a black shadow broke through the wooden shell of the box and rushed out, a shout echoing like thunder. "Don't be too insolent." Immediately after, a giant blood-red hand from the blood fiend palm move grabbed at Yi Tianyun. He reacted extremely quickly, slashing a powerful blow, splitting the giant hand in two. Yi Tianyun snorted coldly. "Humph, it's just an illusion." But before he could compose himself, a loud shout rang out full of murderous intent. "Die!" A giant block of wood loomed right over his head, crashing down with a heaven-crushing top move. Yi Tianyun braced himself, firmly ordering, "Break for me." Sword chi swept across, and the wooden block was instantly sliced into small fragments that fell like rain. Yi Tianyun immediately activated his probing skill. Information appeared clearly. Opponent, Blood Fiend, Old Ancestor. Cultivation, Core Transformation Stage Level 2. Equipment, Medium Grade Soul Tool Armor. Martial Arts, Blood Fiend, Devil Palm, Blood Fiend, Divine Art. Weakness, Water Attribute attacks can reduce power. Expected rewards, Blood Fiend, Devil Palm, Blood Fiend, Divine Art. Comprehensive combat power, 130,000. Blood Fiend, Old Ancestor looked at him, his old voice full of exclamation. Young but already reached such cultivation. No wonder Tian Xian asked me to help. You people have truly gotten old. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth, silently evaluating. This Blood Fiend, Old Ancestor truly lives up to the Ancestor rank. Just by absorbing the blood essence of others, he can level up his own power. He stood up straight, raising his voice to lecture. "I think you old geezers should go back and teach your descendants properly. Tell them what should be done and what shouldn't." The old ancestor replied sternly, murderous intent flaring up violently. "How we teach our descendants is not for you to direct. It seems if we don't let you taste some suffering, you'll think you are the center of the universe." His combat power began to skyrocket dizzily. 160,000, 180,000, 200,000. The old ancestor declared firmly, "As long as we don't die, this era will still be ours." The combat power numbers continued to dance wildly. Yi Tianyun was also a bit surprised. The combat power shot up to 210,000. Is this the cultivation of the core transformation stage? He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, asking, "Is this your true power?" The old ancestor smirked, his eyes revealing disdain. "Not quite up to my peak period, but just this much is more than enough to fight you." Then he spread his arms wide, blood-red spiritual energy covering the space. "You cannot escape my domain. If I don't drain you dry, I will be very apologetic to those dead descendants." But contrary to his prediction, Yi Tianyun replied very calmly, "Drain me dry? Just so happens I have the same idea." He thought to himself, I can't let this juicy amount of experience points go to waste. Immediately, he activated the Great Absorption Art. System notifications popped up continuously. 603 experience points, plus 62,000 experience points, 603 experience points. The old ancestor sensed the abnormality and shouted angrily, daring to absorb my murderous aura? You are truly stupid, really tired of living. Then he shouted loudly, focusing all his power. I'll let you suck. The old ancestor clenched his fist, ordering, explode for me. Only red swirls were seen wrapping tightly around Yi Tianyun like blood snakes. Qing Xian stood outside observing, immediately laughing gloatingly. Ha! Old ancestor killed that brat. But his smile vanished, his expression changing to horror. In the red smoke, Yi Tianyun's palm was still continuing to absorb the old ancestor's murderous aura frantically. He smiled with satisfaction. Very good, thank for the treat. Yi Tianyun's combat power continued to increase exponentially. 603 experience points, plus 65,000 experience points, plus 68,000 experience points. The old ancestor was terrified seeing this scene. How is it possible? You absorbed so much of my murderous aura. How come you aren't injured at all? Yi Tianyun waved his hand, unleashing a freezing counterattack. Nothing is impossible. You think because I'm young, my strength isn't equal to yours? Immediately, the old ancestor's body was covered by a thick layer of ice. He roared, swinging his arm to shatter the ice, sending pieces flying. Humph, mere cat-scratch martial arts. He continued to use the eagle claw attack, looking up at the sky, trying to escape the suction force. But when he turned around, he was shocked to see Yi Tianyun had appeared right behind him. The old man cried out in panic. What is this cultivation method of yours? Not only can it absorb murderous aura, but it can also absorb my internal energy. Yi Tianyun smirked mockingly. Didn't you want to drain me dry? Do it then. Let's see who drains him first. The Qingxian Mansion disciples, seeing the old ancestor at a disadvantage, rushed up, released the old ancestor. Yi Tianyun turned his face back, gritting his teeth. Looks like if I don't deal with you lot first, my power absorption process will be disturbed. He launched a powerful palm strike at the old ancestor, shouting, break. Then he turned to the remnants of the army and coldly ordered, go die. A terrifying wave of cold air swept through, and immediately the entire group from Qingxian Mansion was frozen into statues. Yi Tianyun swung his sword vigorously, smashing the blocks of ice into 1,000 pieces. System successfully killed Qingxian Mansion Elder, plus 67,000 experience points, 1,000 crazy points. Successfully killed Qingxian Mansion Elder, plus 68,000 experience points, 1,100 crazy points. Suddenly behind him, a tall, dark figure flared up with indignation. You wretched brat, you've really provoked me. Bloodfiend old ancestor held out a giant sword, his whole body burning with red fire, burning in a frenzy. At this moment, his combat power had skyrocketed to 250,000. Yi Tianyun thought to himself, burning blood essence to increase combat power, worthy of being a core transformation stage expert. The power erupting from his base strength is truly terrifying. He immediately activated the Dragon God bloodline, equipped the Infinite Sword, and his combat power shot up to 280,000. The old ancestor was like a madman, muttering continuously, brat go die, brat go die. He swung his sword shouting, blood slaughter God Slayer. Yi Tianyun quietly looked at him, uttering a provocation. Then just try it. Notification. Activated Lucky Halo. Yi Tianyun flicked his sword up. An earth-shattering collision knocked the old ancestor far away. Qing Xian, standing in the distance, was terrified to the extreme, unable to believe his eyes. Old ancestor has even consumed his blood essence and still can't beat him. How is that possible? They only saw the old ancestor's sword shatter into small fragments falling down, while he coughed violently, fresh blood gushing out. He glared at Yi Tianyun, his whole body trembling with anger and fear. Impossible, this brat, impossible. The old ancestor pounced towards Yi Tianyun in despair, shouting, I must kill you. He remained calm and activated a skill, using double damage. Yi Tianyun continued with the sword breaking the firmament move. The old ancestor was gradually swallowed by the sword chi, screaming in panic. No. System. Successfully killed Blood Fiend Old Ancestor, plus 980,000 experience points, 15,000 crazy points, 100 sin points. Received. Martial Art Heaven Devouring Divine Art. Earth Grade High Rank Rare. Blood Dragon Bone Ring. Soul Tool High Rank. Blood Fiend Divine Armor. Soul Tool High Rank. Blood Jade Stone Rare. Coiling Dragon Treasure Map. Successfully killed Super Elite. Bonus reward. Chance to level up one item. Spirit Core Stage uses 100 crazy points. One draw at the enhanced roulette. Qing Xian screamed in terror. Our old ancestor, a core transformation expert, died just like that? The disciple beside him collapsed to the ground, trembling in shock. You killed even the blood fiend old ancestor. Monster. Etienne turned around, lecturing them coldly. Your old ancestor was the real monster. He must have sucked the fresh blood of many people to live this long. If you can't bear to part with your old ancestor, why don't you go with him? Qing Xian hurriedly turned to flee. Run. There's a flying chariot over there. The disciple also scrambled up to run after him. Wait for me. Etienne watched them, his voice echoing like a death sentence. I already said, since you've come here, don't expect to ever return. Qing Xian ruthlessly pushed the disciple accompanying him down. You get over there and block him for me. The poor disciple was shoved down, his eyes full of surprise and despair. Mansion Lord, you. Etienne swept past like the wind, cutting him down with a decisive slash before continuing to chase Qing Xian. The disciple collapsed, breathing his last in resentment. Qing Xian, I curse you to die a restless death. Qing Xian had climbed onto the flying chariot, urgently ordering, fly up, quickly. He poked his head out of the chariot and laughed loudly, the smug look of someone who had just escaped death. You can't catch me now. Brat, just you wait. But Etienne just curled his lips and huffed coldly. Humph, I told you you're not going back. He waved his hand, and the black dragon roared before shooting forward, chasing after Qing Xian. Immediately, the chariot was smashed by the dragon, and the mansion lord was thrown out, falling to the ground miserably. Cornered, he had to resort to negotiation. I yield. As long as you spare me, I will appoint you as the mansion lord and give you the entire Qingxian mansion. Etienne replied, as if he had predicted his thoughts. Is that so? After I become the mansion lord, you'll stab me in the back and die a miserable death, and then you'll openly inherit the mansion lord seat again, right? Etienne's blade was already right in front of his face. He panicked and cried out, No, how could I do such a thing? He continued to list his crimes coldly. It doesn't matter if you intend to do that or not. Just the fact that you forced the palace master of Tianxian Palace to marry your son is enough for you to die 100 times over. Let me tell you some good news. Your son tried to ambush me, so he kicked the bucket even before you. Qing Xian was so scared that tears fell. He hurriedly explained, Actually, I've wanted to teach that unfilial son a lesson for a long time. I deserve to die for not teaching my son well. Please, listen to my explanation first. Etienne shouted loudly, swinging his sword down. Since you say you deserve to die, then go die. System. Successfully killed mansion Lord Qing Xian of Qingxian Mansion. Gained 785,000 experience points, 13,000 crazy points. Obtained treasure, life-protecting pearl. Congratulations to player Etienne for successfully breaking through to Spirit Core Stage Level 8. Etienne finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. Lei Yun walked over at this moment, her eyes full of pride and admiration. Tianyin, you're so amazing. He walked over to her worriedly and asked, Aunt, are you all right? Lei Yun replied softly, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be well. Etienne took out the glowing redstone he had just obtained and handed it to Lei Yun. Aunt, take this. It will help replenish the blood essence you consumed. But she felt guilty and didn't dare to take it, waving her hand to refuse. No, I can't accept it. You keep it. You've worked too hard for this sect already. But he shoved the stone into her hand, saying cheerfully, No way. You have to absorb it right now, or I'll be angry. Seeing this, Lei Yun had to accept. All right then. Just after absorbing the stone, Lei Yun's complexion became rosy again. She exclaimed, It's so magical. I feel my blood energy has completely recovered, and it's even stronger than before. Etienne beside her said confidently, Of course. The things I give to Aunt are never poor quality. At this moment, the great elder ran over in a panic, looking anxious. Palace Master, we're late. Lei Yun called out, Great Elder. Tianyin said with satisfaction, not late, just in time to clean up the bodies of the Qingxin Mansion people. The great elder was stunned to hear that. The people from Qingxin Mansion have all been wiped out? The female disciple accompanying her cheered happily. Elder, Yi is so amazing. Then Tianyin turned to Chu Yue and suggested, Pavilion Master Chu, do you want to join our Tianxin Palace? Hearing that, she immediately asked with interest, let me join Tianxin Palace? Tianyin smiled lightly and said with a decisive tone, currently, Tianxin Palace is missing an elder to be in charge of affairs big and small. I want you to take this position. Based on your talent, I'm sure you can do well. Moreover, we will give you the greatest authority. You can do things your way. Yue was very surprised to hear that. Let me be an elder of Tianxin Palace? Lei Yin explained further, Tianyin saying, that means Miss Chu is very trustworthy. Plus, you fearlessly protected us. That alone is enough. She smiled and continued, on behalf of Tianxin Palace, I invite you to take on the position of our elder. What do you think? Lei Yin recounted how the great elder said she had bravely stood on their side. Tianxin Palace currently didn't have anyone qualified to manage things like her. Naturally, Yue accepted immediately. All right, I accept this invitation, but I'm very strict with myself. If I don't bring any value to Tianxin Palace within a year, I will automatically resign. Lei Yin turned to the junior sisters and instructed, since everyone is here, I announce that I plan to promote Lu Menglian and Zhu Lingjun as reserve elders. Menglian was dazed, not believing her ears. Let us be reserve elders? Lingjun was also excited. Me too. Lei Yun praised them. In times of danger, little Lien and ninth sister performed very excellently. Aside from quickly saving the injured, you also knew how to reassure everyone and frequently went out to find food. Perhaps your cultivation isn't the highest, but you have courage and leadership skills, so you are very worthy of being reserve elders. The two girls successively agreed with Lei Yun. The palace master is right. We support the palace master's decision. Before leaving, Tianyin entrusted everyone. Very good. I'll leave this place for everyone to arrange then. I plan to take this opportunity to go to Qingxin Mansion and pull up the weeds by the roots. Lei Yin asked, you're not taking me along? He replied gently, how could I refuse the palace master's request? The great elder also volunteered. I want to go with you to flatten Qingxin Mansion. The woman beside her added, I want to go too. But Tianyin refused. Everyone should stay home for safety. Just leave it to us. There are only a few guys left anyway. He declared firmly, from now on, there will be no more Qingxin Mansion in this world. At this moment, the black dragon was carrying them on its back, moving through the clouds. Tianyin turned back and asked Lei Yun, Aunt, you're not going to ask why my cultivation leveled up so fast? Lei Yin replied emotionally, why should I ask? As long as you are still Tianyin, that is enough. No matter what you do, I will support you. Then she hugged him from behind, saying coquettishly, if you cultivate until you suffer chi deviation and die, I will guard your grave for the rest of my life and never leave. Lei Yun silently felt, your back wasn't this broad before. Tianyin replied gallantly, is that so? Then lean on me a little longer. So she agreed, and the two continued to fly in the sky like that, enjoying a rare moment of peace. A while later, Tianyin's voice was heard. Aunt, we're almost there. At the ruins of Qingxin Mansion, two guards looked up at the sky observing, discussing noisily. I wonder if the mansion lord and the others are done yet. That Tianxin Palace is probably done for. I heard Tianxin Palace killed our elder with very despicable means. With so many elders going into battle today, it would be strange if they didn't die. The ponytail guy laughed lecherously and revealed, I heard Tianxin Palace has many female disciples. If we could bring a few back this time, The fat guy schemed shamelessly. It's best to capture them all to be our slaves, haha. Another guy stepped out and interrupted. Being slaves is too light. We must make them slaves for generations to come. Who told Tianxin Palace to dare provoke our Qingxin Mansion? Suddenly, someone threw a stone that hit them on the head, accompanied by a powerful, scolding voice. Slave for generations to come? You speak quite arrogantly, don't you? Do you think a third-grade faction is that strong? A huge black shadow crashed down from the sky, dust flying everywhere. One guy was astonished and asked, trembling, Divine Beast, Black Dragon, who are you people? Tianyin stepped out openly and replied clearly, "We're the trash Tianxin Palace you just talked about. Don't you remember? Your elders and mansion lord are all dead. Now only you guys are left." He frowned, his voice becoming stricter, like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. "I originally intended to spare you a path to life, but now I can only say this is the consequence you brought upon yourselves. This place will be your grave." Then Yi Tianyin pointed his hand out and shouted, "Attack." A beam of light rushed to attack. The black dragon breathed fire, and the surroundings were instantly set ablaze violently. Yi Tianyun smiled with satisfaction at the result, turning to Lei Yun. "Shall we go search Qingxin Mansion to see if we can find any treasures? And martial arts too. Everything is our spoils of war." Lei Yun replied, "Okay." At this moment, a remaining deacon of Qingxin Mansion still didn't know what was happening. He walked out looking very annoyed. "Why is it so noisy outside? Did the mansion lord and the others return? It's a pity I couldn't go fight with them. That Tianxin Palace didn't know their place, daring to oppose my Qingxin Mansion. If I had gone there, I would have blood-washed them." He turned back, puzzled when he saw a stranger's figure. Who is that?" Yi Tianyin rushed over, delivering a thunderous slap to this guy. "Didn't you want to bloodwash us? I'm here now. Go ahead and bloodwash." Then the system announced, "Successfully killed Qingxian Mansion Deacon. Gained 33,000 experience points, 200 crazy points." Yi Tianyin rummaged around and instructed Lei Yun. Human-level martial arts, earth-level martial arts, and even pills and spirit medicines. All can be used. Let's take them all. She saw something and hurriedly called out, "Hey Tianyin, look over there." She looked at the sturdy iron door and wondered. There's a secret chamber here. Could be hiding some secret inside. Yi Tianyin said, "Let's go take a look." Just as they entered, they exclaimed in horror, "The smell of blood is so strong." Yi Tianyin's foot inadvertently stepped into a large puddle of blood on the floor. Looking at the scene before them, they couldn't help but sigh with deep sorrow. This place is truly no different from hell. How many people had to be killed to fill this pool with blood? Above hung a large iron cage, inside which children were crying and begging miserably, "Boo-hoo, save us. Boo-hoo." Yi Tianyin was furious, his fists clenched tight. Bastards, they even dare to use children's blood. Shi Lei immediately flew over. "Save them first." She lit a bright torch in the dark cave. Shi Lei opened the iron cage door, and the children hugged each other, trembling and begging, "Boo-hoo, don't kill us, don't kill us. We'll be good. We'll do anything. We're our parents. I am scared." Shi Lei smiled gently to reassure them. "Don't cry, little ones. Big sister isn't a bad person. The bad people have been chased away by us." Then she opened her arms to hug the children. "Let Big Sister take you out." They swarmed around Shi Lei, asking noisily, "Will Big Sister really take us out? Big Sister is so beautiful. She definitely isn't a bad person." Yi Tianyin then instructed her, "Aunt, take them out first. Let me clean up this place completely." He immediately used the undying fire, burning away the sinful pool of blood. This place must be where the blood fiend old ancestor absorbed essence blood. Yi Tianyin burned everything here in extreme indignation. The purpose of Qingxin Prefecture attacking the Earth continent was likely to capture more children. Those bastards truly deserve to die. He glanced coldly down below. No matter what treasures were here, they would all be destroyed. At this moment, above the palace, the fire radiated a light that cast a glow against the crimson sunset of the night sky. The entire layer of Qingxin Prefecture was engulfed in a brilliant sacred fire, burning away all sins. Yi Tianyin looked around and said to himself, "A place like Qingxin Prefecture should have been destroyed long ago." Shi Lei led the children out and asked him, "Tianyin, is it finished? Let's go. We have to take these children back." Yi Tianyin wondered, what about their parents? Shi Lei understood the situation and sighed. "Sigh, Tianxin Palace will be their support." Suddenly, while walking, seeing a large upright stone, Yi Tianyin called out, "Aunt, wait a moment." Then he used a knife to carve a deep line into the stone, using your old ancestor's bone blade to carve a line of remembrance for you all. Shi Lei said in bewilderment. "This is," Yi Tianyin explained, "a warning to those who come later. From now on, there will be no more Qingxin Prefecture." The system announced, completed random quest, save children from the devil's hands. Reward, 105,000 experience points, 100 character points. Then he turned to Shi Lei and said, "Let's go. Let's return to Tianxin Palace." She replied happily, Suddenly, someone set foot in the desolate place from earlier. The mysterious black-robed boss looked at the ruined scene and had to exclaim, "Even Qingxian Prefecture has been destroyed. Who exactly is that brat? Even a black dragon, if not tamed from a young age, would never become someone else's mount. Yet now the black dragon willingly lets him ride." On the stone, Tianyun had carved a line full of arrogance. "However much you build, I will crush just as much. If I ever find out who dares to rebuild Qingxian Prefecture." The black-robed boss cried out. "It seems I must go back and report this to the great emperor." The red-masked man accompanying him judged, "It seems there is some restless force wanting to start a war on this continent." At Chanyu Tower, the voices of the old men pleading rang out. "Pavilion Lord Z, please come back and be our pavilion lord. Our Chanyu Tower cannot be without you." Another person continued, "That's right, it's all Elder Wu's fault. It has nothing to do with us." The other person also agreed. "If we had been there at that time, we definitely would have stepped in to help." The old man affirmed firmly, "That's right. Our relationship with Tianxian Palace has always been very good. Even if we had to confront Qingxian Prefecture, we would never have backed down." But Ziyue adamantly replied, her tone cold, "Pavilion Lord Wang, you don't need to explain anymore. You placed Elder Wu beside me. Wasn't it precisely to monitor me? There's no way you didn't know what happened during that time." The old men tried to explain in despair. "It's all because Elder Wu didn't inform us in time. Without our consent, he dared to arbitrarily expel you from Tianyu Tower. Pavilion Lord Wang tried to negotiate. If you want, you can come to our headquarters and be the Vice Pavilion Lord. I will give you the highest privileges." But Ziyue immediately raised her hand to refuse. "Pavilion Lord Wang, you don't need to say much. Please leave." She stated her stance clearly. "Some things have already happened and cannot be salvaged. I can sympathize with your choice to protect yourselves, but now I have joined Tianxian Palace, so I can only dedicate my efforts to Tianxian Palace." Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. "Well said." Tianyin walked over and spoke sarcastically. "Thank you all for being heartless. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to find a talent like her." He gently pushed Ziyue behind his back and turned to say to the old man, "If there is nothing else, please leave." She also continued coldly, "Pavilion Lord Wang, I won't see you out." Seeing them all leave, Tianyin asked Ziyue, "Elder Z, those old men couldn't bear to let you go, so they wanted to invite you back to be the Vice Pavilion Lord at the headquarters, huh?" She asserted decisively, "I no longer have any feelings for Tianyu Tower. They only want to use me. Once my value is gone, they will kick me away immediately. I'm no different from a puppet to them. Now that I have become an elder of Tianxian Palace, I will do my utmost to serve Tianxian Palace until death." He laughed to lighten the atmosphere. I was just joking. You don't need to be so serious." At Tianxian Palace, Ziyue called out, "Palace Lord Shi." The little girl accompanying them asked Shi Leiyun curiously, "Big sister, where is this?" She smiled and explained, "This is Tianxian Palace. From now on, you brothers and sisters will stay here. It will be your new home." Then Shi Leiyun instructed the young attendant, "You take care of them." The young attendant walked over and said to the children, "Come, let big sister take you to eat some delicious food." Ziyue wondered and turned to ask Tianyin, "Elder didn't you and Palace Lord Shi go to eliminate Qingxian Prefecture? Where did so many children come from?" He explained, his voice lowering. "These children were captured by Qingxian Prefecture to serve as sacrifices to drain their essence blood. To think Qingxian Prefecture could commit such cruel acts. They truly deserve death 10,000 times over." Then Tianyin said, "I obtained these things from Qingxian Prefecture. Distribute them to the disciples of Tianxian Palace." So many martial arts, and they're Earth-grade martial arts too. The great elder cheered joyfully. "The weapons are also high-grade spirit tools, and there are even soul tools. Are all these pills 4th-grade pills?" She said with great satisfaction. "Relying on these alone is enough for us to upgrade to a 2nd-grade faction, perhaps even a peak 2nd-grade faction." The white-haired woman beside her also agreed. "That's right. But when will we return to the Snow Mountain ancestral land?" Tianyin spoke up. "No need to return. Let's just stay here at the Tianxian ancient ruins. Renovate it a bit, and this will be Tianxian Palace's territory from now on." He looked around and commented, "From the perspective of safety and cultivation benefits, this Tianxian ancient ruins is the perfect place. Because the concentration of spiritual power here is much higher than the old place. We just need to renovate it a little to make it habitable. Only then will it be beneficial for the disciples' cultivation." Suddenly, the two women hesitated slightly. Tianyin understood them, so he quickly corrected himself. Of course, this is just my opinion. If everyone doesn't want to, then we can just cultivate here. But Shirlei stepped forward to voice her support. I agree with Tianyin's opinion. Why stubbornly stay at the old place? Didn't our ancestors also migrate from the Heaven Continent to here in the past? Then she said, don't you think about moving to the Heaven Continent when our strength increases? Shirlei looked towards the old ancestor of Tianxin Palace, who was in the form of a soul or protective consciousness, and asked for an opinion. Old ancestor, what do you think? The Tianxin old ancestor replied, this is your era. Do whatever you want. I also very much hope to return to the Heaven Continent with Tianxin Palace in this lifetime. Then Shirlei concluded, then from now on, Tianxin Palace will be established here. Meanwhile, outside, the women were busy preparing. Tianyin looked around and assessed. There's too little spiritual energy here. I intend to design a few arrays. Old Xian, to repair the spirit gathering array and other arrays, what grade of divine runes is needed? Old Xian explained. Roughly, 5th grade is needed to repair the arrays here, but there are a few places that require master-level divine runes to repair, because the previous owner invited a divine rune grandmaster to carve them. If you want to repair them, you must at least have an equivalent level of divine runes. Hearing that, he was very surprised. 5th grade. If I use my smithing proficiency level to exchange, it happens to be exactly 5th grade, but I would have to practice for a very long time to reach that. If I want to upgrade my divine rune proficiency, I definitely have to craft many times. At this rate, who knows how long it will take to reach that level. Then Tianyin said, take me to see where to start repairing first. Old Xian obeyed immediately. No problem. The simplest place only requires 3rd grade divine runes. Please come this way, master. He arrived at the place and asked in confusion, is this the simplest small spirit gathering array? It looks a bit broken. Of course, I don't understand these things very well. It looks like it has been damaged for a long time. Surely the efficiency is only about 30 to 40 left. Tianyin touched the stone to feel it. Using the divine rune pen dipped in divine would ink to redraw it. Then he activated the observation eye and thought to himself, I'll use the talent Yi Qingxian gave me, the observation eye, to see where to start drawing. Immediately, a light surrounded the two of them. Tianyin held the pen in his hand, very satisfied. No matter what divine rune it is, just using the observation eye makes it clearly visible. Finding the damaged spots to repair is also a simple matter. This gift from Yi Qingxian is too big. He was so fascinated he almost panicked. Truly magical. It's just that it consumes a bit too much mental energy. I'm so dizzy. It seems I can't use it for too long. Old Xian hurriedly supported him. Is the young master all right? Tianyin licked the tip of the pen, preparing to act. I'm fine. I'm still very healthy. Now I have to repair this small spirit gathering array first. System notification. Repaired spirit gathering array successfully. Gained 2,000 experience points, 50 mastery points. Tianyin looked up, very satisfied. Repaired one. With this, the disciples in the sect will level up much easier during cultivation. Immediately after, continuous notifications rang out pleasantly. Repaired spirit gathering array successfully. Gained 2,000 experience points, 50 mastery points. Repaired spirit gathering array successfully. Shirlei walked in from somewhere and asked, Tianyin, are you repairing the arrays? He happily revealed, I want to repair all the spirit gathering arrays here. The small spirit gathering arrays are mostly done. Now only a few large ones remain. If I can repair them all, I dare not guarantee the spiritual energy here will gather to the densest level, but at least I can restore 80% of the original efficiency. Shirlei had to exclaim, really amazing. It seems with you here, Tianxin Palace couldn't be weak even if it wanted to. Then she said her final words before preparing to leave. Tianyin, you've worked so hard. I believe you will repair them all. I still have to patrol the surroundings. I won't disturb you anymore. Tianyin waved his brush with confidence. With Ant's encouragement, I will definitely succeed. He thought to himself, reaching the large arrays now. This time I must use the observation eye to increase the success rate. Tianyin bent down, drawing diligently. System notification. Repaired large spirit gathering array successfully. Gained 15,000 experience points, 500 mastery points. Congratulations, player Tianyin. Divine Rune Mastery upgraded from primary to intermediate. Tianyin cheered joyfully success. A woman sensed the change and cheered. The spiritual energy is much denser. System notification. Congratulations, player E. Tianyun, for completing the quest to upgrade Tianxian Palace to a second-grade faction. Gained 1 million experience points. Received a high-level lottery roulette ticket and 100,000 crazy points. E. Tianyun wiped his forehead and let out a sigh. Spent so much time and effort. Finally completed this quest. Suddenly, a notification popped up again. Accepted new quest successfully. Make the sect stronger. Upgrade Tianxian Palace to Tianxian Prefecture and simultaneously move to the Heavenly Scenery Continent. Quest completion rewards include 100 million experience points, 1 million crazy points, 100,000 mastery points freely distributable to martial arts and skills, 100,000 sin points, and 1 life. E. Tianyun looked up and read, "A new quest is up." He exclaimed, "The rewards are much richer than before, especially the extra life." The system detailed, first step of the main quest, repair all arrays in the Tianxian ancient ruins. Upon completion, gain 1 million experience points, 10,000 divine rune mastery points. Must complete this quest alone. E. Tianyun decided, whatever, let's try the high-level lottery roulette first to see how it goes. Then he activated the skill, starting the lucky wheel. E. Tianyun prayed with anticipation. Currently, I only have 2 free draws. Please bless me to hit a divine ability. Watching the wheel spin rapidly, he muttered to himself, please, please. E. Tianyun let out a breath full of expectation. Please. Then the notification rang out. You have drawn a 25 times experience card. You have drawn a divine ability. Instant teleportation. He cheered excitedly. What? I actually drew the divine ability, instant teleportation? Ah, this can be extremely helpful when being pursued. The system explained. Instant teleportation has the effect of instantly teleporting to any place within a range of 100 miles. After the first use, it can be used again every 2 hours. E. Tianyun commented, the teleportation distance is okay, but the cooldown time is a bit long. He bit his finger, pondering hesitantly. Used 2 free draws already. Now, if I want to draw again, I have to pay 50,000 crazy points. Then E. Tianyun turned to leave. Forget it. I'll wait until I have spare crazy points to buy later. A woman walked up and asked him, Elder E, there's some people who came to our Tianxian Palace looking for Zhu Yue. Is there someone by that name here? He was surprised to hear that. Looking for Zhu Yue? E. Tianyun secretly guessed. People from Star Pavilion must have found out and came running to find Zhu Yue. Then he said, let me go take a look. The woman led E. Tianyun out to report Elder E. It is these people. Looking at the scarred man in front of him, he could also sense the power. Indeed, they were people from Star Pavilion. E. Tianyun recognized Deacon Huang, but Zhu Yuqian had not come. Then he spoke up to introduce himself. I am an elder here. May I ask what business you have? Deacon Huang wondered, you are an elder here? The name beside him immediately retorted, liar, we're people from Star Pavilion. Do you know what kind of place Star Pavilion is? The woman immediately retorted, who wants to lie to you? He is indeed our elder. Deacon Huang realized he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. Apologies, we saw you were too young, so we didn't believe you were already an elder. This humble one is named Huang, who, a deacon of Star Pavilion. May I ask if Elder, he knows a person named Zhu Yue? Huang, who frowned, affirming once again, we came here from the Heavenly Scenery Continent because we want to find someone. We have no other intentions. E. Tianyun replied softly, lying without blinking. This humble one is named E. Tianyun. Our Tianxian sect does not have this person. Huang was a bit surprised to hear that. Tianxian sect? Tianxian Palace has upgraded to Tianxian sect already? Then surely your strength is not average. If she is not here, then we ask permission not to disturb you further. If you know any information, please notify Star Pavilion immediately. We will pay handsomely. E. Tianyun looked into the distance of the mountain before him, thinking worriedly, it seems the people of Star Pavilion are determined to find Zhu Yue at all costs. Like this, sooner or later, she will be discovered. Yue suddenly walked out and spoke up. Elder E, I heard people from Star Pavilion came here. Is there any woman in that group? E. Tianyun revealed that her sister didn't come. Only Deacon Huang and a few others came. She asked in surprise, you know all about my story? He replied, if you want to visit home, I will go with you. It just so happens I plan to go to the Heavenly Scenery Continent in a few days. Yue hesitated upon hearing this matter. E. Tianyun suggested, if you want to go, just tell me beforehand when the time comes. At this moment, inside a private room, Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Old Xian, besides a defensive array, are there any other arrays here that need repairing? Specifically the kind that requires a Divine Rune Grandmaster to repair. Old Xian replied, yes, there is still a flight array that hasn't been repaired. It's just that it's too heavily damaged. Back when the old master piloted it here, it was already broken, so he couldn't make these Tianshan ancient ruins fly. Yi Tianyun was panicked hearing that. What? There's even a flight array? You mean if we have it, the entire Tianshan ancient ruins can fly? Old Xian continued to clarify. Correct, it's just very difficult to repair this array. A normal Divine Rune Grandmaster couldn't do it either. The old master couldn't fix it, so he could only stay here. Over time, the outside became covered in mud and soil. He stroked his chin, thinking deeply, so there was such a thing. That means the system didn't arrange this randomly. This time I have to move the entire Tianshan ancient ruins in the literal sense. Suddenly Yue walked up and called, Elder. Yi Tianyun responded, finished thinking? Want to go with me? She answered, yes, I want to go with you. Now that Qingshan Prefecture has been destroyed, surely they won't make things difficult for me anymore. I also miss my relatives very much. Then Yi Tianyun spoke urgently. Then you go prepare, we will set off later. At this time under a pavilion, a voice rang out explaining, that is the story. Actually, Ziyue is Zhu Yue. Shirleyun realized upon hearing it. So that's how it is. Yi Tianyun explained. Therefore, I must take her back to the heavenly scenery continent to meet her relatives, and at the same time, find the people of Tianshan Mansion to see how they are doing now. She commented, I find this proposal very good. Their foundation is not ordinary either. If they can join our Tianshan sect, that would be great. Then she instructed him, Tianyun, although you have become much stronger, you must still be extremely careful when going out. Go early and return early. Don't make me worry. Yi Tianyun smiled gently and obeyed immediately. Wait for my return. Then he rode on the black dragon and flew away. Shirleyun watched him and said to herself, Tianyun, you are already much stronger than me. I cannot fall behind, otherwise I will become your burden in the future. Scene change to another pavilion in the heavenly scenery continent. Yue looked around and cried out, after so many years, finally I have returned. Yi Tianyun beside her spoke up, let's go inside. Suddenly a voice called out loudly, little sister. Yue instinctively responded, elder sister. Zhu Yuqian ran out frantically calling, little sister, is it really you? Deacon Huang also hurriedly walked out, Zhu Yue. Yue immediately hugged her sister and burst into tears, elder sister. Deacon Huang looked at her and asked suspiciously, aren't you the elder of Tianshan Palace? Yi Tianyun smiled lightly and replied, that's right. I also just learned that Elder Z is the person you were looking for. It just so happens I had business in the heavenly scenery continent this time, so I brought Elder Z along. Ah, no, she should be called Elder Zhu. Deacon Huang realized, so Zhu Yue has become an elder of Tianshan sect. Then he turned to Yi Tianyun with some gratitude. This is her honor. Thank you for caring for Zhu Yue. He also assured, of course, our Tianshan sect will treat her very well. Elder Zhu has managed our Tianshan sect orderly, truly a rare talent. Then Yi Tianyun let out a breath, his voice becoming colder. But there are a few sentences I need to say first. I know all about Elder Zhu's story. The power of Star Pavilion is not to be trifled with. However, do not use it to coerce others excessively. A person from Star Pavilion immediately rushed out and retorted, Tianshan sect is merely a second-grade faction. Don't be too arrogant. Think destroying Qingshan Prefecture makes you invincible? To our Star Pavilion, Qingshan Prefecture is just an ordinary faction, yet you dare to be insolent in front of us? Yi Tianyun kept his voice firm and questioned. Qingshan Prefecture is an ordinary faction. Then why did you force Elder Zhu to marry into that trash sect? He was secretly angry inside. This Deacon Huang's mouth is truly annoying. I hit him too lightly last time. What a pity. That Deacon Huang still hissed angrily. You. Thus his older brother, Huang Hu, spoke up to intervene. Apologies, Elder. My younger brother is not very good with words. Hope you don't take it to heart. Yi Tianyun only then realized that these two Deacon Huangs were brothers. He then replied softly, it's fine. Although our Tianshan sect is a second-grade faction, that doesn't mean we fear other forces. Elder Zhu is now an elder of our Tianshan sect, so you should put away any schemes involving her. Huang Hu had no choice but to say, we won't force her anymore. Standing here, talking isn't very appropriate. How about inviting Elder E inside to sit for a while? The sisters have had a hard time meeting again. Surely they have much to say. Tianyun replied politely. Then I will trouble you. Huang Hu ordered. Someone, lead these distinguished guests to heaven room number 1. The younger brother said unwillingly, Big brother, why are you stopping me? That brat is just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, arrogant beyond measure. I don't believe that if we deal with him, Tianxian's sect will make a move against us. Huang Hu replied, I heard that the mysterious expert of the Tianxian sect is very powerful. The younger brother offered his opinion. Right now, the one we need to worry about most is ourselves. As your profound mansion is gone, what will the Zhu family do? Do you really think a second-grade faction like Tianxian sect can protect us? We haven't even met that mysterious expert of Tianxian's sect once. It's uncertain if this person even exists. How about we deliberately make things difficult for them? It just so happens that the Divine Rune Grand Meeting is approaching. Why don't we? Huang Hu glanced at him and said, You mean since Tianxian sect doesn't want Zhu Yue to enter a marriage alliance with other forces, you want her to provide other resources for us in the Divine Rune Grand Meeting? The younger brother warned, If we don't do this, our Zhu family is done for. We can't rely on Tianxian sect. Huang Hu asked doubtfully, Does that mean we have to turn against them? The younger brother persuaded, Turn against them? We aren't provoking them. Zhu Yue is one of our own. The Zhu family spent countless amounts of money and effort to nurture her. We can't let her go serve others for free. Either she stays, or she must bring benefits to us. Huang Hu lowered his face, calculating silently. He thought what his disciple brother said made sense. Letting Zhu Yue go with someone else so easily would be a huge loss for the Zhu family. If they didn't take this opportunity to cling to a stronger force, the Zhu family would collapse sooner or later. After a moment of consideration, he looked up, his eyes revealing decisiveness. It is true that my thinking was not thorough enough. Zhu Yue can be an elder of Tianxian sect, but she must pay a price first. The younger brother immediately chimed in. Exactly. Having reached a consensus, Huang Hu walked out to meet Tianyun's group, his tone feigning friendliness. Sorry to trouble everyone for a moment. He raised his eyebrows, asking inquisitively, Is something the matter? The younger brother, standing next to him, interjected with grievance. Of course there is. You know our Zhu family is in trouble. Letting Zhu Yue become an elder of your Tianxian sect like this is too much of a loss for us. Tianyun leisurely blew the steam off his teacup and replied calmly, If you have any requests, just speak. After all, you spent so much time training her, and now giving her away to someone else for nothing. Feeling aggrieved is quite normal. Huang Hu then revealed his ambition. Our request is very simple. Our Star Pavilion is preparing to organize a Divine Rune Grand Meeting soon. You just need to find us a 4th grade Divine Rune Master and secure a rank of 3rd or higher in the competition. Then Zhu Yue will belong to you. Hearing this, Zhu Yuqiwan objected indignantly, her face flushing red with anger. You are too excessive. Previously, even if my little sister was married into Azure Profound Mansion, at best they would only gift back a 3rd grade Divine Rune Master. Don't talk about top 3. Even getting into the top 10 will be very good already. You really are insatiably greedy, wanting to swallow everything up. The younger brother glared, scolding her angrily. Yu Qiwen, who exactly are you helping? Shut your mouth. Zhu Yue couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up abruptly, her voice steely. It's true that I was raised by the Zhu family, but all these years, is there anything I didn't earn myself? Moreover, have I sacrificed too little for the Zhu family? My elder sister sacrificed even more, yet you treat her like this. The atmosphere became tense. Tianyun then put down his teacup and spoke calmly. Fine, but I have a condition. The younger brother quickly replied, What condition? As long as you can do as we say, any condition is easy to negotiate. He began to present his terms, his sharp gaze looking straight at the other party. Simple. My condition is that in the future, both Zhu sisters will become members of our Tianxian sect. How about it? Also, the rewards from this competition will belong entirely to Tianxian sect. Huang Hu accepted without hesitation. We only need the ranking. Those trivial rewards are nothing. If you can do it, both of them will be yours. Hearing this, Tianyun smirked with satisfaction. It's decided then. Huang Hu urged, When will Tianxian sect send someone over so we can make arrangements? Because it starts in a few days. Then Yi slowly revealed a shocking truth. No need for arrangements, because that 4th grade Divine Rune Master is me. Hearing this, the younger brother immediately laughed in contempt, pointing straight at Yi's face. Liar. How old are you to claim to be a 4th grade divine rune master? If you're going to brag, keep it reasonable. Even if your Tianxin sect has a strong backer, you can't just talk nonsense like that. If you really are a 4th grade divine rune master, I'll eat this table. Yi Tianyin didn't say much, simply waving his hand to summon spiritual power. Very well. Seeing the brilliant light appearing before him, Huang, who was so shocked he stepped back, stammering, Fourth grade divine rune. He frowned, his heart in turmoil. I didn't expect this brat to be a real 4th grade divine rune master at such a young age. He truly is a monster. Yi Tianyin now crossed his arms, his tone full of teasing. Well, is it a 4th grade divine rune? Time to eat the table, isn't it? Huang, who quickly changed his attitude as fast as lightning. He put his arm around a younger brother, smiling to make peace. Elder Yi, I hope you can be generous and overlook this. My younger brother felt you were too young, so he didn't dare believe you were already a 4th grade divine rune master. We were too shallow. Hurry up and apologize to Elder Yi. The younger brother's face was now drained of blood. He bowed his head in apology abjectly. I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I hope you can forgive me. I will give you a big gift as an apology. Please don't hold a grudge over what happened just now. However, Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he coldly ordered a single word. Eat. The younger brother trembled in fear, looking at the hard wooden table in front of him. Then he gritted his teeth, reluctantly accepting. Fine, I'll eat. Yi Tianyin continued to apply pressure, his voice stern. Chew it thoroughly for me. Remember to eat seriously. Words spoken are like spilled water, and you must pay the price for the words you said. Zhu Yue stood by watching this scene and sneered. Serves you right. Who told you to be so arrogant? A moment later, the younger brother, with a swollen mouth, spoke with difficulty. Is that enough? Seeing this, Yi Tianyin let him off, shrugging. Passable. All right, you guys go prepare. I'll stay right here. Just notify me when the competition starts. Huang, who smiled happily and accepted, though his heart was bleeding. No problem. Elder, he can consider this place his home. The system notified, successfully accepted the quest to rank 3rd or higher in the Divine Rune Grand Meeting and rescue the 2 sisters. Reward upon completion, 1 million experience points and 1 free draw at the advanced lottery wheel. The system continued to display. Increased Divine Rune Mastery proficiency by 5,000 points. Increased favorability of Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuchuan by 100 points. Then Huang, who quickly dragged the younger brother away, as if fleeing. We have business to attend to first. We won't disturb you anymore. Yi Tianyin sipped the hot tea, replying indifferently, I won't see you out. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself, I didn't expect to receive a new quest here. The Divine Rune Grand Meeting. Coming here was truly a wise decision. Once outside, Deacon Huang pounded his chest, weeping quietly out of grievance. Cough, cough. Damn it, he actually made me eat the table. If he wasn't a 4th grade Divine Rune Master, I would definitely hang him up and beat him to death. Ideally, don't let him get 3rd place or higher. That way those 2 sisters won't escape the palm of our hands. A vicious gleam appeared in Huang Hu's eyes, and he nodded. Let's hope so. They are just a newly risen sect, yet dare to be insolent with me. They must have some trump card. In another room, Elder Yi, thank you for your help. Zhu Yuchuan placed her hands by her waist, bowing formally. As long as I can be free, even if I don't join Tianxin sect, I will still work my hardest for Tianxin sect for the rest of my life. Yi Tianyin waved his hand cheerfully, inviting sincerely. I truly want to invite you to join Tianxin sect. The abilities of you 2 sisters are very strong. If you don't come to Tianxin sect, that would be our loss. No need to say anything more. Let's decide it like that. As long as I rank 3rd or higher in this competition, you'll be free from Star Pavilion and owe them nothing anymore. Zhu Yuchuan stared at the ground, her eyes filled with worry. Working for them until now, we have fulfilled all duty and affection. For Star Pavilion, I have done what needed to be done. I don't owe them anything anymore. Zhu Yue continued, her voice firm. As long as Elder Yi doesn't mind, from now on, us sisters will be wholehearted to Elder Yi. The 2 sisters bowed their heads low, swearing in unison. We are willing to do anything for Elder Yi with no regrets. Being pledged life and death by 2 beauties. Yi Tianyin scratched his head in embarrassment. You don't need to be like that. I've never had that intention. Zhu Yuchuan looked up, her eyes determined. This is our intention. You have helped us to this extent, so you are our benefactor. Zhu Yue smiled contentedly, the most relieved smile she had ever shown. Elder Yi is the one who gave us a new life. Etienne coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough, come on, stop saying things like that. Wait until the competition results are out, then we'll see. Hurry and tell me some information about the Divine Rune Grand Meeting. Zhu Yuchuan began to explain. Since Elder Yi put it that way, it certainly won't be a problem. Star Pavilion is a force established by many clans, so its strength is naturally much greater than Azure Profound Mansion. But unity isn't very good. The clans all want to gain the upper hand and show that they are excellent, so they usually organize a few competitions to assert their strength. Otherwise, their status in Star Pavilion would drop immediately. And the purpose of this Divine Rune Master Grand Meeting is an opportunity for them to flaunt their power. She sighed. There's only about a week left until it starts. If we can't win this match, our Zhu family will be discarded by Star Pavilion immediately. Etienne rested his chin on his hand in thought. No wonder they were so urgent and impatient. Zhu Yue asked solicitously, Elder Yi, do you need to prepare anything before we head to the headquarters for the Divine Rune Master competition? Etienne replied confidently, No, everything is ready. We can set off at any time. One morning, 7 days later, the headquarters of the Star Pavilion was crowded with people. Discussion buzzed everywhere. Who do you guys think will win this time? The chances of the Wang family winning are quite high. I'm betting 1 million taels on the Zhu family. The Zhu family has lost several times in a row, and you still dare to bet on them? Careful you don't lose even your pants. Bright red palanquins, pulled by giant birds, landed one after another in front of the main gate. The crowd bowed respectfully towards the person sitting inside one of the palanquins. Greetings, Patriarch. The person stepped out of the palanquin, his sharp eyes assessing Etienne. Is that person standing behind you the 4th grade Divine Rune Master you found? He really is very young. Huang Hu clasped his hands and bowed. That is correct, Patriarch. The Patriarch of the Zhu family in the Star Pavilion branch, Zhu Tianhong, had the appearance of a hero with a burly physique, thick eyebrows, a square face, and a voice full of authority. He went straight to the point. First time meeting, let me introduce myself. I'm the Patriarch of the Zhu family. I invited you here today because I want you to help us win this competition. I won't waste words on anything else. If you succeed, you will get what you need, but if you don't achieve the result we desire, then I must apologize in advance. Etienne smiled faintly, responding to the directness. Rest assured, if I say I can do it, I will. I won't let you down. In his heart, he silently praised the man. This Zhu family patriarch spoke very frankly, without any hypocritical circumvention. Zhu Tianhong continued to state his position. You can call me heartless, but sometimes I have to make sacrifices for the Zhu family. Otherwise, our whole family would be finished. I know this is very cruel to those two sisters, but without the Zhu family, they wouldn't have survived until now. If you win 3rd place or higher today, you can have whatever you want. They will follow you, and I will never stop it. On the contrary, I will pay you a generous remuneration. But if you don't, speaking to this point, he stopped, leaving the sentence hanging with hidden meaning. Etienne continued, his tone relaxed. I understand that. I really like Patriarch Zhu's direct way of speaking. It's better than those who beat around the bush and then stab others in the back. Zhu Tianhong nodded. I, Zhu Tianhong, mean what I say. It might make you uncomfortable, but this is my way of conduct. I only value what benefits you can bring me. Even if we can't cooperate, I will never launch a sneak attack, because I cannot do such things that harm others and disadvantage myself. Etienne smiled faintly. Very good. I really like that sentence. In his mind, Etienne silently assessed. Everything is weighed by benefits. Although I can't be friends with this kind of person, we can certainly have a very fair transactional cooperation. Suddenly, someone interrupted, their tone full of sarcasm. Patriarch Zhu, long time no see. What rank does your family plan to take today? Don't go getting a rank in the teens like before. It's very embarrassing. Zhu Tianhong turned around, showing visible disgust. Patriarch Wang doesn't need to worry about this. We know our own limits. The patriarch of the Wang family in the Star Pavilion branch, Wang Zixing, had the typical appearance of a villain. Hollow cheeks, shifty eyes, and a despicable smile constantly on his lips. He laughed loudly. All right then, I hope you will wave the flag of victory. Ha ha. He turned to Etienne, his eyes scrutinizing and mocking. Hey, who is this young man? Don't tell me this is the divine rune master your family invited to participate in the competition? He looks so young and inexperienced. TSK. Is he even qualified to be a first-grade divine rune master? Itianyun sighed inwardly. It seems my villainy points are too high, making it so easy to attract enemies. I just stood still and got called out. This system is really a scam. Zhu Tianhong glared. That is none of your business. Wang Zixing grinned, continuing to taunt. Patriarch Zhu, don't be so cold. I just wanted to remind you, because I remember that the people you invited before were all lackluster. Yet today you invited a brat who is still wet behind the ears. If Patriarch Zhu can't find anyone to support him, I can send a few experts to help you. Surely they'd be better than this brat, right? Zhu Tianhong was so angry he was speechless. Winning the verbal battle, Wang Zixing walked away with his chest puffed out, not forgetting to throw back a remark. Today, a certain family will definitely come in last just like every year. Ha, the competition is about to start. Let's go in. Zhu Tianhong hissed through his teeth. Just you wait and see. Itianyun said nothing, quietly thinking. Zhu Yue said the relationship between the families in the Star Pavilion wasn't very good. Now it seems that's truly the case. Standing in the waiting line below, Itianyun organized all the information. There were 5 families, and each family could send at most 5 divine rune masters. This number was indeed a bit small. But that Patriarch Wang had said the Zhu family previously could only rank last. One didn't need to think hard to know their level was unacceptably poor. Suddenly, someone brought him a tray. Young master, please. It was a wooden tablet carved with a bright red character, Zhu. Zhu Tianhong explained from the side, this is the family command token. It represents our Zhu family. The head pavilion master will be the judge for this competition. He is a grand divine rune master, so he will personally test the comprehensive level of the branches. Itianyun asked shamelessly, can I know the content of the competition in advance? Zhu Tianhong kept a serious face and shook his head. There are no fixed categories for this. Except for the head pavilion master, no one knows what the exam topic is. A proctor shouted, order. The internal competition is about to begin. Please welcome head pavilion master Li to announce the rewards for the first, second, and third places. The head pavilion master of the Star Pavilion, Li Tianlong, stepped out, his hair standing up as if struck by lightning, his aura imposing. He declared loudly, third prize is a soul tool, grade divine rune pen. Second prize is a divine rune cultivation method I personally cherish. First prize is 5 days of cultivation in the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pond. The people below buzzed with excited comments. 5 days of cultivation in the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pond. The first prize is amazing. And the divine rune cultivation method the head pavilion master cherishes. That's a treasure money can't buy. Forget it. Getting 8th place is already good enough, let alone dreaming of the top 3. Li Tianlong continued in a serious voice. The prizes have been announced. Now I will announce the content of the first round. The strength of divine runes. Drawing the divine runes must be fast, accurate, and fierce. It cannot be too slow, nor can it be of poor quality. The spiritual power released must also have strength, otherwise you will be eliminated immediately. He explained further, the content of round 1 is to compete on this, not comparing rank, but comparing the strength of the divine runes. The stronger the divine rune, the more impact it can withstand. Usually, this type of divine rune is used for defense. Only then can it resist attacks. Later, I will send martial artists of the same level as you to attack the divine rune shields you have drawn. Whoever shield holds out the longest will get the higher score. System notification. Random chain. Quest activated. Pass the first round of the competition. Reward. 500,000 experience points. 1,000 divine rune mastery points. Itianyun's eyes lit up with interest. There's even a random activation quest? Interesting. Then let's see me perform. Zhu Tianhong probed. The first round is comparing the strength of divine runes, which belongs to the most basic type of competition. For you, it should be very simple, right? Itianyun stroked the red box beside him and replied confidently, of course. 4 tools were displayed on the table. An iron helmet, iron arm guards, armor, and an iron shield, along with a notice. Contestants are allowed to choose one type of protective shield and carve their divine rune onto it. Lin Li, a disciple of the Divine Rune Mansion invited by the Wang family, with smooth blonde hair slicked back in an arrogant manner, sneered, sneered. This is my specialty. I didn't expect the exam topic to be so easy. Tianyin patted the armor. I choose this. The proctor shouted, everyone has chosen their protective shield. Now you have 2 hours to carve the divine rune. After 2 hours, anyone who hasn't finished will be eliminated immediately. Everyone, please make the best use of your time. Those who finish after the stipulated time, please withdraw voluntarily. Start. Tianyin told himself, I cannot lose. Today I must win 3rd place or higher. Wang Zixing, narrowing his shifty eyes, taunted again. Patriarch Zhu, I heard you invited a decent divine rune master to support you. Huh? Zhu Tianhong didn't bother to turn around, replying coldly, wait for the results, and you'll know soon enough. He deliberately sighed with fake pity. Sigh, this year I also invited someone to help, but it's much fewer than the other families. A bald man standing nearby interjected, Patriarch Wang, although you only invited one person, it seems he is from the Divine Rune Mansion, right? As for the person Patriarch Zhu invited, no one knows who he is. Is he as famous as the Divine Rune Mansion? Wang Zixing feigned surprise. I thought the young man Patriarch Zhu invited was also from the Divine Rune Mansion. To be on the competition stage at such a young age, is he really not from the Divine Rune Mansion? The bald man retorted, Patriarch Wang, you can't talk nonsense like that. Although I've never been to the Divine Rune Mansion, I've never met such a young disciple. I bet he isn't from the Divine Rune Mansion. Zhu Tianhong glared over, his voice gritty. Patriarch Wang, do you think you already have this year's championship cup in your hands? Wang Zixing bared his teeth in a grin. I didn't say that. I just feel there's a pretty big possibility. What rank does Patriarch Zhu feel the Zhu family will get this year? His attitude made Zhu Tianhong furious, wanting nothing more than to punch him in the face. He harumphed coldly, I don't know what rank we'll get, but it definitely won't be worse than your Wang family. Oh, then I'll wait and see with bated breath. On the competition stage, Lin Li put down his brush and announced arrogantly, lifting the brush up, I have finished drawing my divine rune. Lin Li set up the shield, which had several circles drawn on it with straight lines. His face turned up to the sky amidst the gasps of the crowd. It seems the contestant who finished the divine rune first is the one invited by the Wang family. So formidable, truly worthy of being a genius of the Divine Rune Mansion, finishing so quickly. Lin Li glanced towards Tianyin, curling his lips in disdain. Which family dare to send this brat to the competition stage? He draws divine runes so clumsily. I wonder if he's even qualified to be a 2nd-grade divine rune master. The people around reported one after another. I'm done. I'm done too. Only Tianyin remained, still slowly unfinished. Zhu Yuchuan clenched her hands anxiously. What is Elder Yi doing? He looks like he's having trouble. Zhu Yue remained confident, her gaze firm. Don't worry, Elder, he has his own reasons. Finally, Tianyin lifted his brush, completing a simple circle on the armor. He exhaled in relief. Phew. Done. Just then, the supervisor shouted, Time's up. Round 1 is over. The head pavilion master nodded. All contestants have completed their divine runes within the allotted time. Li Tianlong waved his hand to order. Very good. Now check them in the order of completion. The supervisor shouted, Start testing Lin Li's 3rd-grade defensive divine rune. A martial artist threw a powerful punch at the shield. Hiya! A burst of white energy shot out. Bang! But it failed to stop the martial artist's punch from reaching the shield, and the shield shattered into pieces. The martial artist evaluated. Lin Li's defensive divine rune belongs to the 7th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. The audience cheered enthusiastically. I bet he'll get at least 3rd place. Truly a genius. The supervisor continued reading the results. Start testing. He Tianhan's 2nd-grade defensive divine rune belongs to the 4th level Spirit Refinement Realm. Start testing Wang Banhu's 2nd-grade defensive divine rune, 1st level Spirit Refinement Realm. Start testing Lu Dabai's 2nd-grade defensive divine rune, 2nd level Spirit Refinement Realm. Finally, start testing Tianyun's divine rune, 1st grade. Wang Zixing laughed, loudly mockingly. 1st grade, haha? Putting on an act for half the day only to produce a 1st-grade one? Is he here to compete or to be a clown? The bald man frowned and chimed in. Makes sense, looking so young. Being a 1st-grade divine rune master is already a stretch for him. Drawing a 1st-grade divine rune isn't strange. Zhu Tianhong was secretly furious, his insides burning like fire. What the hell is he doing? Just a first-grade divine rune drawing? Is he a fake fourth-grade divine rune master? Linley crossed his arms and sneered, his tone full of arrogance. Sure enough, your level is only that of a first-grade divine rune master. Kid, don't participate in competitions that don't match your strength in the future. Just stay home obediently and drink your mother's milk. Being this incompetent, it's best not to come out and show off, only to humiliate yourself further. Tianyun calmly retorted, whether I have it or not, we'll know after the test. Martial artist, start the test. The martial artist nodded. All right. Upon taking the force of the punch, the armor emitted a brilliant golden energy, shocking the martial artist. The armor remained unscathed, shocking the viewers to the extreme. Even the power of the fifth-level body refinement realm couldn't break a first-grade divine rune. At this moment, someone sharp-eyed realized. It seems he used a high-grade divine rune brush, at least a spirit tool grade. What a waste of this divine rune brush. Using a spirit tool grade brush just to draw a first-grade divine rune, truly a waste of God's gift. The martial artist cracked his wrists. I underestimated you a bit. Since that's the case, let me increase the power and test again. 7th level body, refinement realm. The armor stood still. 9th level body, refinement realm. Wang Zixing's face turned pale, breaking out in cold sweat. 3rd level spirit, refinement realm. 7th level spirit, refinement realm. A blinding light shot out, as if wanting to blind the dog eyes of those who looked down on him. Zhu Yue smiled triumphantly. The viewers were wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. Under the attack of the 7th level spirit refinement realm, the first-grade divine rune still hasn't broken. Are you sure that a first-grade divine rune? Don't tell me you misspoke. This must be at least a 3rd-grade divine rune. Linley glared, muttering softly in panic. How is that possible? Li Tianlong frowned and asked the martial artist, what's going on? Are you sure that's a first-grade divine rune? Pavilion Master Li, I am certain. Then let me personally check what kind of first-grade divine rune can withstand the 7th level spirit refinement realm. He touched the circular pattern on the armor, nodding. It really is a first-grade divine rune. But why is its defensive power comparable to a peak 3rd-grade one? Looking closely at the hidden patterns inside the circle, Li Tianlong exclaimed in delight. So that's it. This isn't an ordinary 1st-grade divine rune, but a triple 1st-grade divine rune. It is created by merging 3 1st-grade divine runes. That is the only way it can reach the level of a 3rd-grade divine rune. How could such a divine rune be easily broken? Zhu Tianhong was stunned and burst into joy. Triple divine rune. That's no different from a peak 3rd-grade divine rune. Sure enough, this kid didn't make me lose face. Wang Zixing ground his teeth, angrily deducing. He drew a triple divine rune? Did he fail in drawing a 3rd-grade divine rune and switch to drawing 3 1st-grade divine runes at once? With this type of multi-layer divine rune, if the later layer is drawn wrong, the previous layers are also ruined. Li Tianlong glared and scolded the martial artist. Clearly you didn't check carefully, working too carelessly. Do you admit your mistake? He looked at Tianyun to score, his voice full of admiration. I didn't expect a multi-layer divine rune to appear today. This can be considered beyond our expectations. Your divine rune gets a perfect score, 10 points. Tianyun cupped his hands. Many thanks. He curled his lips, praising himself. Good. Press on with the victory. Time to welcome the second round. Lin Li's face scrunched up into an ugly mess, muttering, impossible. Multi-layer divine runes are extremely difficult to engrave. How could you engrave one? Tianyun played with the brush tip, sighing and mocking the earlier statement. I only engraved a 1st-grade divine rune. I probably need to go back and drink more milk to cultivate and get stronger. But even I have to go back and drink more milk, what about you? Don't tell me you're going back to crawl into your mother's belly to be molded again and born once more? Linley immediately turned purple with rage. What did you say? I'm just telling it like it is. Learning from you to mock others. Tianyun replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, someone intervened. Don't get too cocky. I don't know how you practiced multi-layer divine runes, but I can engrave them too. There are still several rounds left. We don't know who will win yet. Li Tianlong spoke up to interrupt. In the first round, someone relied on a multi-layer divine rune to take first place. I didn't expect that either. Therefore, I will modify the content and rules of the second round a bit. The scoring will also be more flexible, at least to avoid repeating the situation in round 1. Because every clan has its own strengths, this makes me very happy. The branches are growing stronger and stronger. This is very beneficial to the Star Pavilion. He declared loudly. The content of the second round is speed. The other supervisors widened their eyes, expressing displeasure. Why change the competition content? Wang Zixing sweated profusely, gritting his teeth softly, changed, but dared not speak up, resigning to silence as he listened to the rules of round 2 with everyone else. Within 1 hour, whoever engraves the most divine runes will get a higher score. Of course, the higher the grade, the higher the score. First grade divine runes get 1 point. Second grade gets 2 points. Third grade gets 5 points. Fourth grade gets 10 points. No limit on the score. System notification. Successfully completed the first quest in the chain quest. Plus 500,000 experience points. 1,000 divine rune mastery points. Successfully accepted the second quest. Win beautifully in the second match. Reward is 500,000 experience points, 10,000 divine rune mastery points. Tianyin twirled the brush in his hand, thinking with some amusement. This is the first time I've encountered a chain quest, but this feeling isn't bad. You could say it's very satisfying. If it keeps going like this, breaking through to advanced divine rune mastery won't be hard at all. A person raised their hand to ask, Pavilion Master Li, do multi-layer divine runes get points? Li Tianlong replied, of course they do. For example, a multi-layer divine rune like in round 1, since its difficulty is equal to a third-grade divine rune, it will be scored the same as a third-grade divine rune. But doing so will take a lot of time. You must think carefully because its failure rate will also be very high, nowhere near as fast as engraving individual divine runes. He shouted, 1 hour countdown, start the second round of the competition. Li Tianlong looked expectantly at Yi Tianyin, who was focusing on engraving divine runes, thinking to himself, I wonder what grade of divine rune the kid will engrave in this round. Seeing him still drawing circles, he was puzzled. Still first grade divine runes. Others also saw this and discussed noisily. Look, the person the Zhu family invited is still engraving first grade divine runes. Don't tell me, he only knows first grade divine runes. I thought he was a genius hiding his light. Unexpectedly, he's just a fool who only knows first-grade divine runes. Hearing this, Linley glanced over to confirm, then sneered. Really still drawing first-grade divine runes. Earlier, I even suspected you were a third-grade divine rune master and not a novice. Turns out I was wrong. You really only know how to draw first-grade divine runes. Seeing that Yi Tianyun's papers only had circles drawn on them, the people outside became chatty again. Drawing one only gets 1 point. At this rate, how many does he have to draw to catch up with others? So stupid. Li Tianlong was secretly disappointed. I thought this kid was very skilled, so I changed the competition content a bit, but I didn't expect him to only know how to draw first-grade divine runes. Could it be that I was mistaken? Yi Tianyin took a deep breath, feeling much better than before. That's about enough. Immediately after, he danced with the brush in his hand without resting. Countless circles were drawn at a dizzying speed that stunned everyone. The bald old man and Wang Zixing exclaimed together, what is going on? Why did he suddenly speed up so terribly? Zhu Qianhong's eyes widened, surprised to the point of disbelief. Terrifying, in just a blink he drew 7 to 8 of them. Oh my gods! With this score, he can easily crush those drawing third-grade divine runes flat. The hand holding Lin Li's brush began to tremble. This isn't a speed a normal person can achieve. Too fast. Li Tianlong also couldn't hide his amazement. How proficient must he be to draw that fast? Yi Tianyin raised his hand, shouting, excuse me, out of paper. Give me some more paper. The supervisor hurriedly replied, ah yes. Lin Li felt the pressure weighing down, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, telling himself, how can he draw so fast? I must go faster too. He lowered his pen to continue drawing, but because of his haste, the paper suddenly emitted unstable green spiritual energy. Lin Li rolled his eyes and cursed. Damn it, I drew it wrong. My third-grade divine rune is ruined. Right at this moment, the announcement sounded. Time was up. Everyone was asked to stop their brushes. Looking at Yi Tianyun's stack of papers piled high like a mountain, everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, gasping in admiration. Drawing this many in just 1 hour, Was he a scammer? But what used was quantity. It still depended on how many met the requirements. That's right, drawing more meant more mistakes. Li Tianlong began to tally the scores. Tang Dami, 3 third grade divine runes, 2 second grade. Total, 14 points. Wang Banhu, 2 third grade divine runes, 1 second grade, 1 first grade. Total, 12 points. Luda Bai, 2 third grade divine runes, 2 second grade superimposed on 1 first grade. Total, 15 points. He Tianan, 1 sheet with 3 third grade divine runes. Total, 15 points. Lin Li, 2 third grade divine runes, 2 second grade divine runes, 2 first grade divine runes. Total, 16 points. Lin Li reproached himself, grinding his teeth. He should have gotten 20 points, but now he was only on par with those other guys. He was a disciple of the Divine Rune Mansion. This was truly a humiliation. It was Yi Tianyun's turn. Li Tianlong announced. Yi Tianyun, excluding the wrongly drawn divine runes, has 32 valid first-grade divine runes. Total, 32 points. The young man curled his lips, thinking to himself, I intentionally drew that many wrong, so I wouldn't win too conspicuously. Zhu Tianhong laughed heartily, his voice full of triumph. Patriarch Wang, thank you for letting us win. Our Zhu family has won this round again. Wang Zixing's face twisted as he huffed coldly. There is still one more round. Don't celebrate too early. Zhu Tianhong patted Yi Tianyun's stack of divine runes, saying with satisfaction, the result of this round makes me very happy. To have the speed of drawing first-grade divine runes reach this level. If it were me, I would probably only be this fast too. After summarizing the scores, Li Tianlong clearly announced, the next round will be the true test of your levels. Use all your strength to display your strongest abilities. Draw your strongest divine rune. I will base the score on its grade and complexity. There is no limit to the score in this round. The chance to turn the tables has arrived. Only those with true strength can move forward, while those without will be eliminated immediately. Yi Tianyun smiled. The game continues. System. Successfully completed the quest. Win beautifully in the second round. Reward. 500,000 experience points. 1,000 divine rune mastery points. Successfully accepted the third quest in the chain. Win beautifully and perfectly in the third round. Reward upon completion. 500,000 experience points. 10,000 divine rune mastery points. Yi Tianyun used the brush handle to scratch his head. The reward was the same, but for him, it was more than enough. A large hourglass was set up. Li Tianlong announced. The time for the third round will be a bit longer, 5 hours. I hope everyone will try their best during these 5 hours. Seeing everyone sitting in place, closing their eyes to rest, Yi Tianyun understood. Because the previous round consumed too much stamina, everyone was now sitting cross-legged to recover before pouring all their focus into drawing their highest level divine rune. Lin Li, with a face scrunched up like a pickled eggplant, ran over to pick a fight. Humph. You won't be arrogant for much longer, because I won't let you pass this third round as smoothly as before. Streams of fine sand flowed down, signaling the crucial moment. The match began. The spectators grew excited. It's starting. Lin Li is preparing to draw a divine rune. I wonder what grade of divine rune he will draw this time. Suddenly, someone pointed, hey, look quickly. What kind of strange divine rune is the Leaf family's A drawing? Her divine rune is emitting a red glow. It doesn't look like a normal divine rune. It was He Tianhan, focusing 100 of her strength on the brush in her hand. That girl's name is He Tianhan. She's the aide invited by the Leaf family, I think. She looks like someone from Heaven's Limit Mansion. The Heaven's Limit Mansion that is famous throughout the world? Yi Tianyun looked over, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this He Tianhan to be from Heaven's Limit Mansion. It seems we have some destiny. Li Tianlong glanced over to evaluate and nodded. Oh, quite interesting. A multi-layered fire attribute third grade divine rune, and it's an advanced improved version. Truly rare and hard to find. It's just that. Outside, Wang Zixing winked at the old baldy and said, this girl you invited seems to have quite some strength, but her hand is starting to shake. It's no longer stable. If she fails, she can only choose to draw a second grade divine rune, ending her destiny with the top 3. After a period of intense focus, He Tianhan was exhausted, her whole body trembling slightly, her breathing heavy, huff, huff. Her vision was blurring. I'm about to lose sight of the drawing path. Do I really have to stop here? Tianyun, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up to reassure her, his voice deep and calm. The key to drawing this fire attribute divine rune lies in the heart. You must try to shut out all surrounding sounds. She looked over in surprise. It was the young man who drew first-grade divine runes. Tianhan bit her lip, tried to resist the fatigue, sweat dripping from her chin. She told herself, he's right, pouring all her focus into her hand. The divine rune was completed, radiating powerful energy. Tianhan cheered happily. I did it. Li Tianlong took it to examine and praised. Very good. An advanced, improved fire attribute divine rune, and it's a double-layered one too. The quality isn't bad at all. I give you 25 points. Those 3 extra points are a reward for your improvement. Keep trying hard. Thank you for the pointer, Pavilion Master Li. Tianhan turned to Tianyin to give thanks. Young master, thank you. If you hadn't reminded me just now, I probably would have failed. Tianyin waved his hand. No need to be polite. That was your own strength. It had nothing to do with me. Someone shouted, look quickly. The divine rune Lin Li is drawing is a mid-difficulty 4th grade divine rune. He's so young, yet he can already draw 4th grade divine runes. Truly not simple at all. Although he may not have mastered everything, being able to draw a 4th grade divine rune means he could be considered a 4th grade divine rune master. Lin Li frowned, looking at Tianyun in puzzlement. Why are you still standing there? Don't tell me you want to give up before even entering the battle? Tianyun was speechless at this crazy guy who liked to mind other people's business. Sigh, there's still plenty of time. Whatever, I might as well start. He lowered his brush and drew the familiar circle again, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Look, the Zhu family's aide has started drawing. It's still a 1st grade divine rune. Does he plan to draw 4 or 5 layers of 1st grade divine runes? If that were true, he could catch up to the other scores, but that's too difficult. It's basically impossible to do. Lin Li bared his teeth in a scornful smile. It seems you're still delusional, thinking that using 1st grade divine runes will defeat me. You seem hopeless, so naive. I don't believe you could draw even more layers than before. Tianyin raised his eyes in challenge. Just try and you'll see. Half the time had passed. Lin Li's divine rune released a burst of green energy. He shouted excitedly, finished. Li Tianlong nodded. Your improvement of the divine rune is also quite good. I give you 45 points. The bystanders muttered. Only the Zhu family hasn't finished drawing, knowing only how to draw 1st grade divine runes like that. If he doesn't come in last, who will? Lin Li stood aside, silently chanting 1,000 times in his heart for Tianyin. Fail, fail. Meanwhile, Tianyin leisurely announced, done. The circle on the paper shone brilliantly, releasing a surging, tower-like energy. Lin Li's jaw dropped. He succeeded. Li Tianlong's eyes lit up. Excellent. This is truly a 5-layered 1st grade divine rune. System notification. Successfully drew a 5-layered 1st grade divine rune. Plus 5,000 experience points. Plus 100 mastery. Li Tianlong looked at the divine rune with emotion. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. This is a very high-level divine rune. In terms of difficulty, it's considered on par with a mid-level 4th grade divine rune. Although the difficulty is very high, I can only give you 40 points. Tianyin clasped his hands cheerfully in thanks. This junior is very satisfied with this score. Li Tianlong clicked his tongue in praise. Very good, very talented. Truly young and promising. The results of the 3 rounds were in, and the ranking board was about to be announced. Now I will officially read the names on the ranking board. 1st place, Tianyin. 2nd place, Lin Li. 3rd place, Tianan. Zhu Tianhong gloated triumphantly to Wang Zixing. Patriarch Wang, our Zhu family only joined for fun, yet we snatched 1st place just like that. How embarrassing. System notification. Successfully completed the 3rd serial quest. Plus 500,000 experience points. Plus 1,000 divine rune mastery points. Tianyun paid no mind to it, instead caressing the blue heavenly spirit jade rapier. Immersed in joy, the 1st place winner is allowed to use the heavenly spirit jade rapier for 5 days. Wonderful. Lin Li, with a swollen and sullen face, rushed over. Losing to you is truly an insult to me. Relying only on 1st grade divine runes like that, you have no real skill. If you're so capable, try drawing a 4th grade divine rune. Yi Tianyin turned his back, giving him the cold shoulder. If I could draw a fourth grade divine rune, what benefit will I get? Veins popped out all over Lin Li's face, and he spoke without thinking. Benefit? As long as you can draw a fourth grade divine rune, I will not only gift you my personal insights, but also everything I own. But if you can't draw it, you must yield first place and the heavenly spirit jade racier to me. Yi Tianyin looked back, his face upturned. Fine. Since you want to give me gifts so badly, I won't be polite. For circles of various sizes interlocked, releasing waves of powerful energy. What happened? Is this real or a joke? My God, a fourth grade divine rune is completed? Lin Li stared wide-eyed, asking in disbelief. Didn't you only know how to draw first grade divine runes? Yi Tianyin put away his brush. Who said I only knew how to draw first grade divine runes? I never said that. Everyone competed to praise him. To be a fourth-grade divine rune master at such a young age, it's truly an eye-opener. The Zhu family has turned the tables this time. Li Tianlong rarely smiled. Very good, very good. This fourth-grade divine rune is beautiful, but why didn't you draw fourth-grade divine runes in the previous rounds instead of always drawing first-grade ones? Yi Tianyin explained, I always put practicality first. Besides, drawing any grade of divine rune is fine, as long as it doesn't break the rules. My 5-layered first grade divine rune is not inferior to this 4th grade divine rune. Li Tianlong nodded in agreement. That's right. The first grade divine rune you drew at the end has the simplest power, but because it has 5 layers, its power naturally doubles, having a much greater effect than a 4th grade divine rune. He suggested, I heard you were the helper invited by the Zhu family. Why don't you come to the main pavilion as a guest? We won't force you to do anything. Just engrave divine runes for us when you are free. Yi Tianyin tactfully refused. Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master Li, but I have no such intention at the moment. What a pity. I still hope you will reconsider. We won't restrict you. On the contrary, we will give you even more resources. I will think about it carefully. Then this old man awaits your good news. Lin Li chased after Li Tianlong's footsteps, trying to salvage the situation. Pavilion Master Li, I am a disciple of the Divine Rune Mansion. I can. Before he could finish, Yi Tianyin announced, I won the bet, so allow me to take this storage ring of yours. Lin Li was secretly stunned. When did he take it? But he could do nothing, only leaving a huff. Yi Tianyin, just you wait. Zhu Tianhong stepped forward to praise. You performed very well. Did you see Patriarch Wang's face? It was as black as the bottom of a pot. That's the first time I've seen him so humiliated. You've worked hard. Yi Tianyin walked past with an expressionless face. No need to thank me. It was a fair exchange. Zhu Tianhong laughed heartily. I understand. I also taught those two a lesson on your behalf. Deacon Huang and Huang Hu, faces bruised and swollen, kowtowed in apology. We are sorry, Grandmaster. We know we were wrong. We were blind and spoke without knowing our limits. Yi Tianyin shook his head. Things have reached this point. No need to say anything more. From now on, the two of them are no longer people of the Zhu family. The favor from before is considered repaid today. Zhu Tianhong agreed readily. Of course, I keep my word. The Zhu family will absolutely never make things difficult for them again. But if possible, I still hope we can cooperate in the future. The remuneration can be anything if there is a chance. System, completed quest. Achieve 3rd place or higher. Rescue the 2 sisters. Reward, 1 million experience points, 1 draw on the new version lottery wheel, plus 5,000 divine rune mastery, plus 100 favorability with Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuchuan. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyin, on upgrading from intermediate divine rune mastery to advanced divine rune mastery. His eyes lit up. I get another draw on the new version lottery wheel. This single draw is worth 500,000 crazy points. Yi Tianhan suddenly chased after him, speaking solemnly. Young master, thank you for earlier. If not for your reminder, I would have certainly failed. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My surname is He, given name Tianhan, from Heaven's Limit Mansion. May I ask for your name, young master? My humble name is Yi Tianyun, from the Tianxin sect. I didn't expect the Tianxin sect to have a genius like young master Yi. Are you free, young master Yi? Come visit our Heaven's Limit Mansion for a while. I still have other matters to attend to. I will visit your Heaven's Limit Mansion next time. That would be great. I'll wait for you. This is an introduction token. Whenever you come, just show this and say you're looking for me. All right, thank you, Missy. See you again. Tianyun held the Heaven's Limit Mansion token, lost in thought. Hey, Daddy. The two sisters, Zhu Yuchuan, called out a few times. Elder E. He still hadn't come back to his senses. After a while, Tianyun looked up awkwardly. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhu Yuchuan suggested. Elder E, can the two of us change our surname to your surname? Zhu Yue chimed in. We were orphans since we were young. We followed the Zhu family, so we took the surname Zhu. Now that we follow you and are no longer part of the Zhu family, we want to take your surname. It's up to you, whatever you prefer. Then from now on, my name will be Yuchuan, and mine is Yue. The two of them, one on each side, hugged his arm tightly, their voices sweet as honey. In the future, we will listen to Elder E. Elder E will decide everything, making Tianyun grin from ear to ear. All right, up to you then. He instructed, you two go back and rest first. I'm going to exchange the first place reward. Yes, at the Star Pavilion's Spirit Pavilion. The two guards asked the visitor, Elder Yun, is there something you need? This gentleman is the one who won first place in the Star Pavilion's Divine Rune competition. He is here today to redeem the prize. This is the letter from Pavilion Master Li. Please check it. It is indeed Pavilion Master Li's letter. According to the rules, the first place winner can stay here for 5 days. Standing at the door, Tianyun could already feel waves of green energy. He exclaimed, the spiritual energy in here is so dense, much stronger than outside. The gatekeeper urged, go in quickly. We will open the door for you to come out in 5 days. During this time, absorb as much as you like, but how much you can absorb depends on your ability. He didn't forget to warn, you must not touch the spirit medicines inside. If you dare to touch them casually, you'll have to pay for them. Yi Tianyun Site Puding. Before his eyes was a deep green lake, radiating sparkling light. This was the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pond, a 5th grade spirit spring. It can produce 5th grade spirit medicines and also contains extremely powerful spiritual power. It is very suitable for those with cultivation at the spirit core stage or below, as it is effective for leveling up cultivation and greatly increasing spiritual power. Tianyun's pupils shimmered with purple light. The spiritual power is really dense. Truly a wonderful spring. These flowers and plants are all rare spirit medicines. I can't waste these 5 days. Just as his foot touched the water, the scoreboard added points continuously. Plus 500 experience points, plus 420 experience points, plus 300 experience points, plus 460 experience points. Tianyun gaped. I don't even need to absorb it. The spiritual power is charging into my body on its own. He jumped into the lake. Let's start absorbing. The system immediately activated the crazy experience mode. 32,000 experience points, 38,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points. Congratulations, player Tianyun, for breaking through to Spirit Core Stage Level 8. Very good. Leveled up 2 levels just like that. I still have 1 lucky draw. If I draw an experience card, it would be perfect to use here. Activate Lukioha. Activate new version lottery wheel. Received special item. Special item? Is it those things related to divine skills again? Special item is Phoenix Wings. It is a support item, cannot be upgraded. After equipping, allows flight. If the user can already fly, these wings increase flight speed by 3 times. Tianyun was overjoyed. Good stuff. With this, I can fly. Plus the teleportation skill. Who can catch up with me? He stepped into a void under the lake bottom and screamed in terror. Then his whole body sank. Why is there a crack underwater? Sinking and sinking. Somehow his whole body was pushed out a cliff face. He crashed onto the ground. Ugh. Tianyun sat up in a daze, looking around. Why was I pushed here? What happened? I didn't expect there to be a cave under the water. It seems even the Star Pavilion doesn't know this secret. Could it be the lucky aura that brought me here? Is anyone there? Is that light from Spirit Jade Stones? Tianyun waded through the water towards the cave with the light spot. The cold energy is so strong. Striking his eyes was a long box. This is a coffin. There's someone inside. The person lying inside was a girl with closed eyes, surrounded by countless blooming blue buds. Tianyun examined. Although she looks like a living person sleeping, there is no breath of life. It must be thanks to the dense spiritual power from the spirit vein center and the rare, icy, heavenly snow lotus that the body is preserved so perfectly. He clasped his hands and bowed. I was accidentally pushed here. Please don't blame me. Tianyun was about to turn away when he discovered writing here. When the snow lotus blooms, resurrection will occur. What does that mean? Does it mean when these snow lotuses bloom, she will wake up? Wouldn't that be a zombie rising? He was scared by his own thoughts. Apart from this ice coffin, there's nothing else here. I should go back. Just then, the snow lotus buds opened, revealing bright red stamens inside, accompanied by a soft moan. Tianyun froze, carefully turning his head to verify. Did that sound just come from the coffin? The girl in the coffin sat up, staring at him. Tianyun's hair stood on end. A zombie really rose up? The two stared at each other face to face. The girl's hand trembled as she raised it. Tianyun's face stretched, his mouth drooping, not daring to breathe loudly. Is she human or ghost? Unexpectedly, the other party just stretched her waist. Ouch! Tianyun hurriedly crouched down, looking for a way to slip away and hide first. The girl's blue eyes looked towards him. Tianyun froze, not daring to move. The girl's face lit up as she called out, "Brother, you're here?" He stared in bewilderment. "Are you talking to me?" The girl pouted. "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Every time I wake up, you're always guarding by my side." Tianyun waved his hands, smiling awkwardly. "This is awkward, Mississippi. I'm not your brother. I'm just a passerby. Brother is teasing me again. Can you stop joking?" The girl tried to stand up, but collapsed. Tianyun rushed forward to support her. "Are you okay?" "I'm Fina. Where are we going now?" "Home." "Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm really not your brother." "How is that possible? You are my brother. You're teasing me on purpose again." Suddenly, the girl held her forehead. "Oh, my head hurts so much." You're my brother? Then who am I?" Tianyun speculated. This girl was placed among the snow lotuses. Surely someone wanted to stabilize her spirit. "Let me try using this." He plucked a snow lotus flower and pressed it to her forehead. The girl said weakly, "Thank you. I remember a little bit now." Tianyun encouraged. "Remembering a little is good. Think about the rest slowly later." After a while, the girl remembered on her own, and Renjiro from. The harder she tried to remember, the more her head hurt. Renjiro fell down. Ugh, brother, my head hurts." Tianyun placed her in the middle of the snow lotuses. "You lie here and rest for a while. You just woke up, so your memories are a bit chaotic." Renjiro pleaded, "Brother, don't go. Don't leave me alone." He agreed. "I'm not going anywhere. Just rest assured." Looking at the pure energy flowing under the water's surface in distinct rows, stretching endlessly, Tianyun took the opportunity to sit and absorb it. Under this water source, there are several types of underground spiritual power. It is much stronger than the spiritual power outside. "Brother." He looked up. Renjiro looked down happily from above. "I'm better now. When are we going home?" Tianyun was helpless. Again, he carried the little girl down. "Fine, I am your brother. Do you remember where our home is?" Renjiro asked with an innocent look. "Where is it?" "I don't remember anymore, and you don't remember either." Tianyun had to play along. "What a coincidence. I don't remember anything either. Time is almost up. Let's leave here first and figure it out later." Tianyun pressed Renjiro to sit on a rock and instructed, "You sit here and wait for me. Don't run around. Okay? I'll be back in a bit." "Yes, I know." He looked around to assess the surroundings. This exit was relatively hidden and far from the heavenly spirit jade pond. No wonder no one discovered it. "Time is almost up. I must return quickly and pretend I've been there the whole time." Outside, someone knocked on the door to remind him, "Young master, time is up. Please come out." Tianyun panted as he ran to open the door. "Sorry, I was focused on cultivation and forgot." Eldian looked inside. "Young master, it seems you absorbed quite a lot. I see the spiritual energy around here has weakened significantly." "Eldian, how can I enter this heavenly spirit jade pond again?" "If you want to enter again, the price is very high. Normally, to enter for 2 days, one must offer a medium-grade soul tool, and a low-grade soul tool only gets you half a day. Moreover, even if you have a soul tool, the spiritual power inside is limited. At most, it's enough for someone to absorb for 10 days before it runs out. The recovery time is much slower than before. To restore the original amount of spiritual energy, it takes several months. Young master, being allowed to cultivate inside for 5 days is already a huge reward. Many people are very envious of you. All right, Pavilion Master Lee instructed me to give you this when you came out. This is the guest elder's token. He hopes you can become a guest elder of the Star Pavilion. You don't need to do anything. Onion secretly wondered, don't need to do anything? Is there such a good thing? But he happily accepted it. Whatever, having this will make things much more convenient. He politely replied, all right then, I will accept it. Elder Yin clasped his hands and bowed slightly. Young master, guest elder, welcome to the fold. From today onwards, you have officially become the youngest guest elder of our Star Pavilion. I also feel very honored. Elder Yin continued to relay the message. Pavilion Master Li also said, if you are willing to be a guest elder, please stay for the banquet welcoming distinguished guests. What do you think? The banquet will take place next month. This is an extremely grand party, organized by several second-grade forces cooperating together. I heard the Netherworld Empire will also send people to attend. This is a very rare occurrence. Hearing about the Netherworld Empire, Etienne's brows knitted slightly. Is that the extremely domineering empire? I didn't expect them to attend the banquet this time. How interesting. That's right. This time the Netherworld Empire sent a high-ranking official. Apparently there's something to announce. So if you're free, guest elder, you should also come and take a look. Don't miss it. All right, I have other important matters to attend to now. If I'm done by then and have time, I will come to participate. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. I still have to return to report to the head pavilion master. Farewell, farewell. Etienne ran as fast as he could. I must return to the bamboo forest immediately. Seeing Renjiro still sitting there obediently, he felt relieved. Waited a long time, didn't you? The little girl smiled happily and replied, brother, you finally came back. Looking at the two unconscious men on the ground, Etienne asked, what happened to these two? Renjiro recounted aggrievedly, brother, those two suddenly ran over here, asking if I was lost. They wanted to take me to their home. I refused, but they kept dragging me. I was so scared, so I beat them until they rolled over. Did I do something wrong? Etienne stroked her hair, praising, don't blame yourself, you did the right thing. No matter what happens, the most important thing is to protect yourself first. If I were here, I would have definitely beaten them until they had to look for their teeth on the ground. Renjiro looked up at him with her big eyes. Yes, let's go home then. Go home. Let's go pick up two other people first. Yui's door was kicked open. The lantern plant pot lay overturned on the ground. The belongings inside were in disarray. Etienne was certain in his heart that some martial artist had broken in and taken Yue and the others. Carved on the wooden pillar were the words, if you want to save them, come alone to fallen Feather Mountain. Etienne touched it to check. The words were carved using divine runes. He immediately guessed the mastermind was Lin Li. He alone wouldn't have the capability to do this. Surely the Wang family is backing him. The more Etienne thought, the angrier he got. If they meet with any mishap, I will make the entire Wang family be buried with them. Seeing him silent, Renjiro leaned in and asked, brother, what's wrong? A cold voice hissed through his teeth. I have to go kill some people. Do you want to come along? Renjiro was excited. Go. Wherever brother goes, I'll follow. Good, let's set off. The fiery red phoenix wings spread wide, carrying Etienne and Renjiro flying into the sky. Renjiro was extremely delighted. Brother, this mountain is so big. Where do we have to go? Etienne, let me use my spiritual power to locate them first. Found them. Yue and Yuan were tied up on the ground. The kidnappers were calculating, young Master Lin, how should we deal with these two ladies? Wait until I deal with that brat. Then we can do whatever we want with them. Young Master Lin, that brat's cultivation is weak. You personally taking action and even calling the two of us to help, isn't that overestimating him? I suspect he has accomplices. For him to reach that level, there must be someone backing him. Anyway, we've caught his people. Surely he won't disobey and not come to save them. Yue asked, what do you plan to do? Daddy. Looking at Yue's stunning beauty, they laughed lecherously. That brat is quite the luck with women. Both flowers of the Zhu family are inclined towards him. It's a pity he's about to die. Yue turned her face to avoid Wang Qing's dirty hand. Her voice firm, we have been named not Zhu, for a long time. Eldery won't come. You don't need to hope. If you want to kill or slash, do as you please. Lin Li stopped Wang Qing, who was about to fly into a rage. If he dares not to come, I will make his women taste what it's like to wish for death. A figure stood against the light at the cave entrance and replied, is that so? I don't think you'll have that chance. Etienne's face was cold. I'm here. If you have the guts, aim at me. The sisters Iyue and Iyuchuan were overjoyed. Elder E. One man grabbed Iyue's hair and jerked her back. Arrived pretty fast. You didn't bring anyone else to help this time, right? Wang Shui increased the force on his arm, threatening, if you dare bring anyone else, don't blame us for being ruthless. Etienne's blood boiled. Dare to threaten me, you are dead meat. Relying on having hostages in hand, Wang Shui became even more bold and arrogant. I am threatening you. So what? Now both of them are in my hands. Hurry up and surrender obediently. Otherwise they will have to die because of you. Etienne's face darkened as he compromised. I will surrender. Don't hurt them. Iyue struggled and shouted, Elder E, don't listen to them. If you surrender, we're all done for. Shut your mouth. While shouting, Linley slapped her fiercely. Who allowed you to speak? Blood trickled from the corner of Iyue's mouth. Iyuchuan beside her was anxious. Sister. She glared. If you have guts, aim at me. Don't hit my sister. Linley gritted his teeth. What a pair of deeply affectionate sisters. But you're just useless trash. I heard no one wants to marry you. It seems the Zhu family raised you in vain, because the other party doesn't even care. If he runs away, I can't guarantee what we will do to you. Etienne ground his teeth in anger. Don't act recklessly. I won't run away. Then surrender. Wang Qing tied Etienne's hand behind his back. Young Master Lin, I caught him. He can't escape. Linley hooked his finger. Very good. Bring him here to me. Etienne, you have captured me, so release them immediately. Ha! Linley held his face and laughed uncontrollably. You are truly, hopelessly stupid. This world is not as simple as you think. Ha ha! He actually believed us. So what if you have talent in divine runes? Didn't you still fall in my hands for me to slaughter? He smugly swung his fist. Etienne was filled with murderous intent. For you to slaughter? He activated crazy mode, his eyes flashing, releasing a powerful pressure that pushed everything back. Ting! System notification. Successfully killed Wang Qing. Gained 250,000 experience points, 340 crazy points. Obtained martial art cloud, drifting palm. Linley coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out as he saw his body about to be pierced by a rock. Etienne raised his foot to help, kicking Linley flat against the cliff face. Wang Shui reached out towards Iyue in horror. This is bad. Must grab the hostage immediately. But his body felt like it was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Ouch, why can't I move? Etienne approached from behind like a demon. Wang Shui trembled like a leaf, thinking the oppressive aura is too strong. Who exactly is this kid? Then he stammered, begging for his life. Etienne, disgusted, punched him in the back of the head. Get lost. Ting! System notification. Successfully killed Wang Shui. Gained 150,000 experience points, 240 crazy points. Obtained martial art cloud, drifting palm. Etienne regained his composure. The sisters Iyue and Iyuchuan felt guilty. Elder E, we caused you too much trouble. He said shamefully, no, it is I who caused you trouble. Then he looked at Linley, who was covering his mouth and coughing, and declared, it's time to settle the score properly with you. Renjiro walked in slowly. Brother, surely you don't need my help, right? Iyue and Iyuchuan stared with wide eyes. Brother? So beautiful. Linley asked, pale-faced. Who are you? In his heart, he guessed. Could she be Etienne's helper? Etienne glared. You don't need to know that. Your teammates are all dead. Now it's your turn. Linley knelt down and begged, spare me. I will never cause trouble again. I am a member of the Divine Rune Mansion. Do you know what kind of force you are facing? Moreover, I am a core disciple. If you kill me, you will become the sworn enemy of the Divine Rune Mansion. Etienne asked coldly, Divine Rune Mansion? Do you think the Divine Rune Mansion knows that the murderer is me? Linley still tried to negotiate. They will come to investigate personally. As long as you spare me, I will never pursue the past matters. I will even introduce you to join the Divine Rune Mansion, letting you become a core disciple. Etienne grinned savagely. Join the Divine Rune Mansion? I'm not interested. You think I believe your words? Why are you so naive? Linley didn't know where he got the confidence from, saying, if you have the guts, wait for me to recover, and we'll have a fair life and death duel. Etienne approached step by step, his aura imposing. Fair? That word coming from your mouth sounds truly ridiculous. Tell me, what was with those two helpers just now? Linley retreated in panic, but still argued stubbornly. I'm just asking if you dare to fight me one-on-one. If you're a man, accept the challenge. He sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. Provoking me? Rest assured, I accept your challenge. He pointed at Renjiro and set a condition. She is not allowed to interfere, just the two of us fighting to the death. This idiot thought that as long as no one helped him, he would surely be able to defeat the opponent. Lee Tianyun stopped and crossed his arms over his chest. Fine, dealing with a piece of trash like you doesn't require our help at all. As long as you can kill me, you'll be free. Lindley tried to stall for time. Wait a little longer. I haven't fully recovered yet. He interrupted impatiently. Start. I'll give you a handicap of one hand. He laughed wildly. Haha. In the end, you're still too naive. Didn't expect this, did you? I still have a killer move. 4th grade light, sword divine rune. Lee Tianyun stood still like a statue, silently sensing the power of his attack, chanting in his heart. Lin Li's face couldn't conceal his triumph as he shouted arrogantly. Take this. He viciously struck out with another palm. Die. A beam of golden light shot straight at Lee Tianyun's eyes like an arrow. Just when he thought he was about to kill him, Lee Tianyun tilted his body to dodge effortlessly, shaking his head in disappointment. Truly hopeless. Then he gave him a thunderous punch, causing Lin Li to stick to the rock wall again, screaming in pain. He mocked. Is this all the skill you have? Lin Li, with one eye swollen, howled in despair. I cannot possibly lose. He propped himself up, his face distorted, cursing damn it, then attacked viciously. Go to die. Lee Tianyun threw a counterpunch. Get lost. Crack. Lin Li's arm broke into 3 equal pieces. My hand. Lee Tianyun grabbed his remaining arm, his voice icy. Just now, you intended to use this hand to hit others, didn't you? He squeezed hard. The sound of bones fracturing rang out terrifyingly. Lee Tianyun articulated every word. Then let's cripple it. Lin Li was in so much pain he couldn't make a sound, but still threatened stubbornly. You dare treat me like this, the Divine Rune Mansion won't let you off. Don't worry, if your Divine Rune Mansion dares to touch me, their end will be the same as yours. He laughed like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. Just relying on you and that helper, you think you can level the Divine Rune Mansion? Haha, you're so naive. Do you think my Divine Rune Mansion only has this much skill? Lee Tianyun glared, killing intent erupting. Whether I can or not, we'll know once we try, but it's a pity you won't see that scene. I won't let you off even as a ghost. Blood splattered everywhere. Ding! Successfully killed Lin Li, gained 170,000 experience points, 2,800 crazy points, 5 divine rune mastery points. Items dropped. High-grade divine rune paper, 1 spirit power pill. Lee Tianyun smirked faintly. When you were alive, you couldn't do anything to me, let alone after you're dead. Zhu Yue ran over emotionally. Elder, thank you for saving us. Zhu Yuchuan wiped the corners of his eyes, choking with emotion. Sorry, we implicated you. Lee Tianyun comforted them. It's good that you two are fine. Something like this won't happen again in the future. You go back first and wait for me. I have to go find them to settle this debt. All right, then we'll wait for you at the inn. Miss Rin, you go back with them first. Wait for my news. I understand. At the Wang family home, Wang Zixing asked, his voice full of worry. I wonder how the situation is on Lin Li's side, whether they've killed that brat yet. Keeping him is truly a hidden danger. The subordinate reported with absolute certainty. This time we sent the elder brothers Wang Qing and Wang Shui to the field. That brat won't be able to escape their grasp. The ground suddenly shook violently, causing these two to roll their eyes in fear. Chaotic sounds came from outside. Someone come here quickly. Wang Zixing broke out in a cold sweat. What's happening outside? He hurriedly opened the door and stepped out. The scene before him made Wang Zixing's face turn pale and bloodless. Fire! Save me. Don't, it's a black dragon. Run quickly. His eyes bulged out as he saw a giant black dragon flying in the sky, breathing fire and burning everything. What is going on? A subordinate ran over to report in panic. Reporting to the patriarch, there's someone riding a black dragon attacking our house from outside. One person? Wang Zixing's face had no blood left. His beady eyes narrowed into a straight line. Try to rack his brain. Someone who can possess such a divine beast must be from a major sect power. When did I provoke a major sect? Suddenly, a palm strike grazed past, sending the close subordinate to his death. He died on the spot, screaming in terror. A small figure stood amidst the fire and called out, Patriarch of the Wang family. Lee Tianyun had disguised himself as an uncle with a newly sprouted beard, his eyes glaring as he growled. Not coming out to welcome me personally? It seems your family isn't very hospitable. Wang Zixing was sweating like a pig, asking tremblingly, May I ask how our Wang family has offended this brother? Is there some misunderstanding? He raised his index finger and wagged it. You've offended me a lot, so much that only by exterminating your entire Wang family can my hatred be appeased. Hearing this, Wang Zixing's morale rose as he was cornered. I don't care which power you belong to, but if you want to destroy my Wang family, don't blame me for being ruthless. You remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and fled without a trace. Tianyun pursed his lips in disdain. Want to run? The black dragon extended its claws to block the way. He swung his fist from below and shouted, "It's not over yet." The punch, carrying terrifying power, shot straight into the sky. Wang Zixing was hit in midair, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The subordinates witnessing this scene wanted to help, but were helpless. Patriarch. Wang Zixing fell to the ground with a thud like a bird with broken wings, coughing up blood. Ugh. He pulled a gold card for his chest, wheezing, quick, call for reinforcements. But before he could raise it, a shoe sole pressed down on his chest. Tianyun stomped down hard, sneering. Calling for reinforcements? Call them then. Even if you shout until your throat tears, no one will pay attention to you. The only response was a miserable scream. The other elders shouted anxiously, "Pa Patriarch, let's go help." But before they could advance, a strong flame blew towards them, causing them to scream in panic. Tianyun praised his pet, Black Dragon. Well done. Taking 2 women as hostages, you guys sure have some nerve. Today I must slaughter the entire Wang family, letting you know that not everyone can be provoked. Wang Zixing endured the pain and asked, Are you the helper invited by the Zhu family from outside?" Tianyun took off the mask, revealing his true face. "Not a helper invited, but I myself wanted to beat you. Don't do anything rash. I'm the Patriarch of the Star Pavilion branch. If you kill me, the Star Pavilion won't let you off." He put the disguise mask back on, frowning slightly in mockery. "Is that so? But the one who kills you has this face. What do you think? Will others recognize me?" Wang Zixing stared with his mouth agape, speechless. "You, spare me, I will give you." Tianyun's eyes revealed a cruel viciousness. Die. System, successfully killed Patriarch Wang. Gained 270,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy points, 1,000 divine rune mastery points, 100 sin points. Rewarded martial arts, cloud drifting palm, heavenly wind fist. Rewarded items, high-grade divine rune paper, 100,000 experience pill. Leaving the raging fire behind, Tianyun left coldly like a ghost. People around discussed animatedly. What is happening? The Wang family was destroyed so quickly? Did they provoke a power of the Empire? How could the Star Pavilion branch provoke a power of the Empire? Will we be implicated? Quickly go back and report to the Pavilion Master. This news made him frown tightly. A power of the Empire? This continent is indeed a land where countless strong individuals gather. As soon as she saw Tianyun, Zhu Yue shouted in joy, "Elder E is back. Are you all right?" Zhu Yuchuan also ran out to ask, "Are you injured?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Where's Miss Run?" The 2 siblings pointed to Renjiro and said, "Miss Run is standing by that door. I don't know what she's thinking. She keeps repeating a few sentences we don't understand very well." He walked over and asked gently, "Miss Rin, what are you thinking about?" Renjiro replied sadly, "Big brother, just now, when you were fighting, I remembered a few things. I remembered where my home is." Tianyun congratulated her. "You remembered? Then you must know I'm not your big brother, right?" I remember a little, but I still feel you are very close, just like my biological big brother." Renjiro lowered her eyes, her voice sad. "This time my brother didn't wait for me to wake up again. I don't know what happened to him." Tianyun leaned his hands on the windowsill, looking into the distance and stating his speculation. "It's very likely something happened because I saw the secret room looked like it hadn't been swept or cleaned for a long time. Clearly, no one has been there for a long period. I have to go home for a trip because I feel there is something I must do. It's late. I'm leaving. Thank you, big brother, for taking care of me these past few days." "You're leaving now? Do you need my help?" "No need. There are some matters that are better resolved personally." Renjiro stepped onto the windowsill, smiling to say goodbye. "Brother, I'm going." Behind her, a pair of brilliant wings grew out, and she flew straight into the sky. "If it is fated, we will meet again." Tianyun watched her figure disappear gradually. This is the power of the spirit core stage, able to condense one's energy into wings. System notification, chain quest activated. Successfully helped the Imperial Goddess. Upon completing the quest, you will receive 50 million EXP, 1 million crazy points, an increase of 200 favorability with with Renjiro and obtain the title Empire's Guardian God. Note, your choice of assistants will affect the quest situation. Yitianyun eklemet in surprise imperial goddess. No wonder she refused my help. She probably thought I couldn't help with anything. He sighed with worry, and a quest that affects the situation too. I have to be extremely careful. Zhu Yue walked over and asked, "Where's Miss Ren?" She went back. "I still have to make a trip to Heavenly Pole Mansion. Let me take you two back to Tianxian sect first." "That works too. You have many things to do. Our cultivation isn't high, so following you won't help and might even cause you more trouble. We will follow Elder Yi's arrangement." Suddenly grabbed by the waist, Zhu Yuchuan screamed in fright. Zhu Yue was in the same situation. The two siblings shouted in unison, "Elder Yi." Tianyan held the two of them in his arms and instructed, "Hold on tight, we're flying back." He used the phoenix wings to soar high, not forgetting to remind them, "Hold on tight." The two beauties, flying for the first time, screamed with a mix of excitement and fear. Heavenly Pole Mansion was an architectural complex of towers built upon a majestic mountainside. Finally arrived at Heavenly Pole Mansion. Luckily, I have the phoenix wings. Otherwise, going from Tianxian sect to here and then back to Star Pavilion for the banquet would have been too late. Someone blocked the way and asked, "Who are you?" Tianyan held out a golden token. "I came here to find Miss He Tianhan. This is the introduction token. Please come in. Just go to Heavenly Rune Hall and announce yourself. Go straight for a bit and then turn left." "Many thanks," the two guards whispered. "Deacon He is introducing a disciple again? I wonder how this one is. If he's like the last one, it'll be a disaster." "Forget it. Deacon He just wants what's best for Heavenly Pole Mansion," Tianyan thought to himself. So that He Tianhan frequently introduces disciples to Heavenly Pole Mansion. Entering a great hall, he heard someone summarizing tasks. Killed 20 wolves, gained 20 contribution points. 10 supergrade beast corpses, gained 50 contribution points. Looking at the back of a blue-haired woman in the distance, Tianyan was puzzled. Isn't this the girl with great backbone I saved at sea last time? He walked over and called out, "Excuse me." Yang Shishue turned around. Tianyan said, "This is the token Deacon He gave me, telling me to come here to find her." Yang Shishue rested her chin on her hand suspiciously. "Introduced by Deacon He? Why so young? Is there any problem?" Seeing Tianyan's blank look, she continued, "Well, no problem really. It's just that you're so young. I don't understand why Deacon He would introduce someone this young. Let's go. I'll take you for a test." Tianyan thought. Back then at sea, I was wearing a mask, so my face looked nothing like it does now. It's normal she doesn't recognize me. Chasing after Yang Shishue's steps, he asked, "What test did you mention just now? You came for the test, and you don't know? Deacon He didn't tell you? After passing the test, you will be allowed to join Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. That is the place specialized in cultivating divine runes. I just came to meet Deacon He. Is she here?" Yang Shishua looked like she knew it all, shaking her index finger. "Deacon He isn't here temporarily. If you want to meet her, wait a while. But if you don't pass the test, you won't be allowed to join Heavenly Cloud Pavilion anyway. Meeting her then would be useless. I have to return to Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, so I can take you to the test. If you pass, you'll even have to call me senior sister." Tianyan thought. Going with her to see the situation here is fine too. Let's see how the internal affairs of Heavenly Pole Mansion are. He agreed. Then let's go. "Sorry to trouble you, senior sister. Wait until you pass the test before calling me senior sister." Suddenly someone called out, "Shishue." She turned back and said coldly, "Please don't call me so intimately," to avoid misunderstandings. Feng Yulong asked as if it were obvious, "You're my fiancé. Why can't I call you that?" Yang Shishue snapped angrily. "Feng Yulong, I'm warning you. This is a matter my father decided on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Unless you can surpass me in inscribing divine runes, I will never marry a man who is inferior to me." Feng Yulong frowned in annoyance. "This is a decision between two families. I advise you to obediently listen. Is breaking the good relationship between the two sides the right choice?" She blushed with anger and replied, "The matters decided by me, Yang Shishua, will never be regretted." As the two sides were in a heated confrontation, Tianyan cleared his throat. "Ahem." Feng Yulong took his anger out on him. "Hey, what are you looking at? Careful or I'll." Yang Shishua intervened to defuse the situation. He is a new junior brother introduced by Deacon He, preparing to participate in the assessment. Don't cause trouble with him. She turned away in disgust. If there's nothing else, we're leaving first. Feng Yulong showed disdain, curling his lips. Introduced by Deacon He? So young. Seems like his level won't be much. It will be a miracle if he passes the illusion array. Probably just a fake. Don't know where he picked up that token. The follower beside him chimed in. That's right. Since when does Heavenly Cloud Pavilion accept such young disciples? Dressed so countrified, I suspect he sneaked in here to steal. Tianyun retorted sharply. I don't want to get involved in your business. I just want to finish the test quickly. At this age, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. There are always mountains higher than mountains. Feng Yulong went crazy with provocation, speaking so arrogantly. If you can get out of the illusion array within an hour, I'll walk backwards from now on. Brother Feng is right. If you can get out, I'll walk on my head. Tianyun raised his eyebrows in amusement. Then you guys better practice those walking postures so I can see them right after I get out of the illusion array. Yang Shishua led the way to the illusion array while instructing. The content of the Forest Illusion Array assessment is spiritual power and observation. Although not too hard, it's definitely not simple. All right, we'll meet at the exit. Feng Yulong and his guard follow behind. Brother Feng, this brat is too arrogant. Let's follow and see how he gets out of this Forest Illusion Array. You're right. I want to witness him kneeling and begging for mercy. Seeing those two sneaking around, Yang Shishua became alert. I should go see too. In case Feng Yulong plans to stab him in the back, I can stop it in time if I follow. Inside the misty scenery, Tianyun clicked his tongue in evaluation. The Forest Illusion Array looks like a proper array, but the setup level is a bit poor. For a 5th grade Divine Rune Master, this is just a game of hide-and-seek for children. No need to waste time here. He sped up, passing through as if no one was there. Arriving before a majestic large gate, Tianyun looked up. Is this Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, the area specializing in divine rune cultivation in Heavenly Pole Mansion? The gatekeeper requested, Are you new? Please show your token. Excuse me, can this token be used? This isn't a disciple token, just an introduction token. While the gatekeeper was examining it closely, oh wait, there's something wrong with this token. It doesn't look like an introduction token. Feng Yulong's follower also arrived, panting like a dog. What? He walked even faster than us? This brat definitely cheated. Feng Yulong was exhausted, gasping for air. Kid, not bad. I'll reluctantly accept you as my little brother. Follow me from now on. I guarantee I won't treat you badly. Yang Shishue behind them was also sweating profusely, astonished. I didn't expect him to walk faster than us. It seems the person Deacon he introduced this time is not ordinary at all. Tianyun asked Yang Shishue, senior sister, may I ask if I have passed the assessment? Feng Yulong, being ignored, gritted his teeth in anger. Hey, I'm talking to you. Yang Shishue smiled. Of course you passed. I didn't expect you to be so excellent. Welcome to Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. The stupid follower poked at Feng Yulong's ego. Big brother, he's looking down on you. Brat. He grabbed the other's shoulder forcefully. New here and already acting high and mighty? In this Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, that little skill of yours is nothing. Tianyun disgustedly threw off his hand. Whether it's something or not, what does it have to do with you? You haven't walked on your hands yet, and your lackey hasn't walked on his head either. Veins popping on his face, Feng Yulong growled. You want to die? Tianyun looked at him with disdain. If you declared it, you should do it. Feng Yulong threatened. Say that again. Are you tired of living? Yang Shishue jumped out like a mother hen protecting her chick. Feng Yulong, internal fighting is strictly forbidden in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Besides, you were the ones who said that. You still want to protect this country bumpkin? Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. I just want him to know the immensity of heaven and earth. The follower chimed in. That's right, we have to teach him a lesson so he knows his status. Feng Yulong challenged. Brat, dare to duel with me? Yang Shishue intended to stop it. Don't agree. Tianyun reassured. Senior sister, don't worry, it's fine. Let's start now. I'll let you make the first move. So annoying. Tianyun lost patience and threw a punch. The follower screamed in panic. Feng! Brother Feng! Yang Shishue's eyes widened, looking at the gatekeeper who was gaping in horror as Feng Yulong was punched head first into the ground. The follower ran over in panic. You lost but still talk back. You dare to hit Brother Feng? Just you wait, you will die very miserably. Yang Shishue worried. You hit Feng Yulong. The Feng family won't let you off. He has many friends in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion too. You just arrived and already encountered such things. It's all because of me. I will resolve it all. Tianyun remained calm. It's fine, I don't mind. Ignore them. You passed the assessment. Now I'll take you into Heavenly Cloud Pavilion to register. Sorry to trouble you, senior sister. Yang Shishue instructed. From now on, you will stay in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. This is a disciple token. It has your name carved on it, used everywhere in Heavenly Pole Mansion. It is carved by Heavenly Cloud Pavilion itself, so it cannot be forged. Remember not to lose it. If you lose it, it will be very troublesome. At that time, an official disciple will turn into an outer sect disciple and be heavily punished too. Itianyan took the token. I know, senior sister. Yang Shishue raised her eyebrows and smiled. Calling me senior sister so fluently already. I have other things to do. You just walk around and get familiar with the surroundings. As soon as she left, someone from afar approached Itianyan to get acquainted. Hey, I heard you broke a record as soon as you arrived, and even beat that Feng Yulong Black and Blue. You're really amazing. I've found him an eyesore for a long time. You beating him made me very happy. While speaking, this fatty gave a thumbs up. Itianyan hesitated. You are. Almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yang Yu, ranked 83rd in the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Your name is Itianyan, right? We all know about it. Nice name too. He grasped the main point and asked, ranking in the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion? Yang Yu enthusiastically led the way. Come on, I'll take you to the hall to see, and you'll know right away. The number of people in the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion isn't that large, only 133 in total. I found it. Itianyan looked at his rank on the chart and sighed. I'm ranked 81st? A bit low, isn't it? Yang Yu encouraged. Rank 81 is low? I've been here for so long and only climbed to rank 83. If you've been here that long, you must understand the principle of self-preservation very well. Yang Yu looked blank, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Itianyan continued. I offended Feng Yulong. Others don't dare to come near me, yet you dare to. What exactly is your purpose? Yang Yu scratched his cheek in confusion. Purpose? I don't have any purpose. I just saw how formidable you were and wanted to make friends. Itianyan waved his hand. If you won't tell the truth, I'll take my leave first. You can stay here and play. Yang Yu was anxious. Wait, I'll tell you, okay? Fine, listen. I have a grudge against Feng Yulong, but I can't beat him. Seeing you beat him half to death made me feel very happy in my heart. Let's be friends. I know the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion and the entire Heavenly Pole Mansion very well. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Seems like you're very skilled at gathering information. Of course, there's no one in this Heavenly Pole Mansion I don't know. I even know the situation outside. My young family specializes in gathering information. Whatever you want to know, I can investigate for you. That Feng Yulong is simply not worthy of my sister. Moreover, the Feng family is becoming more and more arrogant, and their relationship with my family is getting worse. You beating him up relieved a lot of hatred in my heart. But you have to be careful. Their family won't let you off. And as good friends in the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, they will target you. So what is the relationship between Yang Shishue and you? Actually, she's my older sister. Although I can't help much, I can provide you with news or escape routes. Anyone planning to take revenge on you or make things difficult for you, I can tell you in advance. That won't be necessary. I know my limits. Are you that confident? Just SOSO. Is there any place here where it's easy to find outstanding talents? That, huh? Go to the Heavenly Soul Tower. Many geniuses in the mansion go to the Heavenly Soul Tower to train. Don't tell me you plan to challenge them. I just want to walk around and see. I'm going to the Heavenly Soul Tower now. Are you coming along? Yes, of course I have to go along. As they walked, Yang Yu introduced. The Heavenly Soul Tower has a total of 5 floors. The higher you go, the higher the spiritual power required, and of course, the cultivation effect will be stronger. Spiritual power and cultivation will be leveled up twice as fast. But the time inside is limited, based on whether your ranking is high or low. The time you can stay varies. Itianyan exclaimed. Sure enough, having cultivation base means having everything. Yang Yu tilted his head proudly. What else? For us, the Heavenly Soul Tower is an extremely ideal place for cultivation. It's just that the time limit is very strict. Those whose rankings aren't high basically can't enter. Stepping into the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Tower, Yang Yu waved his hand in greeting. Deacon Jiang, we are here to cultivate. Checking Itianyan's token, Deacon Jiang narrowed his eyes. Are you that extremely famous newcomer? Breaking records as soon as you arrived, truly very talented, young, and promising. Which floor do you want to go to for cultivation? Fifth floor. This answer made Deacon Jiang and Yang Yu widen their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Deacon Jiang asked again, fifth floor? Quite ambitious, aren't you? Skipping the other floors and going straight to the fifth floor without experiencing them? Up to now, only the top 30 in the rankings have been able to go up to the fifth floor. Are you sure? If you can't persist, the time here will be deducted. At that time, you won't only lose face, but also time. Tianyan was firm. Thank you for your advice, Deacon Jiang. I just want to go to the fifth floor. Staying there for 10 days is enough. Deacon Jiang's jaw dropped, revealing his missing teeth. What? Stay for 10 days? Are you sure? Only the top 15 in the rankings can last until the 10th day on the fifth floor. Tianyan affirmed. This junior is certain. Deacon Jiang had to comply with the request. I have recorded it. Your remaining days are 10. You could go straight to the fifth floor. This is a protective talisman. During the cultivation process, if you faint, the talisman will shatter and transport you down here, and you won't be able to enter other floors in the future. Thank you, Senior. Yang Yu, who had been ignored all this time, spoke up. Hey boss, wait for me. Oh my gods, you are so bold. Only the top 25 in the rankings have the privilege to go to the fifth floor. Once you enter, you'll be pressured until you faint. Tianyan remained calm. Is that so? Then I want to see it even more. Yang Yu sighed. Even if you go to the fifth floor, staying for just 1 day is enough. Why try to stay for so many days? If you faint and get sent back, that would be a huge loss. Seeing the stone steel with circular divine runes, Tianyan said, is this the fifth floor? Really few people. Before doing anything, his scoreboard increased continuously. 300 experience points, 320 experience points. Tianyan considered. This level of spiritual power attack is very suitable for spirit refinement stage cultivation. No explosive effect. I probably don't need to activate crazy mode. 350 experience points, 330 experience points, 340 experience points. Seeing him calmly scratching his butt, Yang Yu stared wide-eyed from the side. So comfortable? Passing the stone steel, Tianyan silently praised. Beautiful divine runes. Yang Shishua saw him and worriedly said, for you, this place also has quite a lot of pressure. I don't feel any pressure at all. You just rest assured and cultivate. She waved her hand. Don't be brave. Hurry and sit down next to me. That way I can protect you. All right then. More and more people came to watch. He is that very famous newcomer. Quite bold too, isn't he? Going up to the fifth floor as soon as he arrived. I bet he won't last a day before rolling out of here. Wonder how many days he planned for? If he planned for many, then he's truly a fool. Feng Yulong's lackey arrogantly pushed through the crowd. Make way. Make way. He pointed at Tianyan and reported, Boss Jia, it was this brat who beat Brother Feng. Jia Ping, with sparse hair on his head, stepped forward. Let me see. Yang Yu shouted a notification. Boss, someone is looking for trouble with you. The lackey aggressively grabbed his collar. Yang Yu, are you trying to oppose us? Oppose what? I just said one sentence. Is there a problem? Jia Ping tremblingly walked into the fifth floor. Brat, I chose the spot. Get lost immediately. Tianyan, didn't your master teach you that disturbing others' cultivation is no different from uneducated hooligans? Jia Ping glared. Shut up. Well, I haven't lost my temper yet. Get lost. Yang Shishua stood up to mediate. Jia Ping, that's enough. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at everywhere if word gets out that you disturb others' cultivation like this? Yang Shishua, what is your relationship with him to speak up for him like that? Your fiancé is still lying in bed, and you haven't even visited him once. You're too cold-blooded. I only say what needs to be said. If this matter gets out, the Jia family will be practically smearing soot on their own faces. Feng Yulong is not my fiancé. Whatever happens to him has nothing to do with me. A fair and square duel is the way for men to solve things, not forming cliques to cause trouble with others like this all day. Jia Ping said aggressively. Duel? Of course I want a duel. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Tianyan snorted coldly. Fine. Tianyan narrowed his eyes and asked, how do you want to duel? Jia Ping smugly suggested, battle of spiritual power. Whoever stays here longer wins. If I lose, you can order me around freely for a year, but if you lose, you also have to let me order you around freely. How about it? Tianyan replied arrogantly. Not necessary, because you aren't qualified to be my servant. My request is simple. If you lose, just stand still and let me slap you once. That way you'll remember it. Jia Ping good? If you win, you can hit me however you want. No need. You only deserve one slap. Then let's start. After sitting still for a while competing, Tianyun began to sigh. So boring. I'll just take a nap first. The other disciples mocked. This Tianyun is too impulsive, agreeing to a duel after just a little provocation. Young calves don't fear tigers. He won't even know how he died. If Tianyun loses, for the next year, he'll be ordered around however they like. Based on Jia Ping's personality, he will humiliate his opponent like a dog, maybe even worse than a dog. Come on, place your bets. Place your bets. Left for Jia Ping winning, right for Tianyun winning. 1 to 3 odds. Yo, isn't this just giving money away to others? I bet everything on Jia Ping. I also bet 100 taels. You bet bank you shimtai taels. You guys are all betting on Jia Ping? No one betting on Tianyun? No one betting on that guy. I'm losing big time. Yang Yu also joined in. My boss will definitely win. I bet 3,000 taels on Tianyun. Yang Yu, since when did you acknowledge him as boss? What does it have to do with you? Haha, just wait until you lose everything down to your underwear. 4 days later, I thought Tianyun could at most persist for 1 day. Didn't expect him to last until the 4th day. Look quickly. Jia Ping stood up. His steps are staggering as if he's about to fall. Yang Yu curled his lips in secret disdain. He looks so wrecked. Jia Ping left trembling, but still tried to make an excuse to save face. My days are up. Just wait, I'll be back soon. Yang Yu waited expectantly, looking anxiously towards the closed door. Is boss okay? Yang Yu went down to the hall and requested, give me another 5 days. Deacon Jiang shook his head and advised, young man, don't act on impulse. You can't hold on anymore. Asking for more days is just a waste. Jia Ping stubbornly thought, it's fine, I know my own limits. Returning to the 5th floor, just as he sat down to form a seal, Jia Ping cried out inwardly in pain. Oh no, I can't hold on. He spat blood. The protective talisman shattered. Light enveloped him, and he vanished. Meanwhile, Tianyun was still sleeping soundly, snoring away, oblivious to the world. Outside, the disciples were buzzing with discussion. Are you kidding? Jia Ping is ranked 24th, and he lost? Oh my god, I bet my entire fortune on him. That kid actually won. It's unbelievable. Luckily, I only bet 10 taels of silver. Yang Yu laughed heartily, his face beaming. I knew my boss would definitely win. I bet 3,000 taels of silver. Pay up quickly. The bookie, with a distorted face, handed over the money. Here is your 9,000 taels. Inside the Heavenly Soul Tower. Junior brother. Yang Shishua happily shook Tianyun's shoulder. You won. The action woke him up. He rubbed his eyes in confusion. Oh, I won? Where's that guy then? He fainted. The protective talisman transported him out. As soon as he was mentioned, Jia Ping appeared, his face pale, but trying to look tough. I'm here. Tianyun looked up, his tone teasing. Are you here to receive your punishment? He reached into his robe, acting dangerous. Brat, don't get cocky too soon. Look at this for you. He took out a pen. This is a high-grade Spirit Divine rune pen. Use it to cancel our previous agreement. Yang Yu's eyes popped out. Wow, that's a high-grade spirit tool. Even with money, you might not be able to buy it. Pow! Tianyun didn't say another word, throwing a thunderous punch into his face. Tianyun narrowed his eyes, rubbing his hand. I told you a slap is a slap. As for that trash of yours, I don't need it. Leaving the Heavenly Soul Tower, Yang Yu laughed with delight, following behind and flattering him. Boss is so amazing, defeating Jia Ping so easily, absolutely wonderful. Here is 4,500 taels of silver. My winnings, let's split it half and half. Tianyun waved his hand, refusing. You deserve it. If I had lost today, you would have suffered a heavy loss. Boss, why are you being so polite? If not for you, how could I have earned so much money? Yang Shishua put her hands on her hips, shouting like a shrew. Yang Yu, now you even know how to gamble? Let's see how I deal with you. Yang Yu cowered behind Tianyun's back. Sister, I was wrong. Yang Shishue remembered the main issue and reminded seriously. Junior brother, you should lay low for a few days. They will definitely form groups to settle the score with you. The further you go, the more people will come to find trouble with you. Yang Yu poked his head out to defend. Sister, why are you so afraid? Big brother is very powerful. That slap just now was so cool. He was immediately shouted at. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yu, being cold-shouldered by his sister, retreated to the side, feeling aggrieved, drawing circles. Yang Shishua looked at Tianyun with worry. Although I know Junior Brother Yi's cultivation is not low, it's hard to avoid those who stab you in the back. You must be very careful. The best way is to try to wait for Deacon He to return to resolve this. otherwise they will bite you and never let go. He replied without fear. If they dare to do that, honestly, I don't mind slapping them a few more times. The answer made her sigh helplessly. All right then, if you run into any trouble, remember to find us. Although we siblings don't have great ability, we can still help a little. Saying that, she pinched Yang Yu's ear and dragged him away. We have other things to do. We're leaving first. Goodbye, junior brother. Boss, I'll come find you later. Yang Yu cried out in pain. Watching their figures disappear, Tianyun thought, these young siblings are really worth making friends with. Not even a few minutes of peace later, a little girl jumped out to strike up a conversation. You're Tianyun, right? It's been a long time since we had a newcomer like you here. I'm not very convinced by you. Tianyun observed the girl. If I'm not mistaken, you're Mu Xiener, ranked second, right? Mu Xiener looked delighted. Tisich, I didn't expect you to know me. Just a lucky guess. After all, the number of young geniuses who can come to the Heavenly Soul Tower to cultivate isn't that large. Hee. Thank you, big brother, for the compliment. I wish you a high ranking in next month's assessment. Thank you. After exchanging a few polite words, Tianyun didn't stay. I have business. I'll be going first. Mu Xiener replied. See you at the assessment next month. From an angle he couldn't see, Mu Xiener's eyes revealed a sinister look, harboring some conspiracy. Mu Xiener chased after him, laughing. Big brother, are you very powerful? Unbeknownst to gods and ghosts, the girl pasted a divine rune on the back of his shirt. Tianyun replied, I don't know yet. Whether I'm powerful or not requires a duel to know. In his heart, he was secretly surprised. I didn't expect this little girl to be a little witch, even teasing me. Mu Xiener asked, then, big brother, do you know how to fly? He said coldly, I don't know how to fly, but you do. Mu Xiener was confused and didn't understand. Only after a while did she realize the divine rune was pasted on her own back. You, since when? The power of the divine rune shot her up into the sky. Mu Xiener squeezed her eyes shut and cursed. You scoundrel, save me. Tianyun showed no mercy and spanked her bottom. Trying to prank me, you're still too young and green. Will you dare to do it again in the future? Mu Xiener blushed and cried out, ouch. You dare to hit me, bastard. Tianyun said calmly. That was to teach you a lesson. You can prank others, but don't be foolish enough to target me. You will pay the price. Mu Xiener turned her shame into anger, intending to rush in for a solo fight. I must kill you, he benevolently reminded her. Heavenly Cloud Pavilion strictly forbids fighting. Have you thought it through? Mu Xiener could only use verbal attacks, stomping her feet loudly. You bastard, you don't look much older than me, yet unexpectedly you are so despicable. Tianyun shrugged innocently. I was just assisting in teaching you. Why did you try to play dirty with people when everything was fine? Don't be so naughty. Mu Xiener stomped her feet in place angrily. Fine, just you wait. I will make you regret this. Then she stormed off. Tianyun sighed. Really? Getting shot even when lying down. Hey, look quickly. He is the newcomer who caused so much trouble as soon as he arrived. TSK. Isn't it just defeating Jiaping? Is that enough to be called a genius? Yang Yu, having finished using the restroom, returned happily with his friends. Big brother, the story of you defeating Jiaping in the Heavenly Soul Pavilion has spread everywhere. The new rankings have also been updated. Tianyun looked up to see. The ranking changes are quite fast. A person asked with an arrogant tone, Are you Tianyun? Seeing the blonde guy and the scar-faced guy coming to cause trouble, Yang Yu whispered, Boss, they're Liang Bing ranked 19th and Zhang Bin ranked 20th. Their relationships with the Feng family and Jia family are very good. They are definitely targeting you. Zhang Bin mocked. Oh my, I didn't expect a guy like Yang Yu to be on this brat's side. Having a backer makes you arrogant. Daring to oppose us? Before, I don't know who was beaten by us until he called for his father and mother begging for mercy, hiding everywhere, not daring to look at us. Liang Bing sneered. Zhang Bin, don't say that. He was originally worthless anyway. Only a fool would accept him as a brother. Be careful. If something unfortunate happens later, he will sacrifice you as a meat shield to escape. Yang Yu clarified. I am not that kind of person. Although I lost to you guys, I never begged for mercy. Don't make things up. Tianyun frowned. Talking so much. Isn't it just to provoke me into fighting you? If you want, we can start right now. Liang Bing smirked, truly unafraid of death. Then let's go to the martial arts arena to compete. Yang Yu panicked and intervened. Boss, they know very well that private fights aren't allowed, so they deliberately lured you to the arena. If you agree, you'll fall into their trap. If you get injured, you won't be able to participate in the assessment. Tianyin reassured him, it's fine, I know my limits. They dare to insult the people around me. No matter who they are, I will make them pay. Yang Yu was moved to the point of tears. Boss, this is the first time someone has stood up to protect me like this. The three of them stepped onto the arena, daring to duel with Liang Bing. Does this Tianyin want to die? Liang Bing's divine rune level isn't average, but his martial arts are his most formidable asset. I heard Tianyin agreed to the duel to take revenge for Yang Yu. Seeking death just for that Yang Yu. So stupid. A person standing as the referee reminded both sides. You can spar to learn and improve, but you must not have killing intent. Liang Bing replied with a sinister look, don't worry, we are fellow disciples after all. I will use the status of a model senior brother to teach junior brother a few moves. Tianyin didn't say much and asked, ready yet? He held up 3 fingers. I've been ready for a long time, but out of respect for you being a junior brother who just joined the sect, I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. Tianyin tilted his face up provocatively. 3 moves is too many. I only need 1 move to defeat you. Liang Bing laughed with amusement. Oh my, so arrogant. Then I'll stand right here and see how you defeat me in just 1 move. I won't be polite either. Tianyin just stomped his foot once, and Liang Bing's eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out. He threw a kick to intimately greet his senior brother. Liang Bing rolled his eyes back, flying away like a tornado, pain piercing the blue sky. He crashed into the barrier. The spectators dropped their jaws in horror. Just 1 kick. Zhang Bin down below was restless. Brother Liang. Only Yang Yu cheered and congratulated. Boss is the pinnacle of the top. Tianyin pointed his thumb down at the ground, provoking. Do you want to duel with me too? Zhang Bin's face turned purple. I'll take Brother Liang to heal first. Just you wait. Yang Yu was enthusiastic. Boss, go back and rest for a bit. I have to go laugh at their wretched appearance. Worse than a dog crawling under a cupboard. Tianyin chuckled. This guy really loves fun, not afraid of inviting disaster. At another house, a knock was heard. Tianyin went to open the door. You're here? You came. Tianhan looked radiant. Is it really you? You really came. He smiled. Deacon He, we meet again. Tianhan. I just arrived and heard the elders say the new disciple I introduced not only passed the cultivation of the Heavenly Spirit Tower, but also possesses very high martial arts skills. But I introduced you to be a guest. How did you turn into a disciple? Tianyin explained. I gave them this token. They said it was a recommendation token, then took me for the disciple assessment immediately. It just so happened I was free and had nothing to do, so I agreed. Tianhan looked embarrassed. It must be because I've introduced too many people here, so the gate guards didn't check the token carefully. Most importantly, you look too young. No one would think I invited you as a guest. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I actually found the time as a disciple here quite interesting. With your ability, you are more than qualified to be a deacon among us. Why be a disciple? This time we didn't treat you properly, so now I will take you to the main hall and formally welcome you with dignity. Haha. All right, I'll trouble you then. Seeing the two walking together, other disciples were jealous. See that? Genius disciples are always valued. Deacon, he went to see him as soon as she returned. Is she preparing to reward him with some heavenly treasure? So envious. Looking at the sign, Heavenly Pole Hall on a golden plaque, Tianyin silently evaluated. These 3 characters exude a great aura of power. The person who wrote them is certainly not ordinary, likely at the ancestor level or higher. The inside looks ancient and simple, but in reality, the wood here is all spirit wood. Constructing this must have taken a lot of effort. Along the way, someone struck up a conversation. Deacon, what good seedling did you bring this time? He looks young, doesn't he? I heard you just introduced a very talented new disciple. After bringing so many disciples here, you finally got one decent person. Tianhan explained, Deacon Guan, this is the new disciple you just mentioned, but in reality, I introduced him here to be a guest of Heavenly Pole Mansion, not a disciple. The gate guards didn't look closely at the token and mistook it for a disciple recommendation token. Deacon Guan stroked his mustache. So that's how it is, I knew it. How would you be so lucky, suddenly picking up a disciple with such high talent? Which 3rd grade faction are you from? Tianyin answered honestly, I don't come from any 3rd grade faction. My faction is 2nd grade. Both He Tianhan and Deacon Guan were surprised. Second grade faction. Deacon Guan puffed out his chest. I thought it was some massive force. A second grade faction demands to be a distinguished guest? Deacon He, your work is becoming increasingly unreliable. I don't know if you're still fit for this deacon position. He Tianhan frowned. Does a second grade faction mean he's unworthy of being a guest? His divine rune level is not low. He has quite a voice in the Star Pavilion. Deacon Guan turned away arrogantly. Divine rune level is not low? Specifically, is it second grade or early third grade? The Heavenly Rune Pavilion is full of people who have reached that level. He wouldn't even make into the top 5. He Tianhan revealed he is a 4th grade Divine Rune Master. Oh, only a 4th grade Divine Rune Master? Speaking up to there, Deacon Guan turned back in shock to verify. What? 4th grade Divine Rune Master? He is a 4th grade Divine Rune Master? How is that possible? He Tianhan shrugged. Believe it or not. Young Master, please come this way. I will introduce you to the other elders in the sect. Deacon Guan huffed. Then let me see just what kind of 4th grade Divine Rune Master you are. He Tianhan proposed. Young Master, you have such amazing talent. Do you want to stay in our heavenly pole mansion? Tianyin tactfully refused. For the time being, I have no such intention. Is that so? He invited back. But if Deacon he wants to join our Tianxin sect, I would welcome you very much. He Tianhan waved her hand. Thank you for your good intentions, young Master but I also have no such intention for the time being. I welcome you at any time. Tianyin assessed the capabilities of those walking freely here. The cultivation of these people is quite good. They must be core disciples of Heavenly Pole Mansion. Some have even reached the core condensation stage, a level equal to the deacons. He Tianhan addressed a person in the distance. Bowing respectfully, Great Elder. The Great Elder responded, Deacon He, you're back? It's been hard on you running around outside all day. Mu Xiener, standing beside him, pointed her finger, her voice filled with anger. It's you. Tianyin greeted, Lady Xiener, we meet again. Mu Xiener pouted in disgust. Meet your head. The Great Elder was curious. What's wrong, Xiener? Did he bully you? Thinking about being spanked, Mu Xiener hesitated. It's not exactly bullying. The Great Elder raised his voice to lecture. If it's not, why are you raising your voice at him? As a girl, you should be a bit gentle and virtuous. Don't be fierce like a shrew, who will dare to become Tao companions with you in the future. Mu Xiener pouted. Grandpa, why do you say that about me? The person worthy of being my Tao companion hasn't even been born yet. He Tianhan cleared her throat. Ahem, Great Elder, this is young Master, who helped me when I went to compete at the Star Pavilion, and he's also the champion of the Star Pavilion's internal competition. I intended to invite him here as a guest, but due to a small accident, everyone mistook that I introduced him to be a disciple. The Great Elder looked at him scrutinizingly. Champion of the Star Pavilion's internal competition? Deacon Guan interjected. That's what is said, but who knows if it's true or false? We didn't witness it with our own eyes. You bring a random person here and say whatever you want, just like those disciples Deacon he brought back before. Everyone was said to be very capable, excellent, but in the end, their talent was poor, and some couldn't even persevere and ran away. Tianhan was choked up, not knowing how to refute. I always think wholeheartedly for the sect. How can you say that about me? Deacon Guan continued to lecture, wholeheartedly thinking for the sect, yet bringing back nothing but trash. Truly a waste of the sect's resources. To be honest, if you weren't a descendant of Spirit King Xiantian, your position as deacon would have been gone long ago. Even the Great Elder couldn't listen anymore. Deacon Guan, that's enough. Tianyin thought to himself. I didn't expect He Tianhan to be a descendant of Spirit King Xiantian. No wonder she is so devoted to Heavenly Pole Mansion, yet is always treated coldly by this place. Deacon Guan spoke with increasing vigor. Great Elder, what is wrong with what I said? Those so-called good seedlings she brought back, didn't they almost all run away in the end? Tianyin interrupted. Do you know why the people Deacon he brought back all ran away? He spoke frankly. That is because your Heavenly Pole Mansion is too rotten. The old disciples play all sorts of tricks to bully the new disciples. If they don't submit, they're made things difficult for and forced to compete. Don't mention new disciples. Even I couldn't stand the life here. Deacon Guan was furious. Who do you think you are to dare judge our Heavenly Pole Mansion like that? Is there a place for you to interrupt here? Tianyin puffed out his chest and held his head high. Based on the fact that I am the successor of Spirit King Xiantian, is that enough? Deacon Guan was shocked. What? The great elder and Mu Xian'er were stunned speechless. Tian Han asked anxiously, successor of Spirit King Xian Tian? Deacon Guan gritted his teeth. What proof do you have to dare say you are the successor of Spirit King Xian Tian? Do you think our heavenly pole mansion is stupid? Speak. What is your ultimate purpose in coming here? Are you planning to steal the resources of our heavenly pole mansion? Hearing this, Tianyun immediately gave the old man a thunderous slap, causing the other two to be surprised by his action. Smack! Deacon Guan clutched one side of his cheek. What move is this? Seeing this, Tian Han praised. It really is the Xian Tian divine art. This is the supreme learning of Spirit King Xian Tian. If not a true disciple, one cannot cultivate it. Even though I am a descendant of Spirit King Xian Tian, I do not have this qualification. Tianyun frowned. You've seen the Xian Tian divine art, haven't you? Calling me a fake. What do you take Spirit King Xian Tian for? Deacon Guan shouted, hurry up and hand over the Xian Tian divine art. That supreme learning should belong to our heavenly pole mansion. As soon as he finished speaking, the second elder quickly appeared right behind him. Correct. This Xian Tian divine art was originally the treasure guarding the mansion of our heavenly pole mansion. I hope the young hero will return it to our mansion. Deacon Guan glanced at them. Second elder, third elder, you finally arrived. Tian Han frowned. My ancestor left a testament that this Xian Tian divine art is only passed to true disciples, not handed over to the sect for safekeeping. The second elder immediately retorted, Deacon, we don't know if the Spirit King actually said that or not, so we don't accept it, especially since the current situation of Heavenly Pole Mansion is very critical. If it doesn't hand over the Xian Tian divine art, don't dream of leaving here. The third elder also agreed. The second elder is very right. We must force him to hand over the Xian Tian divine art at all costs. I support the second elder. The great elder shouted angrily. What kind of game are you people playing? You don't want to acknowledge Spirit King Xian Tian's dying wish, but this old man does. Mu Xian'er immediately reminded, Grandpa, don't get agitated. The old man declared clearly, he is the successor of Spirit King Xian Tian. Unless he is willing to hand it over, no one can force him, not even you, my biological younger brother. The second elder immediately retorted, Big brother, do you want to oppose the entire Heavenly Pole Mansion? If the Mansion Lord were here, he would surely do the same as us. The power of Heavenly Pole Mansion is getting weaker day by day, while other third-grade forces are eyeing us like tigers stalking prey. If Spirit King Xian Tian were alive today, he would certainly pass this supreme learning to our sect. Tian Han placed her hand on her chest. Second elder, you people just covet the Xian Tian divine art, that's all. You yourselves haven't been able to break through for years. So now you place all your final hopes on this supreme learning. You always say it's all for Heavenly Pole Mansion, but you refuse to comply with the Ancestors' Testament. If you really get the Xian Tian divine art today, would you be willing to share it with any disciple in the mansion? The old man quickly answered, share with disciples? Anyone can cultivate this Xian Tian divine art. If a disciple doesn't have sky-high talent, nor any contribution to the mansion, then they have no qualification to cultivate it. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Tianyun stepped forward to resolve it. Hold on, no need to say so much. I don't care if you're thinking for the sect or out of personal greed. The Xian Tian divine art is in my hands. His eyes overflowed with killing intent. So, I am the one with the right to decide whether to give it to you or not, understand? The second elder shouted angrily, you arrogant brat. If that is the case, then today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Spirit King Xian Tian. He was about to make a move when he was stopped by the great elder. Stop, the old man reminded him. Since when do you have the right to make decisions here? Seeing the situation was not good, Mu Xian'er immediately warned her grandfather. Grandfather, your injury. Just as she spoke, Tianyun immediately understood her intention. Let me. His hand touched the second elder's cheek. Teach you a lesson on behalf of the great elder. Slap. Tianyun slapped the old man fiercely across the face. He glanced at him. Lately, there are too many people itching for a beating. I won't feel satisfied unless I beat them up. But your face is really thick. I admire your ability to take a beating. The second elder's eyes widened. Bastard, go to hell. Tianyun's face was filled with killing intent. Let's see who dies first. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the second elder fiercely in the stomach. Ugh! The old man's body was sent flying far away. Tianhan could not help but exclaim in her heart, Qianyun's strength is too terrifying. The second elder's cultivation is at the fourth layer of the spirit core stage. Yet he defeated the second elder so lightly. She widened her eyes. Did that mean Qianyun's cultivation was even above the fourth layer of the spirit core stage? The third elder speculated in his heart that this brat must have obtained some special treasure from Spirit King Xiantian. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying cultivation at such a young age? He tightly gripped the talisman in his hand, causing it to emit an extremely powerful magical aura. Good job, brat. It seems we underestimated you a bit, but you definitely won't escape this time. Tianyan quickly realized these are the shadow guards of the Netherworld Empire. The great elder questioned, You dare to collude with people from the Netherworld Empire? Could it be that the one who sneak attacked me the other day was also this group of shadow guards? The third elder's face was filled with killing intent. Great elder, you aren't too stupid after all. Since we didn't kill you last time, consider yourself lucky. I intended to wait a while longer before taking control of Heavenly Pole Mansion, but I didn't expect to find the successor of the Xiantian Divine Art today. It just so happens I can catch everything in one net. At that time, I can hand over both the Mansion Lord and the Xiantian Divine Art to the Netherworld Empire. Surely I will be rewarded handsomely. The great elder's eyes widened. Could it be that the Mansion Lord? The third elder smiled. The Mansion Lord? He was captured by us long ago. Did you think he was still in secluded cultivation? Actually, we broke all his tendons and bones and locked him in the secret dungeon underground. TSK, because he was stubborn and refused to listen. Well, this is his end. The old man was so angry he coughed violently. Ew. You bunch of traitors. No wonder you were so persistent in fighting for the Xiantian Divine Art. It turns out it was to curry favor with the Netherworld Empire. This made Mu Siener extremely worried. Grandfather. This only emboldened the third elder further. Heavenly Pole Mansion has nothing left anyway. It has to rely on the clans to support its dying breath. I don't want to live like that anymore. The best choice is to become subordinates of the Netherworld Empire. The second elder's voice became trembling. Save me. The third elder raised his foot. Trash, go die. He ruthlessly finished off his comrade without mercy. Tianyan snapped his fingers. Don't celebrate too early, all right? Originally, out of respect for Spirit King Xiantian, I only planned to teach you a lesson, but today it seems I have to sweep the trash out the door. The third elder ordered, except for that brat, kill everyone else for me. Do not let a single one escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of shadow guards appeared, surrounding them. Tianhan broke out in a cold sweat. What they cultivate is a special spatial movement technique. They can hide in the air and then ambush the target. Mu Siener called out, Great Elder, Grandfather. The old man immediately ordered, everyone gather together and support each other. Tianyan also activated his magic, starting his detection eyes. All three of them called out to him in unison. Young Master, come over here quickly. As soon as the words fell, Tianyan immediately destroyed the shadow guards one by one. The system announced, Ding, successfully killed shadow guard. Gained 170,000 experience points, 320 crazy points, 50 sim points. Ding, successfully killed shadow guard. Gained 170,000 experience points, 320 crazy points, 50 sim points. His power was so strong that he accidentally destroyed part of the house while fighting. It continued to announce, Ding, successfully killed shadow guard. Gained 170,000 experience points, 300 crazy points, 50 sin points. Obtained shadow ring. Tianyan glanced at them. Trash. The third elder seemed unable to believe his eyes. He was actually able to kill 3 shadow guards in just a few short seconds. Seeing a shadow demon attempting to circle behind his back to ambush him, the great elder immediately spoke up to warn him. Be careful. Tianyan immediately turned around, grabbing its body with his hand, and knocked the shadow demon flying backwards. You dare sneak attack me. The system announced again, Ding, successfully killed shadow guard. Gained 170,000 experience points, 300 crazy points, 50 sin points. Ding, successfully killed shadow guard. Gained 170,000 experience points, 330 crazy points, 50 sin points. It displayed a book. Obtained technique Shadow Step. Tianyun glanced over. Now it's your turn. Now the third elder seemed to have run out of escape routes. No. He hurriedly shifted his target elsewhere. Must catch one as a hostage. One of the people there immediately warned. Tianhan, be careful. But before he could do anything, he was given a vicious kick by Tianyun. Tianyun speculated. I guess everyone has a few questions to ask you, so I'll let you live a little longer. The third elder lay on the ground groaning. Ugh. The great elder frowned. You traitorous bastard. It seems the previous disasters of Heavenly Pole Mansion were all you're doing. The third elder laughed loudly. We did it. If you want to kill or slash, do as you please. Now that the Mansion Lord is gone and nothing is left, Heavenly Pole Mansion's time is up. His statement made the old man even angrier. You animal, today I must punish this traitor on behalf of Heavenly Pole Mansion. Although beaten black and blue, the third elder still declared boldly, Heavenly Pole Mansion will belong to the Netherworld Empire sooner or later. The system announced, ding, successfully killed third elder. Gained 2,300,000 experience points, 300 crazy points, 50 sin points. Images of 2 books appeared. Obtained martial arts Heavenly Pole Palm, Heavenly God Step. This surprised Tianyun. He didn't expect that just a light kick to the old man would grant him experience points. The great elder panted heavily, finally dealt with this scum. Thank you, young hero E. I didn't expect you to have such strong cultivation at such a young age. It truly surprises me, because you're even stronger than us old men. He replied, no need to thank me. As the successor of Spirit King Xiantian, I also don't want Heavenly Pole Mansion to be destroyed by these traitors. Let's go save the Mansion Lord. Where's the underground secret dungeon? The old man immediately offered. I know. Let me lead the way for everyone. They quickly moved to the underground secret dungeon to rescue the Mansion Lord. Seeing Mu Xian'er staring intently at him, Tianyun felt puzzled. Is there something on my face? Her cheeks flushed red. No, you and I are about the same age, yet your cultivation is much stronger than mine. How exactly did you cultivate? He replied, well, just engage in real combat a lot, and your strength will level up. Mu Xian'er stuck out her tongue. I know. She asked, then did my ancestor leave any other last wishes? Tianyun smiled and replied, that he didn't. He just told me to check on Heavenly Pole Mansion. Whether I become a disciple of Heavenly Pole Mansion or not doesn't matter. Mu Xian'er smiled. Is that so? The great elder turned and said, young hero E, to be honest with your strength, you are more than qualified to be an elder for us. This time you helped us deal with so many traitors. You are truly the savior of Heavenly Pole Mansion. If you are willing to join Heavenly Pole Mansion, I will clasp my hands and invite you to take the position of elder. Even if you asked me to be your subordinate, I would agree. Would young hero E like to consider it? The old man's offer made Tianyun hesitate a little, this matter. Seeing that he wouldn't accept, the great elder urged, I know the situation of Heavenly Pole Mansion isn't very good right now. We won't force you, but I hope you will reconsider. Tianyun smiled. I will think about it carefully. The old man introduced. This is the underground secret dungeon used specifically to hold prisoners. Usually, no one comes here, so we didn't expect the Mansion Lord to be locked up here. As soon as the great elder opened the door, a voice echoed from inside. Bastards, are you here to torment me again? Hearing this, the old man quickly ran over. Mansion Lord. The scene before him left the great elder utterly shocked. Mansion Lord. The old man seemed unable to believe his eyes. Why is it like this? The Mansion Lord quickly recognized him. Great Elder. The Great Elder exclaimed in panic. Mansion Lord, I've come to save you. Now, his legs were no longer intact. One of the Mansion Lord's ears was also covered in scratches, making He Tianhan and Mu Xian'er extremely worried. Mansion Lord. The Great Elder's face turned pale. Why? Why is it like this? He warned. This place is very dangerous. You all hurry and leave. The old man hurriedly explained, no, we have killed them, including the lackeys of the Netherworld Empire and those shadow guards. They were all dealt with by us. The Mansion Lord replied, is that so? Then that's great. The Great Elder took out a pill. Mansion Lord, hurry and take this healing pill. But the Mansion Lord's health was getting worse and worse, making the old man even more worried. Mansion Lord. Tianyun speculated. This is a symptom of poisoning. He must have been poisoned by them. The Great Elder glanced over. Poisoned? He frowned. Those bastards deserve to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. They dared to poison even the Mansion Lord. The Mansion Lord stammered, "I won't be able to live much longer. Don't worry about me." At this moment, the Great Elder could only look at him helplessly. Mansion Lord. Tianyun speculated. It seems the toxin has invaded his internal organs. Even if the poison is completely cured now, I'm afraid his cultivation will be hard to recover. The old man reassured him. "We'll go find the antidote for you now. Mansion Lord, you must hang in there." The Mansion Lord quickly brushed off the Great Elder's words. "It's useless. The poison they administered requires a corresponding antidote pill to cure. Unless there is a top-tier divine pill. But I'm afraid selling the entire Heavenly Pole Mansion wouldn't be enough to buy one." Hearing this, Tianyun immediately stepped forward to resolve it. "Let me try." System notification. Ding. Successfully accepted the quest, Rescue the Mansion Lord. Completing the task rewards 1,000,000 experience points, 10,000 crazy points. Mansion Lord's affinity increases by 100 points. Great Elder's affinity increases by 100 points. Musiener's affinity increases by 100 points. Tianhan's affinity increases by 100 points. Character points increase by 100 points. He controlled the system panel to activate the probing eyes, analyzing the toxins. Butterfly fluid poison, ginseng pollen, intestine severing grass. In just a short time, Tianyun found the method to make the antidote. Done. I can refine the antidote pill. He took out a jar to hold the medicine. Then Tianyun began using the available medicinal herbs to concoct the medicine. System notification. Activate crazy alchemy mode. Tianhan seemed unable to believe her eyes. He even knows alchemy? A powerful wave of magic radiated from within. Refining was in process. After the stone embedded on the jar glowed, the pill immediately appeared from within, radiating a powerful light. Tianyun spoke up, refining complete. At the same time, the system also announced successfully refined high-grade antidote pill. He smiled. This crazy mode is really fast. Its effect will be even more obvious when refining high-level pills. The Great Elder seemed unable to believe his eyes. Succeeded in just one try? Musiener praised incessantly. Refined a pill just like that. This is truly a divine ability. Tianyun requested, "Give this antidote pill to the Mansion Lord. After suppressing the toxins, give him a recovery pill, otherwise he won't be able to recover." They immediately agreed. "All right." The Mansion Lord's voice trembled. "Little brother, thank you." He immediately replied, "Mansion Lord, no need to be polite. The Mansion Lord's hand and foot tendons have all been severed. If you want them to heal completely, you must use the tendon rejoining paste. I wonder if Heavenly Pole Mansion has any corresponding spirit herbs? I will refine it for you." Hearing Tianyun say this made the Great Elder even more bewildered. This is a type of medicine that only a 4th grade alchemist or higher is capable of refining. "Can you really do it?" He confidently affirmed, "No problem." The old man ordered, "That's great then. Siener, take young Hero to the herb room to get the medicine. The Mansion Lord's condition is more stable now. Let's take the Mansion Lord outside." Musiener quickly replied, "I understand." She showed the way to Tianyun, her tone a bit different. "Master please follow me." He raised his eyebrows, looking at the little witch in confusion. "Why call me Master, all of a sudden? You said I was a lecher." The question made Musiener blush, a bit embarrassed. "That's because Before she could answer, Tianyun waved his hand, changing the subject. "Forget it, no more joking. The important thing right now is to treat the Mansion Lord's injuries. The Netherworld Empire has targeted Heavenly Pole Mansion. They won't let this matter go." Musiener smiled and nodded him. After he had finished crafting the pill, she shouted happily, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Master, he has finished refining the medicine." The Great Elder frowned and reminded, "A girl must be gentle and virtuous. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you for being so flustered?" Musiener pouted and replied, "I know." Tianyun handed the medicine box to the old man, instructing, "Great Elder, apply this tendon rejoining paste to the Mansion Lord's limbs. The tendons will heal after a while." The Great Elder immediately reached out to receive it with a look of cherish. "Young Hero, I really don't know how to thank you." He calmly replied, "It's nothing. I am the successor of Spirit King Xiantian. Helping everyone is only natural. System notification. Ding, completed the quest Rescue the Mansion Lord. Plus 1 million experience points, 10,000 crazy points. Mansion Lord's affinity increased by 100 points. Great Elder's affinity increased by 100 points. Mu Xian'er's affinity increased by 100 points. He Tianhan's affinity increased by 100 points. Character value increased by 100 points. Tianya nodded in thought. The reward for this quest are quite good. Even added 100 character value points. The Great Elder turned to his granddaughter and reminded, Xian'er, apply the medicine carefully. Mu Xian'er quickly did as told. Yes, sir. The Mansion Lord looked at him, puzzled. Little brother, you are the successor of Spirit King Xian Tian? My cultivation has been completely crippled. I can no longer continue as the Mansion Lord. Now, I officially hand over the position of Mansion Lord to you. The Great Elder followed suit. Are you willing to assume the position of Mansion Lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion? Tianyan immediately waved his hand to refuse. I don't have any reputation in this matter. Surely the disciples won't support and obey. Moreover, I already have my own sect in the earthly border continent. I am an elder of Tianxian sect. It was Tianxian Palace before, but it was recently promoted to a second-grade faction. I never thought about joining another faction. I only want to focus on building my sect to be stronger. If I assume the position of Mansion Lord, I will have to merge Tianxian sect and Heavenly Pole Mansion together. As for which side I place more weight on, I don't think I need to say it out loud. The Mansion Lord closed his eyes, sighing. If merged, according to your calculation, Heavenly Pole Mansion will surely disappear completely. Our Heavenly Pole Mansion has existed for so many years. Even if it's weak, I really don't want it to silently disappear like that. Suddenly, he remembered something. His eyes flew open. Wait, Tianxian sect, Tianxian Palace. Tianxian. His agitation made Tianyan bewildered. Mansion Lord, what's wrong? Do you know someone named Tianxian? The Mansion Lord smiled radiantly. Very good. Tianxian is the name of Spirit King Xian Tian. His real name is He Tianxian. Years ago, Spirit King Xian Tian was extremely dissatisfied with Heavenly Pole Mansion, so he left. If it's not a coincidence, then it is very likely that Tianxian's sect is the sect he established outside. He thought for a moment and said, this matter needs to be investigated carefully upon return. Although the disciples of Tianxian sect are all female, the first palace lord who founded Tianxian sect was indeed a male. The old man coughed a few times, his voice becoming firm. If that is truly the case, then everything is different. We agree to merge. After a thorough discussion, Tianyun also nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then I am also very willing to be the Mansion Lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion. The Mansion Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking frankly, handing Heavenly Pole Mansion over to you, I also feel much more at ease. After some time passed. At this moment, Tianyun was sitting reading a book in the study when the Great Elder stepped forward to report. The merger has been negotiated, waiting for the moment the Mansion Lord officially takes office. I will also officially announce it to the entire mansion. He immediately replied, his eyes not leaving the page. Wait for me to consolidate my position firmly, then announcing it won't be too late. He looked up and commented, the current situation of Heavenly Pole Mansion is truly not good. There haven't been new people joining for a long time. The old man sighed deeply. That is true, a while ago there were new people joining, but not long after, they left. Sigh, letting the sect decline to this extent, it is all our fault. Tianyun put the book down on the table, speaking seriously. Heavenly Pole Mansion being rotten like this isn't entirely your fault. I went to the Heavenly Text Pavilion a while ago and saw the situation there was relatively serious. Although I don't oppose competition for mutual development, the scene of old disciples openly bullying and isolating new disciples is absolutely not a good thing. We must rectify this situation. I'd rather recruit a few new disciples with slightly lower talent than recruit those ill-mannered children of wealthy families. The Great Elder explained, before we also considered this matter, but we kept thinking about their contributions. If we don't have the families of those disciples contributing to the sect's daily expenses will be very difficult. He turned his head to look at the old man, his eyes sharp, but doing so is no different from being dependent on others. Being held by the handle by them, sooner or later it will kill the entire sect. I don't believe a sect this large doesn't even have the ability to be self-reliant. Great Elder, what needs to be decisive must be decisive. Removing those tumors will only be beneficial, not harmful. to the development of Heavenly Pole Mansion. The Great Elder quickly agreed. Makes sense. Now that you are the Mansion Lord, you just do it your way. We will follow the Mansion Lord arrangements. Tianyin promised. That's good. Actually, I'm not very good at managing a sect, but Tianxin's sect has many talents in this aspect. Later, I will bring people from Tianxin's sect here to assist in managing the sect. The old man immediately replied, his voice full of hope. This old man also looks forward to the day Heavenly Pole Mansion is renewed and glorious. A subordinate suddenly stepped forward to report. Great Elder, the envoy of the Netherworld Empire has arrived to pay respects. This news surprised the old man. Envoy of the Netherworld Empire? He speculated. They came at this time. Surely they don't have good intentions. Let's go out and take a look. Without saying much, they quickly went outside to assess the situation. At this moment, Envoy Wang was leisurely sipping a sip of tea. You guys have arrived? The Great Elder was extremely surprised by his appearance, hurriedly clasping his hands. So, it is Envoy Wang. Apologies for not welcoming you from afar. Envoy Wang put down the teacup, going straight to the point. This trip I came here to invite you to attend my empire's banquet. He took out an invitation card and threw it on the table. You must be present on that day. I don't want to see your seats empty. The old man forced a smile and promised. Envoy Wang has worked hard. We will definitely come that day. Envoy Wang turned to leave, his tone full of superiority. Very good. You know your place. Surely you also know the consequences of being absent. Farewell. After he had left, the Great Elder dared to ask for Tianyin's opinion. Mansion Lord, what do you think? He picked up the card to look at the content, frowning, suddenly inviting us to a banquet. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Most likely they're wanting to call for surrender. The Great Elder nodded. Many shadow guards of the Netherworld Empire have been killed. Surely they also guessed that our side has a strong expert. Even the spies they planted are all dead. Now their only way is to call for surrender. Tianyin thought. Originally, I intended to use the identity of a guest elder of the Star Pavilion to attend the Netherworld Empire's banquet, but now it has turned into representing the Heavenly Pole Mansion. The significance is completely different. If it's just a normal call for surrender, that's manageable. I can just pretend to go along with them for now. But if they plan to use forceful measures and constantly send people to manage us, that would be a bit tricky. He instructed, there isn't much time left. We must set off now. You all go to Dragon Gathering City and wait for me. I have to go somewhere else first, then I'll meet up with you later. The Great Elder immediately obeyed. All right, then we will wait for the Mansion Lord at the Heavenly Origin Inn in Dragon Gathering City. Tianyin calculated. If I want to level up my cultivation speed rapidly now, I can only go absorb spiritual energy at the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pond. Although I feel very sorry towards the Star Pavilion, I have no other choice right now. Without thinking too much, he quickly moved to that location to level up his cultivation. He observed his surroundings, speculating. It seems no one has discovered the secret chamber here yet. The system continuously displayed notifications. Heaven's Devouring Divine Art activated. Star Absorbing Great Art activated. Northern Dark Divine Art activated. Plus 58,000 experience points. Plus 47,000 experience points. Plus 61,000 experience points. Plus 663,000 experience points. Plus 71,000 experience points. In another place within the Star Pavilion, a man shouted angrily, "Someone come here immediately. The Heavenly Spirit Jade Pond has lost all its spiritual energy, yet you still tell me to come here to cultivate? Return my spirit tool to me right now." Elder Yun's face showed clear tension. Impossible. Last time I checked, the spiritual energy was still very abundant. How could it be completely gone? The man looked annoyed and pointed. Go see for yourself. Elder Yun walked in, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Why? Why is there not a bit of spiritual energy left? He turned his head to ask his subordinate. What exactly happened? Could it be that someone sneaked in there? His subordinate reported, voice trembling. No, this place has been sealed off for a while. No one has entered since then. The man frowned, losing patience. Elder Yun, how do you intend to resolve my matter now? Elder Yun's face turned pale, and he hurriedly apologized. Apologies, I will return all your spirit tools to you. We also didn't expect something like this to happen. The man grumbled as he walked away. Truly bad luck. Such a waste of time. Elder Yun immediately ordered. Why aren't you going to check what exactly happened yet? His subordinate quickly acted. Yes. Elder Yun didn't forget to shout an instruction. Call a few more people to investigate this clearly for me. On Yi Tianyun's side, the system continued to notify Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to Spirit Core Stage Level 9. Large rocks continued to fall around the area where he was sitting. Naturally, Yi Tianyun also realized this. The spiritual energy has been absorbed completely. This place is about to collapse too. He looked down at the ground. The water dried up. By now, the water source inside the cave had completely evaporated. He clicked his tongue. No wonder I felt the absorption speed becoming much slower. Turns out I sucked it dry. Not much time left. It's time to go to Dragon Gathering City to meet up with the Great Elder and the others. At the Heavenly Origin Inn in Dragon Gathering City, Yi Tianyun muttered as he walked. Earlier, the Great Elder said he booked a room on the 3rd floor. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Owner, are there no rooms left here? Then Owner replied meekly, Dear guest, we really are out of rooms, as other guests have already booked them. But the man persisted in causing trouble, slamming the table. Hand over the register. Let me see who is staying here. We are people from the Divine Cloud Mansion. If you dare to deceive us, you are dead meat. He flipped through the book, sneering. Heavenly Pole Mansion. This trash Heavenly Pole Mansion dares to rent premium rooms? And renting 2 rooms at that. I will kick them out right now. Li Huan continued to shout loudly, pushing people around. Brat, move aside. Don't block my way. He cursed as he walked. That lowly faction has turned into a 2nd-grade sect, and dares to rent 2 whole rooms. I suspect whether the Netherworld Empire actually invited them, or if they shamelessly came to attend on their own. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyun immediately spoke up, blocking his path. Stand right there. He crossed his arms, threatening coldly. What did you just say the Heavenly Pole Mansion was? Apologize right now, and I will spare your life. Li Huan immediately turned his head, looking at him with eyes full of disdain. You are from the Heavenly Pole Mansion? Brat, do you know who we are? The group accompanying him chimed in one after another. We are people from the Divine Cloud Mansion. If you kneel down and apologize, we might spare your life this time. Yi Tianyun declared loudly. Then let strength do the talking. I'll allow you 3 weaklings to attack together. This statement made Li Huan incredibly bitter. He drew his weapon. You're tired of living. Yi Tianyun's face still showed no fear as he confronted him. In just a blink of an eye, Li Huan's subordinate exclaimed in panic, Boss. Seeing him crash down to the ground, hitting the floor miserably. Seeing this, the Great Elder quickly ran over to ask, Mansion Lord, what happened? Yi Tianyun immediately explained, Nothing, just some small fry who like to cause trouble. Li Huan scrambled up, trembling all over with rage. I must. Just as Li Huan planned to rush up and kill, Lin Feng spoke with an authoritative voice, Li Huan, causing him to calm down and bow his head. Young master. He reminded, you must know how to restrain yourself in whatever you do. Remember that every action and word must not ruin the image of the Divine Cloud Mansion. Then Lin Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands in a seemingly polite manner, but with eyes full of superiority. I am Lin Feng of the Divine Cloud Mansion. Are you people from the Heavenly Pole Mansion? Yi Tianyun asked, Is there a problem? He took the opportunity to provoke. No problem at all. I just wanted to see what the trash Heavenly Pole Mansion looks like after transforming into a 2nd-grade sect. I just feel that such a trash sect daring to be arrogant here, and even hitting a person from my Divine Cloud Mansion. Even when beating a dog, one must look at the master. Do you not understand this principle? Lin Feng frowned and asked, Li Huan, who hit you just now? Li Huan pointed straight at Yi Tianyun's face, screaming, It was him. Young master, you must demand justice for me. He declared loudly, daring to touch a person of the Divine Cloud Mansion. Don't dream of leaving here with your limbs intact today. How about this? I'll give you a chance to cripple one of your own arms, then roll down the stairs from here. That way I won't settle the score with your Heavenly Pole Mansion anymore. The Great Elder gritted his teeth in anger. Not settle the score with our Heavenly Pole Mansion? You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Tell your Mansion Lord to come here. I will speak with him. Lin Feng threatened. I repeat for the last time, cripple one arm yourself, and roll down. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourselves. Tianyin immediately retorted, without yielding an inch. Then I also repeat for the last time, either you consciously get out of my sight immediately or be kicked out by me. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Dare to be insolent in front of me? Do you think you are still the heavenly pole mansion of the past? Your heavenly pole mansion has already declined. Sooner or later, it will be taken over by our divine cloud mansion. Lin Feng ordered. Kill him. Contrary to his expectations, just as Li Huan rushed forward, he was punched in the face by a thunderous blow from Tianyin. Scram. The punch caused blood to splatter from his nose. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Tianyin turned to him, speaking coldly. Now it's your turn. This made him visibly frightened, stepping back. What do you want? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Lin Feng's voice became trembling. I am the young master of the divine cloud mansion. Tianyin slapped him hard on the face, shouting, get down there for me. The system notified, ding, successfully killed Lin Feng, plus 250,000 experience points, 2,400 crazy points, plus 30 sin points, 500 divine rune mastery points, rewarded with heaven-facing art and heavenly yang art. Lin Feng's subordinates started to panic. Young master. Tianyin curled his lips in disdain. Dead. A sick chicken that is already weak but still likes to face the wind. Li Huan only then crawled up, still trying to reassure Lin Feng in vain. Young master, hang in there. The other one checked his health, his face drained of blood. The young master has stopped breathing. Even in this situation, Li Huan turned back to bark. You just wait to die. Let's go. Naturally, Tianyin did not feel fear at his threat. The great elder spoke up to remind him, his voice full of worry. Mansion Lord, we have caused big trouble. He explained, the more we endure, the more they think the heavenly pole mansion is incompetent and will push their luck, thinking we are easy to bully. Now that I am the mansion lord, I must step forward to protect the people of the heavenly pole mansion, protect the dignity of the heavenly pole mansion. The old man quickly agreed, his eyes determined. All right, from now on, we will always support you, together protecting the dignity of the heavenly pole mansion. Tianyin turned back and smiled. With everyone united like this, the heavenly pole mansion will only develop more and more. You'll see. It's time. We must set off to attend the banquet. They quickly moved to the imperial palace. Unexpectedly, within Dragon Gathering City, there was such a magnificent and imposing imperial city. Facing the guarding soldiers, Tianyin took out a piece of paper. This is the invitation. One of them checked it and said, go in. He thought, the cultivation of these people is not low, especially the leader. He is currently a spirit core stage expert. If he were in another third-grade faction, his cultivation would be more than enough to be an elder. But here, he is just a leader of the guards. Hey, those are the two girls I met at Demon Cloud Island last time. They were also invited here, showing that they are also disciples of a major sect. Tianyin asked curiously, which sect do those two girls over there belong to? The great elder introduced. Those are female disciples of the White Lotus Mansion. This sect is very famous in the Heavenly Scenery continent, accepting only female disciples, just like the Tianxian sect of the Mansion Lord. He thought, currently, I am not wearing the 1,000 transformation mask, so they probably won't recognize me. Elder Yin stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Guest Elder, he has arrived? Tianyin quickly recognized him. Elder Yin. Elder Yin asked. Pavilion Lord Lin was asking why you didn't come, feeling a bit regretful. I didn't expect you to come with the Heavenly Pole Mansion. Has Guest Elder joined the Heavenly Pole Mansion? He admitted, yes, I have joined the Heavenly Pole Mansion. I hope for Elder Yun's guidance. He smiled politely. I wouldn't dare. Then I shall congratulate Guest Elder At the same time, another person walked over to strike up a conversation. Hey, isn't this the Great Elder? The Great Elder quickly recognized him and frowned. I remember you are Zhao Bin of Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, right? Why are you here? Zhao Bin replied in a brazen tone. Why can't I be here? Many of us have already joined Divine Cloud Mansion. This is the last time I call you Great Elder, because from now on, I am a person of Divine Cloud Mansion. His words greatly surprised the Great Elder. What? Zhao Bin bluntly disparaged. The Heavenly Cloud Pavilion of Heavenly Pole Mansion has nothing left to develop. Joining Divine Cloud Mansion is the wise choice. Those words made Tianyin visibly annoyed. Divine Cloud Mansion again? The great elder's face hardened, and he warned sternly, "Do you know what kind of punishment awaits those who betray the sect?" The traitor showed no fear, lifting his face in excitement. "Of course I know. Betraying the sect means having one's cultivation crippled. But Heavenly Pole Mansion has nothing worth crippling, just some trash divine runes and martial arts, not even comparable to a fingernail of divine Cloud Mansion." Hearing this, he became furious, clenching his fist to punch. That man, emboldened, pointed at his own face to provoke. "Hit me, there's a lot of blood here. I am now a person of divine Cloud Mansion. Hitting me is no different from slapping divine Cloud Mansion in the face. You'd better weigh carefully what kind of war your momentary anger will lead to between the two sides." Immediately, Etianyan rushed over like the wind, punching him straight in the cheek. Bam! The punch made the traitor lean over, a broken tooth flying out accompanied by a scream of pain. He fell to the ground, clutching his bloody face and cursing. You dare to hit me?" He cast a cold glance at the traitor. "If you wanted a beating that much, I had to grant your wish." At this moment, Steward Xiang appeared, shouting loudly, "What is going on?" He seized the opportunity to crawl over and complain to him. Steward Xiang, he hit me. People from Heavenly Pole Mansion hit me." Steward Xiang raised his chin, questioning. "Heavenly Pole Mansion, have you eaten a tiger's heart or a leopard's gall that you dare to touch people from our divine Cloud Mansion?" He looked at him calmly, thinking to himself, "If this guy doesn't know, I've already killed people from divine Cloud Mansion. It seems they split up to come here." Then Etianyan placed his hands on his hips, replying slowly, "Is there any reason I can't hit a traitor of our Heavenly Pole Mansion?" Steward Xiang gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. "Traitor? He is currently a person of our divine Cloud Mansion." Divine Cloud Mansion, do you understand? He continued to threaten vigorously. "If you are capable, try touching him again." Touching him means touching our divine Cloud Mansion. The traitor stood up straight, arrogantly showing his missing tooth. "That's right, I'm already a person of divine Cloud Mansion. I have no relation to your Heavenly Pole Mansion anymore. You'd better apologize to me immediately and stand still for me to slap you back twice. Otherwise, you won't be done with me." Instantly, another foot kicked hard into his chest. Ugh. He didn't withdraw his foot yet. Speaking coldly, "My sect has clear rules. You want to take in this piece of trash? Fine, you can take him away now." The traitor lost all his strength, lying motionless and rambling in despair. Dan Tian, my cultivation." Steward Xiang widened his eyes in horror. You dare to cripple the cultivation of my sect's disciple right in front of me?" At the same time, Zhai turned to care for Shirqing. "Shirqing, what's wrong?" She answered, her eyes still staring. "Nothing. I just feel that young man looks very familiar." Then she stepped forward and lightly poked Shirqing's shoulder, teasing, "Don't tell me you like him." She quickly denied it, blushing, "No way." Then Zhao Yu observed Etianyan from afar and silently evaluated. "That young man is young, but very brave. It's a pity he is from Heavenly Pole Mansion, with a temper as hot as fire." Yet the elder of Heavenly Pole Mansion didn't even offer a word of advice. They've encountered big trouble this time. On this side, he was still stubbornly arguing with him. "You are truly bold. Do you want to oppose divine Cloud Mansion like this?" Next, Steward Xiang pointed his finger in front of the great elder's face and shouted, "Elder of Heavenly Pole Mansion, are you just going to let your sect's disciple act wildly like this?" As he spoke, he began to deploy power in his palm. "Now I give you a chance. Cripple this brat's 2 arms and cultivation. Settle it before the Mansion Lord of Divine Cloud Mansion arrives, and I will consider it as if nothing happened." Etianyan suddenly extended a hand, sneering. "Want to cripple my cultivation?" Steward Xiang was stunned for a moment when he sensed the aura. "You know 4th grade divine runes?" In a few short seconds, he continued to land a blow right under his jaw, seducing disciples of other sects and still daring to speak so self-righteously. Bam! Steward Xiang's face was bruised. He stammered, "You." Afterward, Nan Fengyun, the Mansion Lord of Divine Cloud Mansion, arrived at the scene, his voice full of authority. "Steward Xiang, what happened?" He rejoiced like a drowning man catching a log. "Mansion Lord, you're here." Steward Xiang quickly squeezed forward to complain. These heavenly pole mansion people dared to cripple the cultivation of our sect's disciple. Extremely insolent. They even hit me. Hearing this, the old man frowned and repeated those 3 words with disgust. Heavenly pole mansion again. Feng Yun continued. It just so happens I want to find you. Which one of you killed my direct disciple? Tianyun calmly confessed. Is it that guy Lin Feng? I just lightly threw him down from upstairs and he died. Truly a piece of trash. He excitedly accused. You were the one who killed the young master? Mansion Lord, he is the culprit. A series of murmurs erupted. He killed the direct disciple of the divine Cloud Mansion Lord. I thought Nin Fengyin came just to show off. Turns out he came for revenge. Hitting Steward Xiang is already causing a big disaster. But unexpectedly, that brat even killed the Mansion Lord's direct disciple. His guts are truly huge. Hearing these words, the old man angrily asked, Brat, was it you who killed Lin Feng? Without letting him answer, Feng Yun rushed up to deliver a deadly blow. Then I will make you pay with your life. The great elder appeared at the same time to intercept. Let me fight you. Our heavenly pole mansion won't let you trample on us. Immediately after, a steely voice rang out, causing both to freeze. Stop. The shadow guard of the Netherworld Empire unhappily lectured them. Lord Chung Feng is about to arrive. What kind of decorum is this? Arguing so loudly. This is Dragon Gathering City, not a fish market in your territory. The old man could do nothing, gritting his teeth to threaten. I'll temporarily let you off once. Consider yourself lucky. The moment the banquet ends will be the day of your death. Tianyun was not only unafraid, but also calmly retorted. It is you who are lucky. Otherwise today, you would have gone to meet your ancestors right here. Steward Xiang stood aside, watching his imposing manner, unable to help but exclaim. Divine Cloud Mansion is a force in this netherworld empire that cannot be offended, yet he insults them without any scruples. You're also arrogant. You must have some backing, right? He then stroked his beard, putting on a punchable face. Tianyun smiled faintly. Mansion Lord Nan, you don't need to know this. Elder Yun watched this scene, unable to help but sigh. Pavilion Lordly, guessed Elder E. On this side, Pavilion Lordly was also equally silent. I didn't expect guest Elder E to be someone who likes causing trouble everywhere like this. The person he provoked, I'm afraid even our spirit sect wouldn't dare to offend. Suddenly a loud shout made everyone turn around. Lord Chung arrives. Chung Feng appeared majestically under everyone's respectful gaze. Lord Chung is here. Greetings, Lord Chung. Chung Feng smiled fakely and spoke. The Mansion Lords have all brought their disciples. I am very satisfied with your performance. This time I invited a total of 15 forces. Among them, one was very unappreciative and even dared to hit our envoy. He deliberately glanced over everyone, speaking with hidden meaning. But they were dealt with by us before the banquet started, so from now on, that sect will never exist in the world again. That is why I arrived a bit late today. I hope you all sympathize. The crowd could only listen silently to Chung Feng rambling on. Today I invited everyone here to discuss a matter with you. This is an order the great emperor personally entrusted to me. A sly glint suddenly appeared on his face. It just so happens today is also my birthday, yet I almost forgot. Tianyun stood in the crowd with some suspicion. Birthday? Why mention this all of a sudden? But others were quick to flatter. Congratulations, Lord Chung. This is 100-year spirit ginseng that our mystic true mansion has painstakingly prepared to gift to Lord Chung. Eating it can replenish chi and blood, extend lifespan, and furthermore stabilize cultivation. Chung Feng immediately put on a fake humble look. Oh, I'm embarrassed, but this 100-year spirit ginseng is very rare. I like it very much. The next person presented him with an even more valuable treasure. Lord Chung, this is a high-grade soul tool of our heavenly might mansion, containing the blood essence of the dragon race. When attacking, it will emit dragon might, suppressing the enemy. Lord Chung, this is a 300-year jade spirit grass that my Song Mountain sect has prepared to gift you. This made Chung Feng unable to hide his happy smile. Very good, very good. Only he curled his lips in disdain. Thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a greedy petty man. Next, a precious sword was presented before him. Lord Chung, this is a high-grade soul tool of our divine cloud mansion. Moreover, It is inscribed with 5th grade divine runes inside. Hope you accept it. Chung Feng pretended to be slightly curious. This soul tool is quite good. Is the effect of the 5th grade divine runes to increase damage? Steward Xiang quickly targeted him, flattering. That's right, it can increase damage manifold, guaranteeing the Lord will be satisfied. Nan Fengyun thought to himself, that is my precious sword. That bastard announced it so suddenly that I could only save face and gift him this treasure. Surely the Lord will reward me immediately to make up for it. Chung Feng excitedly stroked the sword a few times. Very good. I have long heard that Divine Cloud Mansion is the force with the most formidable divine rune engraving skills. Witnessing it with my own eyes today, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Oh right, recently in the Imperial Capital, we have a spirit race expert. When I have time, I will introduce him to your mansion for an exchange. What do you think? Nan Fengyun received this benefit and bowed respectfully. A spirit race expert? On behalf of Divine Cloud Mansion, I thank Lord Chung. Steward Xiang didn't stop there, but deliberately made a malicious suggestion. Lord Chung, I heard that recently many disciples of Heavenly Pole Mansion have left because the cultivation resources there are too poor. This means Heavenly Pole Mansion has lost a lot of revenue and is currently in great difficulty. So I don't know if Heavenly Pole Mansion has prepared any gifts for your lordship this time. He looked back with a sinister gaze. The great elder turned to look at Yi Tianyun with worry. Mansion Lord, what should we do now? We didn't bring anything good. He just smiled slightly to reassure him. It's fine, we have a few things. Seeing this, the great elder felt a bit guilty. You have just taken the position of Mansion Lord and already spent your own money to support Heavenly Pole Mansion. But Yi Tianyun didn't mind. The affairs of Heavenly Pole Mansion are my affairs, so it doesn't count as spending my own money. A trace of hatred began to form in the great elder's heart. My Heavenly Pole Mansion has been harmed to this extent, yet we still have to pay tribute treasures to the Netherworld Empire. I hate it. I hate myself for being useless. But he quickly spoke up to comfort him. Don't worry. Since he took my things, he will have to pay the corresponding price. Seeing Yi Tianyun step forward, the great elder wanted to stop him. Mansion Lord, don't be impulsive. This is a great minister of the Netherworld Empire. If we oppose him, Heavenly Pole Mansion will face a disaster. He replied very calmly, don't worry, I won't be impulsively bellicose. When passing by Steward Xiang, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Of course, we have prepared a gift. No need for your reminder. Humiliated, he could only grit his teeth and argue unreasonably. You Heavenly Pole Mansion are really bold. Your Mansion Lord not coming is already disrespectful to Lord Chung. Yet now, even the elder doesn't step up to present the gift to Lord Chung. What exactly do you mean? He maintained his composed demeanor and retorted, nothing at all. I am a Mansion Lord. Is there a problem? Steward Xiang was even more shocked upon receiving this news. What? You are the Mansion Lord? At the same time, the great elder also stood up to confirm. That's right, he is our Mansion Lord. Everyone around cast looks of admiration mixed with suspicion towards him. No wonder the great elder of Heavenly Pole Mansion didn't step forward. It turns out this young lad is the Mansion Lord. Being a Mansion Lord at such a young age, does he have enough strength? Truly ridiculous. Elder Yin realized at this moment. So that's the reason he came with Heavenly Pole Mansion. I didn't expect him to be the Mansion Lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion. However, Nan Fengyun didn't show a hint of surprise and laughed contemptuously. Heavenly Pole Mansion, oh Heavenly Pole Mansion, have you declined to this extent? Daring to let a brat who is still wet behind the ears be your Mansion Lord shows that you have run out of talent. Yi Tianyun turned back and retorted without backing down, whether we have talent or not. What the hell does it have to do with you? Don't tell me you also want to be the Mansion Lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion? No chance. He didn't hesitate to openly provoke the old man, because I plan to pass this Mansion Lord position to my son. But if you acknowledge me as your foster father, I might consider passing it to you. The useless Nan Fengyun could only grit his teeth. Yi Tianyun ignored him again and turned elsewhere, speaking loudly. Lord Chung, this is the gift that my Heavenly Pole Mansion has prepared for you. His hands raised a sword radiating powerful internal energy. Frost Sword, a high-grade soul tool. I hope Lord Chung will do me the honor of accepting it. Chung Feng's smile was brighter than ever when facing the glowing object. This weapon is very good, not inferior to Mansion Lord Nan's gift at all. Then I will accept it. His eyes widened in admiration. "You're already a mansion lord at such a young age. Your future is very bright." Tianyin immediately bowed in return. "Thank you, Lord Chung, for the praise." Very quickly, a system panel appeared, making him ponder, use bad luck pill. Previously, the system gave him a bad luck pill, but he didn't know what effect it had. "Well, today I'll use you as a guinea pig to test it out." Suddenly, Nan Fengyan spoke up seriously, "Lord Chung." The old man displayed his inherent confidence to humiliate Tianyin. "That sword of ours is much stronger than this sword, because it is even engraved with 5th grade divine runes, while his sword has no divine runes at all." But he just breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Phew, scared me to death." I thought the old man saw it. Nan Fengyan glanced at him, secretly calculating, how about we make this birthday party of Lord Chung more exciting? Incidentally, we can test the power of the weapons from both sides. It just so happens we can also see the strength of the new mansion, Lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion. Chung Feng did not refuse directly, but nodded. "This suggestion is very good. I also want to see what level the cultivation of the new mansion lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion has reached. Let's decide on that. Consider it an entertainment segment. Does Mansion Lord have any problem?" Tianyin was not oblivious, but accepted the challenge. "No problem. I am very willing to make Lord Chung happy." When everyone dispersed, the old man spoke in a fake tone. "If I personally go up to fight, I'm afraid I'll be accused of bullying a child. It just so happens that I brought an excellent disciple here today. He must be about your age. Well then, let him test Mansion Lord Yi's level for me." Blades and swords have no eyes on the martial arts stage. If there is a bit of bloodshed later, I hope Lord Chung won't blame us. Following Nan Fengyun's words, a strange subordinate appeared and cupped his hands. "I am Zheng Yu, an elite disciple of Divine Cloud Mansion. I hope the Mansion Lord will allow me to see your formidability." He accepted generously. "All right." He casually pushed the sword towards him. "Mansion Lord Yi, here is your weapon. Catch it." Tianyin quickly saw through Chung Feng's calculation. He infused such great power into the sword. Clearly, he wants me to lose face. He didn't think much more and grabbed the hilt. "Thank you, Lord Chung." Tianyin raised the sharp weapon and stood out to challenge. "Let's begin." Zheng Yu was also ready. "All right, Mansion Lord Yi, pardon my offense." As soon as he finished speaking, he risked his life, flying over and unleashed a sword technique. "Flying fish sword art, take this." Tianyin's face was serious as he said, "With just that little skill, you want to challenge me?" He decisively slashed once, leaving Zheng Yu no time to react. Thud! Tianyin stepped straight on his stomach and judged, "Reincarnate again before coming to find me to fight." A second later, the system announced, "Ding, successfully killed Zheng Yu. Gain 170,000 experience points, 2,600 crazy points, 30 sin points. Increased divine rune mastery by 500 points." Everyone was amazed. The Mansion Lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion won. So formidable. Nan Fengyan secretly evaluated. Although Zheng Yu's cultivation wasn't extremely high, at least his level was at the 6th level of the core condensation stage. Yet he was dealt with by this brat in a single move. Steward Xiang leaned in close and called, "Mansion Lord." Nan Fengyan was startled. "What?" He gritted his teeth and scolded. "Why didn't you say so earlier, trash?" The steward stammered, "This matter." Tianyin walked over and mocked. "Mansion Lord Nan, I didn't expect your excellent disciple to be so weak. But blades and swords have no eyes. Surely you won't hold a grudge, right?" He was tongue-tied. "No, I won't hold a grudge." Chung Feng spoke up in praise. "Not bad. Indeed young and talented. Having such extraordinary cultivation at such a young age is truly surprising. Heavenly Pole Mansion, being able to nurture someone like you, is indeed very capable. You will definitely become a significant figure in the future. But it seems the effect of this weapon hasn't been demonstrated yet. It looks like Mansion Lord, he can still fight. How about this? Continue sending people up to challenge." The disciple started to clamor. "That's too much." "Exactly." Nan Fengyan smiled sinisterly. "I agree with Lord Cheng's proposal. What does Mansion Lordy think?" Tianyin thought to himself, "I killed so many shadow guards. This Chung Feng must be very bitter, so he wants to use this opportunity to suppress Heavenly Pole Mansion." Then he crossed his arms and replied calmly, "Since Lord Chung is so interested, I have no objections." A second later, he wondered, why hasn't the bad luck divine pill worked yet? Hurry up and activate. The system immediately announced, activating the effect of the bad luck divine pill, duration 5 minutes. He sighed, so it has to hear my command to officially start. Chung Feng said, since that's the case, then let Mansion Lord Nan. Nan Fengyan bowed and replied, no problem. As Chung Feng walked, he suddenly tripped. He couldn't control himself and crashed his face straight into Nan Fengyan's mouth. Not only that, he fell flat on the ground. Ugh! He frantically pushed Nan Fengyan away and coughed violently, disgusting. Chung Feng panicked and shouted loudly, bring water here. He hurriedly drank a cup of water. Get more, I have to rinse my mouth a few times. Before he could swallow, he hurriedly spat it out, burning hot to death. Chung Feng furiously smashed the cup into his subordinate's face. Are you tired of living? Daring to give me boiling water. Do you want to kill me? Whoosh! The hairpin containing a hidden weapon on the subordinate's head was suddenly activated. The hidden weapon hit Chung Feng right in the face. He glared in surprise. The subordinate hurriedly explained, Lord Chung, this subordinate didn't mean to. It was because the hidden weapon was impacted by force that. The atmosphere became chaotic. Lord Chung, how are you, my lord? The assassination object was 3 needles containing poison. Chung Feng tremblingly put a pill into his mouth. An accident. It's all an accident. Just a small wound. 1 pill can cure it. Just after swallowing the pill, his condition became worse. Cough. The subordinates were anxious. It's poison. Lord Chung has been poisoned. Chung Feng frantically rummaged through everything as he was dying. Damn it, I took the wrong pill. Where's the antidote? Where's my antidote? A moment later, he sighed in relief, finally found it. After drinking the bottle of medicine, Chung Feng tried to stand firm. I am fine. His body was weak, but he was still stubborn. No need to support me. I can walk by myself. A second later, his vision became blurry. Oh, so dizzy. He fell right onto his sword, causing the subordinates to worry. Lord Chung, be careful. At this moment, Etienne's system announced, bad luck divine pill expired. He laughed inwardly. This divine pill is terrifyingly formidable. A dignified core transformation stage expert was actually tormented to such a wretched state. It's a pity it only lasted 5 minutes. Otherwise, he would definitely be tormented until he was half dead. The subordinates anxiously helped him up. Lord Chung, wake up quickly. A moment later, Chung Feng's eyes groggily opened. I'm awake. Everyone below paid attention as he spoke, his voice weak. Everyone, let's take a break for today. We'll continue in a few days. You all just stay in the Imperial Palace. My Netherworld Empire will treat you well. Chung Feng even glared and gritted his teeth. Also, if anyone dares to speak of this matter outside today, I will definitely not spare him. Soon, the sky outside turned to night. Chung Feng's subordinates led the people from Heavenly Pole Mansion to the guest rooms. My lords, this is everyone's room. He coldly reminded, walking at night is forbidden here. I suggest you do not walk around arbitrarily. After speaking, he slammed the door shut without any politeness. Hua Tianhan scolded angrily. Did they do this on purpose? We are all guests, yet only we have to stay in this shabby room. The Great Elder sighed. Originally, they arranged a display of intimidation for us at this banquet. Etienne spoke up to judge. We killed so many of their shadow guards. It would be strange if they welcomed us with open arms. It is very likely they're secretly sending people to investigate the situation of Heavenly Pole Mansion, to see exactly what expert is helping us. The Great Elder suddenly worried. Speaking like that means the old mansion lord is in danger. We must think of a way to return. Etienne calmly replied, temporarily, there is no need to worry. Their goal is to entice us to submit. They want Heavenly Pole Mansion to use that hidden power to serve them. Before we make a clear decision, they will not act rashly. His eyes became much more serious. But if we refuse, then Heavenly Pole Mansion has only one path to death. The Great Elder sighed. I'm afraid Heavenly Pole Mansion has no right to say no. Musiener approached her grandfather, looking anxious. Etienne frankly said, if we don't want to sit and wait for death, then let's act first and seize the advantage. I will open a path. Deacon, he should return to Heavenly Pole Mansion first and exterminate all the shadow guards hiding there. The Great Elder was uneasy, but walking at night is forbidden outside, and there are so many guards keeping watch. It's too dangerous for the mansion lord to go out alone. Etienne calmly replied, no need to worry. Later, if there is any movement outside, Deacon, he must take that opportunity to run immediately. A moment later, he secretly removed a part of the roof, creating a small hole, then gracefully like a cat, easily escaped outside. Tianyun moved quickly like a ghost thanks to the stealth skill. Mu Xian'er and the Great Elder looked at his back, exclaiming in admiration, "Too fast. The Mansion Lord's cultivation is truly unfathomable." Outside, lanterns had been lit, shining brightly. Nan Fengyan was still bitter, his face gloomy. "I didn't expect that damn brat to be the Mansion Lord. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't act rashly, I would have beaten him to death long ago. What bullshit Heavenly Pole Mansion. They're all trash." The remaining disciples hurriedly stepped forward to flatter and reassure. "Mansion Lord, calm down. Wait for the matter here to end. Then when we return, we will level Heavenly Pole Mansion later. I heard that brat is also a guest elder of the Star Pavilion, a 4th grade divine rune master." He revealed a look full of scheming, sneering. "This matter is indeed unexpected. He is so young, yet is already a 4th grade divine rune master. No wonder he could climb to the position of Mansion Lord. But he won't sit in that position for long either. When everything here ends, it will also be the time for him to die." At this moment, Tianyun was secretly observing from outside, the corners of his lips curling up in contempt. "Want to destroy us? Have to see if you have the ability first. My target tonight is Chung Feng, so I'll let you dream for a few more days." He rolled his eyes, searching. That must be Chung Feng's place. Just hiding and walking in there would be very easy to be detected by high-level shadow guards. After activating the instant teleportation, he disappeared from that spot in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. In Chung Feng's room, harsh scolding rang out. "Is this the intelligence you gathered? There isn't a single bit of useful news, especially about that Heavenly Pole Mansion. You actually couldn't gather anything." The shadow guard bowed his head helplessly and replied, "Your subordinate truly could not find any trace of the expert at Heavenly Pole Mansion. Only saw a Mansion Lord who had lost all his cultivation." Chung Feng was so angry he gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. "If there was no expert helping, how could they kill so many of my shadow guards? Those shadow guard were all the painstaking effort I spent so many years training, yet now you tell me you couldn't investigate anything." He sneered in contempt, his eyes looking like he wanted to kill. "A bunch of useless trash. I don't believe that expert can hide forever." A second later, he gave a decisive order. "If you can't investigate anything, then no need to investigate anymore. Go capture that trash Mansion Lord of Heavenly Pole Mansion and bring him here for me. Force that mysterious expert to appear. I don't care who the opponent is. I don't believe he is stronger than the Netherworld Empire." The Shadow Guard asked in confusion, "My lord, can't we just destroy them directly? Even if they have some use, if they refuse to submit to us, then what's the point?" Chung Feng glared and shouted, slamming his hand on the table. "You think I don't want to? If it weren't for the orders from above to lure them into submission, I would have trampled Heavenly Pole Mansion flat long ago." He tried to calm down and put his hand on the table, but his killing intent was still surging. "Heavenly Pole Mansion killed so many of my shadow guards. I cannot swallow this anger." A second later, he channeled his energy, causing the wooden table to shatter into 100 pieces. "If I don't let them taste some suffering, they will think the Netherworld Empire is afraid of them." The Shadow Guard, terrified, immediately knelt down to reassure. "My lord, calm down. Your subordinate will go do it immediately." He let out a heavy sigh. "Do it cleanly. Don't let me down again this time." The Shadow Guard bowed respectfully. Yes. He left just like that, unaware that the Grim Reaper was lurking right behind him. Tianyun smiled with a hidden meaning. "Seems like I arrived at just the right time." Without hesitation, Tianyun spoke coldly. "Hey!" The Shadow Guard started and turned back to shout. "Who is it?" With just a slash as fast as lightning, he sent him to the afterlife. The system announced, "Ding! Successfully killed Shadow Guard. Gained 200,000 experience points, 3,200 craziness points, gained 50 sin points, rewarded with Shadow Step technique." After taking action, he also took the opportunity to strip the opponent's clothes, borrowing your clothes to wear for a moment. The set of clothes was taken off very quickly. Tianyun hurriedly put it on, not expecting the outfit to automatically adjust to fit his body perfectly, making him marvel. "So magical. This outfit can even adjust the wearer's height and voice. Great. I will use this appearance to go meet Chung Feng." Then he used Shadow Step to burrow into the ground. In just a few short seconds, Tianyun reappeared in Chung Feng's room as if he had never left. The system displayed the opponent's information: cultivation, core, transformation realm 5th layer. Equipment, no defensive items. Combat power, 1,900,000. He asked without any vigilance, eyes still looking at the documents. What now? Is there something else? Itianyan thought to himself, truly worthy of being a core transformation realm expert. Although he doesn't have any defensive items or weapons, his combat power is close to touching 2 million. Before, old ancestor Blood Fiend, exploding with full power, was only over 2 million. Chung Feng suddenly trembled, feeling a chill down his spine. He turned around and shouted, "Why are you looking at me like that? Disgusting." He secretly sneered. Seems like the bad luck pill has caused Chung Feng to develop a fear of men. He held out a piece of paper and said, in a fake voice, "Subordinate still has other intelligence to report." Chung Feng gritted his voice, waving his hand as if chasing away evil spirits. "Just leave it there. Stay away from me." He pretended to obey. "Yes, my lord." In his mind, he calculated, it's a bit difficult to attack him from this distance. I can only activate all skills to have a high chance of winning. Itianyan glared. Activate crazy mode, damage 8 times, total combat power soars to 3,900,000. He used Frost Fist to approach him, rushing over as fast as lightning. He gritted his teeth with determination. Even freezing him for 1 second give a chance. Unexpectedly, around Chung Feng, there was also the golden body art protecting him. A layer of golden light flashed up, blocking the attack. Itianyan gripped his sword tightly, sighing helplessly. Missed. Chung Feng reacted extremely quickly, reaching out to grab the sword blade with his bare hands. He used the momentum to slap him straight in the face, shouting, "Audacious, dare to assassinate this lord." Itianyan reached out to counterattack with a move dragon transformation blade. Chung Feng was pushed back a few steps, cursing, "Bastard sneak attacking me?" While running away, he shouted loudly, alerting the whole mansion. "Someone come. There's an assassin." Itianyan immediately chased closely behind. If I let him run away, it will be very difficult to kill him next time. He leaned out the window and used all his strength to call out, "Someone come quickly. There's an assassin." Itianyan focused a strong force using Blood Dragon Claw towards Chung Feng's back. He questioned while blocking the blow, "Who exactly are you? Want to kill me? Not that easy." Suddenly, he threw out a black pill, shouting, "Go!" The blood dragon failed to attack him because it was blocked by a stream of black energy. A giant shadow guard appeared from the pill, making Itianyan stunned. "What? This is?" He hurriedly activated his probing eyes. Phantom of the Netherworld, Great Emperor. Cultivation, Core, Transformation Realm Peak. Duration, 10 seconds. Combat power, 6,500,000. He began to panic extremely. Phantom of the Netherworld, Great Emperor. Just a phantom, yet the combat power is already 6,500,000. Even more than me when exploding to the limit. That phantom raised its hand to gather a destructive attack. Chung Feng smiled a sinister, triumphant smile. "Dare to impersonate my shadow guard. You must die." Itianyan concentrated highly, thinking, although this phantom only appears for 10 seconds, it is a genuine expert, so those 10 seconds are enough to take the enemy's life. I must think of a way to stall for these 10 seconds. The phantom decisively struck down a palm, Netherworld Divine Palm. Itianyan immediately used instant teleportation. This single strike caused the ground to shatter, creating a deep pit. When the phantom lifted its hand, Itianyan's figure was nowhere to be seen. It thought it had defeated him, so it gradually faded away. Chung Feng laughed in delight. "Haha, bastard, let me see if you die this time. Must be crushed to pieces, right?" Before he could laugh for long, he spat blood because of surprise attack from behind. "Sorry, I have to disappoint you again." The voice of the Grim Reaper rang in his ear. Chung Feng was utterly panic-stricken, whipping around. "What? How can you be behind me?" He once again threw out a black pill in desperation. "Damn it, I must drag you down to the underworld with me." The phantom appeared again, rushing straight at him, causing him extreme anxiety. "Bastard, I didn't expect him to have another talisman." The instant teleportation skill is still cooling down. It will take another 10 minutes to use again. I can't easily avoid it this time. He decided to risk his life, enduring this fatal strike first before figuring out the rest. He reached out and used the shadow cloak. The massive explosion made other shadow guards start to take notice, shouting, "It's Lord Cheng's quarters. Hurry up." Itianyan focused entirely on this moment. Activating the shadow cloak only grants immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. He moved skillfully while counting down in his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The phantom had 5 seconds left before dissipating. He braced himself, actively waiting to receive the attack. Now I just have to take the hit. The best items were immediately activated. Dragon God Bloodline on, Mystic Heaven Divine Art on, Dragon Bone Divine Armor Equipment on. This collision caused the space to vibrate violently. Etienne propped himself up on the ground, coughing a few times, his voice trembling slightly, but full of relief. Survived. The Netherworld Great Emperor's Phantom is truly strong. Chung Feng now recognized the familiar technique, stammering, This is the Mystic Heaven Divine Art. You are from the Heavenly Pole Mansion. Etienne walked over slowly, dusting off his clothes. You're not dead yet? Core transformation stage cultivators are as tenacious as leeches. He let the man see his face clearly, speaking coldly. You guessed right. Remember it well, so you can die in peace. You wanted to flatten our Heavenly Pole Mansion? Today is your death day. Chung Feng groaned helplessly, backing away in fear. It's you. No, wait. System notification. Ding. Successfully killed Chung Feng. Gained 460,000 experience points. For 1,500 crazy points, 200 sin points. Rewarded with golden body art. Rewarded with Netherworld talisman. Can summon a phantom of the Netherworld Great Emperor at peak core transformation stage. Rewarded with a 10x experience card. Rewarded with Spirit Race Prison Key. Congratulations, player Etienne, for successfully killing a super elite enemy above your level. Rewarded with an extra chance at the new version of the Lucky Wheel and 1 level up. Congratulations, player Etienne, for successfully breaking through to the peak Spirit Core stage. At this moment, Etienne almost cried tears of joy. Finally leveled up to the peak Spirit Core stage. Looking down at the ground, he spotted a glittering object. This was Chung Feng's storage ring. Inside were treasures that the other mansion lords had offered as tribute. He couldn't pass this up. Well then, I'll accept this on your behalf. Just then, the shadow guards rushed in shouting, My lord, what happened? By the time they arrived, Etienne had vanished without a trace. Lord Chung has been assassinated. Pass the order. Use full force to catch the assassin for me. The leader commanded, his voice full of rage. Search the whole city. Do not miss a single corner. Moments later, in a dark corner of a wall, Etienne sighed in relief, hoping Deacon he could successfully leave the city and return to the Heavenly Pole Mansion. Suddenly he coughed, clutching his chest in sharp pain. That palm strike from the phantom earlier was too strong. Even though he blocked it, his flesh and blood body still couldn't quite handle it. Suddenly, footsteps approached, accompanied by a shout. Who are you? Etienne panicked slightly. This was bad. He was discovered. Wu Shiqing pointed her sword forward, her thin brows furrowed in suspicion. Where did you come from? How bold. If you move, I'll take your dog life. Etienne appeared to yield, raising both hands high in surrender. Lady Wu, don't be agitated. I'll only stay here for a moment and then leave immediately. Her voice was full of wariness. How do you know my name? Who exactly are you? His eyes flashed with danger. I am. A second later, Etienne rushed forward to restrain her from behind as quick as lightning. Lady Wu, don't move. He covered Shiqing's mouth tightly, whispering into her ear, Don't be afraid. I'm just hiding here for a bit. I'm not here to ravish you. I'm going to let you go now, but you must not scream. However, she had already escaped his control with a skillful martial move. Shiqing angrily swung her sword at the shadow. You bastard, you dare to offend me? But with a simple maneuver, the sword slipped from her hand, clattering to the ground. Etienne clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. I told you not to make a move. You can't beat me. Don't waste your effort. Shiqing was speechless with anger. You. She glanced at the shadow before her, asking suspiciously, If you're so formidable, why do you have to hide in my place? What exactly happened outside? His expression remained as unfathomable as before, shrugging, You'll know tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, urgent knocking sounded on the door outside. A stern voice rang out. Netherworld soldiers under orders to search. Open the door immediately. Amidst Shiqing's astonishment, Etienne simply dropped a sentence gently. Go open the door. So she walked step by step to the door, her limbs clumsy. Seeing this, he laughed to reassure her. Don't be nervous. Just act normal. Wait. Suddenly, he called her back. Tianyin nonchalantly helped Shiqing adjust her disheveled clothes. Your button is undone. All right, go ahead. This made her heart race, and her cheeks flushed pink. Shiqing opened the door, trying to keep her voice slightly annoyed. It's the middle of the night. Why must you search? The soldiers immediately interrupted her. A suspicious assassin appeared in this area just now. Please cooperate. Then, ignoring her obstruction, they rushed into the room to search. You people. Her eyes widened in shock, secretly worrying inside. In such a short time, surely he couldn't have escaped. Everything in the room was turned upside down. Not here, not there either. Naturally, the soldiers didn't find the person they needed. The captain ordered, "We've searched the whole room, found nothing. Search elsewhere." Yes. Shiqing closed the door, breathing a sigh of relief. He ran really fast. Clearly, he has no relation to me, yet he made me worried to death. Her cheeks reddened again, feeling annoyed with herself. That bastard better not let me find out who he is, or else. Over at the Heavenly Pole Mansion, starlight and the moon breeze blended to create a peaceful scene, but those soldiers arrived to ruin this tranquility. They shouted, banging loudly on the door, "Mansion Lord, come out, Netherworld soldiers under orders on official business." Musiener huddled fearfully against the Great Elder. "Grandpa, what should we do? Why are they suddenly searching here? If they find out Mansion Lord and Sister Mu aren't here, it will be dangerous." He tried to reassure his granddaughter. "They're only here to find Mansion Lord. They might not necessarily discover that Deacon Mu isn't here either. But I don't know when the Mansion Lord will return. We can only stall for time." The captain shouted extremely arrogantly. Why did it take so long to open the door? Is the Heavenly Pole Mansion planning to defy the Netherworld Empire's orders? The Great Elder stood facing them, trying to remain calm. "Please wait a moment, our Mansion Lord." That man immediately interrupted and ordered his men to enter. "What is it? Is Mansion Lordy not here? Arrest them all for me." A lazy voice cut through the commotion. "Looking for me? For what?" Tianyun pretended to yawn, walking out of the bedroom. Can't even sleep in peace. He secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, the instant teleportation skill had recovered in time, so he could return immediately. "I hope the envoys understand. Our Mansion Lord doesn't like being disturbed while sleeping." The Great Elder quickly chimed in. The captain's voice softened visibly upon seeing Tianyun. "As long as the Mansion Lord is here. If he weren't, you wouldn't be at peace." The superiors announced that an important matter will be declared tomorrow. He turned to the soldiers. "Go notify the other sections." Then the group shouted to each other and left. The Great Elder immediately swore after chasing them away. Truly a bunch of bandits. His expression was somewhat apprehensive facing Tianyun. "Mansion Lord, you." The young man gently interrupted. "All right, everyone go to sleep. We'll talk about anything else tomorrow." After everyone left, he immediately opened his information panel. Tianyun had secretly calculated his next plan. Waiting for tomorrow when the news of Chung Feng's death was released, he might face even greater danger. "I must make use of the time to increase my combat power. Conveniently, I can use this level up card right now." The system emitted a pleasant sound. Ding. Successfully used level up card. Congratulations, player Tianyun, for successfully breaking through to Core Transformation Stage Level 1. He felt very satisfied. Leveling up to Core Transformation Stage Level 1, his combat power rose to 800,000. If I activate Crazy Mode, my combat power can reach 6,400,000. Then he smiled smugly to himself. Even if I encounter an expert like Chung Feng again, I can easily suppress him. Now I can open the level 41 gift box. Let's see what's inside. Tianyun pressed the gift box icon, and the system notified immediately. Successfully opened level 41 gift box. A map icon appeared. Rewarded with 30x experience card, 5x mastery card, 2x sin point card, a level 51 gift box. Successfully learned basic pet catching mastery skill. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. Catching pets? Another panel appeared to explain the new skill. Mastered basic pet catching skill. Except for humans, you can catch all living creatures to be your pets. The higher the level, the higher the capture rate, and the higher the level of creatures that can be caught. Tianyun rubbed his hands greedily. This skill is top tier. I can go crazy catching demon beasts as pets now. There's still one chance to draw on the lucky wheel. Let's see what good stuff I can get. He had one more spin on the lucky wheel. It immediately landed on the weapon slot. A cool-looking bow appeared amidst Tianyun's amazement. Frost Divine Bow, high-grade soul tool, can shoot ice arrows that freeze enemies like stone statues. The maximum shooting distance depends on the user's cultivation and can level up with the user's cultivation. Special effect. Consuming 5 crazy points can explode the arrow's power by double, speed by double, distance by double, and can also cover the entire area around the target. At this point, he was so happy he couldn't stop laughing. Treasure. This means standing in one place, I can take the life of an enemy thousands of miles away. Now, this is a divine weapon. Moose Yinner looked very concerned seeing this, whispering, "Grandpa, it looks like the mansion lord has gone in a chi deviation, right? Should we go over and take a look?" The great elder was equally apprehensive. "It's probably fine. The way the mansion lord cultivates is different from us. He has such terrifying cultivation at a young age. Surely he has aspects superior to others." The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, that group of soldiers came to find the mansion lord's residence again. The captain arrogantly lifted his chin. "Lord Lin Hao invites you all to the main hall immediately. There's a matter to discuss." Moose Yinner stood in the crowd and whispered softly, "Grandpa, the atmosphere here is a bit strange, isn't it?" The great elder immediately interrupted. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Moose Yinner narrowed her eyes and paused, but still replied, "Yes." On the platform, Lin Hao's voice rang out majestically. "Everyone here is a person in power of the sections. Making everyone stay in a room like this is because our Netherworld Empire did not receive you thoughtfully. But we had to do this because last night an incident occurred that extremely provoked the majesty of the Netherworld Empire." As soon as the words fell, the people present immediately stirred with curiosity. What happened? Who dared to provoke the majesty of the Netherworld Empire? Lin Hao paused for a moment before slowly saying each word. "Do you know that the important minister of our Netherworld Empire, Lord Chang Feng, has been assassinated by someone?" Tianyan hid in the crowd, listening to them discuss in panic. "What?" Lord Chang Feng was a core transformation stage powerhouse, yet he was assassinated? Who on earth is that sacred being that is so bold? He immediately activated the heavens' eye to observe. This Lin Hao has a cultivation of the 7th level of the core transformation stage. His pressure is even stronger than that Chang Feng. The great elder suddenly turned his head to look at Tianyun suspiciously. Could it be that the mansion lord went out last night to assassinate Chang Feng? Wu Shiqing secretly glanced at the stage, thinking to herself, could the person who killed Chang Feng be him? Zhao Yu beside her looked at her in surprise. Who exactly is so bold, daring to even kill Lord Cheng? Wu Shiqing suddenly woke up, unconsciously replying, "Indeed." On the other side, Nan Fengyin was trembling with anger, cursing in his heart. "I spent a mountain of money to connect with Chang Feng, and now it's all in vain. Who will Divine Cloud Mansion rely on in the future?" Lin Hao had finished checking by this time. His face hardened, his tone suspicious. Lord Cheng's death is too strange. After investigating once, the mansion lords here have never stepped out of their room doors. It is a pity that the list of people who came with you was on Lord Cheng. Now Lord Cheng's body has been burned to ashes. It is impossible to retrieve that list anymore. He swept his eyes around. "It looks like this matter is not related to you, but your cultivations are not low. Wanting to sneak in to kill and set fire is just a trivial matter." Hearing this, the people in the hall finally could not bear it anymore and shouted in rebuttal, "Lord Lin, it has nothing to do with us. Heaven and earth can testify. Our heavenly domain mansion is absolutely loyal to the Netherworld Empire. Our flowing wind mansion is the same." Lin Hao, seeing that reaction, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Rest assured, I'm only speculating like that. I will definitely investigate Lord Cheng's death clearly. If I find out who the culprit is, I will execute his 9 generations, crushing his bones and flesh." He changed his tone. "This trip, I followed the order of the Netherworld Great Emperor to come here, because there is an important mission to complete, which is hoping that you all can join the Netherworld Empire. As long as you join our empire, you will enjoy a lot of resources and have us backing you. Conversely, you must completely obey the orders of the Netherworld Empire and must not betray." Hearing this part, everyone's face went blank in silence. Lin Hao added, "Of course, if you don't want to join, we won't force you. Think carefully for yourselves and then decide." The very next second, Nan Fengyin stepped forward, clasped his hands, and knelt down. "Our Divine Cloud Mansion agrees to join the Netherworld Empire, pledging to be loyal to the Empire with all our strength, not afraid of hardships." Lin Hao looked down at him from above, smiling with interest. "Divine Cloud Mansion, very good, I remember you. Our heavenly domain mansion agrees to join the Netherworld Empire. Our flowing wind mansion also agrees. Just then, a gentle but firm female voice rang out. Our White Lotus mansion temporarily does not think about joining. The speaker was the pavilion master of White Lotus Mansion. Thank you for the Netherworld Empire's invitation, but my mansion really has its own difficulties. Hope Lord Lin and the Empire sympathize. Lin Hao quickly regained his composure, narrowed his eyes and smiled, but his eyes were cold. It's okay. The Netherworld Empire respects everyone's opinions, will not force. Seeing someone start the refusal, the next people spoke up one after another. Our Spirit God Mansion also temporarily won't join. Thank you very much for the Netherworld Empire's invitation. Rosy Cloud Mansion temporarily won't join. Hope you respect our choice. Etianyan below looked up to observe for a while, thinking to himself, those daring to refuse joining are all third-grade level forces or large sects, very likely to become a regional empire in the future. Surely the Netherworld Empire is also somewhat wary of them, so doesn't want to turn hostile. Right then, Lin Hao suddenly raised his voice, pointing at Etianyan. Now only Heavenly Pole Mansion hasn't made a decision. How do you plan to choose? The great elder beside him glanced, whispering, Mansion Lord, no matter how you choose, we will respect your opinion. Etianyan heard that and felt assured. Okay. Etianyan smiled and stepped up, his attitude gentle but firm. Thank you for Lord Lin's invitation, but our Heavenly Pole Mansion also temporarily won't join any force. Many thanks to the Netherworld Empire for regarding us highly. The crowd below heard him speak, couldn't help but mock. Heavenly Pole Mansion has declined to this extent and still dares to refuse the Netherworld Empire's invitation? Having a big tree to back you, but refusing to lean on it. Are you stupid? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes at him. Kid, who are you to be able to represent Heavenly Pole Mansion? Etianyan looked straight into his eyes and replied, Of course, because I am a mansion lord. Hearing that, Lin Hao frowned even tighter, his tone dropping a few degrees. Truly a young mansion lord. Since you are not willing, then my empire won't force. True to his promise, he raised his voice. Those who chose to join the Netherworld Empire stay. Those who don't join can return now. Etianyan turned his head, preparing to leave. Lin Hao suddenly called out, Heavenly Pole Mansion, wait, did I allow you to go yet? He looked at Etianyan with fake reassurance. Don't be nervous. Do you know why I called you stay? Mu Xian'er grabbed the great elder's hem hesitantly. Grandpa. Before he could speak, Etianyan spoke first, exposing, keeping us here is for nothing other than forcibly joining, or perhaps forcing us to hand over the Xian Tian divine art. Lin Hao rubbed his chin, his eyes turned cold, revealing killing intent, truly worthy of being the newly appointed mansion lord. Smart. Then there's no need to say much more. Hand over the Xian Tian divine art. I will spare your Heavenly Pole Mansion's lives, letting you maintain your foundation. Saying that, he hurriedly turned his back, pretending to be magnanimous. Etianyan said, with hidden meaning, do you think I will believe it? Handing over the Xian Tian divine art. I'm afraid we would die even earlier. Hearing that, Lin Hao glanced at the crowd to warn, this is not a matter you have the right to choose. Don't hand over the Xian Tian divine art, then you must die right now. Etianyan looked at him. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. I thought after Lord Lin replaced Lord Chung Feng, you wouldn't make things difficult for our Heavenly Pole Mansion. Didn't expect you all to be birds of a feather. Lin Hao stood behind the henchman, his tone disdainful. Truly, your Heavenly Pole Mansion is not worthy for me to make things difficult. You just need to obediently hand over the Xian Tian divine art. Isn't that enough? The group was surrounded. Mu Xian'er glanced back, calculating secretly. The forces that submitted to the Netherworld Empire are also surrounding us. Etianyan suddenly stepped forward with a regretful face. But the problem is we don't have the Xian Tian divine art. What do you want to take out to give you? Hearing that, the corner of Lin Hao's mouth lifted with malicious implication. Don't have it. Then I will arrest you all and use the soul-searching technique to investigate each one. Afraid of not finding it? Mu Xian'er heard that and was a bit worried, leaning close to the great elder. Grandpa, what do we do? The soul-searching technique is specifically used to coerce the souls of others to search for memories. Those who are hit by the soul-searching technique mostly turn into idiots. Lin Hao immediately signaled, men, seize them. Etianyan lowered his eyes, hiding his emotions, shouting to stop. Wait, no need to be so troublesome, I agree to hand it over. The great elder saw the book in his hand and was a bit stunned. Mansion Lord. The people of Divine Cloud Mansion saw this and couldn't help but mock. Weren't you very stubborn? Nan Fengyan beside also chimed in. Handing it over now is too late. Lin Hao looked at Yi Tianyun with satisfaction and corrected. No, this is called a wise man submits to circumstances. You are willing to hand it over. I will spare your heavenly pole mansion's lives. Opposite, he threw the book straight onto the ground. Then come over and get it. Lin Hao immediately changed his expression, staring angrily because of the insolent attitude. Nan Fengyun grabbed the book, eyes fawning. Lord Lin, let me get it for you. The others saw this. Everyone regretted letting that old guy snatch it first. Nan Fengyun bowed and offered it with both hands. Lin Hao curled his lips in a despicable smile. I changed my mind. Kill them for me. Don't spare a single one. The great elder heard this, eyes widening in anger. My lord, didn't you already get the Xiantian divine art? How can you go back on your word like that? Lin Hao held the Xiantian divine art book in his hand and flipped it over immediately. I only said I'd spare Heavenly Pole Mansion. I didn't say I would spare you. Yi Tianyun rushed up to attack without fear Heavenly Pole Palm. With just one strike, he received a notification. Successfully killed the Shadow Guard, plus 260,000 experience points, 3,200 crazy points, 50 sin points. Nan Fengyun stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, This is the Xian Tian divine art. Yi Tianyun curled his lips in a smug sneer. I knew I couldn't trust your lies. He kindly reminded, look at what you are holding in your hand. Lin Hao heard this and suddenly woke up to open the book. This is a guide to raising pigs. Lin Hao angrily tore the book to shreds and threw it away. You dare to prank me? Yi Tianyun smiled, his eyes clearly showing disdain. It's all the same, burning the bridge after crossing. TSK. You were also too hasty. The group of elders looked blank. What is burning the bridge? Nan Fengyun beside was even angrier than Lin Hao. He shouted loudly, insolent. You think having a little skill means you can look down on everyone? Lord Lin, let me solve them for you. Taking the opportunity, people from other mansions also pounced to compete for merit. Lord Lin, let me, my lord, let me. Nan Fengyun saw this and gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it, these bastards want to compete for merit with me. Lin Hao saw this and curled his lips in satisfaction. Good, catch that brat for me. I must make him live a life worse than death. As for the others, deal with them however you like. Nan Fengyun immediately reacted and obeyed. The crowd glared at Nan Fengyun and shouted, too fast. Does Divine Cloud Mansion want to steal the top credit? My Flowing Wind Mansion cannot fall behind. On this side, Nan Fengyun had already jumped in front of Yi Tianyun, sneering, Brat, let's see if you can still be arrogant this time. You killed my direct disciple. Today, I must settle this debt with you. He calmly received the guest. Fine then. Yi Tianyun threw a punch into his stomach. The system immediately displayed. Successfully killed Nan Fengyun. Gained 2,550,000 experience points, 22,000 crazy points, 200 sin points. Gained 5,000 divine rune mastery. Yi Tianyun looked at the crowd arrogantly and said, Today my heavenly pole mansion is just this arrogant. Now it's your turn. At this moment, someone finally realized and exclaimed in horror, This is clearly a cultivation of the 8th or 9th level of the core, transformation stage, or higher. The crowd immediately shifted their attention to the Great Elder and Mu Xiener. Capture that guy as a hostage. The Great Elder shouted loudly, Stand behind me. I will fight them to the death. I cannot become a burden to the mansion lord. The girl pulled his shirt worriedly. Grandpa, be careful. Yi Tianyun glanced over from the corner of his eye, his voice cold. Want to take them as hostages? Have you asked for my permission yet? He took out a pill, used the Gale Divine pill, doubling his speed. Immediately, the system sounded the familiar notification again. Successfully killed the mansion lord of Flowing Wind Mansion. Gained 2,300,000 experience points, 21,000 crazy points, 200 sin points. Successfully killed the mansion lord of Tai Xin Mansion. Gained 2,300,000 experience points, 21,000 crazy points. The people on Lin Hao's side in the main hall were beaten black and blue, screams echoing in the ears. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, suddenly remembering this cultivation. Could it be that you are the one who killed Lord Chung? Yi Tianyun admitted it without politeness. That's right, I killed Chung Feng. He not only robbed my Xiantian divine art, but also wanted to destroy the entire Heavenly Pole Mansion. He deserved to die. And I not only killed Chung Feng, but even you must die here today. Old Lin Shan sat paralyzed on the ground in fear. He screamed in horror. This is a black dragon. The people in the main hall, seeing the giant black dragon, scrambled to run away. Black dragon, run quickly. How could the black dragon let them escape so easily? It opened its mouth and breathed fire. The people were burned in pain and cried for help. Save me. Ichinyan's eyes were cold, his voice steely. Even if you scream until your throats rip, no one will come to save you. This day next year will be the anniversary of all your deaths. Looking at that huge black dragon, the great elder spoke up in doubt. I heard that the expert who saved young Shishue before and captured Deacon Tion seemed to have a black dragon. Musyener also shared the same thought, saying, "Could that person be our mansion lord?" Lin Hao on this side did not give up, gritting his teeth to challenge. "Brat, you hit it well. Today is your death date." Actually, he opened a black hole and called out, "Come out." A giant netherworld phantom appeared. The people who were beaten miserably just now saw this and laughed triumphantly. "The phantom of the netherworld great emperor has appeared. Kill all the people of Heavenly Pole Mansion quickly. Let me see if that brat can still be arrogant." Lin Hao is a great minister of the netherworld empire, so he also has the protective talisman of the netherworld great emperor. Itianyun curled his lips, thinking to himself, "This is not outside my expectations." Then the corners of his lips suddenly stretched out. "Luckily, I have already broken through." The netherworld phantom shot laser beams down. The crowd turned around and ran in terror. "Danger! Run quickly." On the opposite side, some people were helplessly begging, "Don't attack, we are still here. Lord Lin, save us." Lin Hao humiliated them without any respect. "Trash. A bunch of useless people. You can't even deal with that kind of garbage force. What is the use of calling you to join? Go die, all of you." He turned to Tianyan. "Even if you have amazing cultivation, so what? Are you stronger than the netherworld great emperor?" Tianyan immediately activated the dragon god bloodline to provoke. "Just try and you'll know immediately." Then at the same time, he activated both the Xian Tian divine art and the golden body art. After that, Tianyan immediately attacked Lin Hao's netherworld phantom. The guy froze, realizing, "You are the dragon race bloodline." He was secretly shaken in his heart. Can it actually break the netherworld phantom? Has its cultivation reached such a terrifying level? Tianyan looked at the tattered phantom in front of him and sneered. "It's just a phantom, yet dares to show off in front of me." He rushed down quickly from above to finish it. "Disappear for me." Tianyan struck straight down with both hands. The whole group, hiding behind the great elder, watched. Lin Hao saw that scene and was so angry he couldn't speak a complete sentence. "You actually..." Tianyan raised his hand towards Lin Hao again. "Now it's your turn. Go die." Lin Hao was quicker, launching a controlling move, demonic binding encirclement. Tianyan looked at him, smiling mockingly. "Want to use this to swallow me? You're still too young and green." He easily escaped the control, holding the sword and rushing forward. Tianyan landed on the ground dashingly. Is this the level of the netherworld empire? It's nothing more than this. Lin Hao was unwilling, pulling out pills to replenish, shouting, "Don't rejoice too soon. Don't think only you have the dragon race bloodline." Lin Hao threw his head back and shouted loudly. His whole body suddenly transformed. A large horn grew out of his head. His arms were also covered by a layer of scales. Lin Hao looked at him with an arrogant tone, domineering and haughty. "Berserk dragon bloodline. Did you really think my netherworld empire has no strong experts left?" Tianyan activated the heavenly eyes to observe. Unexpectedly, officials of the netherworld empire also include those with dragon race bloodlines. I don't know what pill he took, but his combat power has reached 6,500,000. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and hissed, "I must kill you." He did not hesitate to gather strength and launch a move, Berserk Dragon Slash. Tianyan tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his eyes flashing with interest. "Berserk Dragon Bloodline? But unfortunately, you met me." System, activate double critical hit effect. Activate Lucky Halo. That single slash sent Lin Hao flying several hundred meters. He gritted his teeth and hissed. It was just a normal attack. How could it cause such great damage? His whole body suddenly became transparent and then gradually distorted amidst screams of despair. Tianyan finished the task and retracted his sword, clicking his tongue. "What a pity. It seems that the weapon's grade is too low to withstand my current power." Tianyan looked at the body, still struggling to get up in front of him, and exclaimed, "But you are really tough to kill." Lin Hao's whole body was full of injuries at this moment, his voice trembling. "Damn it, I am a great minister of the Netherworld Empire. If you dare to kill me, the Netherworld Empire will definitely level your Heavenly Pole Mansion." Hearing those words, Tianyun said with an arrogant attitude, as if the Netherworld Empire wouldn't level my heavenly pole mansion if I spared you. I even dared to kill Chang Feng. Does killing one more person matter? Lin Hao raised his claws, rolling his eyes and hesitating, if that's the case. The guy used the Netherworld step and left behind a sentence. Then wait for me to come back for revenge. Tianyun glanced in his direction, his voice cold. Wanna run? I already said, today is your death date. He raised his bow and aimed, just in time to use you to offer sacrifice to my Frost Divine bow. An ice arrow flew out. Tianyun's voice rang out like a verdict. You cannot escape. Wherever Lin Hao ran, the ice arrow chased closely behind. A scream of despair rang out from Lin Hao's position. He had been hit by the ice arrow. Immediately, the system displayed successfully killed Lin Hao. Gained 2,800,000 experience points, 16,000 crazy points, 300 sin points, 5,000 divine rune mastery. New martial arts, soul breaking finger, shocking heaven art. Bonus items, 10x experience card, divine walk talisman, 1 extra chance to draw in the new version of the lucky wheel. Tianyun smiled, looking at the pile of items received. These dropped items are not bad. It's just a pity that the bonus rewards are still not satisfying enough. The remaining people in the hall, after witnessing his power, knelt down and begged, Please, Mansion Lord E, spare us. We swear to behave. We were only forced to join the Netherworld Empire. Please spare our lives. Mansion Lord E. The bottom of Tianyun's eyes was cold to the bone. When you surrounded our heavenly pole mansion, you were very fierce. I didn't see any sign of being forced. You acted as if it was natural, he retorted loudly. Kill us, and the Netherworld Empire will lose many factions. They won't let it rest. Have you thought it through? Fight him. If he is heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. Tianyun didn't say much, snapped his fingers, and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will level the Netherworld Empire soon enough. You just wait for them down there. Not a single one will escape. The black dragon appeared and performed fire breathing again. Screams for help rang out miserably. Save me. The system displayed at the right time. Successfully killed Divine Rune Elder. Gained 120,000 experience points, 5,000 crazy points, 155 sin points, 5,000 divine rune mastery. Successfully killed Divine Rune Elder. Tianyun smiled with satisfaction. The experience points this time are decent. The Great Elder suddenly walked over to report. Mansion Lord, we cleaned out all the items on them. Tianyun looked at them, smiled, and said, Very good. No need to give them to me. You keep those spoils of war. Later, choose a few loyal deacons and disciples and distribute these things to them. Because currently, our heavenly pole mansion is in great need of resources. The Great Elder was a bit confused, hesitating, so many items like that. Tianyun didn't explain anything, just said, just do as I say. The crowd didn't pry further. Yes, we obey the Mansion Lord's words. Right at this moment, an urgent warning notification rang out. Blockade the Imperial Palace. Hurry up, the Empire's reinforcements have arrived. Tianyun looked at the crowd to reassure them. Don't be afraid. Black Dragon, take everyone back to Heavenly Pole Mansion. The Great Elder looked at him hesitantly. Mansion Lord, aren't you going? Tianyun waved his hand. I'll stay to deal with them. Waiting for them to leave, Tianyun immediately activated Crazy Mode, used the Undying Fire, combining them into the Undying Hellfire. Outside, everyone seeing this scene exclaimed, Look, there's a fire in the city. The flames are rising so high. Pavilion Master Lu suddenly realized something unusual. This is not a normal fire. Daring to burn the Netherworld Empire's Imperial Palace like this, it's no different from declaring war on them. Elder Yin nodded in agreement upon hearing this, wondering which faction was so powerful. Those people had only just joined, yet met with such a terrible calamity. It was likely they were doomed. Let's leave this place and return quickly. Scene changed to the Netherworld Hall. On the central main seat, Daoist Moon looked down and spoke. 2 ministers of the Empire are dead, and even the Imperial Palace in Gathering Dragon City was burned to the ground. Yet you haven't found a single clue? 2 mysterious subordinates bowed their heads and reported respectfully, Lord Moon, your subordinates truly try their best, but still found nothing. That was no ordinary fire. Water could not extinguish it. The Imperial Palace was burned to ash. leaving no clues behind. But we will certainly try to investigate and find out soon. Taoist Moon lowered his eyes and thought. Try? He looked at the two subordinates furiously and shouted, Silence. What I need is not for you to try. I must know the results by tomorrow. The two masked men trembled and tried to appease him. Lord Moon, please quell your anger. One raised his head, looking anxious as he voiced the suspicion in his heart. We guess it is very likely that the Heavenly Dragon Empire is playing tricks, because only they are bold enough and possess such strength. Or it could be the spirit race, who have been provoking trouble everywhere lately. Perhaps seeing us calling upon so many factions to join, they took action to destroy them. Taoist Moon shot them a sharp glance. Before long, let alone the spirit race, even that damned Heavenly Dragon Empire will be swallowed up by my Netherworld Empire. Just wait and see. Scene change. Mu Xian'er's excited voice rang out. Mansion Lord E is so amazing. He actually killed 2 ministers of the Netherworld Empire. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling, and he even tamed that incredibly cool black dragon. Just a few breaths of fire were enough to burn all those bad guys to ashes. She suddenly turned around with curious eyes. Speaking of the Black Dragon, I've always wanted to ask Mansion Lordy, are you the benefactor who saved Yang Shishua back then? That's right, it was me. Hearing this, the Great Elder was even more confused. But why didn't Yang Shishua recognize you? Tianyan helplessly took out a mask and put it on about that. He put on the mask, and his face immediately changed. He said, that is because she is only familiar with this face. So that's how it is. No wonder she didn't recognize you. Oldly looked at him and curled his lips in a smile. At first, I found it strange how our Heavenly Pole Mansion could establish a connection with such a strong cultivator. Turns out the fate was tied back then. It seems there is truly no one more suitable to take the position of Mansion Lord than you. Tianyan lowered his eyes to look at the teacup and said, currently, the Netherworld Empire hasn't traced us yet, but the truth will come out eventually. To avoid encountering too much trouble, our group cannot reveal our faces for the time being. Tianyan looked at Oldly with a pleading look. I'll leave the affairs in the mansion to Mansion Lordly to manage for now. Just keep things as normal as before. Oldly curled his lips and replied, my cultivation is gone now. I dare not accept the title of Mansion Lord anymore. You can just call me Deacon Lee. Now that I've become like this, if I can still support Heavenly Pole Mansion somewhat, I am satisfied. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from outside. Mansion Lord, this is bad. He tilted his head and asked, what is it? The Great Elder walked in and reported respectfully, people from the Divine Cloud Mansion have fought their way here, saying they're demanding a debt from our Heavenly Pole Mansion. Hearing the familiar name, Etienne's eyes couldn't hide his disgust. Divine Cloud Mansion, huh? It's him again. Outside the gate of Heavenly Pole Mansion, a group of people had gathered. Feng Yulong narrowed his eyes and looked up, his tone cold. This trashy Heavenly Pole Mansion. If you don't take a beating today, our Divine Cloud Mansion will stomp your mansion flat. Liao and behind him arrogantly cleared the way. Move aside. In the crowd, Muyu suddenly recognized the two of them in surprise and called out, Senior Brother Feng, Senior Brother Liao. Feng Yulong gritted his teeth and hurriedly denied the relationship. Who is your senior brother? We are now the most outstanding disciples of the Divine Cloud Mansion. Just as he was about to step inside, Yang Yu blocked the way and shouted, Stop right there. Feng Yulong, Liao 1, you two traitors, you still dare to come back here? Feng Yulong looked at him warningly. Yang Yu, for the sake of your sister, I advise you to obediently scram to the side. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died later. Hearing those arrogant words, Yang Yu glared in anger. Just then, Tianyun, wearing the mask, walked over, his voice full of authority. What is all this noise about? He glanced indifferently at the crowd. Heavenly Pole Mansion is not a place you can come to just because you feel like it. Hearing this, Feng Yulong stammered, You, who are you? Yang Shishue's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Benefactor? Beside her, seeing that attitude, Yang Yu asked, Sis, is he the one who saved you on the boat? Tianyan walked up to Yang Shishua and smiled in greeting. Lady Yang, it has been several months since we parted ways at sea. She asked with some surprise, Benefactor, why are you at Heavenly Pole Mansion? Tianyan hesitated and replied, I'm currently a guest elder here. Just then, Yang Yu rushed over with a burst of excitement, grabbed his hand, and shook it vigorously. Thank you for saving my sister. No wonder my sister has been so absent-minded since then. You are young, handsome, and talented. Indeed, very suitable to be my brother-in-law. Hearing him, Yang Shishua blushed and scolded. Yang Yu feigned innocence and said, Sis, didn't you often sit by the window thinking about random things before? One look, and I knew you had something on your mind. Exposed, she angrily pinched his ear. You're still talking? Feng Yulong couldn't stand it and hissed in anger. Enough. You are my Feng family's fiancé, yet you dare to flirt with another man in front of me? Shishua, I'll give you one last chance. Choose to stand on my side. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Shishua looked at him firmly, her eyes unwavering. Impossible. I am not like you, the type of person who betrays their sect. Seeing this, Feng Yulong roared again. Don't speak with such certainty. You all probably don't know yet, but that brat surnamed Yi killed the true disciple of the divine Cloud Mansion's lord. Li Huan rolled his eyes and stepped forward to confirm. That's right. I was at the scene back then too. This time, your heavenly pole mansion is finished.